Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 1293 to Chapter 1369. Xianxia, take Yichen to choose a continent. After Yichen had talked with almost all the other Supremes, Supreme True Marshal instructed Xianxia. Alright, Yichen, follow me. Supreme Xianxia nodded and looked at Yichen. Yichen followed behind Supreme Xianxia. In the sky above the 9 Revolution Star, Supreme Xianxia said while leading the way, the 9 Revolution Star has 81 continents. Some of them are public, and the rest can be chosen at will. Of course, one must choose the ownerless ones. Currently, there are 24 ownerless continents on the 9 Revolution Star: Wind Forest Continent, Fire Rock Continent, Xianxia Continent. Each continent has its own specialties. Wind Forest Continent has more forests, and its winds are also quite strong. Moreover, these are not ordinary winds, but god-destroying gales that even 8th layer life and death monarchs would have to struggle to traverse. Fire Rock Continent is a world of flames, and its rocks are all on fire. I'll choose Xianxia Continent. The 9 Revolution Star was the largest 9th grade life star in the 4 great life star fields. It was incomparably mystical. For countless years, countless legendary supremes had laid down restrictive arrays and fortified the 9 Revolution Star. Even demigods had personally used their methods. Therefore, not only was the 9 Revolution Star's defense so strong that even supremes couldn't destroy it, it also had many limitations. For example, the range of soul power exploration was very small. Yichen relied on Netherworld's sacred eye to see the location of Xianxia Continent. Alright, I'll take you there. Supreme Xianxia continued leading the way. Not long after, the two of them arrived above the Xianxia Continent. As one of the 81 continents on the 9 Revolution Star, the Xianxia Continent was much larger than an ordinary life planet. There were countless small stars in the sky, as well as a relatively large sun and moon. They could light up the entire Xianxia Continent. Good place. Yichen nodded. Supreme Xianxia said, 9 Revolution Star has 81 continents, and each continent is very mysterious. It all depends on one's preference. This is the place. That's good. There's a main palace on the Heavenly Star Continent, the Heavenly Star Palace. You only need to refine the Heavenly Star Pearl in the Heavenly Star Palace and you'll be able to control the entire Heavenly Star Continent. When other supreme beings enter the Heavenly Star Continent, you'll know immediately. If you don't allow them to enter, they won't be able to enter. You can't break in? Yichen was puzzled. If a traitor appeared on the 9 Revolution planet and took control of an entire continent, wouldn't it be impossible to attack? Supreme Xianxia laughed and explained, you don't have to worry about that. The True Marshal Supreme controls the 9 Revolution Star Hub. If there's a traitor, the True Marshal Supreme only needs to move his mind and the continent will be defenseless. It's useless even if there's a traitor. I see. From Yichen's point of view, the 9 Revolution Star wasn't just a simple life star. It was more like a planetary artifact, and the artifact was controlled by the True Marshal Supreme. Oh, I forgot to tell you. After you become a supreme being, you'll automatically have a level 8 life star. You can bring your friends and family there. Us supreme beings have a lifespan of over 100,000 years. After that, your children and grandchildren will be terrifying as well. Supreme Xianxia said. The human race didn't have many level 9 life stars. The dragon race had 1, the phoenix race had 1, and the monster race had 1. The human race only had a few, no more than 10, and they all had their own uses. There were many level 8 life stars, enough to satisfy all the supreme beings. That's for the best. Yichen was quite satisfied with obtaining a level 8 life star. Although he didn't have any children yet, the entire Yi family and Falling Dust Sword sect had a lot of people. After hundreds of years of reproduction, their numbers had multiplied by several times. After 100,000 years, his descendants might be in the millions. After all, not all of them were talented, and not all of them put their minds into bitter cultivation. With the backing of Yichen and Yi family, even more of them would put their minds into enjoying themselves. Yichen couldn't do anything about this. Resources were limited. It was fine to nurture a few 100,000 people, but to nurture tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions, the entire human race didn't have enough resources. they could only drift with the tide. At present, Yichen already had a 3rd grade life star, Flaming Fire Star, and a 4th grade life star, Blue Fire Star. The latter was bestowed to him after he became an 8th layer life and death sovereign. These 2 life stars would be useful in the future, allowing him to send some of his family members out and nurture their independence. Alright, I've told you everything I need to. You've just become a sovereign, so you should need some time to cultivate martial skills and increase your strength. I won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything, you can summon True Martial Supreme or other sovereigns from the Supreme Pavilion. Supreme Xianxia continued, as for your 8th grade life star, there are people below to prepare it for you. You don't need to worry about it. I'll be troubling you then. Yichen indeed wanted to cultivate martial skills. After becoming a sovereign, his mind was constantly flickering with inspiration. After Supreme Xianxia left, Yichen flew to the center of Heavenly Star Continent and entered the Heavenly Star Palace. Inside, a pearl flickering with resplendent starlight floated. With a wave of his hand, the pearl flew into Yichen's hand, and he began refining it. No wonder the 9 Revolution Star isn't suitable for humans to live in. Heavenly Star Continent is full of dangers for those below the sovereign realm. Only the Heavenly Star Palace is safe. The entire 9 Revolution Star has been refined into a planet-grade artifact by countless legendary sovereigns and demigods since ancient times. Its might is boundless. While refining the pearl, Yichen gradually understood the mysteries of the 9 Revolution Star. However, if I bestow a trace of the pearl's power, I can stay on Heavenly Star Continent for a long time. In a short while, Yichen had completely refined the pearl. In the following days, Yichen immersed himself in sword arts. The current him was still lacking in many areas, the biggest of which was naturally sword arts. Cultivation knew no time. While Yichen was cultivating, rumors about him spread throughout the universe. At that time, there were too many 8th layer life and death sovereigns of all races present. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and 100 spread to 1,000. In a short year, the news of Yichen becoming a sovereign had reached the ears of most life and death kings. Everyone was astonished by Yichen's talent. It should be known that Yichen was only 600 years old, and the youngsters who became sovereigns within 1,000 years had a common title, 1,000-year sovereign. 1,000-year sovereigns had a high chance of becoming legendary sovereigns, and perhaps even demigods. In fact, in terms of cultivation talent, Yichen's talent was even better than many legendary sovereigns. However, nobody knew the future, and they could only say that there was hope. At the same time, the demons and the other demonic races started to calm down after suffering a grievance. However, the aura of war did not calm down. Instead, it was hidden even deeper. A storm was brewing. Xianxia Continent, on a boundless lake, a figure sat cross-legged on the surface of the water, motionless, drifting with the flow. After a long time, Yichen opened his eyes, stood up, and started to perform the 5-element sword art. The 5-element sword art was the most fundamental supreme sword art of Yichen, the essence of the extreme prosperity decline, boundless nature, and 5-element slash. The stronger the 5-element sword art was, the stronger the extreme prosperity decline, boundless nature, and 5-element slash would naturally become stronger. This was much more efficient than cultivating one by one. Of course, it was also much more difficult. No, I'm still lacking a bit. Shaking his head, Yichen continued to sit cross-legged and pondered the deeper essence of the 5-element sword art. Day after day, month after month, year after year, in the blink of an eye, it had been 12 years since Yichen came to the 9 Revolution Star. In these 12 years, Yichen's 5-element sword art grew stronger every day, even gradually surpassing the sword burial art. After all, the sword burial art only contained 70% time profound, while Yichen's 5 elements profound had long reached perfection. It was just that his comprehension wasn't at the level of a sovereign, so he couldn't perfect the 5-element sword art. Now that he had become a sovereign, his comprehension had increased countless times, and he also had the essence of the 3 realms supreme's martial arts. If he didn't improve quickly, it would seem like he was stupid. While improving the 5-element sword art, Yichen didn't give up on the death slice and the sword burial art. Yichen already had more than 300 petals, catching up to supreme flower burial. Of course, although Yichen's foundation was much stronger than supreme flower burial, the sword burial art was created by Supreme Flower Burial. Some of the essences that had nothing to do with time and space profound weren't grasped by Yichen yet. Therefore, Yichen couldn't make the sword burial art his main sword art. The five-element sword art was his foundation. Perhaps, in the future, he would change the sword burial art again, turning it into a sword burial art that truly belonged to him. The 15th year. On this day, above the lake, Yichen's eyes flashed with unprecedented brilliance. In an instant, it was brighter than the sun and moon in the sky, more dazzling. Wrong, it turns out that I was wrong before. The five elements are responsible for creation. The heaven and earth are divided into yin and yin and yang give birth to the five elements. I used the destruction sword intent to perform the five elements sword art, but it didn't match the five elements sword art at all. Using the immortal sword intent to perform the five elements sword art, although it wasn't domineering enough, it could perfectly perform the five elements sword art and stimulate the power of creation, which was far more powerful than the destruction sword intent. After a moment of enlightenment, Yichen's eyes were filled with joy. In the past, any sword art he performed contained the destructive sword intent, and the immortal sword intent was usually used to protect his body. He would only use the immortal sword intent when he performed the five elements sword art. That was why the defense of the extreme prosperity sword art was so powerful. Unfortunately, the extreme prosperity sword art was just a side branch of the five elements sword art. How could it compare to the vastness and profoundness of the five elements sword art? For example, the extreme prosperity sword art was a weapon, while the five elements sword art was the human body. No matter how powerful the weapon was, it could never be as powerful as the human body. This is the real five elements sword art. Moving his body, Yichen performed the five elements sword art. This time, the five elements sword art was less domineering, but more profound. Rumble, on the boundless lake, a piece of land was being born rapidly. Inside the land, all kinds of metals were being brewed, forming into a ball. On the land, a river was born. With the river as the center, patches of green appeared. Flowers and trees grew crazily. With the appearance of flowers and trees, the nutrients of the land were being extracted, and the ground started to heat up. Magma appeared, and then, volcanoes erupted, and flames burned the sky. All of this was the sword momentum, the materialized five elements sword art. Enemies who were in the range of the sword momentum would feel powerless, as if they were fighting against the heaven and the earth. Yichen could continue attacking, or he could leave at any time. My five elements sword art, even though I haven't fully displayed the ultimate essence of the five elements profound, it is still my highest achievement. It's a pity that I don't have an opponent to exchange pointers with. Yichen was clear that only by exchanging pointers could he find out where he was lacking. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Under Yichen's study, the five elements sword art had become increasingly profound. Towards the end, even he himself couldn't find any flaws. My horizons are limited. Training in seclusion alone is useless. Shaking his head, Yichen looked up at the sky. His figure flickered, and he instantly arrived in the sky above Sky Star Continent. In the next moment, Yichen rushed toward Supreme Pavilion. Supreme Pavilion, many people came and went, and Supremes would come here from time to time. Of course, there were also some high-ranking members of the human race. Their cultivation bases were all at the 8th layer of life and death realm. Greeting the passing Supremes, Yichen arrived at the 9th floor of Supreme Pavilion. This was where the supreme weapons of the human race were stored. Newly ascended Supremes could obtain a set of supreme weapons for free. If they were damaged, they would have to make enough contributions to get them again. One could exchange for treasures, or they could do some big things for the human race. Apart from supreme weapons, there were also some supreme materials on the 9th floor. I'll choose a supreme armor first. Yichen walked toward the supreme armor treasury. Supreme Yi, you're here to choose a supreme weapon, right? I'm Sima Jingwan, the manager of Supreme Pavilion. There was someone working on the 9th floor of Supreme Pavilion. It was a beautiful woman. Upon seeing Yichen, her eyes brightened. Although she had never seen Yichen before, it didn't hinder her from seeing Yichen's image. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't curious about such a young and newly ascended Supremes. Of course, she was even more in awe. Yichen nodded, "Can I go in?" Of course, of course. This way please. Sima Jingwan promptly nodded and stepped aside. When Yichen entered the treasury, Sima Jingwan couldn't help but whisper, he's really too young. So young, yet he's already a pillar of the human race. I wonder how he cultivates. The Supreme Armor Treasury was a completely different world. There were a large number of Supreme Armor stored inside. With a rough look, there were no less than 50 or 60 of them. Some were already very broken, while some were still very new. White Tiger Armor. 7-star Annihilation Armor. Sun Moon Armor. Milky Way Armor. Yichen walked past the Supreme Armors and memorized all the information about them in his mind. After walking one round, Yichen pondered for a moment and came to the side of a golden armor. This Supreme Armor was called the Wind Cloud Armor. Wearing this armor could increase one's defense by more than 100 times and could also absorb a large amount of attack power. It turns out that it's so difficult for a Supreme Being to kill a Supreme Being. For example, a powerful Supreme Being could kill a normal Supreme Being, or a Super Supreme Being could kill a powerful Supreme Being. It's too difficult to kill a Supreme Being at the same level. The Supreme Armor can completely block more than 90% of the attack power. I wonder how terrifying the Divine Armor above the Supreme Armor is. Yi Chen's thoughts were quick. He thought of Supreme Being from the Supreme Armor. With the Wind and Cloud Armor, Yi Chen walked towards the Supreme Weapon Treasury. There were a lot more Supreme Weapons than Supreme Armors, about 100 of them. Just like the Supreme Armor Treasury, the Supreme Weapon Treasury was a whole new world. Each Supreme Weapon was as big as a mountain, and the smallest one was thousands of meters long. The terrifying pressure from the weapons filled the air, causing Yi Chen to hold his breath. These weapons are the same as the armors. They are all of normal size, and not enlarged. If they were enlarged, they might even be larger than an ordinary planet. How many Paragon-level materials would be required to refine them? I'm afraid that's also the reason why there have only been 100 or so Paragon-level weapons in the past countless years. Yi Chen took a deep breath. He had originally planned to learn how to forge Emperor-grade swords before the war, but now it seemed a little unrealistic. There seemed to be a lot of Supreme Weapon materials in the Supreme Pavilion, but who could be sure that they could forge a Supreme Sword on their first try? They had to increase the success rate first, and the amount of Supreme Weapon materials needed was inestimable. No hurry, I'll learn how to forge Emperor-grade swords first, and then I'll learn how to forge Supreme Swords in the future. With this thought, Yi Chen began to choose Supreme Sword. There weren't many swords in the treasury, only 8 in total. They were Blood Sword, Brilliant Divine Sword, Innate Overlord Sword, Thousand Soft Divine Sword. Without much hesitation, Yi Chen chose Brilliant Divine Sword. Brilliant Divine Sword was 9,800 meters long, and its entire body was white gold with a golden line in the middle. It looked noble and sharp, and when held in one's hand, it felt like this sword could fly out and kill at any time. I need a large amount of Emperor-grade materials to forge artifacts. May I know what your requirements are? Leaving the treasury, Yi Chen asked the beautiful woman called Sima Jingwan. Sima Jingwan answered honestly, Supreme Pavilion has a rule that Supreme Weapons only need to pay 50% of the price. May I know what Supreme Yi needs? 20 million kilograms of source stream iron, 80 million kilograms of 7-star iron, 500 million kilograms of star iron. Yi Chen's next words startled Sima Jingwan. These materials were all Emperor-grade materials, and they were extremely valuable. She didn't know if Yi Chen would be able to take out so many Yuan stones. Of course, a Supreme Being's status was noble, so he could owe them for now and return them in the future. A total of 300 billion Yuan stones. Sima Jingwan hesitated for a moment and said, N. Faintly nodding, Yi Chen took out 3 storage rings and handed them over. Each has 100 billion Yuan stones. 3 rings for a total of 300 billion Yuan stones. Take a look. The current Yi Chen didn't lack Yuan stones. In the Azure World Arena, he had killed a lot of 8th layer life and death heavenly sovereigns, as well as a fair number of quasi-sovereigns. Just the Yuan stones and their storage rings added up to 500 billion, not to mention other treasures. Otherwise, even a newly ascended sovereign might not be able to take out so many Yuan stones. No need. How could Sima Jingwan not trust a sovereign? Any sovereign would disdain to take advantage of such a small matter. If this matter were to spread, she would lose face. Leaving the supreme pavilion, Yichen ran into Langya sovereign. "Brother Yi, what a coincidence. I was just about to look for you." Langya sovereign beamed. Yichen asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Bronze sovereign, Langya sovereign, and Qin Heart sovereign were the three strongest sovereigns of the human race. Their strength was second only to super sovereigns. Among them, Langya sovereign and Qin Heart sovereign were the twin stars of the human race. The two were the youngest and had the greatest potential. They would certainly become super sovereigns in the future. Of course, Yi Chen's degree of monstrous talent was even higher than the two, which was why he was so highly regarded. Langya sovereign said, "I want to invite you to a gathering I'm holding. Let's get to know each other. I wonder if Brother Yi has the time." After becoming a sovereign, one would enter seclusion for many years. Therefore, gatherings were often held to discuss one's attainments. Apart from this, mutual comparison could also promote mutual improvement. "All right." Yichen agreed without hesitation. Brother Yi is indeed a straightforward person. Langya sovereign was in a good mood seeing that Yichen was giving him face. In fact, the people he invited this time were all powerful sovereigns. There were humans, barbarians, and giants. Yichen's battle with Supreme Demon River's projection was barely at the level of a sovereign. In addition, his fame was like the sun in the sky. Many sovereigns wanted to know more about him. "How about this, we'll meet in my greedy wolf continent a week later." Langya sovereign continued. "I'll do as you say." After parting ways with Supreme Langya, Yichen returned to Heavenly Star Continent. In the next 7 days, Yichen did not forge any sovereign-grade sword. He read the books on forging sovereign-grade swords one after another, trying to understand the meaning behind them. 7 days later, Yichen rushed to Greedy Wolf Continent. This time, Supreme Langya invited more than 10 sovereigns. There were 5 from the human race, including the Bronze Sovereign. Beside him was the Phoenix race's sovereign, Ice Phoenix. The Barbarian race's sovereigns were like savage gods. The Giant race's sovereigns were the size of mountains. Yichen had never seen many of them before. Clearly, every race would have some hidden supremes. Even the human race had some supremes in seclusion, or had reached the end of their lifespans and left to search for opportunities. Unless it was a matter of life and death, the entire power of a race would not be revealed at once. "Supreme Langya, this is the newly ascended Supreme Langya? He has a strong foundation, but how strong is he?" The Giant race's Supreme Mountain Sea squinted his eyes and looked at Yichen. Supreme Mountain Sea was 400 feet tall. Supreme Langya looked like a small person sitting beside him. Supreme Langya explained, Supreme Yi was able to exchange more than 10 moves with Supreme Devil River's projection when he first became a sovereign. In the end, Supreme Devil River's projection couldn't even hurt him. Now that more than 10 years have passed, I'm afraid Supreme Ye's talent has increased by more than 1,000 times. Even Supreme Devil River's true body won't be a match for him. Supreme Savage said, "You can't say that. Supreme Devil River is just an ordinary person among the sovereigns. I remember Supreme Langya, when you first became a sovereign, you were able to fight against an ordinary sovereign without losing." Supreme Langya smiled bitterly. At that time, he had the supreme armor and weapon in his hands. Moreover, he had been in seclusion for a few years. On the other hand, Yichen was different. He had nothing and was ambushed as soon as he came out of Azure World. Just as Supreme Langya was about to explain, Yichen arrived. "My apologies, Yichen is not late, right?" Supreme Langya quickly stood up. Not late, not late. The gathering hasn't officially started." In a gathering between sovereigns, the food and drinks were treasures that even sovereigns wouldn't dare to dream of. For example, the 7-colored divine fruit, which could only be found in the heavenly river. The black fruit was the gloomy dark fruit from hell. The meat was even more amazing. It was made from the roasted meat of some cosmic beasts and contained powerful energy. Supreme sovereigns were the strongest group of people in the world. They were like the immortals in Yichen's imagination. They were above the mortal world, and even their food and drinks were different. "Supreme Langya, your heavenly blue bull's meat is amazing, it's delicious. Paragon Mountain Sea loved meat the most. In front of him was a plate with a diameter of 100 meters. On the plate was a huge beef thigh. Paragon Mountain Sea picked up the beef thigh and took a big bite out of it. Grease dripped from his mouth. This Heaven River python's meat isn't bad either. Like Supreme Mountain Sea, Supreme Savage also liked meat. In fact, both the giants and barbarians liked meat. Humans, on the other hand, had a balanced diet. Supreme Langya smiled. It's not easy to catch a heavenly blue bull. There are countless caves in the traceless stream. As long as they run into one, they won't come out even once in 10,000 years. Heaven River pythons are easy to catch, but the Heavenly River is too dangerous. There are strong and weak Heavenly River pythons. From the weakest to the strongest, there are beginner Heavenly River pythons, middle Heavenly River pythons, high Heavenly River pythons, quasi-Heavenly River pythons, first Heavenly River pythons, and second Heavenly River pythons. Indeed. We may be Supremes, but some places are still dangerous for us. Supreme Bronze nodded. He couldn't help but think of Supreme Gold. Since the beginning of the gathering, Yi Chen had remained silent, listening to others and eating his food. As a newly ascended sovereign, he didn't want to be too conspicuous. Moreover, the food before his eyes was indeed out of the ordinary. He, who usually didn't care much about food, couldn't help but eat a bit more. He even wondered if he should bring some back for his parents and girlfriend. Thinking up to here, Yi Chen chuckled. He really looked like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Supreme Ice Phoenix was sitting not far from Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen smile, she answered, Supreme Yi, I heard that you're friends with our Phoenix Clan's junior, Fire Sparrow? Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Yi Chen wasn't surprised that Supreme Ice Phoenix knew he was friends with Fire Sparrow Emperor. He just needed to ask around. It's Fire Sparrow's good fortune to have a friend like you. Supreme Ice Phoenix continued, Oh right, where are you from, Supreme Yi? The human race originated from the living worlds. Many amazing geniuses also came from the living worlds. Yi Chen was not afraid of others knowing that he came from Elysium. Elysium, he said. Elysium? The Ice Phoenix Supremacy was very surprised, but then came to a realization. What's wrong? Yi Chen saw some clues. The Ice Phoenix Supreme said, many years ago, before almost all the supreme martial artists were born, there was a supreme martial artist called Guzun. He was one of the strongest supreme martial artists at that time. It was said that he was even stronger than supreme martial artist. After him, there was another supreme martial artist called Qi Tianzun. He was also extremely powerful. They came from a world with life, the Elysium you mentioned. After saying that, the Ice Phoenix Supreme looked at Yi Chen with a slight change in her gaze, a change that even she herself didn't notice. Guzun, Qi Tianzun? Countless thoughts flashed through Yi Chen's mind. It's Ancient Emperor and Qi Tiandi. Finally, Yi Chen regained his wits. These two were the first and second titled monarchs of Elysium. They were revered by tens of thousands of people. However, Yi Chen felt that it was reasonable. Ancient Emperor's cultivation base was at the 9th layer of Life and Death Realm. Although Qi Tiandi's strength was unknown when he left Elysium, he should also be at the 9th layer of Life and Death Realm. 9th layer was a supreme. With the talents of Ancient Emperor and Qi Tiandi, it wasn't difficult for them to have such a reputation. All of a sudden, many questions flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Were Ancient Emperor and Qi Tiandi dead or not? Life and Death Kings had a lifespan of 100,000 years, but the Supreme Martial Artist's lifespan was far longer. It was not impossible for them to live for millions of years. If they were still alive, where did they go? Moreover, if Ancient Emperor and Qi Tiandi didn't die, why did they let the demons and evil spirit race block the exit of Elysium? With their lifespan, they could easily guard Elysium for hundreds of thousands of years. Apart from that, although humans were weaker than demons, they wouldn't sit idly by. There were too many questions. Yi Chen had a feeling that Elysium was certainly not an ordinary world with life. There must be a deeper reason why humans sat idly by in Elysium. Now that he thought about it, the demon's abandonment of Elysium was not as simple as he had imagined. After a long while, Yi Chen shook his head. He had just become a supreme, and there were too many things he didn't know. There was no need to be anxious to know everything. As time passed, he would know what he needed to know. Supreme Yi, are there any records of these two in Elysium? Supreme Ice Phoenix asked. Yi Chen said, they were the earliest Supremes of Elysium. Oh. Supreme Ice Phoenix could tell that Yi Chen didn't know much. As time passed, the atmosphere of the gathering became more and more lively. Everyone, this time I have invited everyone here just to eat and drink. I believe that everyone has not enjoyed themselves to the fullest. So, next is the time to compare notes. Everyone can invite opponents to test their martial arts. I will start first. Who is willing to compare notes with me? Supreme Xianxia stood up and said boldly after drinking a mouthful of wine. Discussions arose everywhere. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. Supreme Xianxia, I, Hong Ling, will spar with you. Supreme Hong Ling of the giant race stood up. Alright, please advise me. Supreme Hong Ling was one of the few powerful Supremes of the giant race. He was slightly shorter than the mountain and sea Supremes, but he was still 380 meters tall. The battle between the two was brilliant. They fought from the sky to the ground, from the land to the lake. Fortunately, the greedy wolf continent was very sturdy and could withstand the two's blows. In the end, Supreme Xianxia won slightly and stopped while he was ahead. Thank you for letting me win. Supreme Xianxia cupped his fists. My skills are not as good as yours. I have nothing to say. Supreme Hong Ling did not feel ashamed. He went back and continued to eat and drink. Next, it was Supreme Ice Phoenix's turn. Her opponent was a female Supreme of the barbarian race, Supreme Seven Moons. In the end, the two were evenly matched. If they continued to fight, it would inevitably hurt the harmony. Supreme Yi, you are a new Supreme. However, I, Dong Ting, would like to spar with you. Supreme Dong Ting of the barbarian race flew out from his seat. His eyes swept around and finally fell on Yi Chen. He invited him to spar with him. Supreme Ice Phoenix reminded, Supreme Dong Ting's strength cannot be underestimated. Be careful of his heaven-collapsing earth-splitting leg. Supreme Dong Ting was famous for his leg techniques. His strength was not considered as a top Supreme. However, it was hard to say if his opponent was Yi Chen. After 15 years, no matter how much Yi Chen had improved, it would be limited. In that case, I shall accept your invitation. Yi Chen also wanted to know how strong he had become. In a flash, Yi Chen appeared in front of Supreme Dong Ting. Xianxia, how about we make a bet? If Supreme Yi loses to Supreme Dong Ting, you will give me all of your blue sky bulls. Of course, you can choose not to bet, Supreme Mountain Sea suddenly said to Supreme Xianxia. Supreme Xianxia was stunned. He said, what if Supreme Yi wins? Win? Supreme Mountain Sea thought for a while and said, I will give you one of my starry sky bear hounds. How about that? Alright, it's a deal. Starry sky bear hounds were a mysterious giant beast. Their habits were similar to dogs of the human race. The 3 starry sky bear hounds raised by Supreme Mountain Sea all had the strength of ordinary Supreme martial artists. It would be a great fortune to get one. As for Yi Chen losing, Supreme Xianxia would not suffer a great loss. At worst, he would just have to spend some effort to catch some in the traceless stream. The fight began. Master Dong Ting launched an explosive kick, which was so fast that even time and space seemed to be reversed. If this kick landed, it could even destroy an ordinary living planet. Seeing this, Yi Chen operated the Green Lotus Sword domain, stabilizing the surrounding spacetime, preventing it from being affected by the reversal of spacetime. At the same time, he pulled out the brilliant Divine Sword and slashed down with a fierce and sharp aura. Boom, the iron foot and the sword collided. A large spacetime crack appeared and a small hill nearby was blown up. Okay, take another 100 kicks. Using the momentum, Sovereign Dong Ting spun his body. His 2 legs were like a storm, a meteor shower, a tsunami, and a volcanic eruption. Kicks after kicks were launched at Yi Chen without any gap in between. If an ordinary sovereign were to encounter such a crazy chain of kicks, they would be kicked to death before they could even react and use their best moves. So what if I take another 1,000 kicks? Yi Chen did not use any unique skills. The basic sword skills were superb. Every move seemed ordinary, but they were perfect. Whether it was the operation of sword energy, the flow of qi and blood, the strength of muscles, or the coordination of breathing, they were all flawless. Vaguely, there was also the integration of heart power and five elements ultimacy. Clank, 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 after a series of explosions, Master Dongting was sent flying. In terms of fighting skills, Master Dongting was no match for Yi Chen. Before he finished his 100 kicks, Yi Chen found a flaw and slashed at his chest. Of course, this was just an ordinary sword skill. It was not even enough to tickle Master Dongting. Mountain Sea, looks like you are going to lose. Supreme Langya revealed a faint smile. Not necessarily. This is just the beginning. Master Mountain Sea adjusted his posture and squinted his eyes. Without a doubt, he had underestimated Yi Chen. Master Dongting was many times stronger than Demon River. But judging from this situation, it was obvious that Yi Chen had the upper hand. Next, it would depend on each other's unique skills. Master Yi, I am going to use my full strength. Master Dongting twisted his neck and lifted his right leg slightly. A powerful force enveloped Yi Chen from afar. Just make your move. The Huang Divine Sword vibrates at a special frequency, and the sharp sword momentum also locks on the Supreme Master of Dongting Lake. Heaven collapsing earth-shattering kick. Death slash. Almost at the same time, the two of them launched their own unique skills. The sky-collapsing and earth-splitting kick of Dongting supremacy was extremely domineering, and the horrible power spread out like a spider web. It could be seen that time and space were collapsing, and the earth, water, fire, and wind were boiling, as if the world had fallen into doomsday and carried out the last riot. Rumble, as the wind and clouds surged, Yi Chen and the Dongting supremacy both flew backward. What a powerful leg technique. There is a sword mark on Yi Chen's clothes. Just now, the strength of the Dongting master's leg was transmitted to the Huang Divine Sword. The powerful force made the sword lose control and cut back to him. If it were not for the wind and cloud armor, he would have been cut in half by the sword and suffered some minor injuries. Supremacy of Dongting is even worse than Yi Chen. Her clothes are full of holes and she looks like a beggar. Supremacy of Dongting, take a sword from me too. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Yi Chen leaped up and landed on the top of Supremacy of Dongting's head, and slashed down with his sword. 5 elements sword technique, 5 elements slash. Good fella, block for me. Supremacy of Dongting wanted to dodge, but an unprecedented 5 elements sword technique shrouded him. He crossed his arms and used Supremacy of Dongting to block the attack. Clang, a powerful shockwave radiated in all directions, and Supremacy of Dongting was nailed into the ground. Mountain Sea, just admit defeat. My brother Yi is not an ordinary person. After the shock, Langya looked at Supremacy of Mountain Sea with a smile. He is still very happy to win a starry sky bear dog. Supremacy of Mountain Sea drank a mouthful of wine gloomily. A starry sky bear dog is a starry sky bear dog. Don't worry, Mountain Sea, will not do anything that goes back on my words. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Chen with a new gaze. It seems that he is indeed not an ordinary genius. Supremacy of Dongting has been a supreme for 100,000 years, but he is actually not a match for a newly advanced supreme. Maybe, he really can become a legendary supreme. The Bronze Sovereign's eyes lit up. The disappearance of the Golden Sovereign was a regret of the Dragon Clan. With the Golden Sovereign, the human clan had 3 supreme sovereigns. The difference between having a supreme sovereign and not having one was huge, especially for the Dragon Clan. If Yi Chen can become a legendary supreme, with his relationship with Su Jing, he will definitely help to find Golden Supreme. Gravel flew everywhere, and Supremacy of Dongting flew up from the depths of the ground. It hurt so much. This sword is really powerful, I can't block it. Supremacy of Dongting felt dizzy, and his breath was unstable. Although Yi Chen's 5 elements slash didn't hurt him, it shook his bones to the point that his blood was boiling. Thank you for letting me win. Sheathing the brilliant divine sword, Yi Chen cupped his fists. A loss is a loss. There is no need to let me win. The barbarians always say 1 thing is 1, and 2 is 2. They are not as fastidious as the human race. Returning to his seat, Supremacy of Ice Phoenix suddenly said, Supremacy Yi, you didn't use your full strength just now, did you? Yichen smiled, it is not a battle of life and death. There is no need to be so serious. The full power of the 5 elements slash was much more terrifying, but at the last moment, Yichen only used 1,000th of its power. If he really used his full strength, even supremacy of Dongting would be seriously injured. The gathering went on for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, Mountain Sea Supremes exchanged pointers with Bronze Supremes, Savage Supremes, and Zither Heart also exchanged pointers, but no one else went to exchange pointers with Yichen. Everyone was quite friendly towards new Supremes. Continuous exchanging pointers would make people feel that it was a bit deliberate. At the end of the gathering, Xianxia Supreme gave Yichen 3 sky blue oxen, 10 sky river pythons, and many precious wines and fruits. Yichen didn't refuse and accepted it. In the following days, Yichen started learning how to forge Emperor-grade swords. His days were peaceful. I finally forged a top Emperor-grade sword. Raising the crimson sword in his hand, Yichen couldn't help but sigh. In the past 3 years, he had already used 90% of the materials, which was equivalent to 300 billion yuan stones. He had spent 270 billion yuan stones in exchange for hundreds and thousands of Emperor-grade swords. This crimson sword was the only peak Emperor-grade sword he had succeeded in refining. Did you succeed? Outside the room, Su Jing walked in. Yes. What do you think? Seeing Su Jing come in, Yichen handed the sword to her. In these 3 years, Morong Qingqing and Su Jing would often come to Tianqian continent to stay for a while. Yichen had already given them a strand of the Tianqian pearl's power, so they wouldn't be in any danger. It doesn't seem to be any worse than my purple golden spear. Su Jing took out her top-notch Emperor-class treasure and compared it. Yichen smiled, it's still not good enough. But next time, I'm confident that I can forge an even better top Emperor-grade sword. Yes, suddenly, Yichen's expression changed. What's wrong? Su Jing asked. I'm going to the Supreme Pavilion for a while. Wait here. In a flash, Yichen appeared in the sky above Tianqian continent and rushed towards the Supreme Pavilion. Just now, Supreme True Marshal suddenly sent a message to him, asking him to go to the Supreme Pavilion. In the meeting room of the Supreme Pavilion, there was another Supreme Master called Lai Hua sitting there beside Supreme True Marshal. Yichen, you're here. Supreme Yi. Seeing Yichen's arrival, Supreme True Marshal and Supreme Fire stood up. True Marshal, Lai Hua. Among the Supreme Masters, they usually called each other by their titles. Yichen didn't have a title yet, so he could call him Supreme Yi or by his full name. Sitting down, Yichen asked directly, True Marshal, why did you call me here? Did the demons do something? Supreme True Marshal smiled, no, even if the demons wanted to do something, they wouldn't do it so early. I called you and Lai Hua here to assign a task to you. Patrol the Black Wind Stream. Black Wind Stream? It was the first time that Yichen had heard of this term. Supreme Fire wasn't surprised at all. He explained to Yichen, the Black Wind Stream is an important place of the human clan. The patrolling duty is rotated every 500 years. This time, it's our turn. After Supreme Zhen Wu and Lai Hua's explanation, Yichen finally learned that there was a very secretive forbidden place of the human race, Black Wind Stream. There were countless seals arranged in the Black Wind Stream, which contained demons and enemies that couldn't be killed or were hard to kill since the ancient times. It was equivalent to a very high-level supreme prison. Due to the passage of time, the demonic chi in the Black Wind Stream had become more and more powerful, causing the airflow that blew out from the gap to be black in color. This was how the name Black Wind Stream came about. Yichen and Supreme Fire's task was to patrol the Black Wind Stream and report to Supreme True Marshal immediately if they encountered any strange or troublesome problems. Yichen, you've just become a Supreme Master. The Black Wind Stream is a good place to sharpen your state of mind and will. Is that okay? Supreme True Marshal asked. Yichen knew that Supreme True Marshal was doing this for his own good, so he didn't refuse and agreed. After returning to Tianqian continent, Yichen told Su Jing and Morong Qingqing what to do. Then, he went to the Black Wind Stream with Supreme Fire. The Black Wind Stream was a vast expanse of pitch-black darkness. Occasionally, a faint black airflow would blow past, and the space-time would creak. The closer one got to the Black Wind Stream, the denser the black air currents became. The wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves rang out incessantly. Those who did not have a strong state of mind or a strong will would suffer every second here. Supreme Yi, the Black Wind Stream is just ahead. Although Sovereign Lai Hua was a veteran sovereign, he was well aware of his own position. This time, it seemed as though he was the one leading Yi Chen on patrol. However, in the face of unexpected situations, Yi Chen had to take the lead. There was no other reason than that Yi Chen was stronger than him, and he was just an ordinary sovereign. Lai Hua, is there anyone alive in the Black Wind Stream? Yi Chen suddenly thought of something and asked. Sovereign Lai Hua stared blankly for a moment before replying, I don't think so. Even if there were, they would be evil demons that were imprisoned in there in the last 1,000,000 years. The evil demons from 1,000,000 years ago would have long since died in there. Nodding his head, Yi Chen glanced at the black air currents that blew past him. That's good. However, these air currents are not simple. The energy contained within the black air currents was very heterogeneous. Yi Chen had just collected a black air current and wanted to study it. However, he found that it was impossible to study. Once his soul power entered it, it was immediately corroded. When his sword energy entered it, it was also gradually transformed. This black air current seemed to contain a kind of chaotic law, turning all orderly energy into disorderly energy and merging with the black air currents. The black wind of the Black Wind Stream is more terrifying than anything else. Since ancient times, countless evil demons have died in the Black Wind Stream. After these evil demons died, their bodies merged with the Black Wind Stream. As time passed, the Black Wind Stream became a real evil demon graveyard. Even the heavenly law was corroded. Of course, as long as we are careful, there won't be any danger. Otherwise, Zhenwu would not have sent me here. Sovereign Lai Hua smiled again. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the Black Wind Stream. The entrance of the Black Wind Stream was a huge space-time crack. It was like the mouth of a demon, with uneven edges. Inside the crack, black air currents roared and rushed out, sweeping in all directions. The two had to enter in order to patrol the Black Wind Stream, because it was inside the space-time. Sovereign Yi, be careful. Don't let go of the Black Wind token. Sovereign Lai Hua took out a black token and poured his Jin Yuan into it. Instantly, a silver-black halo covered him. Understood. Yi Chen nodded and took out a black token as well. Under the protection of the silver-black halo, the two entered the space-time crack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Endless black air currents rushed towards the two like roaring water currents. However, with the silver-black halo, the black air currents seemed to have a life of their own as they went around it. After walking for about 15 minutes, the black air currents around them disappeared. The two arrived in front of a huge canyon, where torrential water flowed. This is the Black Wind Stream. Sovereign Lai Hua slowly let out a breath and said in a leisurely manner. Yi Chen looked over. The Black Wind Stream was huge, and its height was at least tens of billions of li. In the center of the canyon, a black stream was flowing. Although it was called a stream, it was only relative to the canyon. The width of the stream was at least a few billion li, and its depth was immeasurable. As for the walls of the canyon on both sides, there were countless caves with black smoke coming out of them. These black smoke rose up and converged together, turning into a black curtain that covered the sky. Obviously, the source of the black air currents was the black smoke. However, the Black Wind Stream had a seal, so the black smoke couldn't wreak havoc below. Sovereign Yi, come with me. Supreme Flame brought Yi Chen to the real entrance of the Black Wind Stream, where there was a 3-story building that was 3,000 zhang tall. Each story was exactly 333 zhang tall. This will be our residence from now on. It's a completely different world inside that can satisfy all of our needs. Of course, we have to patrol every once in a while. This is a mission. Sovereign Lai Hua explained. Yi Chen nodded and asked, how often do we patrol? We have to patrol once a year. The Black Wind token has a record of it, but it's not too troublesome. We only need about a month to patrol, and we still have 11 months to cultivate. Oh. That's fine. Yi Chen thought that the patrols would be frequent. Since it's our first time here, let's do a patrol first. Sovereign Lai Hua suggested. Sure. Yi Chen also wanted to familiarize himself with the situation of the Black Wind Stream. He had a feeling that this was an unfriendly place, and he had to be careful in these 500 years. Follow me. The Lihua master flew into the air and started to move along the side of the canyon wall at a moderate speed, checking out the inside of the cave to see if there was anything unusual. Meanwhile, Yichen followed right behind him. There were too many caves on the walls. After a day, the two of them had only checked 1/10 of the caves. No wonder it took them a month or so to finish checking. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The two of them had explored the countless caves on one side of the Black Wind Stream and started to patrol the other side. Supreme Yi, are you bored? Seeing that Yichen didn't speak much, Supreme Raging Fire thought that he was bored. Yichen shook his head, it's fresh. Every cave contains rich information. Although the information is messy, there are still some gains. There was no limit to learning. Yichen didn't think that he didn't need to absorb other things after obtaining the essence of the Three Realms Sovereign's martial arts. On the contrary, the more he knew, the more he wanted to know. The black smoke emitted from these caves might be evil to Supreme Raging Fire, but to Yichen, the black smoke emitted from each cave was different. For example, some of the black smoke contained a trace of martial arts essence, some contained a trace of personal understanding, and some contained a trace of secret news. One must know that these caves were equivalent to individual prisons, each with an evil sovereign sealed within. Even if the sealed evil sovereign died, there would still be some information left behind. Oh, so it's like this. Supreme Raging Fire shook his head, a trace of worry suddenly appearing on his face. Yichen didn't notice Supreme Raging Fire's expression. His attention was completely focused on the black smoke emitted from the caves. Soon, another week passed. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that I was wrong in the past? Impossible, ah. On this day, a loud roar suddenly sounded in front of the two of them. This roar was countless times louder than thunder from a clear sky, causing the walls to tremble and rubble to tumble down. Supreme Raging Fire's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, the roar had shaken his mind to the point that his blood and chi were blocked. Yichen was much better than Supreme Raging Fire, but he was still a little frightened. Raging Fire, who's in front? Yichen thought that there was still someone in the cave who hadn't died. It's him. Supreme Raging Fire said with lingering fear. Who is it? Yichen looked at Sovereign Lihua. Although he wasn't as outstanding as you, Supreme Yi, he wasn't too far off. At that time, he came to the Black Wind Stream with another Supreme Martial Artist, preparing to complete the patrol mission that happens every 500 years. However, on the 350th year, he suddenly went crazy and killed another Supreme Martial Artist. This matter shocked all the other Supreme Martial Artists, so Supreme True Martial Artist and Supreme Golden Buddha personally came to capture him. However, no one expected that although Supreme True Martial Artist and Supreme Golden Buddha could defeat him, they couldn't capture him. Due to the special environment of the Black Wind Stream, if the battle was too intense, a part of the seal might be destroyed. Therefore, Supreme True Martial Artist and Supreme Golden Buddha joined hands to cast the seal and sealed him in one of the caves. Yichen was puzzled. Crazy? How could he have gone mad? Is this the first time something like this happened? Supreme Yi, to tell you the truth, just like you, he was also studying the information emitted from the black smoke. As time passed, he went crazy. Therefore, it's best that you don't study it anymore. These things are very strange, and human strength is limited. There's no way to integrate all the information. If you forcefully absorb it, it will only cause you to lose your mind and go berserk. After pondering for a while, Supreme Raging Fire decided to warn Yichen for his own safety. Thank you for the reminder. I'll take note. Yichen sized up Supreme Raging Fire and nodded. Actually, he had already noticed that a lot of the information in the black smoke was very chaotic. This kind of chaos wasn't just the order of the information, but a deeper level of chaos. It should be because it was contaminated by the chaos law. If one forcefully studied it, it would indeed cause the researcher to lose his mind. Of course, everything has its pros and cons. Studying the black smoke might make one a madman, but there was also a possibility that one's strength would increase by countless times. Sometimes, there was only a thin line between a madman and a genius. Soon, the two of them came to the cave where the roar came from. Supreme Raging Fire had already taken out the Black Wind token to prevent himself from being injured by the roar. Supreme Yi, be careful. Supreme Crazy's strength is very high. After 100,000 years, his strength might not be any weaker than Supreme True Martial. Supreme Raging Fire said when he saw that Yichen didn't take out the Black Wind token. Waving his hand, Yichen said, I know what I'm doing. Haha, it's all for naught. It's all for naught. 100,000 years of research was negated by a small discovery just now. Is it really that hard to become a legend rank? Do I, Tu Yuan, really not have the fate of becoming a legend rank? There was no longer a roar coming from the cave. Instead, it was the mumbling of a person. It sounded very normal and logical, not like a madman at all. However, Yichen knew that madmen weren't always in a crazy state. Under normal circumstances, they were more normal than anyone else. However, it was precisely because of this that they were extremely threatening. Because you wouldn't know when they would go crazy. Perhaps, just a simple sentence would cause them to lose control of their emotions. Supreme Yi, let's go. Supreme Raging Fire didn't want to stay here for another second. Alright. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Just as Yichen was about to leave, Sovereign Kuang's voice suddenly came from inside the cave. Is that a new Supreme outside? I can feel that your aura is very unfamiliar. Halting his steps, Yichen replied, Yes, I am Yichen. My name is Tu Yuan. I think you've already heard about me from your companions. Don't be afraid. I'm sealed in this cave by Jin Wu and the Golden Buddha. I can't come out, so I won't be a threat to you. If it's possible, can you help me look at the cave at the end of the Black Wind stream? Supreme Yi, don't listen to him. He's already made one go crazy. Supreme Raging Fire's expression changed drastically. Raging Fire, do you want to die? Sovereign Kuang's voice turned gloomy. Although they couldn't see his face, they could see his cold, emotionless eyes and white teeth. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Yichen flatly refused. Then forget it. You can go. Sovereign Kuang's attitude towards Yichen was completely different from his attitude towards Supreme Raging Fire. Of course, Yichen didn't think that it was unintentional. Perhaps he was playing hard to get. When the two left the cave, Supreme Raging Fire's body was already soaked in sweat. He can't come out. Why are you so afraid? Yichen frowned and looked at Supreme Raging Fire. He felt that the other party was a disgrace to Supreme Raging Fire. Supreme Raging Fire didn't notice Yichen's expression. You don't know, but in the past 100,000 years, there were many people who were affected by him and couldn't improve their strength. There was even someone like him who became a madman and committed suicide. The Golden Buddha said that although he was crazy, his martial Dao Yuanshen was developing in a very strange way. It's best not to get close to him, or you'll be haunted by bad luck. After the first patrol mission was completed, the two returned to the 3-story building at the entrance of the Black Wind stream. Supreme Lihua lived on the 2nd floor, while Yichen lived on the 3rd floor. There were many rooms on the 3rd floor, and each room was actually the entrance to a different space. Cultivation space. This space was very mystical. As long as one had enough primordial stones, they could condense a supreme battle avatar at the center of the cultivation space. It was said that this formation was set up by a human demigod, which was why it was so mystical. Of course, once the primordial stones were used up, the supreme battle avatar would disappear. Supreme battle avatars, from low to high, were divided into level 1, level 2, level 3, level 1 to level 3 supreme battle avatars corresponded to ordinary sovereigns, level 4 to level 6 supreme battle avatars corresponded to powerful sovereigns, and level 7 to level 9 supreme battle avatars corresponded to super sovereigns. Level 1 required 10 million primordial stones, level 2 20 million, level 3 30 million, level 4 100 million, level 5 200 million, level 6 300 million, level 7 1 billion, level 8 2 billion, and level 9 3 billion. It didn't seem much for sovereigns, but once the primordial stones were used up, the supreme battle avatar would disappear immediately. If they wanted to condense it again, they would have to consume more primordial stones. After a long time, any sovereign wouldn't be able to bear it and would only use it occasionally. After spending 300 million primordial stones, Yichen condensed a level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar. In terms of offensive and defensive strength, a level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar was equivalent to a top-notch sovereign. Of course, in terms of overall strength, a level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar was far inferior to a top-notch sovereign. Clang 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 clang, in the cultivation space, a figure flickered. Countless sparks flew from the level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar, and the crisscrossing sword light almost enveloped it. After a long time, the level 6 Supreme Battle Avatar automatically dissipated, and Yichen stopped attacking. My current strength should be at the level of a top-notch sovereign, but there's still a big gap between me and a super sovereign. The weakest super sovereign could easily suppress a peak sovereign, and the gap between the two was more than 1,000 times. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The second patrol began. Supreme Yi, this time, let's each patrol one side. This way, it'll be faster. Supreme Lai was suggested. Okay, sure. Yichen nodded. The black wind stream was heavily sealed, and there was usually no danger. Even if there was danger, the two of them together might not be able to do anything. Just like that, Sovereign Raging Inferno patrolled the left side of the canyon wall, while Yichen patrolled the right side of the canyon wall. The right side of the canyon wall was where Sovereign Kwang was sealed. Once again, he arrived at the cave where the Mad Sovereign was sealed. Young man, I can feel that you want to see me again. Kwang Zun's voice floated out of the cave. Yichen did not hide his inner thoughts and said, I want to know, why did you kill your companion? Why? Haha. Kwang Zun laughed out loud. There's no why. If you want to kill them, just kill them. It's very simple. Looks like you're really crazy. It doesn't matter if you're really crazy or pretending to be crazy. As long as you have enough strength, who would dare to say that you're crazy? In this world, strength is the truth. Everything else will change. Perhaps you're right, but it depends on how you get your strength, and whether you can control it. Yichen was unmoved. Kwang Zun was silent for a while. You're different from the others. You look gentle on the outside, but you're actually cold on the inside. Even though you're cold, you're not completely emotionless. If I had your mentality back then, I wouldn't have been tempted. New Supreme, if you want to become stronger, you can study this black smoke. Of course, you don't have to study it. With your talent, you can still achieve great things. After saying that, Kwang Zun retracted his aura. Unknowingly, 20 years had passed. The study of the black smoke did not improve Yichen's sword skills much, but it did improve Yichen's martial Dao Yuan Shen. The martial Dao Yuan Shen was like a physical manifestation of a person's essence, qi, and soul. It could ignore the majority of attacks, but it could still inflict damage to the outside world. Yichen had a feeling that when the martial Dao Yuan Shen was cultivated to a certain level, it could completely leave the body and survive for a longer time. Amazing. In 20 years, your martial Dao Yuan Shen has grown so much. Kwang Zun's voice came. In the past 20 years, the two would have a conversation every year, and this time was no exception. This is a double-edged sword. If I'm not wrong, your body has already decayed, right? Yichen said slowly. Not yet. Of course, it's close. Since you know it's a double-edged sword, why do you still study it? Kwang Zun asked Yichen. Yichen said, I have a way to overcome it. The black smoke in the black wind stream contained chaotic and negative information. If one used this information to improve the martial Dao Yuan Shen, it would cause the connection between the martial Dao Yuan Shen and the body to split. As time passed, the body would gradually decay, and it would be difficult to recover. What way? Kwang Zun's voice was slightly louder. Raise your martial Dao will to the 9th level. I've thought of that before, but it's not practical. That's because you have to improve your will before your fleshly body decays. If your fleshly body is already decaying, your will is strong, and your Yuan Shen is strong. Losing your fleshly body means nothing. So, only I can overcome this method. Yichen did not tell Kwang Zun why he could overcome it. It was because he had the Destruction Sword intent and the Immortal Sword intent. The two sword intents resonated, allowing him to improve faster. He was confident that he could advance his sword intent before his body decayed. Day after day, year after year, Yichen spent most of his time studying the black smoke, and his martial Dao Yuanshan improved at a rapid pace. Gradually, Yichen noticed that his martial Dao Yuanshan was becoming more tangible, and its color was turning dark green. Seems like I'm getting closer to the bottleneck, Yichen thought to himself. One day, Yichen's body felt like it was being electrocuted, and he felt weak. In the next second, his martial Dao Yuanshan floated out uncontrollably. The martial Dao Yuanshan shone brightly, and waves of terrifying pressure spread out. Then, the martial Dao Yuanshan's color darkened, turning from dark green to bronze. The bronze light shone, and even the rules of heaven and earth rippled, as if they were twisting. This was the sign of breaking the limit of heaven and earth. Omniscient nature. With a thought, Yichen instinctively performed the omniscient nature. The omniscient nature that only had 1,000,000 transformations in the past had finally surpassed this limit, and it was moving towards countless transformations. Of course, compared to the real Three Realms Killing Fist, it was still many times weaker. The Three Realms Killing Fist had reached the level of simplification. Bronze Martial Dao Yuanshan, complete. If martial skills, will, and domain were the software of a person, then essence, qi, and soul were the hardware of a person, and martial Dao Yuan spirit was the perfect embodiment of essence, qi, and soul. To surpass the limit of heavenly Dao, software alone was not enough. One's hardware had to keep up as well. For example, even if an ordinary life and death king had the knowledge of a supreme martial skill, he wouldn't be able to fully display it. If he were to do so, his entire body would be devoured by the martial skill, and he would die. Yichen had obtained the essence of the Three Realms Sovereign's martial skills, but he didn't know anything about martial Dao Yuan spirit. Therefore, he had always thought that as long as he slowly cultivated, boundless nature would surpass the limit of heavenly Dao sooner or later. But now that he thought about it, he realized that he was indeed wrong. Perhaps, the martial Dao Yuan spirit of the Three Realms Sovereign had long surpassed bronze grade and reached silver grade. As for the gold martial Dao Yuan spirit, according to the records, once it reached this grade, one would not be far from becoming a true god. Of course, there were still some differences between Yichen's bronze martial Dao Yuan spirit and ordinary bronze martial Dao Yuan spirit. Yichen's bronze martial Dao Yuan spirit was filled with some black threads, which gave off a strange aura. Seems like only the destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent can cut these black threads at the 9th step. Yichen's brows creased. He didn't regret studying the black smoke. If not for it, it would have taken him thousands of years of accumulation to raise his martial Dao Yuan spirit to bronze grade. Among humans, only true martial supreme and golden Buddha supreme had bronze grade martial Dao Yuan spirits. The others were far from it. Unbelievable. You raised your martial Dao Yuan spirit to bronze grade in such a short time? How did you do it? During another patrol, Guangzun discovered Yichen's abnormality. Luck, Yichen said. No, this is definitely not luck. The information is chaotic and complicated. Luck alone can't do anything. Letting out a sigh, Guangzun said, the Yuan martial spirit is the foundation of a person. It can even be said to be our second life. The further you go, the more important the Yuan martial spirit becomes. However, you've only just started. In terms of quality, your bronze Yuan martial spirit is 100 times worse than mine. If you want to continue improving, the ordinary black smoke will be useless. Only the black smoke in the cave can help you improve. You're trying to tempt me down, Yichen said directly. Yes or no, you decide for yourself. Venerable Kuang did not say another word. After taking a deep look at the cave, Yichen could vaguely see a green shadow sitting in the cave after his martial primordial spirit reached the bronze level. Cultivation space, Yichen could easily suppress a 6th grade sovereign battle puppet, and his strength was improving at a godly speed. When the 6th grade sovereign battle puppet disappeared, Yichen formed a 7th grade sovereign battle puppet. In terms of offense and defense, the 7th grade sovereign battle puppet was equivalent to a slightly weaker supreme. A powerful supreme would definitely be in danger if they were hit head-on. Even the current Yichen didn't dare to underestimate it. He had to be cautious. Boom 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 boom, waves of air exploded, and sword rays crisscrossed. Yichen shuttled around the 7th grade sovereign battle puppet, swinging the brilliant divine sword at it from time to time. The 7th grade sovereign battle puppet's attack was the same as the 6th grade sovereign battle puppet's attack. It was simpler, but the increase in power was terrifying. A simple punch could create a space-time storm, dissipating everything. Retreat. Using the boundless nature, Yichen's sword struck the 7th grade sovereign battle puppet's chest, sending it flying. Of course, it was impossible to shatter it. In a battle of the same level, it was difficult to kill the opponent, even if the opponent was 1,000 times stronger. For example, if the Earth Demon Sovereign wanted to kill the Golden Buddha Supreme, he couldn't do it himself, so he could only rely on the power of the Saint Weapon. One sword, two swords. After gaining the upper hand, Yichen didn't give the 7th grade sovereign battle puppet any chance. He kept attacking it until it ran out of energy and dissipated. My current strength should be equivalent to a slightly weaker Supreme. If he didn't have a 7th grade Supreme battle puppet, it would be hard for him to know what level he was at. However, he was clear that although he was a lot stronger than a 7th grade Supreme battle puppet, the battle puppet's overall strength was much weaker than a living Supreme being. A true Supreme being had many more tricks up their sleeves. Time to patrol again. For a Supreme, a year had passed too quickly. In the state of cultivation, one wouldn't even notice the passing of time. Should I take a trip to the cave? An idea popped up in Yichen's mind. The Black Wind Stream was divided into two parts. One part was the walls of the Black Wind Stream, and the other part was the cave at the end of the Black Wind Stream. In fact, they didn't need to patrol the cave. If there was anything strange, they could just report it to the true Martial Supreme. No wonder so many Supreme were affected by Lord Mad after coming in. Their strength couldn't improve, and some even went crazy. The willpower of Supremes was very strong, and it was hard for them to be tempted. There was only one way to tempt them, and that was strength. Yichen didn't know what the consequences of entering the cave would be, but he was very clear that he had already been affected by Mad Sovereign. On the small side, as long as he didn't enter the cave, Mad Sovereign's influence would be useless. On the big side, his willpower would be shaken, which would be fatal. Shaking his head, Yichen smiled bitterly. It seemed like his state of mind wasn't strong enough. With his current realm, he definitely couldn't go to the cave. The risk was too great. There would come a day when he would have no choice but to go. Your willpower is stronger than I thought. The stronger your willpower, the lower the risk of entering the cave. This time, Lord Mad only said one sentence to Yichen. Another year had passed. Lord Mad didn't say anything, but Yichen could feel that Lord Mad's eyes had become much colder. I really can't go to the cave. Sighing, Yichen left. In the years that followed, Yichen and Lord Mad didn't talk at all. Yichen also gave up on the idea of entering the cave. It was the 50th year since he entered the Black Wind Stream. Whoosh! 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 In the Black Wind Stream, black whirlwinds howled. The entire place was covered in a thick black fog, and one couldn't even see their fingers. On the 3rd floor of the building, Yichen sensed something. He quickly left the training space and went outside the building. What's going on? Without any hesitation, Yichen crushed the Black Wind token in his hand. Once the Black Wind token was broken, Supreme True Martial would immediately know that something big had happened in the Black Wind Stream. With his speed, it wouldn't take long for him to get here. Suddenly, a cold light flashed on Yichen's right, and it shot towards Yichen. Clang, Yichen immediately pulled out the brilliant divine sword and blocked the attack. Supreme Fire, it's you. Yichen squinted his eyes and stared at Supreme Fire, who was exposed in the black fog. I'm not some Supreme Fire. The real Supreme Fire has been eaten by me. Supreme Fire's body and aura changed, and he turned into a strange Supreme. His flesh and blood were very strange. They were in a translucent state, as if they were made of jelly. At the end of the Black Wind Stream, there was a powerful aura that was breaking free. Now, there was a strange Supreme in front of him. Yichen suddenly understood. If the true Martial Sovereign or the Gold Buddha Sovereign were here, they would definitely recognize that this Supreme with a jelly-like body belonged to a very powerful and rare bloodline of the demons called the 100 Faces Demon. The 100 Faces demon was even rarer than the Dark Witch and Dark Goddess bloodlines. It was even similar to the bloodline of the Great Demon King. Although the 100 Faces demon man wasn't as powerful as the Great Demon King's bloodline, he had a unique talent. He could change the appearance of the person he ate, and even his aura, memory, and soul were exactly the same, without any flaws. Within the same level, the 100 Faces demon man's identity would almost never be seen through. This was also the main reason why Supreme Raging Fire could hide from Supreme True Martial and sneak into the Black Wind Stream. Yichen naturally didn't know what bloodline the opponent had, but the demonic aura he emitted revealed his race identity. Obviously, he was from the demons. Yichen, you are very good. If you join us, the demons, in the future, when the demons unify the entire universe, the human race will be under your control. Flawless Demon Sovereign smiled and suggested. Yichen said coldly, this kind of temptation has no effect on me. You don't need to use this to stall for time. Stall for time? Hehe, I am not the Lihua Sovereign, and you are not the True Martial Sovereign or the Gold Buddha Sovereign. Do you think I need to stall you? The corner of Flawless Demon Sovereign's mouth curled up as he mocked. Yes or no, you will know after you try. The black fog became thicker and thicker, and even his soul power was affected. Yichen tightened his grip on the Huang Godly sword and opened his holy netherworld eye to lock on the opponent's position. The smile on the corner of Flawless Demon Sovereign's mouth gradually disappeared. Whoosh, the black fog was pushed away, and Flawless Demon Sovereign instantly appeared on the right side of Yichen. The dagger in his hand turned into a poisonous snake that stabbed towards Yichen's heart. His body flashed, Yichen easily dodged this attack and then slashed out with his sword. A blinding sword light exploded. Flawless Demon Sovereign realized that he could not dodge the sword no matter what. This sword had already sealed all his escape routes. Even time and space were locked. Clang, sparks flew everywhere as Flawless Demon Venerable was blown away. His right arm was twisted in a weird way. At the critical moment, he used his dagger to block the sword, but the angle was a bit off, and he couldn't even exert a tenth of his strength. You're a super supreme being? Flawless Demon Sovereign looked at Yichen hesitantly. Yichen didn't reply. Instead, he attacked with a 5-element slash. So what if you're a supreme being? I'm one too. Flawless Demon Sovereign roared. He waved his dagger and a crystal lotus formed by chi blocked the 5-colored sword chi. Ka-la-la, broken crystals splashed everywhere, and the crystal lotus was cut open. The 5-colored sword chi left a shallow sword mark on Flawless Demon Venerable's chest. There were strong and weak supremes. It was obvious that Flawless Demon Sovereign was weaker than Yichen in terms of strength. Damn it. Flawless Demon Sovereign didn't expect Yichen's progress to be this fast. Before entering the Black Wind Stream, he had inquired about Yichen's strength. He knew that Yichen's strength was at most a peak powerful sovereign. Omniscient nature. Seeing that the 5-element slash couldn't hit Flawless Demon Sovereign directly, Yichen's sword aura changed. Omniscient nature, which had the most variations, was used. Ever since his Yuan spirit reached the bronze level, Yichen's omniscient nature had almost infinite variations. How could Flawless Demon Sovereign block it? His body was hit by hundreds and thousands of sword attacks. Even the supreme armor couldn't defend against it. The destructive sword intent invaded his body. The next second, beams of sword light shot out of his body like a huge porcupine. Bastard, break! Flawless Demon Sovereign crazily operated his demon art to force the destructive sword intent out of his body. Flawless Thousand Snakes pierced the heart. The dagger in Flawless Demon Sovereign's hand turned into a black poisonous snake. He loosened his hand, and the black poisonous snake flew out. Along the way, it turned into millions of different poisonous snakes. Each of them went for Yichen's weak point as if they had a mind of their own. Yichen could tell that this attack contained the profound of yin and yang, as well as the profound of poison. As long as he was hit, he wouldn't feel good. 5-colored sword light filled the air. Yichen was surrounded by a 5-colored light ball. 5-element sword art, rise to fall. Swoosh! Swoosh, no matter how many poisonous snakes there were, they couldn't break through the 5-colored light ball. Instead, they disappeared automatically. Death cut. Suddenly, the five-colored light ball merged into his body. Yichen slashed out with his sword. Millions of sword shadows spread out, stacking up the space and time like it was being cut into millions of pieces. Run! Flawless Demon Sovereign was shocked. In terms of offense and defense, he could barely be considered a supreme. But in terms of battle techniques, he was much weaker than Yichen. A wave of blood splashed out. It was the blood left behind by Flawless Demon Sovereign. Flawless Demon Sovereign flew towards the end of the black wind stream. Yichen thought about it and chased after him. There was still some time before Supreme True Marshal arrived. The black wind token had been crushed, so he couldn't get out. It was better to go and see what was going on first. The closer he got to the end of the stream, the thicker the black mist became. It was like water, making people uncomfortable. Using the Netherworld Sacred Eye, Yichen followed closely behind Flawless Demon Sovereign. Vaguely, Yichen saw a huge shadow at the end of the stream. It was faint silver in color. Martial Path Yuan Shin. Yichen was shocked. Martial Yuan spirits were divided into 3 levels: bronze, silver, and gold. Once one's martial Yuan spirit reached the silver level, one would basically be at the level of a legendary paragon. He was definitely not a match for him. Although his opponent's martial Yuan spirit was dim and seemed to have suffered a lot of damage, a silver Yuan spirit was still a silver Yuan spirit. It was far inferior to a bronze Yuan spirit. Luckily, Yichen also saw the chains that locked the silver martial path Yuan Shin. The chains extended all the way to the cave at the end of the black wind stream, making clanking sounds. I should have known that there must be living people in the black wind stream. Although their bodies have decayed, their martial path Yuan Shin has survived for at least 1,000,000 years. Yichen's speed was extremely fast. Soon, he caught up with Flawless Demon Sovereign. Crackle! A golden lightning shot out from his eyes and hit Flawless Demon Sovereign. Flawless Demon Sovereign staggered, feeling dizzy. The Netherworld Sacred Eye combined with the soul attack had shocking destructive power. Flawless Demon Sovereign's speed couldn't help but slow down. Yichen, you are courting death. Flawless Demon Sovereign was furious. The opponent clearly knew that the end of the black wind stream was a forbidden area, but he still dared to chase. Yichen sneered. His body emitted a bronze light as he slashed at Flawless Demon Sovereign with all his strength. Clang, this sword was blocked by someone. It wasn't Unblemished Demon Venerable, but a giant silver hand that reached out from the black mist. The sword light in his hand was like a mudfish that was trying its best to crawl in, but it couldn't break free. Pa, the sword light was crushed, and a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell resounded, how many years has it been? A junior actually dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. Is this the power of a silver martial path Yuan Shin? Yichen's pupils shrunk to a point as he quickly stopped. Seeing the silver hand crush Yichen's attack, Unblemished Demon Emperor's face flashed with joy. He cupped his hands in the direction of the silver hand and said, "Congratulations, Sky Master, for leaving the cave. This is all thanks to the 10,000 demon blood crystal you brought. Sadly, there was only one. If there was one more, it could melt the seal on me." The voice in the black mist said. Unblemished Demon Emperor smiled awkwardly. He didn't know how to answer. The 10,000 demon blood crystal was the most valuable treasure of the demons. It was as precious as a supreme. Right now, the demons only had one. If the rescue failed, the demons would suffer a great loss. Sky Master, this kid is a rare genius of the human race. If we take him back, we can make the human race hesitate. Unblemished Demon Emperor suggested to the figure in the black mist. You are right. Clatter, the sound of iron chains rubbing against each other was heard. The black mist was pushed aside and a 20-meter-tall silver figure appeared in front of Yichen and Unblemished Demon Emperor. It was a terrifying demon that seemed to be made of silver. Its eyes shone with green light. If one looked closely, they would see that it didn't have a physical body. The body in front of them was a highly concentrated martial path Yuan spirit. There were a total of 9 chains on his body. There was 1 on his head, 1 on each shoulder, 1 on each arm and leg, and 2 on his spine. The 9 chains were like 9 poisonous snakes, deeply piercing into his body. The other end of the chains was connected to a metal ball. The metal ball was engraved with countless runes, each the size of an ant. As soon as this demon appeared, one of its eyes locked onto Unblemished Demon Emperor and the other locked onto Yi Chen. It was very strange. 100 Transformation Demon Emperor, how rare. There weren't any in my era. The left eye shifted its gaze away from Flawless Demon Sovereign and focused all of its attention on Yi Chen. The invisible pressure increased. Yi Chen felt like there was an ancient mountain pressing down on him. It was hard to even move a finger. I have to wait for True Martial Supreme to come. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen calmed himself down. Even though this martial yuan spirit was an antique, True Martial Supreme had a saint item, so he wasn't afraid of it. Who are you? Yi Chen asked calmly. The demon laughed out loud. Based on your soul aura, you are indeed less than 1,000 years old. You are a genius and you have the right to know my name. Remember, I am Celestial Venerable Rot Demon. Now, follow me. As he spoke, Empyrean Corrupt Devil waved his hand. His right hand was like a 5-fingered mountain that enveloped Yi Chen. 5 elements slash. Yi Chen bellowed, and the 5-colored sword chi slashed towards his opponent. Clang, sparks flew everywhere. His opponent's right hand was many times tougher than Yi Chen had imagined. The 5 elements slash could not break through his opponent's defense at all, not even leaving a white mark. If it was any other enemy, even if Yi Chen couldn't beat them, he was confident he could avoid the first strike. But Empyrean Corrupt Devil's simple wave contained profound mysteries that couldn't be dodged at all. Yi Chen knew that the gap between the two of them was too big, so big that he couldn't use battle skills to make up for it. Just as Yi Chen was about to be grabbed, the surging 5-colored sword light spread out, turning into a giant 5-colored ball of light. The silver hand entered the range of the 5-colored sword light, and its speed and power dropped by a lot. It was like it was stuck in a swamp. Interesting. Heavenly Venerable Corrupt Devil didn't mind it at all. He slightly increased the power in his right hand. Immediately, the 5-colored sword light was distorted, and the 5-colored light sphere was compressed again and again. Eventually, it turned into a huge sphere with a diameter of 30 meters. The huge sphere wrapped around Yi Chen, and the silver hand was about to withdraw. Monster, let go. At that critical moment, a bronze light pierced through the silver hand. Who is it? Empyrean Corrupt Devil raised his head and looked into the depths of the black mist. Unblemished Demon Lord seemed to think of something, and his face was a little nervous. A black hole appeared in the black mist, and a burly middle-aged man more than 15 feet tall came out. He held a bronze mace in his hand, and a vast power was emitting from it. Supreme True Martial. Seeing that it was Supreme True Martial, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. Supreme True Martial was a peak supreme, and he also had a divine weapon. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a silver martial path yuan spirit. Yi Chen, are you okay? What happened? Supreme True Martial looked at Yi Chen. He still valued Yi Chen a lot. The human race was at an absolute disadvantage now, and they needed to rely on a genius like Yi Chen to turn the tide. What they had lost now, they would get back one day. Supreme Raging Fire is the transformation of supreme demons. He used the 10,000 demon blood crystal to release this demon, and this demon is Supreme Corrupt Devil. Be careful. Yi Chen retreated behind Supreme True Martial and warned. Supreme Corrupt Devil? Supreme True Martial was deep in thought. On the other side, Unblemished Demon Lord said to Supreme Corrupt Devil, Supreme, this is the #1 Supreme of the human race, Supreme True Martial. He has a divine weapon, the True Martial Divine Mace. Supreme Corrupt Devil was still brooding over the fact that his right hand had just been pierced. 2 million years have passed, and a little Supreme has become the #1 Supreme of the human race. It seems that the human race isn't having a good time. But your divine weapon is very sharp. It's a waste to have it in your hands. Come here. Facing Yi Chen, Heavenly Venerable Corrupt Devil had only used 30 to 40% of his strength. But now, he brought out more than 90% of his strength. With him as the center, a silver-white radiance erupted. Amidst the endless radiance, a fist punched out, corroding spacetime. The fist's speed was astonishing. Supreme Corrupt Devil, the legendary supreme of demons from 2 million years ago. So it's him. Supreme True Marshal was knowledgeable, so he quickly learned who Supreme Corrupt Devil was. Of course, even if he knew, Supreme True Marshal wasn't afraid. Right now, his opponent was in a martial path Xianxia state and was sealed. He could only use 30 to 40% of his power. Plus, after being sealed for so many years, his essence, energy, and soul must have been worn down. More importantly, he had a divine weapon. With a divine weapon, he didn't need to be afraid of his opponent. Clang, Supreme True Marshal's mace broke the opponent's fist. He didn't retreat a single step. Eat my corrosive god fist. Supreme Corrupt Devil's right hand turned from silver to pure green. Wherever the green fist passed, green slime dripped down, corroding the ground of the black wind stream. In addition, the green fist wind rushed towards Supreme True Marshal, as well as Xianxia, who was behind Supreme True Marshal. What a powerful fist technique! Xianxia was startled. Heavenly Venerable Decay Devil's corrosive god fist was certainly inferior to the Three Realms killing fist, but the gap was not too big. The fist energy of this fist transformed into poisonous gas that could corrode all living things in the world, including yin and yang. World Tribulation. Supreme True Marshal didn't dare to be careless in the face of Supreme Corrupt Devil's all-out fist. He used the sixth of the True Marshal 7 calamities. The 4 profound meanings of earth, water, fire, and wind fused together to form the light of primal chaos. It had the power to destroy the world and rebuild the universe. Pop, 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 pop. There was no earth-shattering sound, but one could see green bubbles and turbid bubbles in the black mist. When the two bubbles collided, they immediately disappeared. Heavenly Master Corrupt Devil was no match for the power of the True Marshal Divine Truncheon, and he was sent flying. His body was riddled with holes, like a piece of cheese on fire. True Marshal Supreme, on the other hand, only took 3 steps back. He had the upper hand. Damn it! Empyrean Corrupt Devil's face was unsightly. 2 million years had passed, and he had long since forgotten about the power of a saint item. But now, the True Marshal Divine Swordbreaker showed him that a saint item was indeed a saint item, and that it could help its wielder fight beyond realms. Human Calamity Tribulation. True Marshal Supreme gained the upper hand in one move, and he followed up with the 5th of the True Marshal 7 calamities, the Man Calamity Tribulation. In a flash, True Marshal Supreme split into 4, and the 4 figures surrounded Corrupt Devil Holy Master. Each True Marshal Supreme was using his full strength, and there was not the slightest bit of falsehood in his attacks. They attacked Corrupt Devil Holy Master in the center. Sky Corrosion. Empyrean Rotten Demon roared out loud. He punched upwards and then punched downwards. In the next moment, green shockwaves superimposed over each other, forming a green nebula that enveloped him. Supreme True Marshal's attack landed on the nebula, emitting crackling sounds. Soon, the nebula was riddled with holes. A bronze light pierced through the nebula, piercing through Empyrean Rotten Devil's chest. Junior, one day, I will make you wish you were dead. Knowing that he couldn't beat True Marshal Supreme, Heavenly Master Rot Devil's body suddenly turned into a silver storm that swept unblemished Demon Sovereign inside. Along the way, the black mist was pushed away, blocking True Marshal Supreme's vision. Xianxia, you stay here. How could True Marshal Supreme let Heavenly Master Rot Devil escape from the black wind stream? Once he did, it would be a disaster for the human race. True Marshal Supreme pushed his True Yuan to the limit, and the stars around him flickered. Whoosh! He shot toward the silver storm like an arrow piercing through the clouds. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the black wind stream. Boom! Even from far away, Xianxia could hear the sound of the collision. When Xianxia rushed over, only Supreme Marshal was left at the entrance. Corrupt Heavenly Master and Flawless Demon Master had disappeared without a trace. Supreme True Marshal said in a deep voice, I didn't expect the black wind stream to be in trouble while I was in charge. I also have to take half of the responsibility. If Xianxia insisted on patrolling the black wind stream with Sovereign Inferno, it wouldn't be so easy for the other party to release Empyrean Rot Devil. Of course, one could be a thief for 1,000 days, but not a thief for 1,000 days. Unless Xianxia was always by Sovereign Inferno's side, the other party would still have a way to release Empyrean Rot Devil. Supreme True Marshal waved his hand, this has nothing to do with you. I was careless. It's a pity that I didn't kill that 100 Faces demon. For Supreme True Marshal, the 100 Faces demon was a bigger threat than Corrupt Devil. The seal on Corrupt Devil's body hadn't been removed, and he had been hit several times by the True Marshal Divine Mace. His strength had been reduced by many folds. Even with the help of treasures, it would take hundreds of years for him to recover. But the 100 Faces demon was different. He could change the appearance and aura of the person he ate. If he mixed in with the supreme of the human clan, the barbarian clan, or the giant clan, the chaos would be even more terrible. Then what should we do next? Yichen could feel Supreme True Marshal's pressure. The great war between humans and demonic beasts was imminent, and now, a corrupt devil heavenly sovereign and 100 transformation demon man had appeared, adding snow to the human race. As the pillar of the human race, Supreme True Marshal had to withstand the pressure. No matter how anxious he had to maintain his composure, lest he infect others. Different situations call for different actions. Continue to patrol the Black Wind Stream. You'll be fine alone, right? Supreme True Marshal let out a breath and looked at Yichen. Yichen said, "Don't worry. I'll be fine. It's good that there are no problems. In this period of time, you cultivate well. Leave the rest to me." With these words, Supreme True Marshal took out a Black Wind token and handed it over. Before leaving, Supreme True Marshal told Yichen not to talk too much with Mad Lord and not to enter the cave. Even if he did enter, he shouldn't go too deep. There were many unknown dangers. The cave? Supreme True Marshal's words made Yichen think. Although Supreme True Marshal reminded him not to enter the cave, he didn't forbid him from doing so. Outside the Black Wind Stream, Supreme True Marshal thought to himself, both Supreme Golden Buddha and I have entered the cave. Although it's dangerous and we might become the second Mad Lord, it's also an opportunity. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Supreme True Marshal and Supreme Golden Buddha sighed. Mad Lord had become like this because he was too eager for success. If he had been more careful and didn't go too deep into the cave, he would have been able to resist the temptation. Even if he wasn't as strong as he was now, he wouldn't be too far off. Unfortunately, the days in the Black Wind Stream weren't boring. As usual, Yichen spent most of his time studying the black smoke, trying to improve his bronze martial yuan shin. After decades of observation, Yichen found that the closer the cave to the entrance of the Black Wind Stream, the lower the strength of the sealed demons. Of course, these demons were long dead, leaving behind only a wisp of demonic aura. The cave where Mad Lord was sealed was in the middle of the Black Wind Stream. It wasn't too strong, only at the level of a super supreme. In the caves behind him, there were some caves that emitted black smoke that made Yichen's heart palpitate, not to mention the cave at the end of the Black Wind Stream. There should be a powerful legendary supreme in the cave. Yichen guessed. Soon, another 20 years passed. In the cultivation space, Yichen was fighting with the level 8 Supreme Battle Puppet. The level 8 Supreme Battle Puppet was equivalent to a mid-level Super Supreme. In the process of fighting, Yichen gradually realized what he was lacking. The biggest one was naturally his physical defense, but there was nothing he could do about it. He wasn't the Golden Buddha Supreme. The Golden Buddha Supreme's Golden Body 9 refinement stage allowed him to ignore most attacks. Only a saint weapon could deal fatal damage to him. A body refinement stage cultivates body refinement martial arts with twice the results with half the effort. But if I create my own sword body, it won't be too far off. An ordinary sword body was nothing to a sovereign. For example, the bronze sword body or the platinum sword body. These sword bodies were just special abilities that came with cultivation techniques. Yichen wanted to create a sword body similar to the Golden Body 9 refinement stage. Of course, he had to take things one step at a time. In the beginning, he only needed to create a prototype, and he would gradually perfect it in the future. To create a powerful sword body, Yichen relied on nothing but the body refinement information contained in the black smoke. With the countless body refinement information and Yichen's own accumulation, he had a certain degree of confidence. Clang, 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 this was a world of swords. Countless swords were stabbed into the ground, and countless swords floated in the air. There were big and small swords. The small ones were like daggers, the big ones were like mountains, and the big ones were like giant dragons. The auras of the swords were also different. Some were cold, some righteous, some domineering, some untamed, and some low-key. These swords were all from Yi Chen's collection. From low-grade swords to emperor-grade swords, there were everything, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. Sitting in the center of the countless swords, Yi Chen closed his eyes, and his body naturally emitted sharp sword qi. Gradually, the sword qi coordinated with Yi Chen's breathing, expanding and contracting as if it had a spirit of its own. I have the immortal sword soul, and my soul has the immortal attribute. If I can make my body also have the immortal attribute, and refine it into a sword body, the limit of this sword body will be able to match the golden body 9 transformations in the future, or even surpass it. A sword body couldn't be created just because one wanted it to be. But before one created it, one had to have a concept of whether the limit of the sword body was big enough, and whether there was a possibility of success. The sound of Yi Chen's breathing wasn't loud, but the movement it caused was not small at all. With Yi Chen as the center, a tide spread out, and as the power of the tide swept out, countless swords in the sky and on the ground trembled, as if something was about to break out of the swords. I will forge my body with immortality, condense. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and sword light shot out in all directions. His eyes were unprecedentedly sharp. The moment Yi Chen opened his eyes, countless sword shadows shot towards Yi Chen from all directions. These sword shadows were not physical, but were the essence of the countless swords in the surroundings. It was like the essence, qi, and spirit of ordinary cultivators, or the martial arts yuan spirit of a paragon. The essence of a sword was extremely important. If a sword was damaged, it could be repaired, but if the essence was damaged, then it would be difficult to repair. If all the essence was lost, then the sword would become a pile of scrap metal. As the sword essence entered his body, the surface of Yi Chen's skin blossomed with a cold light, like steel that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. When all the sword essence entered his body, Yi Chen involuntarily floated up. The shadow of a huge sword enveloped Yi Chen. At the same time, Yi Chen's aura reached its peak, containing the charm of piercing through the heavens and severing time and space. Buzz, 1, 2, 3, 3 ancient sword marks flashed across Yi Chen's body and disappeared into his body. Gently landing on the ground, Yi Chen muttered to himself, "This is too amazing. It was clearly a sword body that I created, but the development after that was beyond my expectations. It naturally contains sword marks. 3 sword marks, it should be the 3rd level of the immortal sword body." This sword body that Yi Chen created was called the immortal sword body. Originally, Yi Chen was still pondering how to divide the immortal sword body into levels. He didn't expect that the immortal sword body would naturally contain sword marks, which saved him a lot of trouble. As for why the immortal sword body needed to absorb the sword essence, it was mainly because Yi Chen wasn't a supreme body refiner, so his physical body wasn't strong enough. Only with enough sword essence could he have enough endurance. Otherwise, the immortal sword body wouldn't be able to continue to develop. If he wanted to have the best of both worlds, he had to have some tricks. Raising the index and middle fingers of his right hand, Yi Chen pointed a sword finger at his arm. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chen's arm was extremely hard as if it was made of gold and iron. But then, Yi Chen exerted a little force, and a mark was still left on his arm, causing blood to flow. Rice should be eaten bite by bite. Yi Chen was already very satisfied with the defensive effect of the 3rd level of the immortal sword body. After all, the 3rd level couldn't be compared to the 7th or 8th level of the 9 turns golden body. Days passed, and a year later, Yi Chen barely cultivated the immortal sword body to the peak of the 3rd level. It's too difficult. I didn't expect that creating a body refining martial art would be so much more difficult than creating a supreme martial art. That's right, as long as one's perception is high, creating a supreme martial art isn't difficult. But to create a body refining martial art, one needs enough knowledge, which is not enough to rely on perception. Do I have to enter the cave? Yi Chen frowned. Forget it, I still haven't understood the black smoke outside, so I'm not in a hurry. Yi Chen decided to think about it a little more. Just like that, another 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Yi Chen's immortal sword body reached the peak of the 4th level. 10 years later, the immortal sword body reached the 5th level. the 5th level of the Immortal Sword body could already resist the attack of a Grade 5 Supreme Puppet of Battle. The starting point of the Immortal Sword body was very high. The 1st level could resist the attack of a Grade 1 Supreme Puppet of Battle, the 2nd level could resist the attack of a Grade 2 Supreme Puppet of Battle, and the 5th level could resist the attack of a Grade 5 Supreme Puppet of Battle. Of course, whether it was the 9 turns golden body or the Immortal Sword body, one had to wear the supreme armor to resist the attack. Only with the supreme armor could one resist the attack. Looks like I have to go to the cave. At the 5th level of the Immortal Sword body, it was hard to move forward. Yichen clearly knew that this was a cognitive barrier, and it was very easy to break it, which was to obtain more knowledge. On this day, Yichen finished patrolling the caves on both sides of the Black Wind Stream and flew toward the end of the stream. Soon, Yichen arrived at the end of the Black Wind Stream. There was a black vortex here, and endless black smoke was surging out of it. The information was very chaotic. Yichen studied it for a while, and his head was swollen. There was too much information, and it was as if the knowledge of countless people had been mixed together and stirred violently. It was impossible for him to study it even if he wanted to. After a slight hesitation, Yichen's figure flashed, and he plunged into the black vortex. It was as if he had gone from light to darkness. Yichen felt that he had come to another world, another universe. It was not pitch black, but rather a dim world. He couldn't feel the existence of the heavenly Tao law, and there was only nothingness and silence, a deathly silence that could make people panic. After walking for a long time, Yichen came to a dark valley. There were not many caves in the valley, and black smoke was surging out of these caves. What a thick smoke! Yichen's eyes narrowed. This black smoke was more than 10 times thicker than the black smoke outside, and some were even 100 times thicker. It was like a long black dragon, roaming around. Based on the principle of proximity, Yichen began to study the black smoke closest to him. The black smoke contained a lot of information, but it was a pity that there were many gaps in it. It was likely that the existence sealed in these caves had died for too long, and even the information had begun to fade. Even so, the information left behind by the legendary Supremes was terrifying. The life of every legendary Supremes was a legendary history, and it would take more than 100 years to finish. 2. Yichen was only interested in the body refinement information and martial Dao Yuanshan information. He chose to ignore the rest. However, the information was too chaotic, and Yichen more or less absorbed a lot of useless information. This information contained a demonic nature, as if there was a voice telling something in Yichen's heart. Almost there. Yichen maintained a clear mind at all times. He didn't want to become a madman like Sovereign Kuang. Every time he entered the cave, he would leave at the right time. He would never stay a second longer just because he was in high spirits. This time it was a quarter, and the next time it would be 2 quarters. He believed that it would not happen in a day for the Mad Lord to go from normal to crazy. After all, it would take more than a day for the Mad Lord to go crazy. The black smoke in the cavern contained much more information than the outside world. 1 wisp of black smoke was equivalent to thousands of wisps of smoke in the outside world. Moreover, the information was deeper and closer to the essence. Unknowingly, Yichen's immortal sword body had reached the peak of the 5th level from the early stage. At the 5th layer of the immortal sword body, the sword energy would be consumed very quickly when resisting the attacks of a 5th grade sovereign battle puppet. At the 5th layer, the sword energy would be several times better than at the middle stage, and at the late stage, it would be several times better. At the peak stage, it would be hundreds of times better than at the early stage. But what made Yichen smile bitterly was that the peak of the 5th level of the immortal sword body was close to Yichen's limit. If he wanted to continue, he would need to absorb more sword essences or improve his spirit body greatly. Otherwise, he would be stuck at the peak of the 5th level forever. Absorb the sword essence of the Huang Divine Sword? A thought flashed through Yichen's mind. The sword essence of a supreme sword was undoubtedly much more condensed. One sword could surpass the countless sword essences he had absorbed before. No, there aren't many supreme swords in the human race. Absorbing one is one less. Let's wait until I can forge a supreme sword. In the beginning, Yichen planned to win by quantity. Although the immortal sword body could not be improved any further, Yichen did not give up on studying this information. As long as he accumulated enough information, it would be even more powerful in the future. At the same time, Yichen began to focus on improving his martial yuan shin. One was internal while the other was external, both equally important. There are more and more black threads. After entering the cavern, Yichen's martial yuan shin improved rapidly, from the early bronze stage to the middle bronze stage. One should know that the improvement of the martial yuan shin was the most difficult. It needed time to settle. The true martial supreme and the golden Buddha supreme were the pillars of the human race, but their martial yuan shin was only at the bronze level. Of course, as the martial path yuan shin improved rapidly, more and more black threads appeared on it. They looked like the meridians of the martial path yuan shin, but they also looked like a huge net that bound the martial path yuan shin. Yichen tried to analyze these black strands and found that they were extremely intelligent and not under his control. Yichen guessed that these black strands should be a heterogeneous primordial martial spirit. Once the heterogeneous primordial martial spirits were strong enough, Yichen's own primordial martial spirit would gradually be replaced by them. At that time, Yichen would no longer be the real Yichen, but a completely different Yichen. Find a way to let me out. I can upgrade your martial primordial spirit to the silver level. For the past few days, a voice had been lingering in his mind. A silver martial Dao primordial spirit. Even a legendary sovereign might not be able to possess one. With a silver martial Dao Yuan spirit, it's easy for you to live for a few million years. Such a long time is enough for you to become a demigod. Without my help, it'll take you at least 100,000 years to upgrade your martial Dao Yuan spirit to the silver level, maybe even longer. Noisy. Yichen's response was simple. He used the destruction sword will to kill the heterogeneous primordial spirit. Every time a heterogeneous primordial spirit appeared, he would kill it. Fortunately, he had the 8th rank destruction sword will. On this day, 2 guests came to the Black Wind Stream, Supreme Xianxia and Supreme Ananda. They were the disciples of Supreme True Martial and Supreme Golden Buddha respectively. They were also the ones who made Supreme True Martial and Supreme Golden Buddha feel the most at ease. They had been patrolling the Black Wind Stream many times. Supreme Yi, Master asked us to replace you. Supreme Xianxia explained the purpose of their visit. Supreme Ananda put his palms together and said, Supreme Yi, if you want to come in the future, you can go to the Supreme Pavilion and summon Martial Uncle True Martial. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you. Yichen nodded. He was planning to leave the Black Wind Stream. The immortal sword body needed more sword essences to upgrade. After leaving the Black Wind Stream, Yichen didn't go to the 9 Revolution Stars Tiantian continent. Instead, he went to the Vermilion Bird Star region's Waterbird Star. The Waterbird Star was a level 8 life planet with a diameter of 500 million miles. In the entire Vermilion Bird region, there were only a dozen or so level 8 life planets. Above it were the Vermilion Bird Star, the Golden Crow Star, and a few other level 9 life planets. In the distance, Yichen saw the Waterbird Star. The Waterbird Star looked very beautiful. It was blue in color, like Mercury. The land area was very small, only taking up about 10 to 20% of the star. Rather than calling it a continent, it was more like a large island in the ocean. Of course, the Waterbird Star was big enough. A large island was as big as a small life planet. The Waterbird Star had a total of 36 continents and countless islands. The Yi family lived on the Waterbird continent, while the Dusk Sword sect lived on the Waterfall continent. The Waterbird continent was undoubtedly the richest continent on the Waterbird Star. In this world, there were many ordinary people. They didn't need to cultivate. They just wanted to earn more money and enjoy life. The light blue sky, the crystal clear sea, and the white sand made Paradise Bay a famous beach for the rich on the Waterbird Star continent. Those who came here were either rich or powerful. Each of them had a luxurious puppet ship that flew past the sky. Yichen could see countless people living here. The life of an ordinary person isn't bad. Yichen's mind flashed with his past and present lives. With a flash of light, Yichen disappeared without a trace. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense Yichen's existence. The Waterbird Star continent not only had the word waterbird in its name, but it was also shaped like a waterbird. The Yi family's residence was at the head of the Waterbird Star continent, where the environment was the best. The current Yi family had begun to display the demeanor of a great family. After 700 years of development, the population alone had broken through 10 million. Many of the Yi family's disciples with relatively high potential knew that they had no hope of breaking through to life and death realm, so they began to focus on marrying and having children, hoping that their descendants would be able to break through to life and death realm. After all, in such a big family, one couldn't speak without reaching life and death realm. Only by becoming a life and death king would one's parents and descendants receive better treatment. This was the case for both families and races. Resources were limited, and they had to rely on themselves. The beak of the waterbird star continent was called the Beak Bay. This was one of the 3 great training bases of the Yi family. 1/3 of the Yi family's disciples were trained here. If their talent was high enough, they would be sent to the Dusk Sword sect to receive the training of the sect. Countless people in the Yi family had their eyes fixed on this place, hoping that their children would have an outstanding performance. On the shore, a young man and a woman were taking a stroll. The young man was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. The woman was Xianxia. After 700 years, she hadn't changed a bit. "Xianxia, can you tell me about your big brother?" The young man turned his head and said with expectation. Xianxia helplessly said, "When my big brother comes back, you can just meet him." The young man was startled. "How would I dare?" Indeed, he didn't dare. Yichen was a sovereign, and the two of them weren't on the same level. Even if he was Yichen's future brother-in-law in name. "Coward!" Xianxia stuck out her tongue. Suddenly, her gaze froze, and she shouted, "Big brother! You're scaring me again." Although the young man said so, he still subconsciously looked over and was immediately dumbfounded. In front of him, a blue-robed youngster was standing on the white beach. His face was somewhat indistinct under the illumination of the sun. The ebb and flow of seawater had soaked his trousers, making him look a bit more real. The young man seemed to vaguely see a trace of a smile at the corner of the blue-robed youngster's mouth. After confirming that it was her big brother, Xianxia did not have the slightest demeanor of a virtuous lady. She directly pounced over and hugged Yichen. Since childhood, she and her second brother had worshipped their big brother the most. However, the time they spent together was too little. Every time they met, she especially treasured it, because she knew when they would meet again. "Xianxia, it's been 100 years. You've finally found a partner." Before going to Black Wind Stream, Yichen hadn't heard that his little sister had found a partner. He hadn't expected to receive such a pleasant surprise. In fact, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao's talents were limited. Cultivating to life and death realm was not difficult, but cultivating to the 7th layer was extremely difficult. Therefore, it was time for them to find a partner. Not only his little sister, but Yi Chen's 4 disciples had also reached the limit of their potential. If they wanted to continue advancing, they could only rely on the accumulation of time. "Big brother, let me introduce you. He's Wei Yanfeng." Yi Xiaoxiao's face reddened as she glared at Wei Yanfeng. "Why aren't you greeting big brother?" "Big brother." Wei Yanfeng reacted and promptly called out with excitement and apprehension in his eyes. Yichen nodded with a smile and asked about the other party. Through their conversation, Yichen learned that Wei Yanfeng's family was also a big family. In the family's history, there had been several 8th-layer life and death heavenly monarchs. The current patriarch of Wei Yanfeng family was called Wei Yantong, a 7th-layer life and death realm expert. Not many people in the Yi family knew that Yi Chen had come to Waterbird Planet. At his level, there were not many people who could be close to him. Apart from his closest relatives, everyone else would be extremely nervous when they saw him, afraid that they would say the wrong thing. It was better not to see him. Therefore, in the entire Yi family, only his parents and younger siblings knew that he had returned. As for the disciples, they were all in the Fallout Sword sect and not in the Yi family. Although Yichen did not plan to meet with the others, he still used his soul force to scan the Yi family. In the entire Yi family, everyone older than Yichen, apart from his parents, had basically died. There was nothing that could be done about it. Under life and death realm, the lifespan of a martial artist was 500 years. Even if they obtained some treasures, they could at most increase their lifespan by a bit. Moreover, the longer one lived, the worse the effect would be. Originally, Yi Chen's parents had already reached the end of their lifespan. However, the two life and death fruits had allowed them to become life and death kings, increasing their lifespan to 100,000 years. For ordinary martial artists, 100,000 years was a long time, and 700 years was but a blink of an eye. None of Yi Chen's cousins of the same generation had died. With sufficient resources and decent innate talents, they had all become life and death kings in a few hundred years. Of course, they could not maintain their youthful appearance like Yi Chen. They were all middle-aged. Yi Xian, who could be considered the #1 beauty of the Yi family, had also become a middle-aged woman, causing Yi Chen to sigh endlessly at the passage of time. When he was young, Yi Hai, who had a good relationship with Yi Chen, was currently teaching his great-grandson a lesson. "You little bastard, if you don't work hard now, you will die in front of me in 500 years. Hearing this, Yi Chen could not help but laugh. This Yi Hai, the 3 training bases of the Yi family were also in Yi Chen's eyes. The 3 training bases only trained disciples at the mortal realm. If they could reach the condensing reality realm within a certain period of time, they would be sent to the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School for training. In the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School, the Yi family was the biggest power. However, it was not a one-man rule. This was also ordered by Yi Chen to prevent the disciples of the Yi family from being too domineering. There were a lot of disciples of the Yi family in the 3 training bases. Every year, a batch of disciples would leave, and a new batch would come. Among them, there were not many direct disciples. A lot of them were the descendants of the guest warriors, and most of them were the descendants of the servants. In the Yi family, no matter how low the status was, as long as the descendants were capable, they could still bring honor to their ancestors and have their own territory. The Yi family was like a huge tree, with branches growing out from the trunk. After 700 years, the total population had reached 10 million. Of course, the real Yi family members were actually very few, only a few tens of thousands of people. Among them, the direct descendants of Yi Chen's parents were the least, and there were only a few of them. People like Yi Hai and the rest of them had been reproducing for God knows how many generations. 10 million is still not a lot. The ones who are truly of the Yi family's bloodline are only a few tens of thousands. Regarding the Yi family's population of 10 million, Yi Chen was not surprised. How many people in the imperial palace were of the royal bloodline? Most of them were not of the royal bloodline, but were only there to serve the royal bloodline. However, as time passed, the Yi family would become more and more complicated, and the number of people with the Yi family's bloodline would also increase. When the forest was big, there would be more and more people who liked to enjoy life. And the speed of those who liked to enjoy life was extremely frightening. They could easily take in dozens of wives and concubines. This was something that Yi Chen could not control, and could only let nature take its course. Compared to the Yi family, the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School was even more frightening. Its population actually reached several hundred million. It was said that this was under the condition that they were trying their best to restrain themselves. Otherwise, the number of disciples and life and death kings who wanted to join the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School would be uncountable. After staying on the Waterbird Star for a while, Yi Chen returned to the 9 Revolution Star Sky Continent. So many treasured swords, it should be enough. As a sovereign, it was too easy for him to obtain a large number of treasured swords. There was a star in the sky above the Sky Continent that was filled with treasured swords, ranging from low-grade to royal-grade treasured swords. There were hundreds of millions of treasured swords. Although the sword essence of low-grade treasured swords was small, there were many of them. On this star, more than 90% of the swords were low-grade treasured swords. Whoosh, taking a deep breath, 5 sword patterns flashed on Yi Chen's body. With the appearance of the sword patterns, a majestic suction force was born. In the next moment, hundreds of millions of sword shadows were projected towards Yi Chen. With so many sword essences entering his body, Yi Chen could not help but moan. It was too wonderful. It was as if he had become a peerless treasured sword, and the sword essences were nourishment, tempering the peerless treasured sword. With a sword another sword pattern appeared on Yi Chen's body. He had reached the 6th level of the Immortal sword body. In the beginning, the 6th sword pattern was very light and faint. As time passed, the color of the sword pattern became darker and darker. Only when it was the same as the previous 5 sword patterns did it stop changing. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen smiled helplessly. The immortal sword body consumed too mmany treasured swords. So many treasured swords could only help him increase by one level. However, it was understandable. The 6th level of the immortal sword body could already withstand the attack of a 6th grade supreme battle puppet, which was a top-notch supreme attack. So, the demand for sword essences was definitely high. Next, if he wanted to break through to the 7th level of the immortal sword body, low-grade treasured swords would no longer be useful. Unless the number of swords reached billions, or even tens of billions, there would not be much of an effect. Yichen had a premonition that once he reached the 9th level of the immortal sword body, not even royal-grade treasured swords would have any effect. He would only be able to use supreme treasured swords. Huff, a gust of wind blew past, and the countless swords that had been stripped of their sword essences instantly decayed and disappeared with the wind. Losing sword essences was akin to losing one's spirit, chi, and soul. Immortal sword body's rapid advancement was directly related to the absorption of countless sword essences. Otherwise, even if Yichen's body could endure the advancement, he would at most reach the 5th layer. I wonder if I can break through to the 7th layer. Yichen felt that his body had yet to reach its limit. Immortal sword soul, sword yuan, blood chi, and immortal sword body's routes simultaneously exerted force, transforming Yichen's body in an extremely mysterious manner. Clang! 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 Yichen's body emitted a series of rumbling sounds. His blood flowed like 10,000 swords, his muscles rubbed like 2 mountains colliding, and his heart beat like an earthquake. If an ordinary 7th layer life and death monarch were close, they would have likely vomited blood and died. The immortal sword body had forged Yichen into a divine sword. The space-time faintly trembled as the 7th sword pattern appeared on Yichen's body. This sword pattern was extremely faint, and would be hard to notice without careful observation. Kacha, all of a sudden, the small star below him shattered into thousands of pieces. It couldn't bear the immortal sword body's aura and shattered into pieces without any warning. As time passed, the 7th sword pattern became increasingly profound. Eventually, just like the previous 6, it imprinted itself on Yichen's body like a brand. Peak of the 7th layer, there's no way out. The peak of the 7th layer of immortal sword body had exhausted Yichen's understanding of his own body. Sometimes, knowledge was useless if it couldn't be put into practice. Yichen's understanding of the human body couldn't compare to Golden Buddha Supreme. After all, Golden Buddha Supreme had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. How could he compare? I don't know what level my fighting strength has reached, but I'm confident that apart from True Martial Supreme and Sky Demon Supreme, I won't have to fear anyone. Even if I can't beat them, I won't have to worry about my life. Yichen was very confident in himself. In terms of offense, he could already fight against a grade 8 Supreme Battle Puppet, which was equivalent to a mid-level Supreme Expert. After so many years of seeing and hearing, Yichen roughly knew the levels of Supreme Experts. For example, the True Martial Supreme and the Heavenly Demon Venerable belonged to the 1st level, which was a high-level Supreme Expert. Of course, the two of them had saint artifacts, so their real strength was estimated to be at the Legend realm. As for the Golden Buddha Supreme and the Earth Demon Venerable, they were mid-level Supreme Experts, which was equivalent to Yichen. Even if Yichen was weaker, it wouldn't be by much. In terms of defense, Yichen had the immortal sword body. The peak of the 7th level of the immortal sword body allowed him to resist the attack of a grade 7 Supreme Battle Puppet, which was the attack of a low-level Supreme Expert. Although it couldn't compare to the Golden Buddha Supreme, it shouldn't be any weaker than the Earth Demon Venerable. In this case, even if Yichen was unprepared and was hit by the Earth Demon Venerable, it wouldn't be fatal. At most, he would be injured. As for sword intent and sword domain, Yichen wasn't bad either. Yichen's sword intent was at the peak of the 8th level, and Yichen's sword domain had also reached the peak of the 8th level. Currently, in the universe, there were only a few people who had reached the 9th level. Even the Heavenly Demon Venerable and the True Martial Supreme hadn't reached it. Perhaps only some hidden old antiques had such a domain. Perhaps in terms of sword art, Yichen was slightly lacking. A powerful sword art could only be honed through bloody battles. Yichen had only experienced the battle between Supreme Experts twice. One was the battle with the projection of the Demon River Supreme and the other was the battle with the flawless Demon Venerable. Of course, Yichen wouldn't be arrogant. The Golden Buddha Supreme's ninth transformation golden body was so powerful, but he was still injured by a divine artifact and almost died. His immortal sword body was still a bit weak. If he encountered the heavenly demon Venerable, he could only run for his life. But no matter what, the current him already had the ability to move unhindered in the universe. Of course, Yichen wouldn't be arrogant. The Golden Buddha Supreme's ninth transformation golden body was so powerful, but he was still injured by a divine artifact and almost died. His immortal sword body was still a bit weak. If he encountered the heavenly demon Venerable, he could only run for his life. But no matter what, the current him already had the ability to move unhindered in the universe. The demons have one more flawless demon Venerable and one more corrupt demon Venerable. I wonder if the Golden Buddha Supreme has recovered from his injuries. If he hasn't, the human race seems to be in danger. After estimating his own strength, Yichen began to estimate the strength of the human race. After estimating, Yichen felt that the human race was in danger. The war between humans and demons this time wasn't like the previous one. Last time, it was just a test. This time, it would probably be a real war. Both sides would reveal some of their trump cards. For example, Flawless Demon Venerable appeared out of nowhere. Different situations call for different measures. The human clan has been able to fight against the demon clan for so many years. They won't be defeated so easily. Yichen thought. Ninth Transformation Star, Myriad Buddha Continent. In the center of the continent, there was a Myriad Buddha mountain. There were a total of 10,000 Buddha statues. They were vivid and lifelike. On this day, the Myriad Buddha mountain shone with golden light like a rising sun. True Martial Continent. Supreme True Martial's face flashed with joy. The Golden Buddha finally came out of seclusion. These days, he had a premonition that the war was about to begin. The demons had two more fierce generals. The human race seemed to be lacking in confidence. Although Yichen was talented, he was still a little too young. He couldn't place all his bets on him. He trusted the Golden Buddha the most. As long as it wasn't a divine weapon, the Golden Buddha's 9 transformations golden body was enough to face anyone. Golden Buddha, have you recovered? Supreme True Martial sent a telepathic message with anticipation. I've used up so many treasures. If I don't recover soon, I don't know where I can hide my face, Supreme Golden Buddha replied with a smile. Good. It's good that you've recovered. See you in the Supreme Pavilion. As he spoke, Supreme True Martial's body flashed and he was directly teleported to the Supreme Pavilion. Not long after, Supreme Golden Buddha arrived. True Martial, long time no see. The Golden Buddha Supreme being smiled. Long time no see. Supreme True Martial observed him carefully. When he confirmed that Supreme Golden Buddha had indeed recovered, he began to tell him what had happened in the past few hundred years. What? A legendary Supreme's martial path Xianxia escaped from the Black Wind Stream? Supreme Golden Buddha's smile faded and his expression became solemn. Supreme True Martial nodded. Unblemished Demon Venerable, the human race has a way to stop him. But this corrupt Demon Venerable can't be stopped by anyone except me. Although your 9 transformations golden body is powerful, you can't fight against both Earth Demon Venerable and corrupt Demon Venerable at the same time. I have to try. After so many years of seclusion, I feel that the 9 transformations golden body is about to advance, Supreme Golden Buddha said slowly. The 9 transformations golden body is about to advance. Supreme True Martial knew the power of the 9 transformations golden body. The 9 transformations golden body at the peak of the 8 transformations could ignore Earth Demon Venerable's attacks. If he and Sky Demon Venerable didn't have divine weapons, they wouldn't be able to break the 9 transformations golden body either. Once the 9 transformations golden body reached the 9 transformations, the effects would be indescribable. That's great. Supreme True Martial walked back and forth excitedly. He had been worried about this matter for the past few days. But now, it seemed that the situation wasn't that bad. Golden Buddha, there are still some days before the battle. During this time, I will order the other Supreme Masters to find treasures that can help you. Break through the 9th transformation golden body. Make a list for me. Although body tempering martial arts and supreme martial arts were both martial arts, there was still a clear difference in essence. Supreme martial arts could only be achieved through comprehension, but body-tempering martial arts, in addition to comprehension, could also be used to speed up the breakthrough through treasures. Body tempering, as long as it could be tempered, it didn't matter what path it was. Supreme Master Golden Buddha thought about it and nodded. Okay. He knew that if he wanted to break through to the 9th transformation of the Golden Body 9 transformation on his own, it would take him hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. After all, it was just a sign of a breakthrough. If he could obtain some useful treasures, the process could be shortened 1,000 times. I need golden body fruit, the more the better. And 100 refining grass, spring of life, celestial demon fire spirit fruit, cold spring of heaven and earth. Supreme Master True Martial listened and frowned. These things were not easy to find. Tianqian continent. Yichen was walking with Murong Qingqing and Su Jing. The three of them were chatting about daily life or martial arts. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Yes. Suddenly, Yichen stopped. What's wrong, Yichen? Murong Qingqing asked. I need to go out for a while. Supreme Master True Martial has a task for me, replied Yichen. In the universe, Yichen shuttled through space and time like a sword, heading in a certain direction. Supreme Master True Martial has asked us to find these treasures. But it is related to whether Supreme Master Golden Buddha can break through the 9th transformation golden body and the future of the human clan. We must do our best to find them. Yichen didn't have any complaints about this kind of coercive order. He believed that the other supreme beings wouldn't have any complaints either. If the Golden Buddha Supreme was strong, the human race would be strong too. Everyone would prosper together, and everyone would suffer together. It was fine as long as they weren't constantly ordered. The supreme beings all loved freedom, and no one was willing to work themselves to death for others. The first place Yichen went to was the Supreme Secret Realm, the 100 Refining Secret Realm, which was near the Vermilion Bird Star Field. The 100 Refining Secret Realm had the most 100 refining grass, which was a kind of body-refining spirit herb. Consuming it could enhance one's physical strength and defense, just like refining the diamond. Of course, the 100 refining grass that the Supreme Golden Buddha needed was not an ordinary 100 refining grass, but a 100 refining grass that was at least 50,000 years old. This kind of 100 refining grass was extremely rare. In the past million years, only 3 of them had been found in the 100 refining secret realm. After all, the 100 refining grass had a lifespan, and it was extremely difficult to live up to 50,000 years old. Yichen was now a supreme being, so his flying speed was extremely fast. In just half a day, Yichen arrived at the 100 refining secret realm. Grass was the most common thing in the 100 refining secret realm. These grasses were dozens of miles tall, and each of them looked like they were forged from steel. In fact, ordinary grasses in the 100 refining secret realm were sharper and harder than high-grade weapons. Unfortunately, they were too big, and they were plants. Once they left the ground, they would gradually wither. Flying in the steel grass forest, Yichen fully released his soul power and opened his netherworld Saint Eye. Not long after, Yichen found 100 refining grass. This 100 refining grass was not bad. It was nearly 10,000 years old, and was about 50 meters tall. It was much shorter than the ordinary grasses in the 100 refining secret realm. Fortunately, Yichen was a supreme being, and he had the netherworld Saint Eye. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to find it. The 100 refining secret realm was a supreme secret realm. It was very difficult to tear the spacetime inside. Therefore, there was no possibility of spacetime travel. Without spacetime travel, Yichen could only rely on his speed to travel. In the blink of an eye, 1 week had passed. Yichen had found a total of 1,000 refining grass. One was 10,000 years old, and the other 9 were 8,000 years old, and the lowest was 3,000 years old. This 100 refining grass can be stored in the Yi family's treasury. Although Yichen had no use for the 100 refining grass, he still had to consider the Yi family. These 100 refining grass could make the Yi family's body refining king more powerful. Of course, other than Yichen's close relatives, if the other clansmen wanted to obtain treasures, they would need to have enough contribution points to the family. The family would not give you treasures for free. Buzz, 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 suddenly, a sharp buzzing sound was heard. It sounded like the buzzing of a bee's wings, but magnified by 1,000,000 times. 100 Refining Blade Insect. Yichen did not need to look to know that the buzzing sound came from the 100 Refining Blade Insect. The 100 Refining Blade Insect was a terrifying creature similar to a praying mantis. Its arms were long blades, hard and sharp, not any weaker than a supreme saber. Its attacking power was also equivalent to a normal supreme, and the more powerful ones could even be compared to a powerful supreme. Its only weakness was that its defense was relatively low. Any supreme could easily kill it, provided that it could be hit directly. Shoo! A blurry shadow appeared a few hundred miles in front of Yichen. The blurry shadow gradually became clearer. It was a 10 meters tall monster that looked like a praying mantis. Its whole body was emitting a cold light. The 100 Refining Blade Insect was sizing up Yichen, and Yichen was also sizing it up. This was his first time seeing it. He had only heard of it before. Come. Yichen crooked his finger at the 100 Refining Blade Insect. His immortal sword body had reached the peak of the 7th layer, and he had not fought it yet. It would be good to have an appetizer first. As if enraged by Yichen's contemptuous attitude, the 100 Refining Blade Insect's wings fiercely flapped, and in a flash, it arrived in front of Yichen. Its sharp blade-like arms slashed at Yichen's chest, containing the distorted power of the 5 elements. Unfortunately, Yichen's immortal sword body was so powerful that the 100 Refining Blade Insect's blade-like arms couldn't even break Yichen's skin, not even leaving a mark. Clank! Clank, clank! The 100 Refining Blade Insect did not believe it. With Yichen as the center, it shuttled back and forth. Every time it shuttled, it would erupt with thousands of slashes. A cold light surrounded Yichen. As the cold light dissipated, Yichen was unharmed. Die. After testing out the immortal sword body, Yichen pointed a sword finger at the 100 Refining Blade Insect without any warning. Pooh, this sword finger contained countless changes, and the 100 Refining Blade Insect could not dodge at all. It was directly pierced by the sword chi. This pair of blade-like arms is not bad. After killing the 100 Refining Blade Insect, Yichen harvested its blade-like arms. In the future, when he forged a supreme treasure sword, the blade-like arms could be used as an ordinary material. The 100 Refining Secret Realm was huge. Very quickly, 3 months passed. Even though Yichen had the Netherworld Sacred Eye, which could scan the 100 Refining Secret Realm without any blind spots, he only found a 45,000 years old 100 Refining Grass. During this time, Yichen met more than 100 Refining Blade Insects, and the strongest one was not weaker than a powerful Zhizun. Unfortunately, they met Yichen. 45,000 years old, it should be barely usable. With the extra time, I can go look for other treasures. Yichen was very concerned about this matter. He also planned to go to the Golden Creek Secret Realm. That was one of the big secret realms with golden body fruits. However, it was also a relatively dangerous Zhizun secret realm. Even powerful Zhizun would be in great danger if he went there. The other secret realms with golden body fruits were a bit better, but the probability of golden body fruits appearing was much lower. Golden River Secret Territory, Yichen floated above a mountain range. The mountains below him were all golden mountains. The plants on the mountains were also golden plants. Even the lakes and rivers in the mountains were golden liquid. As far as the eye could see, everything was golden, pure and flawless. His golden pupils scanned the surroundings. After a while, Yichen found a golden body fruit. Whoosh, with a flash of sword light, Yichen dashed towards the golden body fruit. The Golden Buddha Supreme Being needed a large number of golden body fruits, the more the better. Currently, Yichen had already obtained 5. As he was passing by a golden lake, a huge golden hand suddenly reached out. This golden hand was thousands of li wide. There were spiral patterns on the palm, and in the middle of the spiral patterns was a small black hole. In the Supreme Secret Territory, one couldn't tear time and space to travel. Just as Yichen was about to be grabbed by the golden hand, a majestic sword chi shot out and slashed at the golden hand. The golden hand was shaken a few hundred li away. Using this gap, Yichen escaped from the golden hand's range. Rumble, the golden lake shook, and a 10,000 li tall monster emerged. This was the Golden River Secret Territory's unique monster, the Golden River Monster. Its strength was at least at the supreme level. Moreover, it was invulnerable and had an extremely strong defense. Even a super supreme would have a hard time injuring it. Yichen didn't want to be entangled with it. After obtaining the golden body fruit, he flew away at full speed. In a short while, he disappeared without a trace. In terms of speed, the Golden River monster was much slower than Yichen. The Golden River monster's defense is too strong. Fortunately, its speed isn't that fast. It's only equivalent to an ordinary supreme. When he first came to the Golden River secret territory, Yichen had fought with the Golden River monster. Although on the surface, Yichen had the absolute upper hand. However, even with his attack power, he couldn't injure the Golden River monster. He could only leave sword marks on its body. The Golden River monster's body was huge. These sword marks probably couldn't even break its skin. Moreover, as time passed, the Golden River monster would recover. Yichen estimated that it wouldn't even take 3 to 5 months to determine the winner with one Golden River monster. 10, 15, 30, in half a year, Yichen found 30 golden body fruits in the Golden Creek mystic realm. Time to go back. Yichen believed that he had done his best. Supreme Pavilion. Quite a few supreme beings had already returned. Most of the supreme beings didn't leave, wishing to see how the others' harvests were. Supreme Xianxia, it seems like you've gained the most this time. One of the supreme martial artists laughed. One of the supremes beside him said, Supreme Zither Heart's harvest isn't bad either. It's almost on par with Supreme Xianxia's. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. The treasures that the Supreme Golden Buddha needed were basically all gathered. Among them, Supreme Xianxia's harvest was the most as he brought back 13 golden body fruits and a heaven and earth cold spring. Supreme Zither Heart was slightly behind him as she brought back 11 golden body fruits and a life spring. The other supreme experts had much less. It was just luck. Supreme Xianxia smiled humbly. Supremacy Zither Heart was unconcerned. A month later, most of the supreme martial artists had returned. Only 2 or 3 supreme martial artists had yet to appear, and Yichen was one of them. What's going on? Why isn't Supreme Yi back yet? Don't tell me he's in danger. Nonsense. Supreme Yi is a powerful supreme martial artist. Other than a few supreme secret realms, ordinary supreme secret realms wouldn't be a threat to him. I'm just saying. Supreme Bronze frowned as he listened to the discussions of the other supreme martial artists. As a supreme martial artist of the Dragon Clan, Supreme Bronze cultivated the physique like the Supreme Golden Buddha. In fact, his harvest was even greater than that of Supreme Xianxia's. However, these treasures were useful to him, so he kept some for himself. If the Golden Buddha didn't have enough treasures, it wouldn't be too late for him to contribute. He was very optimistic about Yichen. He had a feeling that the future of the human clan would be led by Yichen. 3 days later, Yichen returned. Supreme Yi is back. I knew it. With Supreme Yi's strength, he wouldn't be in danger so easily. He must have been too focused on finding treasures and forgot about the time. The supreme martial artists heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yichen's return. They were all in the same boat now. As a powerful supreme martial artist, Yichen was definitely a valiant general of the human clan. They couldn't afford to lose him. Supreme Yi, how is your harvest? Take it out for everyone to see. Supreme Ice Phoenix, who had a good relationship with Yichen, smiled. All right. Yichen nodded and took out the treasures he found. Wow. So many golden body fruits and 100 refinement grass. It's almost 50,000 years old. Many supreme martial artists were dumbfounded. Hee, Supreme Xianxia, Supreme Yi's harvest surpassed yours. It's a good thing. It'll be even better if everyone's harvest surpasses mine. Supreme Xianxia was surprised too, but he wasn't jealous. In terms of harvest, Yichen did surpass Supreme Xianxia by quite a bit. Yichen obtained 30 golden body fruits and a 45,000 years old 100 refinement grass. In terms of value, the 45,000 years old 100 refinement grass was no less valuable than the heaven and earth cold spring and the spring of life. Supreme Yi's luck is really good. They didn't think about his strength. To them, Yichen was at most close to Supreme Xianxia. Supreme True Martial and Supreme Golden Buddha came the next day. Supreme Golden Buddha expressed his gratitude to the Supreme Martial Artists. He and Supreme True Martial had been searching for treasures and had gained a lot. With the treasures in front of them, they could almost reach the 9th transformation of the Golden Body 9 transformation. Time flew. It had been 5 years since Supreme Golden Buddha went into seclusion again. Xianxia Continent, Xianxia Palace. Sword Domain and Sword Intent seem to have reached a bottleneck. Breaking through seems like a long way off. In terms of sword arts, I can't take another step. How can I increase my strength? Yichen was still not satisfied with his current strength. The stronger he was, the greater the hope of humanity contending against the demons. If I have a saint sword, I should be able to contend against Supreme Rotten Devil. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Yichen's mind. Saint Sword. Sky Sword, was the true spirit continent Sky Sword the Saint Sword? Without a sound, Yichen disappeared from the palace. When he reappeared, he was already above the 9 transformation star. The space-time distorted as Yichen rushed toward Elysium. For Yichen, a million light-years was nothing more than a few days of traveling. Following the entrance of Elysium, Yichen entered Elysium. Swish, in the sky above Sky Sword continent, Yichen slowly descended. In front of him was a huge rusty ancient sword. Rise. Boundless ocean-like sword energy boiled. Yichen suddenly enlarged, becoming even taller than the Sky Sword. He extended his right hand, grabbed the hilt, and forcefully pulled it out. For countless years, the Sky Sword, which no one had been able to move, was gradually pulled out. What's happening? Could it be an earthquake? Look, there's a giant pulling out the Sky Sword. What? Who can pull out the Sky Sword? The Sky Sword had already become the symbol of Sky Sword continent. Everyone had formed a habit that no one could pull out the Sky Sword. The scene before their eyes made their minds go blank. It's Sword Emperor Yichen. I've seen his image before. I've seen it too. Oh my god. Sword Emperor Yichen has descended. In Elysium, Emperor and Emperor were still the highest titles. Although Sea of Soul Realm experts already knew that Life and Death Realm had 9 layers, and that Emperor and Emperor were not the pinnacle, the others were too far away for them. Moreover, since ancient times, Elysium had always been the strongest emperor, such as Ancient Emperor and Qi Tiandi. As of now, Sword Emperor Yichen was no longer inferior to Ancient Emperor and Qi Tiandi. He was one of the strongest emperor in Elysium. Why did Sword Emperor Yichen pull out the Sky Sword? Could it be that the Sky Sword is a powerful sword? It should be. The Sky Sword's sword qi covers the entire Sky Sword continent and fuses with the Yuan qi of the world. It's certainly a powerful sword. Amidst the discussions of the people nearby, Yichen pulled out the Sky Sword with a clang. The boundless sword qi seemed to have found a vent as it soared into the sky, shooting all the way to the starry sky outside Sky Beyond. It was like a bull charging into the sky, shooting to an unknown distance and creating an enormous destructive power. Good sword. With a thunderous voice, Yichen's eyes fixated on the Sky Sword. Compared to the brilliant God Sword, the Sky Sword was countless times more powerful. Just the sword qi alone was not inferior to the aura emitted by a supreme expert, perhaps even superior. Holding the Sky Sword, Yichen felt his blood qi and sword yuan boil, producing a miraculous resonance and amplification. Let's refine it first. His soul power condensed into an imprint and branded on the Sky Sword. Buzz, the Sky Sword trembled and rapidly shrunk. Yichen's body also shrunk. In a few moments, the Sky Sword had shrunk to 12 meters long, matching Yichen's 15 meters height. Eh? It's damaged. After refining the Sky Sword, Yichen discovered that the Sky Sword's source was damaged, as if it had been damaged by something. Who could damage the Saint Sword? Questions flashed through Yichen's mind. It seems that the heavenly sword falling into Elysium isn't as simple as the rumors say. There must be an inside story. Yichen didn't think too much about it. As far as he was concerned, a slightly damaged heavenly sword was still a saint sword. It was countless times more powerful and sharper than a supreme sword. It could push his strength to a whole new level. Wouldn't it be unfair to the swordsmen of the Sky Sword continent if we take away the Sky Sword? The Sky Sword was the sword of destiny of the Sky Sword continent. If it was taken away, the chances of the Sky Sword continent giving birth to a powerful swordsman would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Some babies with astonishing potential were born with a strand of Sky Sword chi in their bodies. This strand of Sky Sword chi could make it easier for them to comprehend the Sword Dao. Forget it, I'll use the Huang Divine Sword instead. It was impossible for Yi Chen to give up on the Heaven Sword, so he could only give up on the Supreme Treasure Sword, the Brilliant Divine Sword. Although the Brilliant Divine Sword was a Supreme Treasure Sword, it couldn't be compared to the Heaven Sword. But it was better than nothing. Moreover, the Supreme Treasure Sword was stained with his own Sword Dao. He believed that it would be beneficial to the swordsmen of the Sky Sword continent. The Brilliant Divine Sword grew bigger, becoming the same size as the Heaven Sword. Clang, the earth shook. The Brilliant Divine Sword stabbed deeply into the ground, and a vast sword chi spread out. It wasn't over yet. Yi Chen operated the power of time and space and began to condense the Sword Realm. The so-called Sword Realm was actually a space of Sword Dao. There were countless Sword Dao comprehensions and countless sword techniques inside. As long as he sorted them out a little, coupled with the power of time and space, he could condense the Sword Realm. Condensing the Sword Realm was much more difficult. After spending a whole month, Yi Chen finally condensed the Sword Realm. After finishing all this, Yi Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the exit of Elysium. Then, he disappeared at the exit. Sky Sword Continent. This sword isn't the Heaven Sword. I wonder what Sword Emperor's intention is. Regarding Yi Chen taking away the Heaven Sword, no one dared to have the slightest complaint. Of course, deep in their hearts, they more or less felt some regret. The Heaven Sword had helped them too much. A Pixie of Soul Realm expert approached the Brilliant Divine Sword. Wang. He entered the Brilliant Divine Sword. 2 hours later, he came out. From then on, a piece of news spread. The new Heaven Sword also had a Sword Realm. Moreover, this Sword Realm was even more targeted than the original one. At the very least, many people had improved because of it. Entering the new Sword Realm was equivalent to receiving Sword Emperor Yi Chen's pointers. The matter of Yi Chen obtaining the Heaven Sword was only known to a few people, including Su Jing and Murong Qingqing. During this period of time, Yi Chen was comprehending the Sword Dao of the Heaven Sword. As for the Sword Realm, it wasn't of much help to him. He didn't know how powerful the master of the Heaven Sword was back then, but he could tell that the Sword Dao inside the Sword Realm was a bit rough. It didn't seem to come from the hands of a Sword Sovereign. I'm afraid the sword intent of the Heaven Sword's true master has already reached the 9th step. There was still a trace of sword intent left on the Heaven Sword. It was as thin as a gossamer and could disappear at any time. However, judging from the sword intent's level, it was already at the 9th step. The 9th step Yi Chen spoke of was not the ordinary 9th step sword intent, but the 9th step radiant sword intent. The radiant sword intent was the same as the immortal sword intent and destruction sword intent. They were all supreme sword intents. There were actually 5 supreme sword intents: immortal, destruction, radiant, darkness, and chaos. Regardless of which supreme sword intent it was, they were all extremely rare. It wasn't something that could be obtained just because one had great talent. One also needed to be compatible with the supreme sword intent. Yi Chen being able to match the immortal sword intent and destruction sword intent could be said to be the greatest miracle. From this aspect, Yi Chen being able to reach where he was today was inevitable. I wonder if I can comprehend the radiant sword intent. Yi Chen carefully comprehended this trace of radiant sword intent. Time flowed like water. In Yi Chen's soul ocean, a trace of light appeared. This light was extremely weak, like a candle flame that could be extinguished at any time. As this light appeared, Yi Chen's soul ocean started to surge. The immortal sword intent and destruction sword intent tried their best to suppress the soul ocean, preventing it from exploding. At that time, Yi Chen's soul ocean would really be destroyed, and there would be no way to save him. Yi Chen didn't know that his behavior was no different from courting death. He already had 2 supreme sword intents, and comprehending another one was like putting 10 times more water into a bottle. It would be strange if it didn't explode. However, Yi Chen already had 2 supreme sword intents, and these 2 sword intents complemented each other, in an absolute balance. Once something happened, they would be the first to react. After all, if the soul ocean exploded, they would be dead as well. If Yichen only had the immortal sword intent, and comprehending the radiant sword intent, he would definitely die, because the immortal sword intent and the radiant sword intent didn't complement each other. Of course, this was only a guess. When a person had the radiant sword intent, he might succeed in comprehending the darkness sword intent, or he might not succeed. Everything was unknown. Gradually, the light took shape. It was a sword spirit that shone with radiant light. The radiant sword spirit grew rapidly. Rank 1, Rank 2, Rank 3, it only stopped growing when it reached Rank 6. At this point, Yichen had 3 Supreme Sword Intents, Rank 8 Immortal Sword Intent, Rank 8 Destruction Sword Intent, and Rank 6 Radiant Sword Intent. The moment the Light Sword Spirit reached the 6th step, the Light Sword Intent on the Heavenly Sword dissipated. Sometimes, the Sword Intent was also a sword artist's mark, more representative than a soul mark. Holding the Heavenly Sword, Yichen seemed to feel the Heavenly Sword's breath and emotions. There was no longer any barrier between the two, as if they were in perfect harmony. With the Heavenly Sword, even if I can't defeat Heavenly Master Corrupt Devil, I can at least put up a fight. If Sky Demon Venerable and True Martial Supreme were legendary supreme beings, then Heavenly Master Corrupt Devil could be counted as a quasi-legendary supreme being. Before, Yichen was not his opponent at all, but now, he had the confidence to fight. The atmosphere of war is getting thicker and thicker. Sheathing the Heavenly Sword, Yichen walked out of the palace and looked up at the sky. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, but as a supreme being, Yichen could clearly feel the pervasive atmosphere of war. Is the war about to begin? Su Jing and Murong Qingqing walked over. Yichen said slowly, "What will come will come. You two be careful." Su Jing and Murong Qingqing both wanted to participate in the war between humans and demons, as this was their chance to accumulate resources. A person's achievements depended on how much they had experienced. The reason why Yichen could become a supreme being was directly related to his rich experiences. In the universe, there were many people whose talents were not worse than Yichen's. Yichen's powerful comprehension was also a coincidence. However, in the universe, there was not a single person who could compare to Yichen. Windy Nation, South Rudra Region, True Spirit Continent, Elysium, and the universe. Yichen's short 700 years of life was already a legend. In every step, he was the absolute protagonist. Therefore, Yichen didn't plan to stop Su Jing and Murong Qingqing. People couldn't be too selfish. They couldn't stop other people's choices just because they were worried that they would be in danger. Of course, he would definitely protect them in secret. We missed the war between humans and demons last time, but we won't miss it this time. Don't worry, we're quite perceptive. Murong Qingqing was looking forward to the upcoming war. Black Tortoise Galaxy, countless armies of demons, evil spirits, Yixias, and other evil races were gathered in the starry sky. The ones leading the armies were marshals. Their strength was not comparable to a quasi-venerable, but their ability to lead armies surpassed most quasi-venerables. Between a marshal and a quasi-venerable, one was the commander of the army, while the other was the trump card. However, what truly determined victory or defeat wasn't the army, the marshal, or the quasi-venerables, but the supreme paragons. A single paragon was equivalent to millions of armies. For a race without a paragon, no matter how many armies they had, no matter how many quasi-venerables they had, it wouldn't matter. The paragon was the true trump card, the pillar of support. Let's go. Following the commands of the marshals, the battleship started shuttling through the void, heading towards the White Tiger Galaxy. Supreme Pavilion. Supreme True Marshal looked at the Supremes with a solemn expression. Everyone, the war has begun. We lost the Black Tortoise Galaxy last time. This time, we can't lose the White Tiger Galaxy too. Losing the Black Tortoise Galaxy was already a huge blow to the human race. The 4 major galaxies had always been the human race's territory. Losing one was equivalent to losing a quarter of the resources. If they lost the White Tiger Galaxy too, then half of the resources would be gone. Supreme Langya's killing intent sword. This time, they won't be able to take advantage of us. Supreme Thunderbolt, may be an ordinary Supremes, but if the demons want to take over the White Tiger Galaxy, they'll have to step over my dead body first. Supreme Thunderbolt was one of the ordinary supremes of the human race. True Marshal, is the Golden Buddha still in seclusion? Supreme Bronze asked. Supreme True Marshal explained, the Golden Buddha is at a crucial moment. Don't disturb him for now. I believe that he will be able to break through to the ninth transformation golden body and rush over to join the battle. Before the Golden Buddha went into seclusion, he told him that it would be best if he could break through. If not, he would rush over. Supreme True Marshal naturally hoped that the Golden Buddha could break through. Otherwise, just the corrupt devil Heavenly Sovereign alone was enough to give them a headache. I see. Supreme Bronze said, I'm no match for the corrupt devil Heavenly Sovereign, but I can still hold off the flawless Archdevil Heavenly Sovereign for a while. Leave the flawless Archdevil Heavenly Sovereign to me. Supreme Bronze was one of the strongest supremes of the human race. Even Supreme Xianxia was slightly inferior to him. He believed that he was the only one who could go against the flawless Archdevil Heavenly Sovereign. Even though the flawless Archdevil Heavenly Sovereign was a Supreme Bronze was confident in his own defense. He believed that he could hold off the flawless Archdevil Heavenly Sovereign for a while if he gave it his all. Alright. Supreme True Marshal knew that this was the only way. He turned his head and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you've just become a Supreme not too long ago. How strong are you now? Supreme True Marshal couldn't see through Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, I'm not a problem against the Earth Demon Venerable. In theory, Yi Chen was definitely stronger than the Earth Demon Venerable. However, Yi Chen didn't dare to be too confident. Who knew if the Earth Demon Venerable had a trump card? In terms of defense, he wasn't as strong as the Golden Buddha Supreme. Moreover, his attacks couldn't kill the Earth Demon Venerable in one go. What? Supreme Yi, you're not joking, right? The Earth Demon Venerable is a mid-level Supreme. Supreme Yi, is what you said true? The human race Supreme experts looked at Yi Chen suspiciously. It wasn't that they looked down on Yi Chen. It was just that what Yi Chen said was too ridiculous. Yi Chen, is what you said true? Supreme True Marshal stared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded, definitely. Alright, I'll leave the Earth Demon Venerable to you. Supreme True Marshal was hesitant. However, when he thought about the incident at the Black Wind Stream, he knew that since Yi Chen was able to survive, he must be stronger than a Supreme. Dang dang dang, suddenly, the 9 Revolution Star rang with alarms. The alien race army had invaded the White Tiger starfield. The 10 military planets of the White Tiger starfield had long since been ready. Fleets were assembled in the starry sky. Last time, half of the Black Tortoise starfield was occupied by the alien races. This time, the White Tiger starfield was their territory, and they couldn't afford to lose. Many people that Yi Chen knew were present in the fleet: Du Guju, Chu Zhongtian, Golden-Robed Emperor, Green-Robed Emperor, Dan Tai Mingyue, Yan Qingxian, Morong Qingqing, Su Jing, Jiao, Leng Fifan, and so on. Yi Chen's 3 disciples were also present: Yan Jianhui, Dongfang Bai, and Leng Xinghan. They didn't want to be under Yi Chen's protection for the rest of their lives. This war was an opportunity for them to temper themselves. If they could survive, they would have a chance to break through to the 8th layer of life and death realm. The white-haired Duguju stood on the bow of the black puppet battleship. Carrying a saber on his back, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. It had been many years since the Azura World Arena ended, and he had become even more powerful. The starry sky was like an ocean, deep and unfathomable. This was the border between the White Tiger starfield and Black Tortoise starfield. In all directions, it was a vast expanse of nothingness. There were no planets, no light, only asteroids that flowed like a river. These asteroids were affected by the gravitational pull of the 2 starfields, drifting left and right. Standing on these asteroids was no different than a drop of water in the vast ocean. Buzz, suddenly, a large expanse of meteors were shattered by the distorted spacetime energy, and then numerous puppet battleships appeared. In next to no time, the dense black mass of puppet battleships practically covered half the starry sky, causing this area of nothingness that was completely devoid of light to become even more oppressive and suffocating. These were the battleships of the Human Alliance. On the other side of the asteroids, the spacetime distorted, and the battleships of the Demons Alliance also appeared. Kill. Without any words, the moment the two sides appeared, the battleships accelerated, blasting away the dense asteroids and rushing toward the other side. Along the way, countless beams of light shot out, red, yellow, and blue, incomparably dazzling. In the void of the starry sky, a frightening blade light shot out. A quasi-venerable wielded a blade and chopped down, instantly clearing a line of enemy battleships. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Soon, the battle reached its climax, with experts falling everywhere. As for the ordinary life and death realm soldiers, they were simply cannon fodder. Several hundred light-years away, several figures that were several tens of feet tall appeared. Among them, a 15-zhang tall figure gradually became clearer. It was Yi Chen. This was Yi Chen's first time participating in a supreme war. Unlike ordinary wars, the death rate would not be that high, but the impact would be 1,000 times greater. Sweeping his gaze over his own camp, Yi Chen faintly nodded. The Human Alliance had quite a lot of Supremes, a total of 54. 18 from the Human Alliance, 12 from the Giant Tribe, 11 from the Barbarian Tribe, and 13 from the minor tribes attached to the Human Alliance. Individually, these minor tribes were not powerful, but together, they had 13 Supremes, which was not a force to be reckoned with. It was believed that these 54 Supreme Masters were not the full strength of the Human Clan Alliance. After all, every race would reserve some strength and would not reveal all of it unless it was a matter of life and death. For example, the disciples of the True Martial Supreme and the Golden Buddha Supreme, the Xianxia Supreme and the Ananda Supreme, did not come. They were still patrolling the Black Wind Stream. In the Human Race Alliance, the human race had the most Supreme Masters. Including himself, there were 2 Supreme Masters. The Golden Buddha Supreme was still in seclusion, followed by the Giant Race and the Barbarian Race, each having 1 Supreme Master. As for the other minor races, there was only 1 Supreme Master. After asking Xianxia Supreme, he found out that it was the Giant Tree Supreme of the Giant Tree race. Thinking about it, it wasn't easy for a Supreme Master to appear. The stronger the race, the easier it was for a Supreme Master to appear. As for powerful sovereigns, there were many more. Powerful sovereigns were the core strength of a race. Although their current role couldn't compare to that of a super sovereign, their importance wasn't any lower than that of a super sovereign. After all, only with enough powerful sovereigns could a certain number of super sovereigns be born. Otherwise, there would be a situation where there was a shortage of young and old. Glancing around, Yi Chen looked at the opposite side. The Demons Alliance had 5 more sovereigns than the Human Race Alliance, a total of 59. They also had 2 more Supreme Masters. These 2 were Corrupt Devil Heavenly Master and Flawless Demon Master. Yi Chen vaguely sensed that Corrupt Devil Heavenly Master's injuries hadn't recovered yet. His aura was a little unstable. Thinking about it, it wasn't that easy to recover from a direct hit from a saint weapon. The Golden Buddha Supreme had been in seclusion for hundreds of years before finally expelling the power of the bloodthirsty spear. After all, Corrupt Devil Heavenly Master was in the martial path Xianxia state, so it would be even more difficult for him to recover. Even so, Corrupt Devil Heavenly Master was still the biggest threat after the Heavenly Demon Master. On the human race's side, except for the True Martial Supreme, no one could stop him. The Golden Buddha Supreme had broken through to the 9th transformation, so he might be able to stop Corrupt Devil Heavenly Master. However, that was only because of his powerful defense. In a frontal attack, the Golden Buddha Supreme was most likely not a match for Corrupt Devil Heavenly Master. Supreme Dual Extinction, Supreme Hydralisk, I didn't expect you to join the Demons Alliance. The True Martial Supreme's eyes fell on the 2 enemy Supreme. One was a Supreme covered in bone fragments, and the other was a female Supreme with a snake tail. These 2 Supreme came from 2 small races, and they had been roped in by the Human Race Alliance before. Supreme Dual Extinction said in a clear voice, "We always have to make choices in life. I'm sorry, but the Demons Alliance is my best choice." Supreme Hydralisk said, "This time, you will definitely lose. My choice is never wrong." "Really?" "Not necessarily." The True Martial Supreme said in a deep voice. "Haha, True Martial, Hydralisk is right. This time, you will definitely lose. Why don't you just admit defeat? I don't want much, just half of the White Tiger Starfield." The Heavenly Demon Master held the bloodthirsty spear and laughed in high spirits. Heavenly Demon Master, the human race and the demon race have been fighting for countless years. When did the demons ever conquer the human race? This time, your extravagant hopes will still be in vain. In that case, let's fight. The Heavenly Demon Master sneered and waved his hand. Seeing this, a supreme demons walked out. Who dares to fight with me, the Shadow Demon Master? The Shadow Demon Master was just an ordinary supreme, but he was not afraid. The Supreme War had its own rules. Ordinary Supreme would fight against Ordinary Supreme, and Strong Supreme would fight against Strong Supreme. If there were many Ordinary Supreme on one side, then a few Ordinary Supreme could fight against one. It was the same for Strong Supreme and Super Supreme. The Supreme War would last for a long time, so there was no need to worry about the outcome. Therefore, having one more or one less Supreme was completely different. If the overall strength of both sides was similar, having one more Supreme would be the last straw that broke the camel's back, and it could completely change the situation. Supreme Shadow, your opponent is me. The human race's Phantom Supreme stood out. He and the Shadow Demon Master were sworn enemies. One was a shadow, and the other was a phantom. When they moved, they came and went like ghosts, and their styles were similar. Whoosh! Whoosh, the two immediately started fighting. Time and space were like folded crystals. Their figures could be seen everywhere. In just a short while, they had fought dozens of light years away. 1-on-1, or 1-on-2. In just a short while, both Ordinary Supreme and Strong Supreme had their own opponents. Earth Demon Master, do you dare to fight? The Demons Alliance's Supreme weren't surprised that Yichen stayed in the camp of the Super Supreme. Of course, deep in their hearts, they had their doubts. It had only been a few years, but this new Supreme of the human race had actually reached such a high level. When they heard Yichen call him Earth Demon Master, some of the Super Supreme sneered. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Flawless Demon Master was the weakest existence among them. Did he think that by suppressing Flawless Demon Master, he could challenge the Earth Demon Master? Hee, kid, I will let you die very, very miserably. I wonder if you can resist as much as the Golden Buddha Supreme. The Earth Demon Master walked out gloomily, staring at Yichen as if he was looking at a dead man. The Golden Buddha Supreme is the pillar of the human clan. You can't be compared to him. I will deal with you. With his left hand behind his back, Yichen said confidently. You're courting death. Earth Demon Venerable's eyes shot out a terrifying light. Earth Demon, don't be rash. Remember, you must kill this guy. Don't give him time to grow. Sky Demon Venerable transmitted his voice to Earth Demon Venerable. Don't worry. If it was me in the past, it would be difficult to kill this guy. But now, with the twisted dagger, it won't take more than 10 moves to kill him. Earth Demon Venerable licked his lips. His body seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually very fast. The void on both sides roared and distorted. Yichen, be careful. True Martial Supreme warned Yichen when he saw Earth Demon Venerable rushing over. I know what I'm doing. Yichen quickly went up to meet him. There was a distance of hundreds of billions of miles between the two. But this distance was not enough for them to burst out with their speed. They collided with each other. Boom, an earth-shattering sound spread out. Both of them were sent flying. Yichen was sent flying hundreds of billions of miles away while Earth Demon Venerable was also sent flying hundreds of millions of miles away. However, neither of them used any weapons. One used a palm technique while the other used a finger sword. Yichen was much weaker. After all, in terms of real strength, Yichen was barely a mid-level Supreme Master while Earth Demon Venerable was a veteran mid-level Supreme Master. Quite strong. Yichen was slightly excited as it was his first time fighting against a position Demon Venerable. As expected of the Earth Demon Venerable, the nemesis of the Golden Buddha Supreme. If I didn't have the Heavenly Sword, it would be impossible for me to suppress him. How is this possible? Didn't Flawless Demon Venerable say that he only has the strength of a low-level Supreme Master? Earth Demon Venerable was shocked. Gosh, he actually clashed with Earth Demon Venerable and was not injured at all. Amazing. The human race has picked up a treasure this time. To think that such a terrifying genius would be born. Looks like the luck of the human race hasn't weakened at all. Instead, it's getting stronger. Yi Chen's strength and monstrous talent strengthened the confidence of the human race alliance's supremes. To be honest, it was not that many of them had not thought about it, but they had been members of the human race alliance since ancient times. If they betrayed the human race alliance, not only would they be hated by the human race alliance, they would also not have much status in the demons alliance. No matter who it was, they would not have too much trust in traitors, unless they did not care about their betrayal. But in that case, they would have even less status. Celestial Demon Sovereign frowned slightly. The way he looked at Yi Chen was as gloomy as one could imagine. The Demons Alliance would not allow such a genius to appear in the human race. The other party's monstrous level made him feel that a monster with the bloodline of a great demon king had appeared in the human race. That fellow actually became stronger again. Flawless Demon Venerable's mouth was wide open. Old demon, go all out to kill him, I don't want to see any accidents happen, Heavenly Demon Commander hurriedly said. Understood. Taking a deep breath, Earth Demon Sovereign let out a long roar. His long black hair shot into the sky, reaching deep into the void, covering the entire space. Both of his hands were pitch black as he slapped out. The pitch-black palm wind turned into countless evil ghosts that pounced towards Yi Chen. Among the evil ghosts were the evil ghost king and the evil ghost old ancestor. They surrounded Golden Buddha Supreme, wanting to devour his flesh. Supreme Palm Art, Thousand Ghosts Greeting. Earth Demon Sovereign had never thought of using Thousand Ghosts Greeting to kill Yi Chen. That was impossible. It was extremely difficult for a Super Supreme to kill a Super Supreme. Even if the other party could not defeat you, they could still escape. Unless your speed was much faster than the other party, you could only continue chasing until you no longer wanted to. The purpose of Thousand Ghosts Greeting was to entangle Yi Chen, not giving him a chance to escape. Die. With a flip of his right hand, a malevolent-looking dagger appeared in the Earth Demon Sovereign's hand. As this dagger appeared, time and space started to distort. Even the Earth Demon Sovereign's palm started to distort. It was as though this dagger could distort everything. Swish, with his speed increasing, Earth Demon Sovereign was like a fish in water. He shuttled through the endless evil spirits and arrived before Yi Chen in an instant, stabbing the dagger over. Given the strangeness of the twisted dagger, all of Yi Chen's methods were useless. The twisted dagger was more than enough to distort the opponent's defense. Saint Tool. Yi Chen was startled. He instantly unsheathed the heavenly sword. Clang, sparks illuminated the deathly silent void. Earth Demon Sovereign was sent flying backwards. As for Yi Chen, he also retreated diagonally. His opponent's dagger was too strange. It actually twisted the trajectory of the heavenly sword. If it wasn't for the fact that the heavenly sword was a saint sword, Yi Chen would definitely not be able to block this dagger. Saint Tool. Earth Demon Sovereign was even more surprised than Yi Chen. The twisted dagger came from a miracle. Hundreds of years ago, the Demons Alliance started a war against the Human Alliance because they had obtained the Bloodthirst Spear. Hundreds of years later, the Demons Alliance started a war against the Human Alliance again because they had Corrupt Demon Heavenly Master and the Twisted Dagger. In their eyes, this was heaven's blessing for the Demons Alliance. However, where did this Saint Sword of the Human Alliance come from? They had never heard of a miracle appearing in the Human Alliance's territory. I really didn't expect that the Human Alliance would have another Saint Tool. Sky Demon Sovereign squinted his eyes and said coldly. Supreme True Marshal put away his surprise. Same to you. Flawless Demon Sovereign, it's your turn. Sky Demon Sovereign looked at Flawless Demon Sovereign. Hearing this, Flawless Demon Sovereign walked out and looked at the Supreme of the Human Alliance. A tall figure stepped out. It was the Bronze Supreme. You are no match for me. Flawless Demon Sovereign shook his head. His goal was to stall a Supreme. Fighting against a Supreme would be a waste of effort. We'll find out later. The Human Alliance had lost 2 Supreme. Even if the Golden Buddha Supreme returned, they would lose 1. Therefore, he had to go. Otherwise, the situation would be even more dangerous for the Human Alliance. In that case, I'll take care of you first. Flawless Demon Sovereign didn't waste any time and charged at the Bronze Supreme. He wanted to take care of his opponent in the shortest time possible. Every Supreme had an opponent. Blood Drop Sovereign of Xianxia clan wielded a saint weapon, Blood Drop Spear, and Storm Sovereign of Barbarian race clashed. The battle between the two was comparable to the battle between Earth Demon Sovereign and Yichen. Saint weapons clashed against each other, sweeping through the boundless void. Evil Spirit Race's Evil Soul Old Ancestor and the Giant Race's Supreme Mountain Qiao also had saint tools. The Evil Soul Old Ancestor's saint tool was the Thousand Poison Soul Staff, while the Mountain Qiao's saint tool was the Mountain Splitting Axe. In the end, only Corrupt Demon Heavenly Master, Sky Demon Sovereign, and Supreme True Martial were left. Sky Demon Sovereign grinned. Looks like the Golden Buddha Supreme won't be able to make it. Corrupt Demon Heavenly Master, you can attack at will. Kill as many as you can. In terms of seniority, Corrupt Demon Heavenly Master was many times older than Sky Demon Sovereign. His strength at his peak had also surpassed Sky Demon Sovereign's. However, in this era where strength determined status, the strong were respected. Corrupt Demon Heavenly Master was very clear about this. Just as he was about to move, a golden light swept over from the depths of space and time. Wherever the golden light passed, time and space froze. Then, a huge golden palm with the swastika word on its palm struck at Corrupt Demon Heavenly Master. This palm gave off an aura that could shake the world and pierce through everything. Dang, Corrupt Demon Heavenly Master's palm pressed forward. Instantly, his body staggered and retreated. I'm late. Golden light flashed, and the Golden Buddha Supreme appeared. His height had increased from 6 feet to 7 feet. His foundation was undeniably number 1 in the universe. Golden Body 9 Revolutions, 9th Revolution. Heavenly Demon Sovereign said word by word. I didn't expect someone to reach the 9th revolution of the Golden Body 9 Revolutions in this era. That's good. I haven't fought someone who has reached the 9th revolution in a long time. The last time I fought was with Golden Body Supreme. Heavenly Master Rot Devil's face flashed with fighting spirit. The Golden Body Sovereign was many times stronger than the Golden Buddha Sovereign. He had also cultivated the 9th transformation Golden Body to the pinnacle of the 9th transformation. He was a true legendary sovereign. However, the current him was no longer the him of the past. Fighting with a legendary sovereign would be courting death. Golden Buddha, you're finally here. True Martial Supreme breathed a sigh of relief. With Golden Buddha here, he could deal with Heavenly Demon Sovereign with peace of mind. Golden Buddha Supreme nodded. I've made you worry. Leave him to me. Golden Buddha Supreme's body seemed to be made of the purest gold. Even his eyebrows and pupils were golden. Just by standing there, he gave off an invincible feeling that he could suppress tens of thousands of demons. As for Heavenly Master Rot Devil, he was like a demonic shadow. He didn't seem to have any weight. Wherever he looked, the void began to decay and shatter. Corrosive God Fist. Vast Buddha Light. The two of them immediately used their respective ultimate techniques. Green Fist winds and golden waves collided, but in the end, it was still Empyrean Rot Devil who gained the upper hand. Golden Buddha Supreme was enveloped by endless fist winds, and the surrounding space and time around him was corroded to the point of being riddled with holes, dripping with green mucus. Sure enough, Golden Buddha Supreme is much weaker in terms of attack. Dozens of light years away, Yichen was fighting while watching True Martial Supreme's battle. The moment Gold Buddha Supreme appeared, he heaved a sigh of relief just like True Martial Supreme. But, as Rotten Devil Heavenly Venerable gained the absolute upper hand, Yichen couldn't help but frown. Golden Body 9 transformations had probably raised Gold Buddha Supreme from mid-grade Supreme to high-grade Supreme. However, Rotten Devil Heavenly Venerable was a quasi-legendary Supreme. Only Sky Demon Venerable and True Martial Supreme, who wielded saint artifacts, could injure him. I wonder if the 9th revolution of the Golden Body 9 revolutions can withstand the power of corrosion? A strong defense didn't mean that it was indestructible. For example, steel was hard enough, but some liquids could also instantly corrode steel. The green fist wind dissipated, and a golden light lit up. The Golden Buddha Supreme being was unharmed. The 9 revolutions golden body was almost flawless, and the corrosive power could do nothing to it. The only way to break the 9 revolutions golden body was through energy consumption. As long as the Golden Buddha Supreme's Jinyuan was used up, then the 9 revolutions golden body would have no energy source, and naturally, it would win without a fight. However, the Golden Buddha Supreme's foundation was much stronger than True Martial Supreme and Sky Demon Venerable's. Exhausting his Jinyuan was not something ordinary people could do. Sky Demon Venerable had once ambushed the Golden Buddha Supreme, but after fighting for several days and nights, his Jinyuan did not decrease much. As expected of the 9th transformation golden body, Yichen retracted his gaze. He knew that there was no need to worry about the Golden Buddha Supreme Being, unless Empyrean Rot Devil had a saint artifact in his hands. Brat, you dare to be distracted in front of me? How could Earth Demon Venerable not notice that Yichen was distracted just now? He could not help but be enraged. The twisted dagger turned into millions of twisted arcs, attacking towards Yichen. With the Heaven Sword in hand, Yichen protected himself perfectly. Up until now, Yichen found that even saint artifacts had different levels. Although his Heaven Sword's origin was damaged, it was still a level stronger than the opponent's dagger. At the beginning, because he did not know about the special characteristics of the twisted dagger, he was almost hit. Earth Demon Venerable, your era has passed. In the world of experts, if you do not advance, you will fall. Yichen mercilessly attacked the opponent. He was now waiting for Earth Demon Venerable to use his trump card. Once Earth Demon Venerable used all his trump cards, it would be time for Yichen to go all out. The Golden Buddha Supreme's arrival made Sky Demon Venerable's wishful thinking fall through. According to his estimation, he had at least an 80% chance of winning against the Human Race Alliance. True Martial, watch my spear. Sky Demon Venerable wore the Sky Demon's sacred armor and held the Bloodthirst Spear. He swept with his spear like a dancing blood dragon, destroying the void. Come on! Supreme True Martial slashed at the blood dragon with his True Martial Divine Mace. Rumble, the battle between the two of them surpassed everyone else. They had saint artifacts and were also high-level Supremes. Their strength had already reached the level of legendary Supremes. Even the Golden Buddha Supremacy, Heavenly Venerable Rot Devil, wasn't a match for them. Dang, dang. Dang, not only were their attacks strong, but their supreme martial arts were also exquisite. There was no pause between their moves. They were executed at will. Light flashed and the two of them came near Yichen and Earth Demon Venerable. Sky Demon Venerable's eyes flashed. He waved the Bloodthirst Spear and 3 spear radiance attacked Yichen. Sky Demon Venerable, don't you think you are too shameless? Supreme True Martial's speed exploded and he blocked the 3 spear radiance attacks. With Sky Demon Venerable's strength, the 3 spear radiance attacks weren't something that Yichen could block. Once Yichen was injured by the Bloodthirst Spear, Earth Demon Venerable would have a chance. The winner takes all and the loser takes all. That is the rule of the heavens. Sky Demon Venerable didn't feel ashamed at all. He would still attack Yichen if he had the chance. That was close. Yichen didn't plan to fight Sky Demon Venerable yet. That would be an act of overestimating himself. Moreover, the Bloodthirst Spear seemed to be stronger than the Sky Sword unless the Sky Sword could recover. Yichen's sword aura strengthened and he kept attacking, forcing Earth Demon Venerable to retreat dozens of light years away from the battle between Sky Demon Venerable and Supreme True Martial. Heart Demon Kill. Suddenly, an aura 100 times stronger than before exploded from Earth Demon Venerable. The twisted dagger stabbed at Yichen at a speed that surpassed the limits of the heavens. Time and space meant nothing to him. Heart Force eruption is so strong. Yichen was shocked. Heart Force had peaks and troughs. If one could maintain the troughs at a high level and increase the peaks infinitely, then one's battle prowess would increase greatly. The two's heart force had been maintained at a high level since the beginning of the battle. He didn't expect Earth Demon Venerable to continue erupting his heart force and increase his strength by 100 times. Caught off guard, Yichen only had time to raise the Sky Sword horizontally. Clang, the Sky Sword collided with Yichen's body and sent him flying. Fortunately, his immortal sword body gave him a strong defense, so he wasn't injured. He's not injured? Earth Demon Venerable gritted his teeth. His Heart Demon Kill consumed a lot of his heart power. If he used it too many times, his heart power would reach a low point. He originally thought that even if he could not hit Yi Chen with his twisted dagger, he would at least be able to wound him. None of the supreme beings can be underestimated. This should be Earth Demon Sovereign's final trump card. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen squinted his eyes. Earth Demon Sovereign, take my sword as well. With his heart force erupting, Yi Chen used Omniscient Nature, which had the most variations. Omniscient Nature's variations had also surpassed the limits of the heavens. Danger! As soon as the boundless manifestation sword aura appeared, Earth Demon Sovereign's face turned pale. If Yi Chen didn't have the holy sword in his hand, he wouldn't be too worried even if he was hit. Between Super Supremes, it was very difficult to injure each other. Saint artifacts were an exception. However, Yi Chen had the holy sword in his hand. As long as he was grazed, his foundation would be injured. I can't be hit. Earth Demon Venerable poured demonic energy into the twisted dagger. In a short time, he consumed more demonic energy than before. Under normal circumstances, there was a limit to how much energy a weapon could be infused. Beyond this limit, no matter how much energy was infused, it wouldn't increase its power much. It might even cause the weapon to explode. Naturally, the holy artifact couldn't explode, but the increase in power was limited. But it could at least slightly increase the power of the twisted dagger. The twisted dagger created layers of illusions. The violent power of distortion overlapped, making Earth Demon Venerable feel like he was in another world, a blurry world separated by countless layers of space. The next moment, countless bubbles disappeared, and the power of distortion was peeled off layer by layer. The reason why the Omniscient Nature was so powerful was that the sword art pointed directly to the heart, and the changes were close to infinite, even the enemy's heart could be reflected. However, the twisted dagger was a sacred tool after all, and it contained incredible power. The sword momentum of the Omniscient Nature could not directly lock on to the Earth Demon Venerable, and it was distorted. I blocked it. Earth Demon Venerable heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that the opponent is just SOSO. I underestimated the twisted dagger. Earth Demon Venerable's confidence grew after blocking Yi Chen's sword. To be honest, his confidence had been shaken before. This dagger's effect is to distort everything. Then what effect does my heavenly sword have? Holy artifacts had their own effects. For example, the twisted dagger contained the power of distortion, the bloodthirsty spear contained the power of bloodthirsty, the true martial divine mace contained the power of unparalleled, and the blood-dripping spear had the power of dripping blood. The others such as the storm hammer, the thousand poisoned soul staff, and the mountain-splitting axe all had their own powerful effects. This was one of the main reasons why holy artifacts were so powerful. While Yi Chen and Earth Demon Venerable were fighting, the other Supremes were also fighting. Among them, the Bronze Supreme Martial Artist had it the hardest. After all, he was only a top-notch Supreme Being. Perhaps he was one of the best among the Supreme Beings, but when he encountered a Super Supreme Being, he was suppressed from the start to the end. Fortunately, Flawless Demon Sovereign was a 100 transformation demon, which was weaker in terms of combat. Even so, Bronze Supreme Being still suffered some light injuries. Even his Supreme Being armor was unable to completely offset the opponent's attack. If I can cultivate the Bronze Battle Body to the 5th level, he won't be able to hurt me. The Bronze Dragon Bloodline's strongest body-refining martial art was the Bronze Battle Body. The Bronze Battle Body had a total of 5 levels, and as long as one cultivated it to the 5th level, they would be able to withstand the attack of a Super Sovereign. Of course, the most powerful body-refining martial art of the Dragon Clan was the Golden Battle Body, which was only slightly inferior to the Golden Body Transformation 9 transformations. The reason why Yi Chen was able to create the Immortal Sword Body was that he had studied the countless black smoke in the Black Wind Stream and his own Immortal Sword Soul. Compared to the Bronze Sovereign, the Golden Buddha Sovereign was much more relaxed. After breaking through to the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations Golden Body, there was almost no one who could hurt him except for a divine weapon. Moreover, this was the early stage of the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations Golden Body. Once he cultivated to the peak of the 9 transformations Golden Body, even a legendary sovereign wouldn't be able to hurt him. Dang, Heavenly Lord Corrupt Devil's martial art was a supreme martial art, exquisite and extraordinary. Even Heavenly Devil Sovereign and True Martial Sovereign couldn't compare to it. In a short period of time, the Golden Buddha sovereign suffered no less than dozens of attacks. Really troublesome. Heavenly Lord Corrupt Devil was a little annoyed. He didn't have a divine weapon, so he didn't know how long it would take to exhaust the opponent's Xinyuan. Although the ratio of Xinyuan consumption between the two was 10-1, the Golden Buddha sovereign's Xinyuan was the strongest among all the sovereigns. The Xinyuan contained in the 70-meter-tall golden body was too vast. Corrosive demonic light. Suddenly, 2 black beams shot out of Heavenly Lord Corrupt Devil's eyes and entered the Golden Buddha sovereign's forehead. The Golden Buddha sovereign felt dizzy, but he quickly recovered. Upon reaching the Supreme Realm, soul attack secret arts were nearly useless, unless they were transcendent soul attack secret arts. But, transcendent soul attack secret arts were even rarer than transcendent martial arts. The vast majority of legendary supremes weren't able to create one. As for Empyrean Corrupt Devil's corrosive demonic light, it was only one of the more powerful transcendent soul attack secret arts. My martial path Yuan Shen is too seriously injured, and I only have 1,000th of my peak power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block it. Heavenly Lord Corrupt Devil didn't use soul attacks anymore. If he recovered the power of a legendary sovereign, the Golden Buddha sovereign would more or less be injured. The same soul attack secret art, when used by different people, had different power. The most intense battle was between True Martial Sovereign and Heavenly Devil Sovereign. But the battle between the two was also the most boring. The main reason was that both of them had divine weapon armors. True Martial Sovereign's divine weapon armor was a little broken, but he didn't give Heavenly Devil Sovereign a chance to hit his body. Some aftershocks couldn't shake him at all, so it was impossible for him to fight head-on and get injured instead. Again and again, they tested each other. Both of them were exploring the mysteries of each other's divine weapon, preparing for the next attack. That's right, the Heavenly Sword once contained the Light Sword will. Could the effect of the Heavenly Sword be the power of light? Yichen used all his sword skills once, but he could only suppress Earth Devil Sovereign at most. He couldn't break through his opponent's power of distortion. He even tried to use soul attacks. He didn't cultivate a supreme soul attack secret art, because the Netherworld Sacred Eye would improve along with the realm, so there was no need to cultivate a supreme soul attack secret art. But the power of distortion of the Distortion Dagger could even distort soul attacks, so it couldn't make Earth Devil Sovereign dizzy for a short time. Of course, Earth Devil Sovereign's supreme soul attack secret art couldn't do anything to Yichen. Yichen had the Netherworld Sacred Eye, the Immortal Sword Soul and the Destruction Sword Soul, so any soul attack was useless against him. Besides the Destruction Sword will in the Heavenly Sword, Yichen also transferred the not-so-powerful Light Sword will into it. As the Light Sword will entered, the Heavenly Sword seemed to have spirituality, and it shone brightly. Just as I thought. Yichen rejoiced in his heart. The power of light wasn't just pure power. With it, all the means of the enemy wouldn't be able to deceive his eyes. This was a righteous power, and he could only face it head-on. Boundless nature was used again. What? Earth Devil Sovereign was horrified to find that the power of distortion couldn't distort the opponent's sword momentum. This sword momentum contained the power of light, and it directly enveloped him. The Distortion Dagger was much weaker than the Heavenly Sword. 3 wriggling sword marks appeared on Earth Devil Sovereign's body, shuttling back and forth on his body. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recover. When the inextinguishable power encountered the sword marks, it was quickly consumed, which scared Earth Devil Sovereign so much that he didn't dare to use the inextinguishable power that came with the 8th rank spirit body. Not good. Heaven Demon Venerable had been paying attention to Earth Demon Venerable's situation. Seeing Yichen injure Earth Demon Venerable with a single strike, he was both shocked and furious. After being struck by a saint artifact, even he wouldn't be much better off, let alone Earth Demon Venerable. Haha, with such a genius, my human race will definitely prosper. Supreme True Martial laughed happily. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. The long period of pressure had made him feel incomparably tired. Only killing could make him forget everything. What? Earth Demon Venerable is injured? Not good. Now that Earth Demon Venerable is defeated, what should we do? Why are there always geniuses in the human race? Each one is more stunning than the other. The heavens are really too biased. The battle between Supremes was long and drawn out. Everyone was paying attention to each other. Yi Chen, you dare to injure me? Earth Demon Venerable roared in disbelief. Every time the sword wound on his body made a circle, it would take away a part of his essence, energy, and soul, causing a gap to appear in his foundation. So what if I injure you? Yi Chen sneered. Heart Demon kill. Erupting with his heart force, Earth Demon Venerable threw out the twisting dagger in his hand. The twisting dagger hissed in the air, and in the next moment, it transformed into a single-horned black snake. The single-horned black snake slithered rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Yi Chen. Ding! Similarly erupting with his heart force, Yi Chen sent the single-horned black snake flying with a single strike. However, the single-horned black snake seemed to have a mind of its own. Every time it was sent flying, it would fly back and attack Yi Chen from an even more crafty angle. Once. Twice. Dozens of times, Yi Chen was clearly stronger than Earth Demon Venerable, but at this moment, he was in a passive situation. The twisting dagger was too strange, and the angle of attack was crafty. Why can't I break through his defense? Earth Demon Venerable was incomparably vexed. There was a limit to his heart force eruption. If this move couldn't injure Yi Chen, then his heart force would fall to the bottom. In the end, Earth Demon Venerable still couldn't injure Yi Chen. Although he was much stronger than Yi Chen in terms of heart force, he was still lacking a little if he wanted to break through Yi Chen's defense. Death Cleave. Yi Chen could sense that the Earth Demon Venerable's aura had become much weaker. He unleashed his death cut, and the overwhelming sword shadows engulfed the Earth Demon Venerable. Puff, two sword shadows streaked across the Earth Demon Venerable's shoulder and waist, leaving behind a sword mark on each of them. Including these 2 sword scars, there were a total of 5 sword scars on the Earth Demon Venerable's body. These 5 sword scars were like 5 blood-sucking worms, sucking the source energy from the Earth Demon Venerable's body. Meanwhile, the Earth Demon Venerable's heart force was at its lowest point. Coupled with the fact that he had been injured by the Heaven Sword, his strength had dropped to an unprecedented level. Sword Burial Technique, 5 elements / all things in the world. Yi Chen seized the opportunity and used his ultimate moves. If he could eliminate the Earth Demon Venerable, it would definitely be a blow to the demons, and the human race would have one less enemy. Samsara, 7, 10. When the number of sword scars on his body reached 10, the Earth Demon Venerable was afraid. If this continued, he would become weaker and weaker until he was killed by Yi Chen. Once he died, there would be nothing left. Sky Demon. Earth Demon Venerable asked Heavenly Demon Venerable for help. You, come to me. The Sky Demon Venerable's face was gloomy. Yi Chen was the biggest variable in this Supreme Being battle. He was also a variable that he had never expected. As for the Golden Buddha Supreme, he was another variable. When these 2 variables were combined, it was enough to turn the situation around. Hearing this, the Earth Demon Venerable's speed erupted as he flew towards the Sky Demon Venerable. An opening appeared in the Sky Demon domain, and the Earth Demon Venerable entered. Boom, boom. Supreme True Martial took the opportunity to attack, causing the Sky Demon domain to distort. However, the Sky Demon's Saint armor was too strong. Supreme True Martial's attacks only made the Sky Demon Venerable retreat a dozen steps. Supreme True Martial, I'll go help Supreme Bronze. Seeing that the Earth Demon Venerable had the protection of the Sky Demon Venerable, Yi Chen felt that it was a pity. With the Sky Demon Venerable's protection, not to mention him, even Supreme True Martial wouldn't be able to injure the Earth Demon Venerable. Moreover, there was quite a gap between him and the Sky Demon Venerable and Supreme True Martial. Even if he helped, it would be useless. He might as well help the others. Alright, I don't need your help here. Supreme True Martial nodded. The battle between Bronze Supremacy and Flawless Demon Supremacy was completely one-sided. After all, Flawless Demon Supremacy was a supreme supremacy. His attacks were many times stronger than Bronze Supremacy's. Even with the supreme armor reducing 90% of his attacks, it was still difficult for him to endure. Bronze Supremacy estimated that he would be unable to hold on for another quarter of an hour at most. Dang, just as Flawless Demon Venerable was about to attack Supreme Bronze again, a sharp sword appeared out of thin air and sent Flawless Demon Venerable tumbling back. Yi Chen. Flawless Demon Venerable was shocked. Supreme Bronze, you go help the others. Leave this demon to me. Yichen ignored Flawless Demon Venerable and said to Supreme Bronze. That would be for the best. The Bronze Supremacy heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally take a breather. His injuries weren't too serious. It was just that fighting Flawless Demon Supremacy had put him under a lot of pressure. He wasn't afraid of anyone below Supremacy. We meet again. Yichen stood upright in the void with the Heaven Sword pointing downward. Being stared at by Yichen, Flawless Demon Venerable felt like he had nowhere to run. Yichen, don't be too arrogant. You should know that you have truly offended the demons by obstructing our great cause. In the future, we demons will go all out to kill you. There will be no escape for you. Flawless Demon Venerable threatened. With a smile, Yichen mocked, it seems that the demons and humans have been enemies since ancient times. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Also, I welcome you to find trouble with me at all costs. I'm happy to oblige. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Yichen was a battle maniac. Without battle, what was the point of pursuing the pinnacle of sword Dao? Cut the crap. Take this sword. With a flash, Yichen thrust his sword at Flawless Demon Venerable. Flawless Demon Venerable found that he couldn't dodge this sword and could only resist with all his might. Puff, this sword was too powerful. The dagger in Flawless Demon Venerable's hand was turned around and pierced into his own chest. He spurted out a mouthful of blood as his chest caved in. Along the way, Flawless Demon Venerable kept spurting out blood. The dagger in his hand was a supreme weapon, while Yichen's was a saint sword. The power of the saint weapon was cancelled out by the dagger and supreme armor. It was not something he could handle, and his origin was damaged. Die. The most versatile skill, 10,000 forms of limitless phenomenon, was displayed. Bubbles appeared and disappeared. Flawless Demon Venerable felt like he was being cut into pieces. His flesh and blood flew everywhere, and his bones and flesh were separated. However, a Super Supreme was still a Super Supreme. This sword still couldn't kill Flawless Demon Venerable. Killing intent surged in Yichen's eyes as he continued to display his killing moves. Brat, you dare? I, Heavenly Demon Venerable, swear that if you kill him today, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse in the future. I will kill all of your 9 generations. Heavenly Demon Venerable roared. It was too late for him to save Flawless Demon Venerable. He regretted that he didn't give the order to retreat immediately, which led to Flawless Demon Venerable being in a situation where he was sure to die. Hundreds of petals danced in the air as a sharp sword light flashed by. The flesh and blood of Flawless Demon Venerable was instantly destroyed. Right at this moment, Heavenly Venerable Rotten Devil, who was battling Golden Buddha Supreme, flickered and instantly appeared behind Yichen like a flickering light. A green spiraling fist wind rushed toward Yichen. Heavenly Sovereign Rotting Devil was a legendary sovereign at his peak. Although he was currently in Martial Yuan spirit state and had been injured by True Martial Supreme's divine rapier, his strength was not even 1/10,000th of his peak. However, a legendary sovereign was a legendary sovereign after all, and the martial skill he used was a supreme martial skill. Yichen only had time to take a step sideways before he was struck by the fist wind. Like a windmill, Yichen spun hundreds of times. His entire body was wrapped up in the green storm. Sacrificing a flawless demon master in exchange for the life of a peerless genius. It's worth it. Rotten Demon had been waiting for a chance to kill Yichen. Therefore, even if Flawless Demon Master was killed by Yichen, he didn't care. As long as Yichen was dead, the human race would lose. Now, his wait was worth it. Although Yichen had a sacred weapon, it was a sacred sword, not a sacred armor. How could it defend against his all-out attack? Even a legendary supreme would suffer after being hit by my corrosive spiral wave, let alone you. Rotten Demon Master sneered. True Martial Supreme was stunned. The Golden Buddha Supreme was also stunned. Sky Demon Master's expression brightened up. Just like Rotten Demon Master, he was more than happy to sacrifice Flawless Demon Master in exchange for Yichen. He didn't particularly care about Flawless Demon Master's strength. It would be great if he had Flawless Demon Master, but it didn't matter if he didn't. After all, Flawless Demon Master had always been hiding in the dark. The only thing he cared about was Yi Chen's identity as a 100 transformation demon. What a powerful corrosive power. In the green storm, Yi Chen's immortal sword body emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion. His right shoulder, which was directly hit, was already dyed with a layer of green. The corrosive toxin was spreading through his flesh and blood. Once it spread to his whole body, it was estimated that his soul and martial arts Xianxia would not be spared. Supreme martial arts were not that easy to endure. Fortunately, Yi Chen had the immortal sword intent and the destruction sword intent, these two supreme sword intents. The immortal sword intent was able to resist the spreading of the corrosive toxins, while the destruction sword intent was able to slowly kill the toxins. With the cooperation of the two supreme sword intents, Yi Chen didn't lose his life directly. Of course, the supreme armor on Yi Chen's body had been completely destroyed by the corrosive power. Even the source of the armor had been polluted, and even his cultivation couldn't be repaired. Chi, sword light flashed. Yi Chen's right shoulder and arm were chopped off by Yi Chen's sword. The corrosive toxin was too overbearing, and Yi Chen had no way to expel it in a short period of time. Thus, he might as well damage his own origin energy and cut off the corroded part. As soon as this part was cut off from Yi Chen's body, it instantly turned into green pus that corroded the void. Sword energy and inextinguishable strength surged. Yi Chen's right shoulder and right arm quickly grew back. With a wave of his hand, the remnants of the green storm dissipated. Yi Chen looked at Empyrean Rot Demon. This opponent's attack had consumed 30% of his sword energy and half of his inextinguishable strength. It was truly worthy of being a supreme martial art. What, you didn't die? Empyrean Rot Demon was stunned. I won't give you another chance. Yi Chen was extremely wary of Empyrean Rot Demon, even more so than Empyrean Sky Devil. Empyrean Sky Devil used a supreme martial art. Yi Chen had a high chance of dodging it, but he couldn't completely dodge a supreme martial art. Of course, this was also related to Empyrean Rot Demon's sneak attack. Empyrean Rot Demon, your opponent is me. As Yi Chen spoke, Golden Buddha Supreme stood in front of Empyrean Rot Demon. Apart from Supreme True Martial, only he could completely block Empyrean Rot Demon. Empyrean Rot Demon stared at Yi Chen and didn't attack again. Fortunately, Supreme True Martial exhaled. Fortunately, Yi Chen didn't die. An unblemished demon sovereign for Yi Chen was too much of a loss for the human race. Yi Chen, very good. Treasure your remaining life. You don't have much time left. Empyrean Sky Devil Sovereign's right hand that was holding the Bloodthirst Spear slightly spun. Blood spurted out and was absorbed by the spear. In the next moment, the spear's blood-red radiance erupted. With a sweep of the spear, Supreme True Martial was sent flying several light years away. Retreat! Supreme True Martial roared and raised the Bloodthirst Spear toward the sky. A brazen killing intent filled the void. Everyone stopped, including the Supremes of Human Race Alliance. If they wanted to take advantage of the situation, they would have to face the wrath of Empyrean Sky Devil Sovereign. With his strength, it wasn't impossible to kill one or two Supremes of Human Race Alliance. Of course, at that time, both sides would suffer great losses, and the Supremes of Demons Alliance would suffer even greater casualties. Before leaving, Empyrean Sky Devil Sovereign coldly stared at Yi Chen. If an ordinary Supremes were to be stared at by this gaze, they would probably have nightmares. However, Yi Chen was indifferent. The battle came quickly and ended quickly. As soon as the battle between the Supremes ended, the battle between the armies also ended. Both sides lost countless life and death soldiers, and even some quasi-venerables. When the army of Demons Alliance retreated, the Human Race Alliance erupted in cheers. They had won. Truly inconceivable. I thought we were going to die in the battlefield. Yeah, Demons Alliance came with such a menacing momentum, but they were beaten back by us. It must be the battle between the Supremes. Our Human Race Alliance has the upper hand. And it should be so. In a battle between armies, we are much weaker. Everyone discussed spiritedly, and their emotions were stirred. Morong Qingqing and Su Jing did not die. The battle had not lasted for a long time, but they had gained a lot. The berserk aura of the battle had allowed them to display their potential to the fullest. The continuous battles with the demi-sovereigns had also tempered them. Normally, when they fought with demi-sovereigns, they would not go all out. It was not a true life and death battle. Among the quasi-venerables, Du Guju and Yan Qingxian were undoubtedly a pair of shining stars. The number of quasi-venerables killed by the two alone reached more than a dozen. As for life and death soldiers, they numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The other side won. Yan Qingxian gazed at the edge of the void. She had a very strange feeling towards Yi Chen. Back then, he was merely a junior, but now, he was a supreme supremacy. The difference in life level gave Yan Qingxian a very mysterious feeling when facing Yi Chen. It was as if her student had suddenly turned into a god worshipped by everyone. I'm still lacking a lot. Just what am I lacking? Du Guju pondered. He originally planned to use the battle to sense the supremacy realm, but the battle was over, and he was still confused. Looking at the life and death soldiers filling the starry sky and everyone's respectful attitude, Du Guju suddenly understood. General trend, he lacked the general trend. In an era, there could only be one person walking at the front, and Yi Chen was undoubtedly this person. To become a supremacy, one had to rely on the general trend. Yi Chen had relied on the Azure World's arena to overcome the general trend of all geniuses, as well as the general trend of being a peak character, and had stepped into the supremacy realm. From now on, I want Du Guju's name to resound in the starry sky. Du Guju raised his head, his eyes brimming with domineeringness. Supreme Yi, it's all thanks to you this time. Supreme Yi, when will you visit my barbarian race? Even if you want to go, you should go to my giant race. With the retreat of the Demons Alliance, the Supremes of the Human Race Alliance heaved a sigh of relief, which was soon followed by ecstasy. Compared to the last time, the Human Race Alliance had won a great victory. The situation was countless times better than they had expected, and all of this was due to Yi Chen. Of course, Golden Buddha Supreme had also played a big role. After all, he had blocked the most troublesome rotten devil Heavenly Sovereign. Yi Chen, you did well. True Martial Supreme raised his thumb, his eyes full of admiration. Repelling the Demons Alliance is everyone's contribution. I couldn't have done it alone. Yi Chen didn't take all the credit for himself. Although the Human Race Alliance didn't lose a single Supremes, they were all wounded. Some of them were especially gravely injured, and their auras were chaotic. Perhaps their strength couldn't compare to Yi Chen's, but they had all contributed greatly. The credit is naturally everyone's, but we couldn't have done it without you. The golden light on Golden Buddha Supreme's body dimmed as he walked over with a smile. Before, True Martial Supreme and Golden Buddha Supreme were the pillars of the human race, and they had to bear a lot of pressure. They couldn't let the human race fall in their hands. Otherwise, they would become the greatest sinners in history. Now that there was another Super Supremes, Yi Chen, they were naturally very happy. They wished the human race could have 10 Super Supremes, so that they wouldn't have to worry every day and could do many things they wanted to do, such as exploring the Heavenly River and Hell. Demon Domain, 9th grade life planet, Lich planet, on top of a sky-reaching tower, the old Shaman Demon Emperor looked up at the starry sky. Letting out a sigh, Shaman Demon Emperor took out a palm-sized rainbow crystal ball from his storage ring. This was the most precious crystal ball of the Shaman Demon clan. In the entire history of the Shaman Demon clan, there were a total of 5 crystal balls, and 3 had already been used by the ancient people. The ancestor of Lich race instructed that unless it was a matter of life and death, one shouldn't use the fate crystal ball. Otherwise, one would suffer the wrath of heaven. My time has come. I'll use this fate crystal ball to predict the fate of this child for the demons. With the Shaman Demon Emperor's cultivation level, it was impossible for him to predict the fate of an honorable being. But with the Destiny Crystal Ball, things were different. Unless the other party was a demigod and had a trace of God's power, as long as he wasn't a demigod, he would still be able to predict the trajectory of the honorable being's fate. The Shaman Demon Sovereign raised his right hand slightly, causing the fate crystal ball to float up. A gentle 7-colored radiance radiated outwards, freezing time and space. At this moment, even a supreme being could forget about disturbing the Shaman Demon Sovereign. In the name of the Shaman Demon King, I shall calculate his fate. The Gate of Destiny. Open. From within the Shaman Demon Sovereign's body, a wave of essence chi floated out. This was the most primitive essence chi of a martial artist. Once the essence chi was depleted, it would mean the end of one's life. The primordial essence chi floated into the fate crystal ball. After that, the fate crystal ball started to rotate slowly. The seven-colored radiance flickered, and a series of blurry images appeared. These images were all about Yi Chen. At the start, they were images of Yi Chen's past. Especially the first image, it caused the shaman demon sovereign to frown. Why could he only see the young Yi Chen? Why couldn't Yi Chen predict the future? The shaman demon sovereign frowned. To predict the future, one had to be familiar with the other party's past. The shaman demon sovereign didn't know how the fate crystal ball was created and what materials were used. But he knew that the power of the fate crystal ball had already enveloped Yi Chen. Someone is calculating my fate? Who is it? In the heavenly treasured palace, Yi Chen opened his eyes. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen closed his eyes again. Fate was too mysterious for words. Maybe only true gods could control their own fate. Or maybe, true gods were just fishermen in the river of fate. They could see the fate of the fishes, but they couldn't see their own fate. Whoever wanted to calculate his fate, just let them be. Images appeared one after another. At the start, these images were still. Once they appeared, they would start to move. The shaman demon sovereign's body became more and more stooped, but the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Legendary rank supreme, demigod. After calculating that Yi Chen could become a demigod, the shaman demon sovereign shook his head. Indeed, back then, he had relied on his own strength to calculate Yi Chen's fate. He had predicted that Yi Chen would become a legendary rank supreme, or even surpass it. But at that time it was just a premonition. It wasn't as clear and certain as it was now. A new image appeared. This image was extremely primitive, as though it wasn't in the universe. In this image, Yi Chen was fighting against a group of demigods. In the end, all the demigods died. The final scene appeared. It was a scene of chaos. Nothing could be seen. Slowly, a pair of eyes appeared. What kind of eyes were those? He could see them but he couldn't remember them. Suddenly, the shaman demon king was stunned. That was because a voice rang out. How dare you calculate my fate? Die. True, God. The shaman demon sovereign breathed his last breath and vanished into thin air. His death was too sudden. He couldn't even leave a message. The fate crystal ball shattered and everything disappeared. Only the pair of eyes didn't disappear. The pair of eyes grew bigger and bigger until they were as big as the universe. However, no one could feel the existence of the eyes until they disappeared into the chaos. Crackle, black lightning struck down from the shaman demon planet. The power of these black lightning bolts was extremely strong. It was comparable to the destructive lightning bolts that struck the puppet true gods will in hell. This wasn't the wrath of the heavens. The wrath of the heavens didn't appear in the form of lightning. If the shaman demon sovereign was still alive, he would know why the black lightning bolts appeared. Unfortunately, he was already dead. The complete disappearance of the shaman demon planet shook the demon realm. One had to know that in history, a rank 9 life planet had never disappeared for no reason. Even a demigod couldn't destroy a rank 9 life planet. In the heavenly palace, Yi Chen opened his eyes again. He saw a familiar pair of eyes, but he couldn't remember what they looked like. Did you hear? The shaman demon planet suddenly disappeared. What's going on? The shaman demon planet is a rank 9 life planet? I don't know either. Maybe the existence of the shaman demon planet violated a taboo. It's good that it disappeared. Who knows how many geniuses of the human race died because of the shaman demon clan's divination. Yes, the disappearance of the shaman demon planet is equivalent to digging out one of the demon's eyes. It's a good thing. In the 9 Revolution Star Supreme Pavilion, a few Supremes had already heard the news. Good. Fate has finally started to favor the human race. In the true martial continent, the true martial Supremes and the Golden Buddha Supremes were drinking and laughing. In the dark chaos. Damn sword god, he actually destroyed the shaman demon clan. Just you wait, just you wait. The human body was a universe. If one wanted to completely understand the human body and develop all the mysteries of the human body, it would not be any easier than completely understanding the universe. However, the human body was different from the universe. The universe would never change, but the human body would change. This was because the human body was constantly evolving along with cultivation. To continue improving the immortal sword physique, he needed to understand more about the human body, and this was what Yichen lacked. I should ask the Golden Buddha Supreme for advice. Yichen thought for a while and flew out of the heavenly palace, heading towards the myriad Buddha continent where the Golden Buddha Supreme was. Yichen, how come you have time to find me? The Golden Buddha Supreme invited Yichen into the myriad Buddha hall. The Golden Buddha Supreme sat cross-legged in the myriad Buddha hall. Opposite him was a simple stone table and a stone chair. Yichen sat down and went straight to the point. Golden Buddha Supreme, I'd like to ask you about the mysteries of the human body. I see. The Golden Buddha Supreme nodded. I have a human body quintessence here. Take it and ask me if there's anything you don't understand. The Golden Buddha Supreme took out a golden book and handed it to Yichen. Thank you very much. Yichen took the book and expressed his gratitude. The Human Body Quintessence was truly a wondrous book. Just the introduction alone was enough to benefit Yichen. The universe has its source, and so does the human body. The universe's source evolves into all things, and the human body's source evolves into blood, flesh, and bone marrow. Although the Human Body Quintessence was only a book that introduced the knowledge of the human body, according to its introduction, the human body realm was divided into 10 levels. Yichen estimated that he had only reached the 4th level of the human body realm, and was only at the early stage of the 4th level. If he could fully comprehend the human body quintessence, he would be able to reach the 8th level. As for the 9th and 10th levels, they couldn't be taught and had to be explored by oneself. Of course, this was too far away for Yichen. Just the first 8 levels were enough for him to study for countless years. Too wonderful for words. Yichen was immediately immersed in the contents of the human body quintessence. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. On this day, Yichen suddenly woke up. I should be at level 5 of the human body realm now. The 4th stage of the human realm corresponded to the 7th and 8th stages of the immortal sword body, and the 5th stage corresponded to the 9th and 10th stages. If the human realm really reached the 5th stage, then the immortal sword body would at least reach the 9th stage. As soon as he thought about it, he started to train the immortal sword body. The 8th floor, the peak of the 8th level, the 9th level, the peak of the 9th level. When the immortal sword body reached the peak of the 9th level, Yichen's knowledge of the human body was gradually exhausted. Apart from that, his knowledge of body tempering also came to an end. The 9th level of the immortal sword body was enough to withstand the attack of a high-level supreme being, and the peak of the 9th level could reduce the consumption to the minimum. If Empyrean Celestial and Empyrean True Martial didn't have saint artifacts, then Yichen wouldn't need to fear them. Facing Empyrean Rotten Devil, Yichen would also have the strength to fight. Of course, Yichen knew very well that his 9th level of the immortal sword body was still far from the Golden Buddha Supreme's Golden Body 9 refinement stage. Every time the Golden Body 9 refinement stage was upgraded, its defensive power would increase greatly. At the late stage of the 8th transformation, it could withstand the attack of a high-level supreme being. At the peak of the 8th transformation, it could withstand the attack of a peak supreme being. At the 9th transformation, even Empyrean Rotten Devil's supreme martial arts couldn't hurt the Golden Buddha Supreme. It was estimated that saint artifacts wouldn't be much of a threat to him, and he could almost withstand the attack of a legendary supreme being. If the immortal sword body wanted to withstand the attack of a legendary supreme being, it would at least have to be cultivated to the 11th or 12th level. It couldn't be helped. The Golden Buddha Supreme had been a supreme for hundreds of thousands of years. Compared to him, Yichen's age couldn't even compare. This sword body of yours is really amazing, but it seems to have some flaws. After 20 years, the Golden Buddha Supreme was amazed by Yichen's progress. After asking some information about the immortal sword body, the Golden Buddha Supreme gave his opinion. To be precise, it can't be considered a flaw. The main problem lies in the immortal sword intent. At present, the level of your sword body isn't high, so the requirements for the immortal sword intent aren't high. When the immortal sword body reaches the same level as the immortal sword intent, the only way to continue improving the immortal sword body is to improve the immortal sword intent. You also know how difficult it is to improve the supreme sword intent from the peak of the 8th level to the 9th level. It's not as easy as becoming a legendary supreme being. The Golden Buddha Supreme said slowly. Yichen smiled. There's no hurry. In fact, he had already considered this problem, but he really wasn't in a hurry. First, he had the Destruction Sword intent. The resonance between the Destruction Sword intent and the Immortal Sword intent would speed up the progress of the two Supreme Sword intents. Secondly, the Destruction Sword intent and the Immortal Sword intent had both reached the peak of the 8th level, just a step away from the 9th level. This step might be very difficult, but Yichen had a feeling that it wouldn't take too long. There's no hurry? The Golden Buddha Supreme was taken aback. He then smiled and said, "Hee, there's indeed no hurry. With your age, time isn't a big problem for you." He misunderstood Yichen's meaning. Yichen didn't explain. Although the outside world knew that he had two Supreme Sword intents, they didn't know that the two complementary Supreme Sword intents would resonate with each other. Just like that, Yichen would sometimes go into closed-door training to study the human body quintessence. Sometimes, he would go to the Golden Buddha Supreme to learn from him. Sometimes, he would meet up with Su Jing and Morong Qingqing and give them some pointers. His days were full, and he had some gains every day. It's time to go to the Black Wind Stream. The shortcut to obtaining body-refining knowledge was to go to the Black Wind Stream. Yichen had basically read all the body-refining martial arts passed down by the human race. There were only a dozen supreme body-refining martial arts, and the body-refining knowledge was limited. Only the Black Wind Stream contained endless body-refining knowledge. It should be known that the demons imprisoned there were all supreme-level demons. Over the years, countless of them had been imprisoned, and many had died, leaving behind a lot of information. The true Martial Supreme didn't stop Yichen from going to the Black Wind Stream. The current Yichen wasn't someone anyone could tempt. He was different from the Mad Lord back then. Be careful of the Black Wind Stream cave. There used to be demigod-level demons imprisoned there. The true Martial Supreme only reminded him. Yichen nodded. The Black Wind Stream, the Xianxia Supreme and the Ananda Supreme were waiting for Yichen at the entrance. Supreme Xianxia and Supreme Ananda were already aware of the situation in the outside world. They were naturally delighted by the Human Alliance's victory. They were even more delighted that the Human Alliance had gained another powerful supreme being who possessed a divine implement. In this way, the Alliance of Demons would have to think twice before attacking the Human Alliance in the future. They would not start a war so easily. Sorry for bothering you in the future, Yichen said to the two. He came here purely to study the black smoke and didn't participate in the patrol. Therefore, the patrol task was still completed by the Xianxia Supreme and the Ananda Supreme until the 500 years were up. Not at all. We might need Supreme Yi to give us some pointers in the future. The Xianxia Supreme and the Ananda Supreme laughed. Sure. Yichen was not going to be modest at all. As his cultivation level increased, Yichen found that he hadn't thoroughly studied the black smoke on the walls of the Black Wind Stream. There was no need to go to the cave for the time being. Supreme Yi, you're so hardworking. No wonder you could become a supreme in less than 1,000 years. The Xianxia Supreme admired Yichen for studying the black smoke every day. Mad Lord, I'm here again. On this day, Yichen came to the cave where the Mad Lord was sealed. Supreme True Martial is really generous to you. Lord Kuang's voice came from the cave. Yichen smiled faintly and said, should I call you Lord Kuang or something else? What do you mean? I think your memories aren't limited to Lord Kuang's. The Black Wind Mountain cave had imprisoned demigod demons before. Last time, Yichen had been invaded by a demigod's thoughts. But thoughts were just thoughts. With Lord Kuang's talent, he shouldn't have been invaded by a single thought. If Yichen was right, Lord Kuang should have merged with a different kind of martial arts Yuan Shen. That was why his memories were messed up and he couldn't tell if he was a human or a demon. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? The cave seal loosened a little, and a wisp of essence leaked out. I'm just curious. Since you want to know, I'll tell you myself. Roar roar roar, a ghostly howl resounded as a silver shadow dashed towards Yichen like a silver storm. Silver martial arts Yuan Shen. No one knew that Lord Kuang's martial arts Yuan Shen wasn't a bronze one, but a silver one. Yichen could see that Lord Kuang's martial arts Yuanshen was even purer than Heavenly Master rotting demons. It was as if it was made of silver steel needles, shining with a silver light that could penetrate one's bones. The silver shadow was extremely fast. With just a curl, Yichen was sucked in. Then, it spun and shrank, causing the walls to tremble. Yichen's expression didn't change. He unsheathed the heavenly sword and stabbed at the silver shadow. Divine weapon. The silver shadow shrieked, and with a swoosh, it pulled away. If you were free from this seal, I might be afraid of you. But now. Yichen's body flashed as he waved the heavenly sword. The silver shadow was fast, but how could it be faster than the heavenly sword? It was cut into dozens of pieces. Damn it! Dozens of silver shadows burrowed into the cave. They were only a part of the silver martial arts primordial spirit and not all of its power. It was no match for the power of a divine artifact. The cave that had sealed it in the past had now become its refuge. After all, Yichen did not dare to break the seal. Once the seal was broken, the complete silver martial arts primordial spirit would be completely freed. Where are you going? Yichen shook the heavenly sword in his hand, and hundreds of petals danced in the air. Time suddenly stopped, but the silver Yuanshen's fragments were too powerful. The sword aura only affected the last fragment of the silver Yuanshen, and the rest all drilled into the cave. Reaching out, Yichen grabbed the fragment of the silver martial Dao primordial spirit. Chi, as if he had caught a hedgehog, Yichen's sword energy was riddled with holes. Break! Seal! The destructive sword intent, sword energy, and heart force exploded, and the silver Yuanshen's fragments exploded. Then, Yichen held the heavenly sword and swung it in a circle, sealing the fragments into the heavenly sword realm. Although the heavenly sword realm was not very exquisite, its structure was very strong, and it was more than enough to seal a fragment of the silver Yuanshen. You will regret this. In the cave, Mad Sovereign said venomously. That's a matter for the future. Sheathing the heavenly sword, Yichen waved his hand, and the black wind token appeared. In the next moment, the token floated out and stuck to the entrance of the cave. A mysterious power surged, repairing the damaged seal. The caves on both sides of the black wind stream could only seal demons below the legend rank, and not the silver Yuanshen. However, with the black wind token, he could strengthen the seal again and again, and when he had the power, he could seal the other party in the black wind stream. The power of the black wind token and the power of the black wind stream come from the same source. I wonder how it was made. After a long time, Yichen kept the black wind token and thought to himself. The black wind token was not created by the true martial sovereign, and he only had the right to keep it. It was said that the power of the black wind token was the human race's top secret. Heavenly Sword Realm. From the first layer to the last, the sword realm was filled with dots of light. These dots of light were the tiny fragments of the silver Yuanshen, and each dot of light contained a lot of information. The reason why Yichen provoked the Mad Sovereign was not because he was impulsive. The Mad Sovereign would not go crazy for no reason. There was an 80% chance that he was invaded by a foreign Yuanshen, and the two Yuanshen fused together, causing his memories to be in a mess, and he could not tell who he was. Since Yichen dared to provoke the Mad Sovereign, he naturally had full confidence. First, the seal on the two sides of the black wind stream was not very strong. If the Mad Sovereign could break free, he would have done so a long time ago. It was likely that the Mad Sovereign had only begun to reach the silver Yuanshen in recent years, and was preparing to accumulate power to break the seal and escape from the black wind stream. Once the Mad Sovereign escaped from the black wind stream, he would be a much bigger threat than the corrupt devil Holy Master. Of course, Yichen was also a little shocked. He was not very sure, and he only wanted to test the waters. In the end, he caught a big fish. Fortunately, he had the heavenly sword, or this big fish would have eaten him up and devoured his Yuanshen. The test this time could be described in one sentence: the skilled were bold. The cavern is much more dangerous, but it is safe to study these Yuanshen fragments. Other than Mad Sovereign, no one had studied the black smoke more than Yichen. Therefore, Yichen knew how dangerous the black wind stream cavern was, and he could not stay there for long. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yichen would not choose to go there. Although he was confident, when faced with a demigod-level Yuan Shen, his confidence would sometimes turn into arrogance, and he would become like mad sovereign. 1, 2. Soon, Yichen had studied the light dots from the 1st to the 10th level of the sword realm, and his mind was filled with a lot of information about body refinement and spirit refinement. Spirit refinement was to cultivate the Yuan Shen, so Yichen put it aside for the time being. Soon, a year had passed. It's about time to break through. On this day, he opened his eyes and slowly breathed out a mouthful of turbid air. A demigod's martial Yuan soul was indeed a demigod's martial Yuan soul. Although revered Mad probably didn't fuse much with it, the amount of information was immeasurable. The information contained in a demigod's martial Yuan soul was hundreds or even thousands of times more than that of a legendary sovereign's martial Yuan soul. The immortal sword intent soared into the sky, and Yichen's immortal sword physique trembled a few times. With a cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on Yichen's body, like a spider web. More and more cracks appeared, and streams of blood flowed down. But soon, these cracks recovered, and the blood flowed back into his body. Immortal Sword Physique Level 10, Breakthrough. The reason why there were cracks on Yichen's body was because Yichen's body structure had instantly collapsed, and then reformed, becoming stronger and tougher. The 9th level of the Immortal Sword body could withstand the attack of a high-level Supreme, while the 10th level could withstand the attack of a Peak Supreme. In the entire human race, apart from the Golden Buddha Supreme, there was no one stronger than Yichen in terms of physical defense. However, it was said that the long-lost Golden Supreme of the Dragon Clan surpassed the Golden Buddha Supreme in terms of body refinement. Of course, the Golden Buddha Supreme and the Golden Supreme were both at the 9th level. Even the True Martial Supreme, the Bronze Supreme, and a few other Supremes were also at the 9th level. If Yichen could upgrade his spirit body to the 9th level, then the 10th level of the Immortal Sword body would not only be able to withstand the attack of a Peak Supreme, but also the attack of a quasi-legendary Supreme, such as Heavenly Master Rot Devil. The 9th level spirit body was also known as the Indestructible Body. The power of the Indestructible Body was surging, which was of great benefit to upgrading the Immortal Sword body. The two complemented each other. Therefore, Yichen felt that it was necessary to upgrade his spirit body to the 9th level. Unfortunately, if a non-refining Supreme wanted to upgrade his spirit body, he couldn't rely on himself and could only rely on heavenly treasures. Although the 9th level spirit body cultivated in this way was much weaker than a body refining Supreme, it was better than nothing. At Yichen's level, he deeply felt the importance of defense. With high defense, he could at least run away if he couldn't beat others. With high offense, he might be able to seriously injure those with weak defense, but it was still useless against those with high defense. For example, the Golden Buddha Supreme's attack was inferior to Yichen's, but Heavenly Master Rot Devil couldn't do anything to the Golden Buddha Supreme. Golden Body Fruit, 100 Refinement Grass, Spring of Life. After leaving the Black Wind Stream, Yichen didn't stop and went to various Supreme secret realms to find treasures that could upgrade his spirit body. The matter with the Golden Buddha Supreme was a major event of the human race, related to the life and death of the entire race. This time, it was Yichen's personal matter, so Yichen could only rely on himself to find treasures. Yichen's luck was good. He found a Spring of Life. The Spring of Life and the Heaven and Earth Cold Spring were relatively precious spring waters in the universe. Finding one was already a stroke of luck. Of course, the life energy of the Spring of Life wasn't endless. Breaking through from the 8th level to the 9th level would probably consume one Spring of Life at a time. Therefore, there was a lot of the Spring of Life. It was just that it was hard to find. As for the Golden Body Fruit and the 100 Refinement Grass, they weren't very precious. The truly precious ones were the Golden Body Fruit and the 100 Refinement Grass that were more mature. 100,000 years old Golden Body Fruit and 50,000 years old 100 Refinement Grass were a grade higher than an ordinary Spring of Life or a Heaven and Earth Cold Spring. Icy Secret Realm. In the coldest Supreme Secret Realm in the universe, the temperature inside was absolute zero. Even time and space were frozen in this absolute low temperature. Of course, this was the absolute zero of the universe. Under human circumstances, it could be even lower. The prerequisite for entering the icy mystic realm was to become a supreme being. Otherwise, there was no way to survive for a long time inside. Interestingly, the worldly cold spring was even colder than absolute zero. The lower the temperature, the more precious the worldly cold spring was. For example, it could be 1, 5, 10 times lower than absolute zero. An ordinary worldly cold spring would only be twice as cold as absolute zero. After arriving at the icy secret realm, Yichen felt that time and space were frozen. His thoughts were also much slower. In the void, there were many round ice balls. The smallest of these ice balls was hundreds of millions of miles in size. The bigger ones were several light years in size. It was as if he had entered a solid world. Every time Yichen moved forward, the sword energy consumed was 10 times that of the outside world. Fortunately, a supreme being had plenty of energy. This bit of consumption was nothing to Yichen. Activating the netherworld sacred eye, Yichen scanned the surrounding ice balls. Yichen found something. But soon, he smiled bitterly. On one of the ice balls, Yichen saw a flowing liquid. This liquid was actually the worldly cold spring. Unfortunately, there was no source. Someone must have taken away the worldly cold spring and left some of the spring water behind. In the icy secret realm, only the worldly cold spring water would flow. In the icy secret realm, there was no time. Yichen searched day and night. 3 years passed in the outside world. On this day, Yichen's eyes lit up. With a swish, without wasting any sword energy, Yichen flew to an ice ball that was several light years in size. Whoosh! The sound of rushing water could be heard. Yichen saw a flowing spring. This spring water came out of the hole on the surface of the ice ball. Finally found it. Sword energy erupted. Yichen forcefully dug out this worldly cold spring from the ice ball. For him, absolute zero was just a relatively cold temperature. The worldly cold spring was like a white dragon, struggling in Yichen's palm. Fortunately, Yichen was a supreme being. One should know that a worldly cold spring could freeze a small galaxy and turn it into an ice ball. Crack, 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 on the surface of the ice ball, cracks spread out with the hole as the center. Rumble! A huge ice monster jumped out. It was the unique life of the icy secret realm, giant ice monster. If you can understand me, you better not come over. Holding the worldly cold spring, Yichen said lightly. Huff. Huff, how could it understand Yichen's words? It only knew that Yichen had snatched its worldly cold spring, which could make it stronger and stronger. It opened its mouth, and a whirlwind that surpassed absolute zero burst out. Each wind blade could cut open the defense of an ordinary supreme being. Shaking his head, Yichen stabbed out with his sword finger. Puff, the whirlwind dissipated, and the giant ice monster was blown away by the powerful finger power, losing a large piece of its chest. In terms of defense, the giant ice monster was not weaker than the Gold Creek monster. Of course, this was mainly because Yichen didn't kill it. Otherwise, he would have taken out the heaven sword and killed it without a doubt. After blowing away the ice beast, Yichen tried his best to seal the heaven-earth cold spring. The temperature of the heaven-earth cold spring was too low. If he put it in his storage ring, the space of the storage ring would collapse, which would waste the cold chi of the heaven-earth cold spring. Only by sealing it or putting it in the ice secret realm would it not be wasted. While sealed, the giant ice monster attacked Yichen without any regard for its life. However, each time it attacked Yichen, it lost a piece of its body. After hundreds of attacks, the giant ice monster finally learned its lesson and avoided Yichen. Although its intelligence was low, it vaguely knew that continuing to attack would not bring it any benefits. Soon, Yichen sealed the worldly cold spring and put it in the storage ring. Time to leave. With a large amount of golden body fruit, 100 refinement grass, life spring water, and worldly cold spring, Yichen had a 30 to 40% chance of breaking through to the 9th step spirit body. At the very least, he could increase his spirit body to the peak of the 8th step. Once he found some useful treasures, it would not be so troublesome. Leaving the icy secret realm, Yichen returned to the 9 revolution star sky continent. Rumble. Rumble, after putting down the life spring and worldly cold spring, 2 long rivers appeared in the sky continent. One was emitting boundless life force, while the other was emitting boundless cold chi. The 2 rivers converged, forming a small Taiji-like lake. Yichen jumped into the small lake and accepted the washing of the life spring and worldly cold spring. Taiji Lake. Yichen couldn't help but let out a groan when he jumped in. The heaven-earth cold spring was too cold, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could endure without any defenses. The flow of his blood and qi gradually slowed down, and even his vitality showed signs of being frozen. Yichen's position just so happened to be at the boundary between the heaven-earth cold spring and the spring of life. The left side of his body was nearly frozen by the heaven-earth cold spring, while the right side of his body was being nourished by the spring of life. One side was comfortable, while the other was cold. It was simply the 9 heavens of ice and fire. Taking out a golden body fruit, Yichen directly swallowed it down. Visible to the naked eye, a layer of golden color spread out from Yichen's body. This was the medicinal effect of the golden body fruit. The biggest characteristic of the golden body fruit was its rapid absorption. When the medicinal effect of the golden body fruit was exhausted, Yichen took out 100 refinement grass and opened his mouth. The essence of the 100 refinement grass turned into a cold light and was sucked into his mouth. Compared to the golden body fruit, the 100 refinement grass was much harder to absorb. However, the medicinal effect of the 100 refinement grass was 10 times stronger than the golden body fruit. Cold light blossomed on Yichen's body bit by bit. When the cold light gradually covered Yichen's entire body was like a steel cast that had been tempered 1,000 times. Even his hair was hard and emitted cold light in all directions. 40 golden body fruits and 500 refinement grass. In the end, the golden light and cold light intertwined on Yichen's body, and his aura became incomparably firm. At this point, no amount of golden body fruits and 100 refinement grass would be of any use. The human body had a limit to its absorption. After all, Yichen wasn't a physique refinement sovereign, and the limit of his body's absorption was far from that of a physique refinement sovereign. Generally, if a physique refinement sovereign wanted to break through their absorption limit, they would have to find even more precious treasures to break through. Now, he had to see if he could break through to the 9th grade spirit body. Otherwise, Yichen could only search for more precious treasures. The spring of life was filled with boundless vitality, while the heaven-earth cold spring was bone-chilling. Yichen, who was in between the two, felt his body itch, numb, hot, cold, stinging, and soft. With the effects of the spring of life and the heaven-earth cold spring, the medicinal power of the golden body fruit and the medicinal power of the 100 refinements herbs were quickly absorbed and refined. The nourishment of the spring of life and the stimulation of the heaven-earth cold spring could more or less increase the absorption power. He's already at the peak of the 8th step. Yichen could clearly feel his body becoming stronger and stronger, his bones becoming harder and harder, his muscles becoming more and more full of explosive power. The inextinguishable strength within his body was also rising steadily. Closing his eyes, Yichen sank into the spring water. Breaking through to the 9th order spiritual body wasn't something that could be done overnight. He had plenty of time. After a month, Yichen floated up. Breaking through to the 9th order spiritual body was countless times more difficult than he had imagined. No wonder only 5 people from the human race had broken through to the 9th order spiritual body. Apart from true martial sovereign, the others were all body refinement sovereigns. It should be known that those sovereigns who hadn't broken through to the 9th order spiritual body were already thousands of years old, while the older ones were already hundreds of thousands of years old. If it was so easy to break through, they would have done so long ago. The remaining energy of the spring of life and the heaven-earth cold spring was less than 1% of their original energy. Yichen called Su Jing and Murong Qingqing over and let them soak in the Tai Chi lake. Su Jing was a body refinement sovereign, and her spirit body had already reached the late 8th order. Murong Qingqing wasn't bad either, having just broken through to the early 8th order not long ago. However, their martial arts were too low, unlike Yichen, who was a sovereign and had the 10th level of the immortal sword body, which could resist the low temperature of the heaven-earth cold spring. Therefore, the remaining energy of the spring of life and the heaven-earth cold spring was just the limit of what they could bear, which was very beneficial to them. In the Tai Chi lake, 2 white and tender figures swam back and forth, creating a unique scene. Yichen, who hadn't had the pleasure of having sex for a long time, felt his heart move. He tangled with the two, and beautiful sounds spread out. In the vast starry sky, there was no end to it. Yichen made up his mind to break through to the 9th order spirit body. The heavenly river was too unpredictable, and hell was too mysterious. Yichen didn't want to go to these two places for the time being. Therefore, he set his goal on exploring the universe. To a sovereign, the universe was boundless, and exploring the universe was basically everyone's dream. It should be known that the territories occupied by the Human Race Alliance and the Demons Alliance were only a small part of the universe. Whether there were other races in other places, no one could be sure without seeing them with their own eyes. Yichen's speed was very fast. Normally, he could fly hundreds of thousands of light years in a day. At full speed, it was possible for him to travel millions of light years in a day. Yichen went to many places, such as the Death God Star Zone, where the Death God Vines gathered. In this star zone, there was an Emperor-level Death God Vine on every planet. Some of the Death God Vines had even reached the sovereign level, and they could kill ordinary sovereigns or even powerful sovereigns. The skilled were bold. Yichen went on a rampage in the Death God Star Zone, and the Death God Vines that filled the starry sky couldn't stop him at all. It's been 3 months. This place should be hundreds of millions of light years away from the 4 major star zones with life. Yichen stood on a neutron star. The neutron star's powerful gravity and terrifying high temperature were useless to him. They couldn't even damage his clothes. Swoosh, a deep pit appeared on the neutron star, and Yichen disappeared. Soon, half a year had passed. Yichen came to the side of a deep and unfathomable black river. This was the famous dark galaxy in the universe. There were many dark beasts in the dark galaxy. In addition, there was also an extremely rare treasure, the dark lotus. The roots of the dark lotus could temper the body, the leaves could heal wounds, and the most precious thing was the lotus seed. A single seed could save one 1,000 years of hard work. The only pity was that the dark lotus was only useful to people who cultivated demonic power, such as the demons and the demonic humans who cultivated demonic power. Morong Qingqing's talent and comprehension weren't top-notch. Without external help, she would need at least tens of thousands of years to become a sovereign. Take Duguju for example. If he couldn't grasp the big picture, then the time it would take for him to become a sovereign would be 10 times or even 100 times longer. It would take at least a few thousand years. This was also why there would only be 1 or 2 amazing people in an era. The others would only serve as foils. With the Dark Lotus, Morong Qingqing could save a few thousand years of hard work. A dark beast comparable to an ordinary sovereign pounced at Yichen, its huge body parting the water with terrifying momentum. Facing the dark beast that was thousands of times larger than him, Yichen stretched out his right hand and grabbed lightly. Poof, the dark beast was directly crushed into meat paste. While the immortal sword body gave Yichen a powerful defense, it also gave him an invincible power. Although the power contained in the immortal sword body was only comparable to a powerful sovereign, it was still quite amazing. The dark galaxy flowed all the time. Without Yichen knowing, Yichen followed the dark galaxy to another place, a place that Yichen had never been to before. Although the dark galaxy couldn't be compared to the celestial river, it was still unpredictable. If an ordinary supremacy entered, they might get trapped and wouldn't be able to get out. As he roamed the dark galaxy, Yichen gradually got used to its environment. This place gave people a feeling of loneliness, emptiness, and coldness. There are mana fluctuations. On this day, Yichen sensed mana fluctuations different from those of the dark beasts. These fluctuations were very weak, and Yichen had to distinguish them several times before he could confirm it. Without any hesitation, Yichen flew towards the source of the mana fluctuations. Yichen discovered that the closer he got to the source of the mana fluctuations, the more dark beasts there were. There were ordinary supremacy dark beasts, powerful supremacy dark beasts, and super supremacy dark beasts. These dark beasts all had violent natures, and they were frantically attacking Yichen. Seeing that more and more dark beasts were attacking him, Yichen became ruthless. He unsheathed the heavenly sword and released a death slash. The dense sword net cleared out a large number of dark beasts, and only a few super dark beasts survived. Looking at Yichen in bewilderment, these dark beasts swung their tails and fled in a certain direction. Yichen couldn't be bothered to chase after them, so he continued forward. Half a day passed, and Yichen arrived at the source of the mana fluctuations. He saw that the black water had formed a whirlpool, and in the center of the whirlpool, a black lotus the size of a mountain was blooming. The roots of the black lotus went deep into the whirlpool, and the leaves covered the whirlpool. Above the leaves was a lotus pod the size of a small mountain. Black lotus of darkness. A trace of joy flashed on Yichen's face. Just as he was about to pluck the black lotus of darkness, the nearby spacetime rippled, and a huge head popped out. It was a dark beast. Compared to the super dark beasts, this dark beast's head was a bit smaller, and there was an additional golden pattern on its head. It looked ruthless and noble. It should be the leader of the dark beasts. Roar. Upon discovering Yichen, the dark behemoth chief roared into the sky, and a terrifying sound wave radiated outwards, causing Yichen's hair and clothes to flutter wildly. High-level Super Supremes or Peak Super Supremes? The previous few Super Dark Behemoths were only Elementary Super Supremes or Intermediate Super Supremes. Seeing the Darkness Behemoth Chief's attack, Yichen knew what grade it was. The Darkness Behemoth Chief's entire body darted out and raised its right paw. 5 rays of black light flashed out, evaporating the black water. With a clang, Yichen was sent flying. Peak Super Supremes. Yichen's battle prowess was also at the Peak Super Supremes level. It might be slightly stronger, but there was a limit to it. However, Yichen's strength lay in his defense, which wasn't much weaker than his attack. He could resist the attack of a Peak Super Supremes head-on. Seeing that the other party was at the Peak Super Supremes level, Yichen relaxed. As long as it wasn't a quasi-legendary Supremes, it was basically impossible for it to pose a threat to him. In fact, even if it was a quasi-legendary Supremes, Yichen still had the strength to fight. With the heavenly sword in hand, he also had the chance to injure a quasi-legendary Supremes. The battle between man and beast caused the surrounding black water to disappear. Yichen's defense was strong, and the Dark Beast Chief's defense wasn't weak either. Unfortunately, the heavenly sword in Yichen's hand would definitely leave a sword mark on the Dark Beast Chief's body. In the long run, the Dark Beast Chief would become weaker and weaker until it was killed by Yichen. Roar. The Dark Beast Chief was enraged. The golden patterns on its head sparkled. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and spat out a black light with golden threads. The black light flashed and disappeared. When it appeared again, it was already in front of Yichen. As this was the Dark Galaxy, Yichen's movement speed and dodging ability were greatly reduced, so he couldn't completely dodge. Break! It was very straightforward. Yichen didn't dodge and slashed the black light with his sword. Pfft, the black light was split into 2. One of the halves landed on Yichen's shoulder. With a snap, Yichen's shoulder split open and blood flowed. This black light actually broke through Yichen's defense. This should be the other party's strongest move. The crack on his shoulder healed. Yichen thought to himself. Seeing that Yichen was injured, the Dark Beast Chief continued to spit out black light. It's not up to you. Yichen didn't want to be hit by the black light again. Although it could only injure him lightly, it had consumed a lot of his energy. Raising the heaven sword high, Yichen slashed out with a 5-colored sword chi. 5 elements sword art, 5 elements slash, boom. Boom, the 5-colored sword chi clashed with the black light, creating a series of explosions. All of a sudden, a figure dashed towards the Dark Beast Chief from the side. A sword slashed out, and as the sword slashed out, hundreds of flower petals fell. Time stood still. Crack, this sword slashed open a third of the Dark Beast Chief's skull, and black liquid splashed out. The Dark Beast Chief was stunned. It could feel the threat of death. At this critical moment, the Dark Beast Chief twisted its body and whipped its tail at Yichen, forcing Yichen to pull away. What happened next was beyond Yichen's expectations. The Dark Beast Chief gave up on fighting with Yichen and disappeared without a trace. Flesh and blood beings are flesh and blood beings after all. Their intelligence is much higher than energy beings. Yichen smiled. Rise. Holding the root of the Dark Lotus with his right hand, Yichen pulled it out with all his strength. The moment Yichen pulled out the Dark Lotus, the surrounding Dark Star River started to tremble. It was as if a giant water monster was wreaking havoc, destroying everything in its path. Under this majestic power, Yichen's heart started to palpitate. He couldn't care less about sealing the Dark Lotus anymore and fled. After an unknown period of time, the trembling behind him became smaller and smaller. Only then did Yichen stop. Raising the dark lotus, Yichen observed it carefully. He found that there were 7 lotus seeds on the lotus head. It was said that 9 lotus seeds was the highest grade of the dark lotus. 7 lotus seeds can increase 7,000 years of cultivation. If I find an alchemist emperor or an alchemist supreme to refine it, it's not impossible to increase it by 10,000 years. In the universe, the most precious profession was the alchemist profession. Only 1 in 1,000 8th layer emperors was good at alchemy, and alchemist supreme was even rarer. At least, there wasn't a single alchemist supreme in the human race. However, there were some alchemists who were learning alchemy. After becoming alchemists, their lifespan would increase, and they could spare a part of their energy to do other things. After placing 49 seals on the dark lotus, Yichen finally managed to seal it, preventing its power from leaking out and allowing it to be stored in his storage ring. Time to go. Opening his netherworld saint eye, Yichen's gaze pierced through the black water and landed in the boundless distance. It's this direction. Soon, Yichen found the closest edge of the dark star river. His figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. I'm finally out. Eh? What is this place? At the edge of the dark star river, Yichen looked around and frowned. He had never heard of this place before. Closing his eyes, a heart-shaking aura pervaded the air. At this moment, Yichen felt like an ordinary person who had arrived in a wild world filled with savage beasts. Moo, a huge bull-shaped beast flew across the starry sky. Judging from its aura, it was obviously an emperor-level beast. Squeak, squeak, squeak. But then, a group of vicious fishes with sharp teeth and wings on their backs flew over and devoured the bull-shaped beast without leaving any bones behind. The vicious fish's aura was also at the emperor level, but they were much weaker than the bull-shaped beast. However, there were too many of them. After devouring the bull-shaped beast, the evil fishes were still not satisfied. They pounced on Yichen. Yichen didn't counterattack, letting them gnaw on his body. Of course, the result was miserable. The fish's teeth all fell off. Grabbing one of them, Yichen released his soul power to study it. The structure of the evil fishes was very complicated. They had 3 small hearts. This should be a 3-hearted evil fish. If I'm not wrong, that bull-shaped beast is an eclipsing moon ancient bull. It likes to devour things. The moon also has energy, hence its name. The 3-hearted evil fish and the eclipsing moon ancient bull were both space beasts. No one knew how many there were. The difference between the beast race and space beasts was that one had intelligence no lower than humans, while the other had low intelligence and only knew how to kill. Yichen tried to tame the 3-hearted evil fish, but he found that as soon as he imprinted his soul mark on it, the fish's soul immediately scattered. He couldn't tame it at all. Come here. The 3-hearted evil fish was a delicacy. Yichen didn't want to let it go. He directly sealed their power and sent them to the 5-element space he had created. Yichen's 5-element space was many times more stable than Wuling Old Ancestor's 5-element space. Swish. A river was created. Yichen put the 3-hearted evil fish inside. Eclipsing moon ancient bull, 3-hearted evil fish, heaven fragrance giant snake, rolling heart strange vegetables, falling thunder whale, black flame giant bird. Along the way, Yichen caught whatever he caught. The 5-element space had almost turned into a nest of space beasts. Fortunately, the power of these space beasts had been sealed by Yichen. Even if they killed each other inside, the destruction would not be too great. Moreover, after losing their power, they would not be able to bite each other. There are so many delicacies here. It should be enough to make the barbarian supremes die of envy. The barbarian race loved meat the most. The meat that the barbarian supremes wanted to eat was naturally not ordinary meat. At the very least, it had to be the meat of an emperor-level starry sky beast. The meat of an emperor-level starry sky beast was the best. As for the supreme-level starry sky beast, no one was willing to eat it. While flying, Yichen used the netherworld sacred eye to look around. What? A metal planet. Suddenly, Yichen saw an azure metal planet. This metal planet was not big, but it was several thousand li in size. It was revolving in the starry sky, emitting a boundless azure radiance. Whoosh, with a teleport, Yichen arrived on the metal planet. Using his right hand as a knife, Yichen tried to dig out a piece of metal, but no matter how hard he tried, he only managed to grab some metal scraps. This is a supreme-grade metal? Yichen was incomparably surprised. Supreme-grade metal was an excellent material for forging supreme weapons. Only supreme-grade metal couldn't be destroyed by Yichen with his bare hands. Of course, this was because Yichen didn't use the sky sword, nor did he use any martial arts. Otherwise, a mere supreme-grade metal wouldn't be able to stop Yichen, unless it was forged into a supreme weapon. Right, I still haven't read that book about supreme-grade materials. Let's see if there's such a metal. The storage ring flickered, and a 7-colored book appeared in Yichen's hand. The book opened, and each page had a projection, introducing the color, hardness, effect, and other information of each material. Soon, Yichen found some useful information. Azure Star Iron, a 3rd-grade supreme-grade metal. Its color is azure, and its hardness is enough to block a super supreme-grade attack. It can be used as the main material to forge a 3rd-grade supreme-grade weapon, and can also be used as a supplementary material to forge a 4th-grade supreme-grade weapon. Supreme-grade weapons were divided into 5 grades, from the lowest to the highest: 1st grade, 2nd grade, 5th grade. The brilliant god sword that Yichen used before was a 2nd-grade supreme-grade sword. Similarly, supreme-grade materials were also divided into 5 grades. Whether it was the Human Race Alliance or the Demons Alliance, 3rd-grade supreme-grade weapons were extremely rare, and 4th-grade supreme-grade weapons were almost non-existent, not to mention 5th-grade supreme-grade weapons. It should be known that 4th-grade supreme-grade weapons were usually used by legendary supreme-grade martial artists, and 5th-grade supreme-grade weapons were used by demigods. As for saint-grade weapons, they were infused with divine stones, but not all supreme-grade weapons could be infused with divine stones. The minimum requirement for infusing divine stones was that the supreme-grade weapon had to be 3rd grade or above. Once a supreme-grade weapon below 3rd grade was infused with divine stones, it would immediately become useless. In simpler terms, the higher the grade of the supreme-grade weapon, the higher the success rate of infusing divine stones. For example, Yichen's sky sword was at least a 3rd-grade supreme-grade weapon before it became a saint-grade weapon. It might even be 4th grade or 5th grade. Of course, the possibility of it being 5th grade was quite low. Collect. After sealing the Azure Star Iron, Yichen directly stored it in his 5-element space. As for the storage ring, its space was not that big. Unknowingly, Yichen arrived in the vicinity of a continent. This continent was floating in the sky, with a diameter of tens of billions of Li. Waves of horrifying barbaric aura were emitted from this continent. Yichen wanted to see through the entire continent with his netherworld Saint Eye, but he soon discovered that this continent was shrouded in a mysterious power. His netherworld Saint Eye, which could see through boundless space, could only see a few thousand li. His soul power was even worse, only able to radiate out a few li. Should I go in? Yichen could feel that this continent was very dangerous, countless times more dangerous than the supreme secret realm. The unknown always contained too much danger. Perhaps it's an opportunity. After hesitating for a while, Yichen flew toward the continent. The moment he landed on the continent, Yichen felt the restriction of the rules. The rules greatly reduced his speed, the range of his soul power, and his destructive power. In short, Yichen felt a lot weaker on this continent. Even his immortal sword body was weakened. His overall strength might not even be comparable to an ordinary supreme, and was somewhere between a quasi-supreme and an ordinary supreme. The power of the rules surpassed everything, unless one could surpass the rules. Not good. Yichen discovered that he couldn't leave the continent. The higher he flew, the greater the pressure. He simply couldn't escape the restriction of the continent, just like ordinary people couldn't leave the planet, because they couldn't break free from the planet's restriction. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. At this moment, regret was useless. Not to mention, Yichen didn't regret it at all. Exploration had always been risky. Things without risk meant that the harvest wouldn't be much either. Flying leisurely, Yichen headed toward the depths of the continent. After flying for an unknown number of days, Yichen saw a small village with his netherworld Saint Eye. There were only 100 families in the village. When Yichen was less than 3 miles away from the small village, a group of strong villagers wearing all kinds of armor rushed out with a group of fierce hunting dogs. Woo 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 woo, these hounds were not ordinary domestic dogs. The leading hound was a large dog that was even stronger than a black bear. Its fur was brown and yellow, and when it growled, its neat and fierce teeth were revealed. Upon closer inspection, one could see that its pupils were six-pointed stars, and there was a hint of wildness in its nobility. The hounds behind it were a bit smaller, and their auras were not as fierce as the large hounds. However, judging from their auras, they all had the aura of a high-level or even a top-level emperor, while the large hound had the aura of a supreme being. Astral bear dog, royal hunting dog. Yichen exclaimed in surprise. He would never have imagined that there would be a star bear hound and a group of royal hunting hounds in a small village. Canine-type ferocious beasts were one of the few ferocious beasts that could be tamed. Usually, it was considered lucky to see a single royal hunting hound. The probability of seeing a group of them was so low that it was negligible. As for the star bear hound, it was even rarer. In the Human Race Alliance, only the barbarian race had star bear hounds. Who are you? The villagers looked similar to barbarians, but there were still some slight differences. Their pupils had a cross shape, and their teeth were finer and sharper. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man wielding a sharp spear. His aura was powerful, and he was clearly a sovereign. Beside him was that lofty and incomparably ferocious starry bear hound. I am Yichen, and I wandered here. Yichen sized up the villagers and replied. An outsider? A villager asked. Yichen did not hide it, yes. Village chief, he is an outsider. You can let him join our great Gale village. Hearing Yichen say that he was an outsider, the villagers' eyes lit up. In the wilderness god continent, there were only the desolate race and beasts, but occasionally, outsiders would come to the wilderness god continent. These outsiders were powerful, and the weakest was a powerful sovereign. The middle-aged man with a sharp spear nodded. Are you willing to join the great Gale village? Yichen pondered for a moment. I can temporarily join the Great Wind Village, but when I want to leave, you can't stop me. Now that he knew nothing about this mainland, it was good to go to the Great Wind Village to understand the situation. Alright, but the minimum time limit is 3 months. There were more than 100 families and more than 300 people in Gale Village. The houses in the village were different from the style of the outside world. Instead, they had a very primitive house structure. They looked round but not round, square but not square. In the village, the ground was paved with large grey-blue stones. Yichen stepped a little harder and found that the hardness of the stones was very exaggerated. It was estimated that even the top emperor level could not damage it. Once they entered the village, a lot of villagers followed them out of curiosity. There were also a lot of kids. Although they were kids, their cultivation bases were incomprehensible. Even the lowest among them was at the astral reaching realm. Could it be that these kids had been training since they were in their mother's wombs? Puzzled, Yichen arrived at the temple in the center of the village. In the wilderness god continent, you have to make an oath to join the village. Now, you have to make an oath in front of the desolate god crystal. The content can be. The village head said to Yichen. Yichen thought for a moment and felt that there were no loopholes. Then, he said loudly to the desolate god crystal in the temple, I, Yichen, will join the Great Wind Village from now on. The minimum time limit is 3 months. During this time, Brother Yichen, welcome to the Great Wind Village. My name is Feng Lai, the village head. After Yichen made the oath, Feng Lai let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile. After living in the Great Wind Village for 3 days, Yichen completely knew what kind of continent this was. The continent's name was Wilderness God Continent. According to the records, it was a continent created by the desolate god. What covered the continent was not the natural law, but the desolate god's law. In other words, anyone below the true god level could not violate the desolate god's law. Living in the wilderness god continent were the desolate race and the beasts. The desolate race had the bloodline of the desolate god. The people of the desolate race were born with the cultivation base of the astral reaching realm. As they grew older, their cultivation base would increase rapidly. Normally, they would automatically become life and death realm warriors when they reached adulthood. After that, they would have to rely on themselves to train seriously. This was also why the lowest cultivation base of the kids in the Great Wind Village was the astral reaching realm. In the desolate God continent, there were tens of thousands of villages. Small villages only had dozens of families, while big villages had almost 1,000 families. Once there were more than 1,000 families, they would become tribes. Between 1,000 and 2,000 families, they would become rank 1 tribes, 2,000 to 5,000 families, 5,000 to 10,000 families, 4,000 to 20,000 families, and so on. There was a very strange law in the desolate God continent. No matter who it was, they had to eat meat. Otherwise, their strength would decline very quickly. In the outside world, there was no need to eat at all. The reason why they ate was just to enjoy delicious food, which was dispensable. Therefore, there would often be wars between villages in order to conquer each other. After all, the more people there was, the more meat they could hunt. If the population was small, sometimes they would have to starve. In the desolate God continent, outsiders were very popular. Even in the tribes, outsiders would be treated very well. The main reason was that outsiders who came to the desolate God continent were basically powerful supremes or even super supremes. Moreover, their martial arts were especially powerful. Experts were welcomed everywhere. This was something recognized by the laws of the desolate God continent. As a new member of the Great Wind Village, Yichen was naturally assigned a house. This house had been vacant for a long time, and it was covered with dust. Fortunately, he would only live here for 3 months. Yichen was too lazy to build a new house. Building a house here required a lot of energy. The soil and stones of the desolate God continent were extremely hard. Lying on the recliner outside the house, Yichen looked up at the sun. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed the scenery so leisurely. Yichen felt that his mood was much calmer. Turning his head, Yichen saw a little girl staring at him from the corner of the house. Yichen waved at her. The little girl walked over carefully. "I heard that you are an outsider?" "Yes, what's your name?" "My name is Feng Na." All the people of the Great Wind Village had the surname Feng. Feng Na, a very nice name. Yichen smiled and took out 2 3-hearted evil fish from the 5 elements space. "Do you want to eat barbecue?" "I'll treat you." Feng Na swallowed her saliva. There were more than 300 people in the Great Wind Village, but there were only dozens of people with real battling power. A part of them had to stay in the village while the others could go out to hunt. However, normally, each family could only get a little bit of prey. The ones who contributed more would get more, and no one could refuse meat. The smell of barbecue filled the air as Feng Na wolfed down the food. Yichen also ate a little bit. On the desolate God continent, he felt the hunger that he had not felt for a long time. 1 3-hearted evil fish contained way too much power. Feng Na had only eaten 1% of it, and she was already full. After all, her cultivation was only at the early Sea of Soul's realm, and it was impossible for her to be like Yichen, who could just eat a little bit and fill up half of it. "Can I take the rest?" Feng Na pointed at the remaining 3-hearted evil fish she had eaten. "Sure." Yichen nodded. "Thank you for the treat." Feng Na happily took the rest of the 3-hearted evil fish back. There would be more updates at night. Another 5 days passed in a flash. On this day, a group of people returned from the mountains outside of the village. "The hunting team is back. Yay! There is meat to eat again." The kids cheered as they rushed out of the village. In every village, there would be a hunting team. Their mission was to go deep into the mountains to hunt down the beasts. Large villages would have more than 2 hunting teams. The Great Wind Village only had 100 families, and only dozens of people had fighting power. Therefore, there would only be 1 hunting team. Therefore, everyone would have to wait for the hunting team to come back. Sometimes, it would be half a month, and sometimes it would be 1 or 2 months. This period of time was the most torturous for everyone. The leader of the hunter squad, Feng Duchuan, was tall and sturdy. He had a domineering and awe-inspiring aura. Just like Feng Lai, he was also a supreme being. The Great Wind Village had a total of 3 supreme beings. One was the current village chief, one was the old village chief, and the last one was the leader of the hunter squad. Behind Feng Duchuan was a black hunting dog. It was a supreme level beast, the Black Wind Tyrant dog. In terms of value, it was only a bit weaker than the Sky Bear dog. Feng Lai brought the villagers out to greet them. Looking at the hunting team and seeing that there were still people, he asked, "It should be smooth this time, right? You guys are back so soon." The hunting team had gone out half a month ago. Feng Dachuan patted his chest and laughed, "Our luck is not bad. None of them died. With me, Feng Dachuan, there is nothing to be afraid of. As long as they are not dead." How was the harvest? Besides the casualties, Feng Lai was most concerned about the harvest. If the harvest was not good, then he would have to tighten his belt. But if the harvest was good, then he would be able to last for a long time without having to worry about not having enough meat to eat. "I told you, our luck is not bad. Look." The storage ring on Feng Dachuan's finger flashed with a dim light, and countless beast corpses appeared on the village road. These beast chi ranged from the first to the 8th sky of life and death realm. There were 58 of them in total. The wild god continent was not the same as the outside world. Their bodies were all very small. For example, Yichen's body could only maintain a height of 180 meters. The sky bear dog and the black wind tyrant dog were also only 1.5 meters tall. Therefore, among the 58 beast corpses, the biggest was only a dozen meters long, which was a python. Alright, with so many dire beast corpses, it should be enough to last us for a month. The more powerful one's cultivation base was, the more meat one could eat. For example, a supreme expert could eat a huge amount of meat in a single meal. Moreover, it had to be the meat of a beast at or above the 7th layer of life and death realm. Below the supreme realm, even 100 emperors couldn't compare to a single supreme. As a member of the Great Gale Village, Yichen also had the right to get some meat, but he didn't want it. There were too many ominous beasts in the 5-element space, and all of them were emperor-level ominous beasts. It was enough for Yichen to eat for hundreds of years. Of course, he wasn't obligated to give his ominous beasts to the Great Gale Village. First, he didn't owe the Great Gale Village anything. Second, he could see that in the wilderness god continent, one must have meat to eat. Although there were many ominous beasts in the 5-element space, he wouldn't give them for free. "Feng Na, where did your family get the 3-hearted evil fish? If you have it, why didn't you offer it up?" Suddenly, a shout came from the village. It was Feng Dachuan's voice. Feng Na's sobbing soon followed. What happened? Yichen heard the voice and walked over. "Big brother Yichen." Seeing Yichen, Feng Na said in an aggrieved tone. "What happened?" Yichen asked. It turned out that Yichen had given Feng Na a 3-hearted evil fish last time. Feng Na ate 1% of it and gave the rest to her parents. In the following days, Feng Na didn't eat a single bite of meat. She only felt that she wasn't hungry at all, and her whole body was full of energy. She immediately knew that the meat Yichen gave her was not ordinary meat. Of course, she didn't think that it was an emperor-level vicious beast. Out of her childish nature, Feng Na secretly took some of the 3-hearted evil fish's meat for her other companions to eat. Among them were Feng Dachuan's children. After Feng Dachuan found out about this, he came to question them. It must be known that in the village, only supremes could eat the meat of emperor-level vicious beasts. The others weren't qualified to eat it. This wasn't hegemony, because supremes wanted to maintain their power, so they had to eat the meat of high-level vicious beasts. After knowing the whole story, Yichen said to Feng Dachuan, "I was the one who gave her the 3-hearted evil fish. Let's forget about this matter." Yichen wouldn't dislike the Great Wind Village's rules because of this. However, Feng Dachuan's attitude toward Feng Na made him a bit unhappy. Feng Na's parents were only normal life and death realm warriors. Under Feng Dachuan's yelling, they were shaking uncontrollably. They actually didn't know that it was a 3-hearted evil fish, an emperor-level vicious beast. "Outsiders, this is our Great Wind Village's rule. No one can violate it." Feng Dachuan frowned. He was still a bit scared of outsiders. "Then what do you want?" Yichen asked. "According to the Great Wind Village's rule, anyone who violates it will be locked in a dark room for a month. Someone, take Feng Mu's entire family away." Feng Dachuan waved his hand and ordered. "Wait." Yichen's face was a bit gloomy. "This is my fault. If I knew about the Great Wind Village's rule, I wouldn't have given her the 3-hearted evil fish. Since it was her first offense, a verbal punishment would have been enough. Why do you have to be so serious?" Yichen didn't want to break the Great Wind Village's rule. No. Feng Dachuan was used to being a tyrant in the Great Wind Village. His words and actions were swift and decisive, and no one would dare to disobey him. Only Feng Lai and the old village head could talk to him. Don't go too far, Yichen said coldly. Outsiders, although you have joined the Great Wind Village, you have to know that as a member of the Great Wind Village, you cannot disobey the orders of the village head and the leader of the hunting team. How dare you? After all, outsiders were a legend, and this was the first time Feng Dachuan had met an outsider. The wilderness god continent was extremely vast, and even if there were outsiders here, there would only be a few of them. How could Great Wind Village have the chance to meet one? Thus, although he was wary of outsiders, he was not afraid of them, especially when his prestige was challenged. I remember that in the oath, there was only one rule about not killing the people of the Great Wind Village. It did not say anything about not disobeying. If there was such a rule, Yichen would not have made the oath. He was not an idiot. Brother Yichen, it is my fault. Don't worry about it. At this time, Feng Na suddenly said. Yichen shook his head. I only do things with a clear conscience. Whoever dares to take her away today, don't blame me for turning against you. You dare. Feng Dachuan's voice was low. Roar, the black wind tyrant hound beside Feng Dachuan suddenly jumped, pouncing at Yichen. Ah, many people screamed in shock. The strength of the black wind tyrant hound was obvious to all. This was a supreme-level fierce beast with a fierce and cruel personality. Ordinary supreme beings would take a detour if they encountered a black wind tyrant hound. Woo woo woo, however, the next second, everyone was shocked. The powerful black wind tyrant dog had its mouth covered by Yichen's hand and was lifted up into the air. Its 4 legs were struggling, looking like a little puppy, looking very pitiful. Bang, with a casual fling, the black wind tyrant hound was thrown out of the village. When it ran back into the village, it no longer dared to be presumptuous towards Yichen. As a ferocious beast, although its intelligence was not high, it could still sense the gap between them. When Yichen pinched its mouth, that terrifying power was like a vast ocean. Any explosion could probably crush it to death. Yichen's eyes swept across the crowd and finally landed on Feng Dachuan. He said word by word, with my strength, it is not difficult to sweep the Great Gale Village. You are not my opponent. You. Feng Dachuan glared. Enough, Dachuan. This matter is indeed not Feng Na's fault. Why make things difficult for her? Feng Na, this is a lesson. You should know the rules of the Great Gale Village. At this moment, Feng Lai walked over with the starry sky bear hound. The starry sky bear hound licked the fur of the black wind tyrant hound and looked at Yichen with fear. Yes, village chief. Feng Na lowered her head and said. Rubbing Feng Na's head, Feng Lai said to Yichen apologetically, Brother Yichen, Dachuan is not a bad person. He is just a little inflexible. I hope you don't mind. Although Yichen's words were arrogant, Feng Lai was not angry. Instead, he was a little happy. Although the black wind tyrant hound only had the strength of a normal supreme being, this was the Huang God continent. Under the cover of the Huang God's law, the gap between supreme beings had shrunk a lot. Yichen could easily subdue the black wind tyrant hound, which meant that he was much stronger than he had imagined. I won't mind. I just hope that the rules of the Great Gale Village will be more humane. Yichen said. That is for sure. After saying that, Feng Lai looked at Feng Dachuan with a look of reproach. The Great Gale Village's rules were actually not that strict. They did not care about human feelings at all. This time, most of the fault was on Feng Dachuan's shoulders. It seemed like he needed to be taught a lesson. Feng Dachuan's face alternated between green and white. Originally, he had wanted to consolidate his prestige and not take even half a step back when facing the people from the outside world. But now, the result was the complete opposite. His prestige had fallen to the ground. No matter where one was, the rule of the strong was an unchanging truth. He could berate Feng Na and his family, but he didn't dare to berate Yichen. Just now, Yichen had easily restrained the black wind tyrant hound with his powerful strength, and it had left a lingering fear in his heart. A week had passed since the three-hearted evil fish incident. In the chief's yard, Feng Lai, the old chief, Feng Dachuan, and Yichen were chatting while eating barbecued meat. The meat was provided by Yichen. The eclipsing moon ancient cow's meat is really good. This kind of meat is usually only eaten by the tribe's supremes. Feng Lai took a large piece of beef and ate it in big bites. The old chief nodded. The tribe has a large population and a lot of fighting power. We can organize 2 or 3 hunting teams to take turns to enter the mountain. Our great Gale village will be satisfied with just enough food and clothing. Listening to the contents of the two's conversation, Yichen's heart was moved. He thought, why don't we help the Great Gale village and let it become a tribe? The stronger the Great Gale village is, the more help it will be to me. I help the Great Gale village, and then the Great Gale village will help me. This Huangshan continent is so vast, there must be a place for the Great Gale village. Brother Yichen, come, let me toast you. What happened last time was my fault, I hope you can forgive me. Feng Dachuan raised his wine cup and toasted Yichen. Yichen smiled and said, we are all supremes, let the past be the past. What is in front of us now is the future. The old ginger was still spicier. The old chief could hear the hidden meaning in Yichen's words, so he couldn't help but ask, what is the future? Yichen looked at the 3 of them and went straight to the point. Do you want the Great Gale village to become a tribe? Let the Great Gale village become a tribe? Feng Lai's eyes lit up, but they quickly dimmed. A first-rank tribe needs 1,000 to 2,000 households, and at least 7 or 8 villages have to be conquered. This is not an easy matter. Feng Dachuan also said, the bigger the village, the more supremes there are. The Purple Thunder village, which is the closest to us, has 200 households and 5 supremes. We should thank the heavens if they don't find trouble with us. In the Huangshan continent, no one was willing to be conquered, because if they were conquered, their status would not be as high when they went to someone else's territory. The old chief's understanding of Yichen's words was obviously higher than Feng Lai and Feng Dachuan. He hesitated and said, little brother Yi, do you want our Great Gale village to become a tribe? Yes. Yichen nodded. Hearing this, Feng Lai and Feng Dachuan finally recovered. If they had Yichen's help, it was possible for the Great Gale village to become a first-rank tribe. However, they did not know what level Yichen's strength was. Great, with little brother Ye's help, the rise of our Great Gale village is just around the corner. Come, cheers. The old chief did not look old, and he looked to be in his 60s. In the Great Gale village, the old chief was the #1 expert, and he was stronger than Feng Lai and Feng Dachuan. At this moment, he held his cup and stood up. Cheers. Cheers. The 4 of them stood up and toasted. Sometimes, plans could not keep up with changes. Just as the Great Gale village was about to attack the Purple Thunder village, the Purple Thunder village attacked the Great Gale village first. Outside the Great Gale village, there were 60 to 70 people gathered. The 5 people leading them were all supremes. The purple-haired old man in the middle shouted, Feng Baixiong, come out and surrender. Feng Baixiong was the old chief's name. Lei Haoyan, you are really bold. Do you think there is no one in my Great Gale village? The old chief led 30 to 40 people out of the village. Whether it was the outside world or the Huangshan continent, the higher one's cultivation base, the harder it was to give birth. In the Huangshan continent, the difficulty of giving birth was 100 times higher than in the outside world. This made it very difficult for the population to develop. However, there were quite a lot of experts. In an ordinary village, 1/10 of them had a cultivation base of life and death 7th layer or above. These people were known as members with battle prowess. The others were usually not allowed to leave the village. Just these few people, and you have the nerve to send them out? The purple-haired old man laughed heartily. Battle prowess does not depend on numbers, but also on quality. The old chief said meaningfully. Quality? Haha, then let me see your quality. The purple-haired old man's aura burst out. Battles between villages mainly depended on the Supreme's victory. If the Supremes on both sides were evenly matched, then the outcome would depend on the people below. Everyone, be careful. The old chief was quite confident. Although they only had 4 Supremes on their side, in his opinion, Yichen alone could fight against 2 or 3 of them. It's been a long time since we had a big battle. Feng Dachuan licked his lips. You don't need to do anything. It's too much of a waste of time. Yichen stopped the three. Little brother Yi, what are you doing? The old chief was confused. Yichen said, I alone am enough. It was not that Yichen was arrogant, but he really did not put the Purple Thunder Village in his eyes. Conquering the Purple Thunder Village as soon as possible and building a bigger village was his top priority. After saying these words, Yichen walked out step by step and raised his head. You five, come at me together. Arrogant. I, Lei Yu, will teach you a lesson. A middle-aged man from the Purple Thunder Village pounced at Yichen with a mace in his hand. As he waved the mace, his aura seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. Lei Yu was the fourth strongest in the Purple Thunder Village, but in terms of toughness, he was ranked second. This was because his body's defense was extremely strong. The Desolate race placed a lot of emphasis on training their bodies. Whoever had a stronger defense would have an advantage. Lei Yu raised his mace with both hands and swung it down crazily. Feng Lai and Feng Dachuan's eyebrows twitched. If they were in Yichen's shoes, they would definitely dodge. But Yichen's action shocked everyone. He stretched out his right hand and easily blocked the mace. The spikes on the mace didn't even pierce through the skin of Yichen's palm. Get lost. Yichen waved his hand, and the mace bounced back, landing on Lei Yu's head. Blood started to flow out of his mouth as he was blown thousands of meters away. Who else wants to fight? Yichen looked at the purple-haired old man. Little brother, who are you? I don't remember you in the Great Wind Village. The purple-haired old man Lei Haoyan said seriously. According to you, I am an outsider. Yichen said lightly. An outsider? Everyone's complexion changed. There were too many legends about the outsiders. It was said that many tribes weren't tribes in the past and relied on outsiders to rise. Although not every outsider was as powerful as them, the strength of outsiders was still widely spread. Hearing Yichen say that he was an outsider, the Purple Thunder Village's sovereign felt bitter in his heart. Soon after, he felt a trace of jealousy. Why didn't our Purple Thunder Village meet outsiders? Little brother, with your power, joining the Great Wind Village is a waste of your talent. Why don't you join our Purple Thunder Village? I can guarantee that other than being the village head in name, you will have the same power as the village head. The purple-haired old man wanted to poach Yichen. If they fought, the Purple Thunder Village might not be Yichen's match. Oh, the conditions are very good. Yichen smiled. Little brother Yi, whatever the Purple Thunder Village is willing to offer, we, the Great Wind Village, are also willing to offer. Plus, if you have any other ideas, just tell us. The old village leader was anxious. Once Yichen left, their Great Wind Village would definitely be conquered by the Purple Thunder Village. Feng Baixiong, water flows downwards, and people strive to climb higher. What you are doing is not kind. The purple-haired old man coldly snorted. Little brother Yi. The old village head looked at Yichen eagerly. On the other side, the purple-haired old man said expectantly, What do you think? Yichen shook his head and said, There's no rush. Let's defeat you first. The purple-haired old man's face turned cold. You're not going to reconsider? Today, it's your Violet Thunder Village that invited me. Tomorrow, it'll be an even bigger village that invited me, or even a first-grade tribe. What do you think I should do? I, Yichen, am not a fickle person. In fact, Yichen had bigger considerations. Although Gale Village's influence was very small, Gale Village at least relied on him. If it was a tribe, Yichen's reputation would not be comparable to that of a tribe's chief even if he worked himself to the bone. He believed that most of the people who came to the Wilderness God continent before had the same idea as him. They wanted to help a weak village grow into a tribe step by step. That way, they would have more control. If that's the case, then I'll offend you. Let's attack together. The purple-haired old man was not an inflexible person. Since Yichen had asked them to attack together, there was no need for them to be polite. The four supremes attacked Yichen from 4 different directions. 4 different domains covered the space where Yichen was. At this moment, even if the old village head and the other 2 wanted to intervene, it would be difficult. The domains are too weak. Yichen could see that the Desolate race focused on body tempering, so they were much weaker in terms of domains. Just like the body-tempering kings in the outside world, domains were their weakness. The sword domain, which had been activated by the sword Yuan, burst out fiercely, instantly turning semi-tangible. When the four great domains clashed with the sword domain remained unmoved, while the four great domains began to shake. Fighting 1 against 4, Yichen had the absolute upper hand. The faces of the four Purple Thunder Village Supremes changed several times. Eat my Yin-Yang Blade. Thunder Strike. Four-directional Thunder Kick. Dominating Sky Axe. The four Supremes of the Purple Thunder Village each used their own killing moves. They didn't believe that Yichen could fight against the four of them by himself. Dang, 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 sparks flew everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded. The killing moves of the Purple Thunder Village's four Supremes landed on Yichen's body, but they couldn't even leave a scratch on Yichen's skin. Sparks flew everywhere, shaking the palms of their hands until they were numb and bleeding. On the other hand, Yichen didn't even crease his brows, as if it was just a light breeze, not worth mentioning. Swish, stretching out his right hand, Yichen instantly grabbed the neck of a Supreme's. He exerted strength in his hand, causing the Supreme's face to turn red. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Do you still want to fight? Yichen said with a slightly domineering tone. Not anymore. The purple-haired old man was disappointed. How could they fight? The opponent's defense was too high. They could not break it at all. If they continued, they would only be humiliating themselves. Throwing away the Supremes of the Purple Thunder Village, Yichen said, "You guys join the Great Wind Village. Discuss the details with the old village chief." Just like this, the Great Wind Village conquered the Purple Thunder Village. The population of the village increased from more than 100 households to more than 300 households, nearly 1,000 people. In the following month, the Great Wind Village was unstoppable, conquering one village after another. Ironstone Village, Doublewood Village, Blackwater Village, Gaoshan Village. Finally, the population of the Great Wind Village exceeded 1,000 households and was qualified to be named a tribe. Little brother Yi, what do you think the name of our tribe should be? In the village that had expanded 10 times, the old village chief looked excited. In just a month, the Great Wind Village became a first-class tribe. This was simply a miracle. Of course, the biggest contributor was Yichen. Without Yichen's powerful force, they could not even conquer the Purple Thunder Village. Instead, they would be conquered by the other party. Old village chief, of course it should be called the Gale tribe. Feng Duchuan quickly said. The old village chief glared at Feng Duchuan. He also wanted the tribe to be called the Gale tribe, but this tribe was conquered by Yichen. Yichen had the right to name it. They did not want to part ways with Yichen. Yichen promised them that they could stay in the Great Wind Village for a few more days. At the conference table, the Supremes of the Purple Thunder Village, Ironstone Village, Doublewood Village, Blackwater Village, and other villages had bitter expressions. After joining the Great Wind Village, their status was lower than the Supremes of the Great Wind Village. They had a certain right to speak, but the effect of their words was minimal. Yichen said, "It's not appropriate to call it the Gale tribe." Why? The old village chief was puzzled. Yichen looked at the other Supremes and said to the old village chief, "The Great Wind Village is getting stronger and stronger, but the original population of the Great Wind Village is too small. There are also few Supremes. I can convince the others if I am here, but what if I am not here?" Old village chief, what Brother Yichen said is reasonable. On the side, Feng Lai nodded. The old village chief thought for a moment and felt that it was reasonable. The Great Wind Village relied on Yichen to become a tribe. If Yichen was not here, the others would not dare to disobey him because of the oath, but his control was also limited. Once the other tribes attacked, this delicate situation was very dangerous. A first-class tribe is not our ultimate goal. I think the name of the tribe can be called the Eternal Tribe. The most powerful person in the Eternal Tribe is the chief, followed by the elders, the leader of the hunting team, and so on. The chief will be the old village chief. The old village chief was still very strong. Apart from Yichen, among the Supremes, he was at least in the top 3. It was a bit inappropriate to let Feng Lai be the chief. After all, this was a tribe, not a village. As for the name Eternal Tribe, the Supremes of the other villages accepted it more easily. In any case, they had become elders and had a lot of power. In the past, they were just thugs. The Eternal Tribe had a population of 3,500 people and 1,050 families. The leader was Feng Baixiong and the Eternal Venerable Yi Qin. Below him were the elders and the leader of the hunting squad. Of course, the Eternal Tribe was still in its embryonic form. Once the tribe became more powerful, other positions would be added. As an Eternal Venerable, Yi Qin's authority was equal to Feng Baixiong's, perhaps even a bit higher. The leader had to take care of a lot of matters, while Yi Qin didn't have to be so troublesome. The hunting squad is back. So much meat. The Eternal Tribe was prospering day by day, and the tribesmen naturally didn't have to worry about not having meat to eat. At present, the Eternal Tribe had a total of 8 hunting squads, taking turns to enter the mountains. Once the first squad returned, the next one would immediately set off. This way, even if they encountered an enemy attack, they would still have the greatest fighting strength. Old Chief, the Eternal Tribe is too remote. It's time to migrate. Yi Qin still liked to call Feng Baixiong Old Chief. Feng Baixiong nodded. Yeah, there are no more villages around. It's time to migrate. Migration was very simple. They only needed to store the buildings in the village into their storage rings. The Wild's God continent was enveloped by the Wild's God's laws, and everything was shrouded in mist. It was extremely difficult to draw a map, and it took them an entire month to find an ideal place to live. Fortunately, the villages had stockpiled meat, and they had not stopped eating meat for the past month. Mountains and rivers. It's here. What entered everyone's eyes was a mountain range and a huge lake. The mountain range was vast, and the lake was crystal clear. The Eternal Tribe would certainly prosper here. Dong. Dong, houses fell one after another, spreading out in a ring shape. The entire Eternal Tribe was like a ring. Soon after, the Supremes joined hands to arrange a formation. The reason why the tribe was powerful was because of the many Supremes and the formations they arranged. It would be difficult for enemies to break in, and the tribesmen could safely reproduce inside. From now on, this will be our new home. Feng Baixiong sighed with emotion. The other Supremes also sighed with emotion. Although they had been conquered by the Great Wind Village and were now elders or leaders of the Eternal Tribe, no matter what, a tribe was a tribe. As a member of the tribe, their fate was closely related to the tribe. They were bound together for good or bad. The arrays that Yi Qin had set up were the Immortal Sword Array and Destruction Sword Array. Although he wasn't proficient in arrays, the Immortal Sword Intent and Destruction Sword Intent were too powerful. A sword array that contained the Immortal Sword Intent and Destruction Sword Intent would be able to block a Super Sovereign for a while. Anyone below the Super Sovereign realm would be severely injured even if they didn't die. The formation did not restrict the people of the Eternal Tribe. They could enter and leave at will. This was the power of the oath. The Eternal Tribe was surrounded by mountains and rivers, which meant that in the future, there would be not only land meat to eat, but also aquatic meat to eat. The more the people of the Eternal Tribe looked at it, the more they liked it, and soon they forgot the melancholy of leaving the place where they grew up. In the Eternal Tribe, the sounds of laughter could be heard every day, and the figures of children could be seen everywhere. Outside the tribe, a hunting team was hunting aquatic beasts in the lake, while another hunting team was in the mountains, hunting terrestrial beasts. Yi Qin had a clear plan for the tribe's development. It was very simple, and that was to accumulate food. Only with more meat would the tribe's development not be limited. The fertility of the desolate race was also related to the meat they ate. Being full for one meal and hungry for another made it hard for them to give birth. This was because once there was no meat to eat, their strength would decline, and once their strength declined, where would they have extra yuan qi to reproduce? It should be known that the desolate race's people were born with astral reaching or even Sea of Soul realm cultivation base, which consumed a lot of yuan qi. Hunting geese all day long, there would be a time when geese would peck you blind. The second hunter squad that entered the mountains had met with a mishap. Dozens of Emperor Realm warriors and 2 Supreme Realm warriors had died. The specific situation was that on the 12th day, the second hunter squad encountered a space bear dog. The leader of the second hunter squad cared a lot about the space bear dog and wanted to tame one. Therefore, he ignored the others' advice and risked everything to hunt the space bear dog. Who knew that this space bear dog was not a normal one, but an extremely rare space bear dog king, possessing the bloodline of the space bear dog. After being enraged, the space bear dog king went on a killing spree, killing the second hunter squad's leader and dozens of Emperor Realm warriors. If it were not for the fact that the space bear dog king was not as murderous as the other beasts, the second hunter squad might have been completely wiped out. Space bear dog king? This time, I'll lead the team. You guys lead the way. Yi Chen's interest was piqued. He had always wanted a space bear dog, and now that a space bear dog king had appeared, he naturally wouldn't let it go. He prepared to let the lucky survivors of the second hunter squad lead the way. Sir, you can't, it's too dangerous. A supreme being tried to dissuade him. The space bear dog king was equivalent to a supreme being, and its physical defense was extremely strong. It was not something an ordinary space bear dog could compare to. If something were to happen to Yi Chen, their eternal tribe's future would not be as good as before, and they might even be conquered by other tribes after a period of time. There's no need to stop me, I know what I'm doing. Yi Chen had already made up his mind. Since that's the case, it's better for Sir to be careful. Feng Baixiong knew Yi Chen's personality. If he continued to stop him, he would only make him unhappy. The next day, Yi Chen led the remaining members of the second hunter squad and set off. In the mountains, clouds and smoke lingered, and the range of soul power was only a few miles. Fortunately, Yi Chen had the netherworld Saint Eye, which allowed him to see a few thousand miles away. Sir, it's this direction. A member of the second hunter squad pointed to the front. After 3 days, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the place where the space bear dog king appeared. It's here. The members of the second hunter squad were a little nervous. They looked around, afraid that the space bear dog king would suddenly appear. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yi Chen patted the shoulder of one of them. Standing at a high place, Yi Chen looked around. Eh? Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Originally, he thought that the space bear dog king should have left this place. He didn't expect to find its lair 800 miles away. The space bear dog king was very sensitive. It seemed to have discovered something and jumped out of its lair. However, no matter how sharp its eyes were, it couldn't detect anything strange. Shaking its head, the space bear dog king went back to its lair to sleep. Not long after, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the outside of its lair. Roar, the space bear dog king jumped out. It was much taller than the normal space bear dogs, as tall as a human. Its brownish-yellow fur was luxuriant and had a metallic luster. On its forehead, there was a shallow golden mark. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice the existence of the golden mark. It was normal that the leader of the second hunter squad didn't notice it. Its hexagram eyes glanced at Yi Chen. The space bear dog king lowered its body and growled, preparing to launch a fierce attack at any time. What a great space bear dog king. One of you is better than 100 space bear dogs. Yi Chen laughed and walked towards the space bear dog king. A strong wind swept across. The space bear dog king made the first move and pounced towards Yi Chen. Its sharp claws expanded in the air, reaching 5 feet long. The leader and deputy leader of the second hunter squad were torn to pieces by its claws. If Yi Chen was just a beginner-level sovereign, he would definitely retreat when facing the pounce of the starry sky bear dog king. Ferocious beasts and intelligent lifeforms were different. Their every move contained the mysteries of the heavens. Many supreme martial arts were created based on ferocious beasts. However, Yi Chen wasn't a beginner-level sovereign. Even without the sky sword, Yi Chen still had the strength of a medium-level sovereign. In addition to the immortal sword physique that could block the attacks of a peak-level sovereign, there was no need to fear the starry sky bear dog king. Clang, raising his hand, Yi Chen blocked the starry sky bear dog king. Yi Chen's hands were comparable to sovereign weapons. They were unimaginably sturdy. Roar, the starry sky bear dog king's claw missed, so it stretched its neck and bit towards Yi Chen's neck like lightning. Each of its sharp teeth was half a foot long, especially the 2 pairs of fangs. They were 8 inches long and flashed with a cold light. If one was bitten, even a normal sovereign weapon would have a few bite marks. Although Yi Chen wasn't afraid of the opponent's bite, he wasn't willing to be bitten on the neck. With a kick, the starry sky bear dog king was kicked tens of meters away. Swish, without giving the opponent a chance to react, Yichen took a step forward and instantly rode on the starry sky bear dog king. His left hand grabbed onto the opponent's fur and his right hand clenched into a fist. The starry sky bear dog king felt dizzy. These two punches from Yichen didn't contain any ordinary force, but the terrifying 6 drive. 4 drive could normally shatter atoms, 5 drive could shatter neutrons, and 6 drive could shatter black holes. Of course, black holes came in all sizes. Against a large black hole, even Yichen couldn't do anything. The pain from the beating stimulated the starry sky bear dog king's ferocious nature. Exerting force from its 4 limbs, the starry sky bear dog king suddenly stood up and sent Yichen flying. As expected of the starry sky bear dog king, Yichen estimated that the starry sky bear dog king's strength was roughly equivalent to a medium-level sovereign. Even a high-level sovereign wouldn't be able to subdue it. One had to be 2 levels higher. The supremacy is too strong. He's actually suppressing the starry sky bear dog king. We have underestimated the Venerable One. As an outsider, the Venerable One definitely has many tricks up his sleeves. We can't see through him. The members of Hunter Team 2 discussed among themselves. Looks like I'll have to take out the Heaven Sword. Dusting off the dust on his clothes, Yichen placed his right hand on the hilt of the Heaven Sword. Chong, the Heaven Sword was pulled out, and a peerless sword chi shot out. The fur of the Space Bear Dog King stood up as it felt an intense threat. Whoosh, out of everyone's expectations, the starry sky bear dog king turned around and fled at lightning speed. Where are you going? How could Yichen let his opponent escape? His figure blurred, and when he reappeared, he was already at the right side of the starry sky bear dog king. Yichen didn't use the edge of his sword to attack his opponent. With a shake of his hand, Yichen's sword struck his opponent. Crackle, the might of the Heaven Sword was so strong that the starry sky bear dog king was sent flying, smashing a hole in the mountain on the left, causing dust to fill the air. Without waiting for the other party to come out, Yichen leaped into the hole. Rumble, another loud sound could be heard. Not long after, the sound calmed down. Will the Venerable be all right? The members of Hunter Team 2 were very nervous. In the hole, Yichen's left hand pressed on the head of the starry sky bear dog king, which was dizzy from the Heaven Sword's attack. He threatened, "Don't struggle, or else you will suffer." The starry sky bear dog king seemed to understand. After struggling for a while, it gave up resisting. In order to tame a ferocious beast, one naturally had to brand a soul imprint in the other party's soul ocean. The stronger the soul imprint, the higher the other party's loyalty. Not to mention anything else, Yichen was very confident in his own soul. The Netherworld Sacred Eye even allowed his soul to have the will of hell, which was not to be disobeyed. Very quickly, Yichen branded a complete soul imprint in the starry sky bear dog king's soul ocean. This wasn't the end, Yichen added a restriction on the soul imprint. Once the starry sky bear dog king tried to use its soul power to erase the soul imprint, it would be countered by the restriction. After doing all this, Yichen released the starry sky bear dog king. Get up! Yichen ordered. Woo woo woo, the starry sky bear dog king crawled up from the ground like a puppy. It stuck out its tongue and licked the sole of Yichen's foot while wagging its tail. In the future, I will call you Sky Splitter. Yichen thought for a moment and gave the starry sky bear dog king a name. The starry sky bear dog king's claws were very sharp and could tear the heaven and earth apart. When Yichen and the starry sky bear dog king jumped out of the hole, the members of the second hunter squad cheered. The Venerable was their Eternal Tribe's #1 expert. Together with the starry sky bear dog king, who could stop them, it was rare to tame the starry sky bear dog king, so Yichen brought it out to hunt. The starry sky bear dog king was indeed worthy of being called the starry sky bear dog king. Its hunting ability was quite impressive. Yichen didn't make a move and just watched from the side. In just a day's work, more than 100 ferocious beasts had been hunted. In the Eternal Tribe, everyone cheered. It was said that whoever tamed the starry sky bear dog king would have the qualifications to rule the wilderness god continent. Although this legend might not be true, it was undoubtedly very encouraging. Venerable, the new map has been drawn. The closest tribe to us is the second-ranked tribe, the Golden Sand Tribe. the old village chief gave a map to Yi Chen. There was a red dot on it with the Golden Sand Tribe written on it, and the black dot represented the Eternal Tribe. Golden Sand Tribe? Yi Chen frowned. To be able to become a second-rank tribe, the tribe would have at least 2,000 households, which was several times more than the Eternal Tribe. At the very least, the number of sovereigns would be several times more. Fortunately, it wasn't a third-rank tribe. Otherwise, Yi Chen wouldn't be sure that the Eternal Tribe would be able to stop and conquer the other party. Who knew if the other party had any powerful experts? As long as there were 3 or 4 high-level sovereigns, it would be difficult for Yi Chen to defeat the other party, let alone break the other party's formation. At the same time, in the Golden Sand Tribe. Chief, we've already investigated. The new tribe is called the Eternal Tribe, a first-rank tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe's main hall was packed with people. Sitting in the main seat was a yellow-haired middle-aged man with a majestic aura. A mere first-rank tribe dares to call themselves eternal? How ambitious. The yellow-haired middle-aged man snorted coldly. Chief, give me a third of the troops. I, Jin Ho, am confident in conquering the Eternal Tribe. A skinny middle-aged sovereign walked out and volunteered. The Golden Sand Tribe had a total of 3,800 households, and there were more than 1,000 people who could fight. A third was already a lot. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Jin Ho, lead half of the troops and set off. I'll wait for your good news in the tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe's chief felt that a third of the troops wasn't enough. I won't disappoint you. Jin Ho's face lit up. After he conquered the Eternal Tribe, he could choose a few more women to be his concubines and bear children for him. Such a good thing could only be encountered by chance. My Golden Sand Tribe can finally be promoted to a third-rank tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe's chief was very happy. He picked up his wine pot and drank. The Golden Sand Tribe is invading. Combat personnel, get ready. The rest of you, stay in the tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe's attack came earlier than Feng Baixiong had expected. It was no wonder. The Golden Sand Tribe was a second-class tribe, while the Eternal Tribe was a first-class tribe. In the eyes of the enemy, the Eternal Tribe was undoubtedly a piece of juicy meat. The earlier they swallowed, the earlier they could feel at ease. On the plains beside the lake, the Golden Sand Tribe's troops gathered together. At a glance, there were 45 Supremes, while the Eternal Tribe only had 25. There were 20 more Supreme Beings, a great disparity in numbers. I'm the third elder of the Golden Sand Tribe, Marquis Jin. Today, I'm here to conquer your Eternal Tribe. If you know what's good for you, quickly surrender to prevent any casualties. Marquis Jin was clad in golden armor and wielded a large blade. I am the Venerable of the Eternal Tribe. I advise the Golden Sand Tribe to surrender as soon as possible. Yi Chen and the starry Sky Bear Dog King walked out. What a huge starry Sky Bear Dog. Marquis Jin's eyes widened. Third Elder, it's the starry Sky Bear Dog King. The Supremes of the Golden Sand Tribe reminded Marquis Jin. Hearing this, Jin Ho's breathing became hurried. The starry Sky Bear Dog King was 100 times rarer than an ordinary starry Sky Bear Dog. It could only be chanced upon, not sought. If he could bring the starry Sky Bear Dog King back to the leader, his position would definitely rise greatly, becoming the great elder who was second only to the leader. Kid, hand over the starry Sky Bear Dog King and I'll spare your life. Marquis Jin said sternly. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Yi Chen mocked. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Kill him. Marquis Jin waved his hand. The Supremes of the Golden Sand Tribe rushed out like a whirlwind, pouncing towards the Supremes of the Eternal Tribe. Heaven Splitter, go and eat Marquis Jin. Yi Chen could tell that Jin Ho only had the aura of a peak Supreme Being, and Sky Splitter could easily kill him. He did not know that the starry Sky Bear Dog King that followed him was countless times more powerful than normal starry Sky Bear Dogs. It was not something that a mere Supreme like him could handle. Of course, if Marquis Jin knew that Heaven Splitter had the strength of a mid-level Supreme, he probably wouldn't have ordered the attack. After all, Heaven Splitter had the strength of a mid-level Supreme. Yi Chen, who could tame Heaven Splitter, definitely had the strength of a mid-level Supreme. Roar, Heaven Splitter's 4 limbs exerted force, and with a single leap, he arrived beside Jin Ho. His sharp claws shot out and clawed at Jin Ho. How could Jin Ho have expected Heaven Splitter's speed to be so fast? He only had the time to raise his saber horizontally before a huge force collided with him. The saber slashed back, causing Jin Ho's body to tremble violently, and fresh blood spurted out. Impossible. Jin Ho's eyes bulged. Without waiting for Jin Ho to react, Sky Splitter opened his mouth and bit off Jin Ho's head. His claws clawed at Jin Ho's body, turning him into a bloody mess. Finally, Sky Splitter swallowed him whole. The stomach of a ferocious beast was a world of its own, capable of digesting existences stronger than itself. Clang, a set of supreme armor and a huge blade were spat out by Sky Split. Vicious beasts were unable to digest supreme weapons. Of course, it wasn't impossible to forcefully digest them, but it would take too much time and wouldn't bring any benefits. With a supreme weapon in its stomach, the efficiency of digesting other things would be reduced. The gains didn't make up for the losses. Good job. Yichen put away the supreme armor and saber. The Desolate Race Supreme's domain realm was too low. Yichen released his sword domain with all his might, instantly enveloping the 30 Golden Sand Tribe Supremes. The 30 Golden Sand Tribe Supremes panicked as they powered their domains to resist the sword domain. Unfortunately, their domains felt like they were facing a vast ocean against the sword domain. It was already pretty good that they could protect themselves, so how could they resist it? Yichen couldn't even be bothered to pull out the celestial sword. He punched out 30 times in one breath, and with the 30 punches, the 30 Golden Sand Tribe Supremes immediately collapsed to the ground, losing all combat strength. This was the result of Yichen showing mercy, or his punches would have killed them. After devouring Jin Ho, Sky Splitter did not continue devouring the other Golden Sand Tribe Supremes. It only injured them to the ground. A man and a dog were invincible. Your third elder is dead. Quickly abandon your weapons and surrender, or you will be killed without mercy. Yichen shouted loudly, accompanied by Sky Splitter's domineering roar. Hearing this, all the Golden Sand Tribe Supremes threw down their weapons. It wasn't that they were cowardly, but the disparity was too great. The other party, a man and a dog, had taken care of most of them. Continuing to resist was just courting death. Village Chief, incorporate them. In the Eternal Tribe, Yichen was in charge of fighting, while the Village Chief was in charge of incorporating them. The two had a clear division of labor. All right. The Village Chief, Feng Baixiong, was overjoyed. Yichen's combat strength was too strong. The Eternal Tribe was destined to prosper, and they would achieve great things in the Wilderness God continent. The incorporation was very smooth. After the oath was made, the Golden Sand Tribe's men that Jin Ho brought became members of the Eternal Tribe. The Eternal Tribe became unprecedentedly powerful, with more than 70 Supremes. Things were not over yet. Since the two tribes had already started fighting, they naturally had to conquer the Golden Sand Tribe as soon as possible. With Yichen and the village chief in the lead, a group of people marched towards the Golden Sand Tribe. The original Golden Sand Tribe members followed behind bitterly. At the same time, they sighed in their hearts. As long as Yichen and the Starry Sky Bear Dog King were here, it would not be difficult for the Eternal Tribe to become a 5th-ranked tribe. The Golden Sand Tribe would have to submit sooner or later. After a day, the group arrived near the Golden Sand Tribe. In Golden Sand Tribe, the yellow-haired middle-aged man walked out with a group of Supremes. When he saw Jin Ho's group standing behind Yichen's group, his eyes couldn't help but squint as he asked in a loud voice, "Where is Jin Ho?" "Jin Hun, what's going on? Tell me quickly." Jin Hun was the leader of the Golden Sand Tribe's 5 hunting squads. He smiled bitterly and said, "Leader, we have already submitted to the Eternal Tribe. As for Elder Jin Ho, he died in battle." Another original Golden Sand Tribe Supreme said, "Leader, the Golden Sand Tribe can't resist supremacy Yichen's strength. We should quickly surrender." His family was in the Golden Sand Tribe. Since he had submitted to the Eternal Tribe, he naturally hoped that the Golden Sand Tribe would submit as well. Bull*T. If you want to conquer my Golden Sand Tribe, you have to defeat me first. Who dares to fight me? The Golden Sand Tribe's leader was bolder and more domineering than Yichen had imagined. He originally wanted to ask Sky Splitter to leave, but that was too insulting. "I'll fight you." Yichen stood with his hands behind his back. One punch. As long as you can take one punch from me, the Golden Sand tribe will henceforth submit to the Eternal tribe. The Golden Sand tribe's leader was rough on the outside but meticulous on the inside. The Eternal tribe had many more Supremes than them. If they fought as a group, they would definitely lose. Therefore, he decided to retreat in order to advance and fight alone. Like a primordial mountain running, the Golden Sand tribe's leader roared and punched at Yichen. This punch shone with golden light. Before the punch arrived, the wind from the punch had already arrived. The terrifying wind from the punch tore the ground apart and violently churned. Not bad, it's a Nava Supremes. Yichen also punched out. The two fists collided. Yichen didn't move a single inch, but the Golden Sand tribe's leader vomited blood and was sent flying. Just like that, the Golden Sand tribe completely submitted to the Eternal tribe, and the Eternal tribe suddenly became a second-class tribe with 4,850 families. They only needed 150 families to officially become a third-class tribe. On this day, Yichen was practicing swordsmanship in the yard. He had been a Supreme for some time, but the 5-element sword technique had not reached the great success stage. This was also the reason why he could not improve further and become an existence on the same level as Supreme True Martial and Sky Demon Supremes. After all, these two, even if they did not have a divine weapon, were still high-level Supreme. Yichen did not have a divine weapon, Sky Sword, so he was only a mid-level Supreme. There was a difference of one level. Although the essence of the Three Realms Supreme's martial arts has benefited me a lot and my swordsmanship has improved by leaps and bounds, other people's skills are still other people's. I can use it as a reference, but I can't copy it. If I want to reach the great success stage of the 5-element sword technique, I need something new to inspire me. Or, like Supreme True Martial and the others, I can use time to accumulate, but that is too slow. Yichen frowned slightly. At his level, it was way too hard to make any progress. Right now, the only thing he was confident in was his spirit body. But, if he could not find any precious treasures, then it would be pointless. Ta, there was a knock on the door outside the yard. Come in. Yichen said casually. The person who came in was the chief of the Golden Sand tribe, Jin Ba. Supremacy. Jin Ba said respectfully. The Eternal tribe could do without the old village chief or anyone else, but it could not do without the supremacy. The more he spent time with Yichen, the more he felt that Yichen was powerful. What is it? Yichen asked. Jin Ba smiled. I want to offer a treasure to the supremacy. Treasure? Yichen looked at Jin Ba carefully. What treasure? Jin Ba was a bold and domineering person, and he valued power very much. Yichen guessed that Jin Ba wanted to build a good relationship with him, so that when the Eternal tribe developed into a powerful tribe, he could get a good position. Supremacy, please take a look. Jin Ba did not keep Yichen in suspense, taking out a half-meter square stone from his storage ring. The stone was gray in color, and its edges were not even. It looked like a small fragment of a broken stone wall. Yichen did not pay much attention at first, but the next moment, his expression changed. There was nothing special about the stone. It was just a hard stone, but there was an extra word on it, tyrant. This word seemed to come alive, giving off a boundless domineering aura. One look was enough to shock Yichen's mind. The change in Yichen's expression naturally could not be hidden from Jin Ba. Holding the stone with both of his hands, Jin Ba said respectfully, "This item is for you, sir." "Where did you get this?" Yichen took the stone and asked. Taking back his hands, Jin Ba replied, "Thousands of years ago, in the middle of the endless mountains, someone found a stone wall with a calligraphy written on it. Because of this stone wall, dozens of powerful tribes started a war. In the end, the stone wall broke into thousands of pieces and flew away. I was lucky enough to get one of them. Looking at the word tyrant on it, my martial arts improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, I believe that this calligraphy was not written by an ordinary person. Perhaps it was a legendary supreme. Not only a legendary supreme, but just by looking at the word tyrant, Yichen knew that the owner of the calligraphy was not just a simple legendary supreme. It was very likely a demigod, because from this word, Yichen could see countless possibilities. Legendary supreme was the essence, while demigods were the experts. The so-called experts did not mean that they were experts in everything. Alright, I'll accept it. If you need anything in the future, come find me, Yichen said. As long as the Venerable likes it, Jin Ba has no requirements. Jin Ba looked rough and domineering, but he was actually very meticulous. He only hoped that Yichen would have a good impression of him. This was more important than anything else. After Jin Ba left, Yichen carefully looked at the word tyrant on the stone. Unknowingly, Yichen's mind entered a strange space. In this space, a shadow was performing one set of sword techniques after another. These sword techniques were all different, but they had one thing in common, and that was domineering. After a long time, Yichen's mind exited the strange space. What a powerful word tyrant. The simple word tyrant made Yichen understand what it meant to be domineering. In front of this word, Jin Ba's domineering aura was child's play. Yichen had never seen anyone with more domineering aura than the word tyrant. Perhaps, by studying this word, I can create a supreme sword move that has reached the completion stage. There was a difference between a sword move and a sword art. A sword move was just one move, while a sword art was complete. Compared to the former, the latter was more profound. For example, as long as the 5-element sword art reached the completion stage, all the sword moves that used the profound of the 5 elements as the foundation would reach the completion stage, greatly increasing their power. However, once a sword move reached the completion stage, there would be no way for the other sword moves to benefit. Even so, Yichen was still full of hope. A supreme sword move at the completion stage would greatly increase his combat power. As the days passed, Yichen's study of the word tyrant became more profound. Among all the sword moves, the 5-element slash is the most suitable for this word. Creating a sword move for the word tyrant alone was too time-consuming. Integrating the essence of the word into the 5-element slash would save a lot of time. What Yichen wanted to do was to combine the two into one. A month later, beside a lake near the Eternal Tribe, Yichen practiced his sword moves over and over again while the Starry Bear Dog King, Sky Splitter, was capturing aquatic beasts. Open! The tyrannical sword momentum kept increasing. When it reached the limit, Yichen slashed at the lake. Boom! A sword mark that was dozens of miles long and 100 meters deep appeared in the lake. Splash! Water splashed everywhere as aquatic beasts were shaken out of the lake, turning into a bloody pulp on the spot. Sky Splitter jumped in fright and quickly retreated. The wilderness god continent was different from the outside world. Every blade of grass, every tree, every soil, and every rock was incomparably hard. Normally, it would be impressive if Yichen could leave a sword mark that was several miles long in the lake. The 5-element slash combined the essence of the word tyrant. Let's call it the tyrant sword form. The tyrant sword form wasn't just tyrannical. More importantly, it transformed the profound of the 5 elements into an invincible force. Although Yichen's 5-element sword art hadn't reached the completion stage, the tyrant sword form had reached the completion stage. It was like taking a shortcut. A single word tyrant allowed me to create the tyrant sword form. I wonder how many words there are in that calligraphy. If I can comprehend the entire calligraphy, how amazing would that be? The power of the tyrant sword form made Yichen realize how precious the calligraphy on the stone wall was. One had to know that a piece of calligraphy would have at least dozens of words, maybe even hundreds of words. If a single word was so powerful, how amazing would dozens or hundreds of words be? Yichen didn't even dare to think about it. One more reason to make the Eternal Tribe strong. Yichen wanted to obtain the complete stone wall. Even if he couldn't get it, it would be good if he could get one more word. In order to obtain these words, he naturally had to conquer the other tribes. Half a month later, the Eternal Tribe rose to the 3rd rank. A village called Bluestone Village came to join. This village originally had 2 Supremes, but one of them died while hunting in the mountains. The remaining Supremes felt that the village would be hard to maintain, so he led the villagers to join the Eternal Tribe. At least, they wouldn't have to worry about meat anymore. During this period of time, many scouts from other tribes discovered the Eternal Tribe. The Huangshan continent was vast and sparsely populated. Moreover, the Huangshan divine law covered the entire continent, limiting the range of soul power. If one wanted to draw a map, they would have to send people to scout everywhere. The Eternal Tribe had a team in charge of scouting and drawing maps, called the Scouting Team, led by 2 Supremes. There were 4 tribes on the Eternal Tribe's latest map. The Eternal Tribe was in the center, the Armored Tribe was in the north, the Flying Bird Tribe was in the south, and the Greenwood Tribe was in the northeast. Among them, the Armored Tribe was the closest to the Eternal Tribe, the Flying Bird Tribe was a bit further, and the Greenwood Tribe was the furthest. It was about twice the distance to the Armored Tribe, but the Greenwood Tribe and the Armored Tribe were close. Yichen wasn't in a hurry to attack. Taking down these tribes would be a piece of cake for him, so there was no need to rush. Recently, he had been comprehending the martial intent in the tyrant character. This was the martial intent of a demigod, which had reached the 9th step. His destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent were both at the peak of the 8th step, only a step away from the 9th step. Perhaps, he would be able to find a path to the 9th step. In the sky, a nimble figure was hurrying at an unimaginable speed. Comprehending the line character actually increased my speed so much. I heard Dad say that the one who wrote this was a demigod. Seems like it's true. Passing by a mountain peak, the nimble figure landed. It was a beautiful woman in her 20s. Her eyes were big, and she seemed to be the unruly type. She didn't fear anything in the world, but judging from her aura, she was at the level of a super supremes. There was even a hint of nobility that seemed to look down on the world. This was the temperament of a person with a high position. After so many days, let's take a rest first. The woman took out an exquisite and beautiful courtyard from her storage ring. The courtyard landed with a faint radiance, and the woman entered. At night, boom, a loud sound rang out, and the woman walked out of the house. She looked at the dizzy supreme-level vicious beasts outside and couldn't help but smile. My father personally laid out 18 layers of arrays in this courtyard. Each layer of array can defend against a legendary supreme level's attack for a very long time. To completely break through these 18 layers of arrays, an ordinary legendary supreme level expert would need at least 1 or 2 months of continuous attacks. If someone heard the woman's words, they would definitely be dumbfounded. 18 layers of array formations? Each layer could defend against a legendary supreme's attack for a long time? Could it be that the girl's father was a legendary supreme being, one that was proficient in array formations, or was he a mid-level or even high-level legendary supreme being? Forget it, I was woken up by the noise. Let me comprehend the word break first. Taking out a stone with the word break on it, the woman's mind entered the strange space. The next day, the courtyard, and the courtyard. A 5th-rank tribe is too powerful. I'm definitely not a match for it. There are at least 600 to 700 supreme beings inside, and there are probably quite a number of super supreme beings. Rank 4 tribes have 200 to 300 supremes. My defense is not that high. It's too risky. Let's play it safe. I'll just take down a rank 3 tribe. Once I have my own force, I'll upgrade it to rank 4, or even rank 5. Every time she passed a tribe, the woman would murmur. By the time the tribe's experts caught up, she would be long gone. On this day, the woman arrived at the Iron Armor tribe. This is the tribe. She took out her crescent blade and yelled, "Who's the leader? Come out and surrender. This tribe is mine." As she spoke, she slashed at the Iron Armor tribe. The invincible saber chi broke through dozens of layers of formations like a hot knife through butter, almost destroying the Iron Armor tribe's formation completely. The leader and other supremes, who were about to come out, felt their scalps go numb. Where did this little fiend come from? She broke through so many layers of arrays with one blade strike. She's at least a high-level super supremes. Iron River, Iron Mountain, you two come with me. The leader of the Iron Armor tribe was a black-robed old man. Following him were 2 muscular men. All 3 of them had the aura of a super supremes. You're not going to surrender? That's fine. I've been bored to death. The woman was eager to try. The leader of the Iron Armor tribe, Tai Yu, took a deep breath and yelled, "I'm the leader of the Iron Armor tribe. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Although the other party was a high-level supremes, Tai Yu himself was a mid-level supremes. Together with the 2 low-level supremes, they still had a chance. So much nonsense. Watch my blade. The woman slashed at Taiyu. The dark green blade light was fast and swift. So fast. Taiyu hurriedly raised the shield in his hand. This shield was a supreme weapon that could be used for both defense and offense. With a clang, sparks flew in all directions. Taiyu staggered back dozens of steps and almost fell. "Let's go together," Taiyu roared. Rows of saw teeth appeared on the edge of the shield. Holding the shield, Taiyu charged at the woman. Facing the three's attacks, the woman moved her feet and disappeared without a trace. When she reappeared, she was behind Taishan. With a sweep of the back of her blade, Taishan was sent flying while vomiting blood. He was also confused by the woman's elusive movements. In a moment of carelessness, his chin was hit by the hilt of the blade. What kind of movement speed is this? How could Taiyu not see that the woman's movement speed was extremely fast? When the opponent's speed reached a certain level, no matter how strong one was, it would be useless unless one's defense was very high. Still not surrendering? Do you really want me to fight seriously? The woman raised her crescent blade and shouted at Taiyu. Taiyu's expression changed several times. In the end, he had to face reality. It was obvious that the opponent was not serious. Once she did, the consequences would be unpredictable. Although the Iron Armor tribe had many Supremes, most of them were ordinary Supremes. If they fought to the death, the Iron Armor tribe might be able to repel the opponent, but the tribe's losses would not be small. In the future, it would be very difficult to contend against the other third-ranked tribes. Rather than that, it was better to surrender. There was a big difference between surrendering to a person and surrendering to a tribe. Surrendering to the latter, one's status would be much lower. Seeing the other surrender, the woman nodded with a look of teaching. "Don't worry, I won't steal your position. As long as you give me the title of supremacy, I can help you raise the Iron Armor tribe to 4th or even 5th rank." Iron Armor tribe's main hall. Taiyu took out a map and said to the woman, "Supremacy, there are 3 tribes around the Iron Armor tribe: Greenwood tribe, Eternal tribe, and Blood Drinking tribe. Among them, Greenwood tribe is the lowest, a 2nd-ranked tribe. Eternal tribe is 3rd rank, and Blood Drinking tribe is also 3rd rank. Then we'll start with Greenwood tribe, then conquer Eternal tribe and Blood Drinking tribe." The woman glanced at the map and said, "Supremacy, the Iron Armor tribe's main force has set off for Greenwood tribe." A scout from the Eternal tribe reported. "So fast? Is he not afraid of us attacking him?" Yichin revealed a pensive expression. In fact, he alone could conquer a 3rd-ranked tribe, and even a 4th-ranked tribe might not be able to stop him. Let's first conquer the Flying Bird tribe. Facing such a situation, the Eternal tribe had to be prepared, just in case. Just like the Eternal tribe, the Flying Bird tribe only had 2 Supremes, 1 mid-level and 1 low-level Supremes. They were the chief and great elder of the Flying Bird tribe. "Report, the Eternal tribe is attacking." A scout rushed into the main hall of the Flying Bird tribe. "They're finally attacking. Everyone, get ready to defend against the Eternal tribe. Today, either we conquer the Eternal tribe, or the Eternal tribe conquers us." The chief of the Flying Bird tribe was a middle-aged woman with a charming appearance. "Good timing. After conquering the Eternal tribe, our Flying Bird tribe will become a level 4 tribe." The great elder of the Flying Bird tribe laughed. Not far from the Flying Bird tribe, the Eternal tribe's combatants, led by Yichan and the village chief, flew toward the Flying Bird tribe. Soon, they stopped near the Flying Bird tribe. "Your Eternal tribe is really daring. You've just become a level 3 tribe, and you already dare to attack my Flying Bird tribe. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The great elder of the Flying Bird tribe shouted. Jinba replied, "If it wasn't for the benevolence of our venerable, your Flying Bird tribe would have been long gone. Hurry up and surrender. Don't waste our venerable's time. Arrogant. Get your venerable to come out. I, Takata, will fight him." The great elder of the Flying Bird tribe was called Takata. "You think you're worthy? I, Jinba, will fight you." Jinba's figure flashed and appeared in the open space in front of him. There were all kinds of battles between tribes. Some were invitations, some were group battles, and some were between chiefs. Different situations had different forms of battles. "You can't do it. Takata brought with him the power to destroy mountains and slash towards Jinba. Bang, 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 both of them were low-level supremes, and their strengths were about the same. After 500 rounds of fierce battle, Jinba eventually won, sending Takata flying with a punch. Of course, it was difficult to injure the other at the same level, let alone kill him. Takata wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, wanting to fight again. Takata, that's enough. Jinba, stand down. At this moment, the chief of the Flying Bird tribe and Yichen spoke at the same time. Takata reluctantly retreated. Jinba grinned and returned to the Eternal Tribe camp. I'm the venerable of the Eternal Tribe, Yichen. If you can block one of my punches, the Eternal Tribe will retreat immediately. Yichen slowly walked forward and said to the leader of the Flying Bird tribe. One punch? A trace of indignation flashed on the face of the Soaring Bird tribe's leader. She was a mid-level super sovereign, and even a high-level super sovereign wouldn't dare to say that they could defeat her in a single punch. She really didn't know if the other party was arrogant or ignorant. Chief of the Flying Bird tribe, Gao Yu. Please enlighten me. Gao Yu silently took a few steps forward. It was these few steps that caused Jinba's expression to change drastically. The village chief and the rest were puzzled. Gao Yu's few steps were as though hundreds or thousands of people were stacked on top of each other. Before the other party's feet touched the ground, it was impossible to predict how the other party would move or where they would eventually appear. In short, there were countless possibilities in these few steps. An ordinary mid-level super sovereign would probably lose to her in one move. Of course, it was only defeat and not death. It was impossible to kill someone at the same level. If one could kill someone at the same level, then they wouldn't be on the same level anymore. What a mysterious movement technique. Yichen narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Are you done? Asked Yichen with his hands behind his back. I've been done for a long time. Gao Yu was also sizing up Yichen. She could see that Yichen's aura was deep and unfathomable, but she was still very confident in blocking one punch. In that case, be careful. Yichen took out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Take my punch. Without moving his body, Yichen's right fist swung out. In the next moment, layers of fist energy enveloped Gao Yu like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The speed was fast and tricky. Gao Yu's eyes were solemn. Her body quickly shuttled back and forth. As she shuttled back and forth, countless of her appeared in the void. On each of her, there was a shadow of a bird. These bird shadows brought Gao Yu to dodge the fist energy at unimaginable angles. Seeing that all the fist energy was about to hit nothing, a smile appeared on the corner of Yichen's mouth. Suddenly, all the fist energy turned into one and landed on one of Gao Yu's body. Puff, Gao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. This was her real body. How did you see through it? Gao Yu asked with a face full of disbelief. Your transformation is too simple for me. And my fist technique is the mortal world-killing fist of the three realms. Other than not having such dense killing intent and power, it is no different from the mortal world-killing fist. Yichen said the last sentence in his heart. I'm impressed. From today onwards, there will be no Flying Bird tribe, Gao Yu said bitterly. Leader. Gao Tian was anxious. Gao Yu waved her hand. The difference is obvious. Can't you see it? The conquest of the Flying Bird tribe went smoothly. After keeping the Flying Bird tribe's houses, everyone gathered together and returned to the Eternal Tribe. The Flying Bird tribe had a total of 6,500 households. Together with the Eternal Tribe's 5,000 households, there were a total of 11,500 households. The Eternal Tribe had officially become a fourth-rank tribe. Compared to the change in population, the increase in Supremes greatly increased the Eternal Tribe's strength. The Flying Bird tribe had 75 Supremes, while the Eternal Tribe had 70. Adding up to 145, there were 4 Super Supremes, 31 Powerful Supremes, and 110 Ordinary Supremes. With so many Supremes in the outside world, it would definitely be an unparalleled force. Unfortunately, the Wilderness God continent was enveloped by the Wilderness God's laws. The people of the Wilderness race would never be able to leave the Wilderness God continent. Even outsiders would find it extremely difficult to leave. Yichen guessed that the reason the wilderness god continent could produce so many supremes was probably related to the wilderness god's laws. After all, it went against common sense. No one knew the meaning of the wilderness god continent's existence. Perhaps only the gods and the wilderness god knew. The eternal tribe, which had more than doubled in size, looked like a small city. There were spacious roads, buildings of varying heights, and a plaza in the middle of the tribe. It had everything. The tribe had even opened simple shops. With more people, the social environment would become more complicated. This was a process of progress. Iron Armor Tribe. What? When we conquered the Greenwood Tribe, the Eternal Tribe conquered the Flying Bird Tribe? How could it be so fast? Upon hearing the scout's report, the Iron Armor Tribe's leader, Tai Yu, widened his eyes. The scout lowered his head and said, "It's absolutely true. I also saw the Flying Bird Tribe's leader, Gao Yu. Hehe, looks like the Eternal Tribe isn't simple. There might be an expert, an extremely powerful expert, holding down the fort. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary third-rank tribe to conquer another third-rank tribe in such a short period of time." The woman took a bite of fruit. "Then what do we do?" Tai Yu asked the woman. "It's very simple. First, give up on the Eternal Tribe and devour the bloodthirsty tribe." The woman became interested in the Eternal Tribe. Interesting things were put at the end of her life motto. The blood-drinking tribe was very strong, much stronger than the armored tribe. The entire tribe had 8,000 families, 100 supremes, and 5 super supremes. If it wasn't for the fact that the blood-drinking tribe didn't have any high-level super supremes, the armored tribe would have already been devoured. For a tribe that wanted to level up, not only did they need many supremes, they also needed an expert that could intimidate the masses. Without such an expert, even if they had more supremes, it would be very difficult to defeat a tribe of the same level. The armored tribe and the blood-drinking tribe had fought many times, and the blood-drinking tribe always had the upper hand. Unfortunately, they couldn't completely suppress the armored tribe. The Greenwood tribe lived near the two great tribes and was lucky enough to survive. After all, the two great tribes didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if their nest was destroyed, it would be a big problem. This balance was broken until the mysterious woman came. "Leader, the Iron Armor Tribe is attacking." The atmosphere in the blood-drinking tribe was heavy. They had found out that a powerful expert had come to the armored tribe. With just the strength of a single person, they were afraid that their blood-drinking tribe would also be conquered. "Let's go and meet her." The leader of the blood-drinking tribe was a bald man with a blood tattoo on his head. Leading a group of people, the bald man walked out of the blood-drinking tribe. "I am Shuequang, the leader of the blood-drinking tribe." Shuequang's eyes swept around, and soon, his attention fell on the mysterious woman. The woman smiled and said, "You should be unwilling to surrender directly. How about this, if you can take one blade from me, the armored tribe will immediately retreat." This woman's words coincided with Yi Chen's. Only the time and place were different. "Okay." Holding a spear, Shuequang arrived in front of the woman. "Make your move." The woman pulled out her crescent moon blade and pointed it at the ground. "Sorry for the offense." Shuequang let out a low roar and his entire body turned into a blood-colored tornado, sweeping towards the woman. Countless blood-colored spear shadows shot out from the tornado's mouth, which was extremely domineering. "Break!" The woman held the crescent moon blade with one hand and slashed down. A blade light flashed and the blood-colored tornado was split into two. In the next moment, Shuequang was sent flying, and there was a faint blade light behind him. Wow, Shuequang coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. It was too terrifying. His opponent's blade chi had been released and then retracted, obviously holding back. However, that invincible blade chi had still pierced through his body, causing him quite a bit of damage. It was hard to imagine that if his opponent had used his full strength, he would have died. The blood-drinking tribe is willing to submit to the Iron Armor Tribe. As he vomited blood, Shuequang raised his hand in surrender. Even the blood-drinking tribe has been conquered. It seems like the Iron Armor Tribe is going to soar to the skies. Tai Yu rejoiced in his heart. He was even glad that the woman had conquered the Iron Armor Tribe. Otherwise, the Iron Armor Tribe would not have such glory. In the future, when the Iron Armor tribe became a 5th-rank tribe, his authority as the leader would definitely increase greatly. After conquering the bloodthirsty tribe, the armored tribe only had one target left, the Eternal tribe. Has the blood-drinking tribe been conquered? After receiving the scout's report, Yichen fell into deep thought. The old village chief was puzzled. How did the Iron Armor tribe's strength suddenly increase so much? I remember that the blood-drinking tribe was much stronger than the Iron Armor tribe before. Yichen speculated, the Iron Armor tribe should have sent an expert. Expert? Could it be someone from the outside world? The supremes of the Eternal tribe looked at Yichen. I don't know if it's someone from the outside world, but in addition to outsiders, the Wild's God continent definitely has its own powerful experts. There were too many supremes in the Wild's God continent, and the more there were, the more likely there were experts. From Yichen's point of view, the Wild's God continent was very likely to have legendary supremes, or even more than one. Gao Yu said, Venerable is right. There are many tribes in the Wild's God continent. Generally, a 5th-rank tribe has a high-level supremes, a 6th-rank tribe has a peak supremes or quasi-legend supremes, a 7th-rank tribe has a legendary supremes, and an 8th-rank tribe is said to be the peak of the Wild's God continent. There are basically no 9th-rank tribes. Once they appear, they will be defeated by the alliance of many 8th-rank tribes. After all, Gao Yu was once the leader of a 3rd-rank tribe, so she knew more than others. We'll deal with it when it comes. When the Iron Armor tribe attacks, we'll know what kind of expert it is. Yichen was also very curious about this mysterious expert. What would come would come. 3 days later, the Iron Armor tribe attacked. Yichen and the mysterious woman noticed each other at a glance. The two really stood out too much. You're the expert of the Eternal tribe? The expert of the Iron Armor tribe should be you. The two spoke one after the other. Hehe, it seems that you're a strong opponent. I wonder if you can block my saber technique? The woman was very confident in her saber technique. We'll know after we try. Yichen pulled out the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword was a sacred artifact. Even if its source was damaged, it was still not something a supreme's weapon could compare to. A sacred artifact. The woman determined the grade of the heavenly sword at a glance. On the Wild's God continent, sacred artifacts were usually in the hands of legendary supremes. Her father was the leader of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, and he had a sacred artifact, Sky Hammer. Every sacred artifact had a powerful characteristic. The Sky Hammer's characteristic was destruction. He didn't know what the sacred artifact in his opponent's hand had. Fortunately, my Blue Moon Saber is also a sacred artifact and has an armor-piercing characteristic. Destruction and armor-piercing couldn't be lumped together. Destruction was pure destruction, while armor-piercing was about gathering power to attack. Obviously, destruction was much stronger. Whoosh, the woman moved very fast, much faster than Yichen. If it wasn't for the Netherworld's sacred eye, Yichen wouldn't even be able to see the woman's trajectory. When she reappeared, the woman was behind Yichen and slashed at him. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Yichen turned around and blocked the woman's slash with his sword. Rumble, a huge crater appeared on the ground, as if a meteorite had crashed into it. The shockwave radiated, and many people fell on their butts. What a powerful might. The two of them aren't high-level supreme beings, but peak supreme beings. Shuequang and Taiyu could see it. On the Eternal tribe's side, Gao Yu also saw it. The woman had conquered the Iron Armor tribe and the blood-drinking tribe before, but she hadn't used her true strength. For her, a little bit of power was enough to conquer them. Unlimited power condensation. Yichen's right hand was numb, and his eyes were solemn. The crescent moon saber in the woman's hand was clearly a sacred artifact. Different from the light power of the heavenly sword, the crescent moon saber carried the armor-piercing power. The light power was illusory, while the armor-piercing power was a real attack. Of course, it didn't mean that the light power was weaker than the armor-piercing power. The first move was just a test. The sword energy directly transmitted to my right arm. The woman didn't feel good either. The power contained in the opponent's sacred artifact was just and honorable, and it was difficult to completely exclude it. Revolving blade wheel. Seeing that her speed couldn't confuse Yichen, the woman leaped into the air and spun her body. A spiraling blue blade light swept towards Yichen. The blade light went from bottom to top, and its speed kept increasing. So did the power of the blade. In addition, it covered a huge area. It could be said to be a powerful killing move. Yichen took a few steps back and swung his heaven sword. Space-time sword art, Death Cleave. The interweaving sword net covered a wider area than the spiraling blade light. Under Yichen's intentional control, the sword net was shrinking as if he was fishing. Clang, 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 the sky was filled with sparks as the sword net covered the spiraling blade light. The spiraling blade light rampaged, trying to tear the sword net apart. The blade and sword clashed millions of times. It seemed to be a long time, but it was just a moment. After a moment, the sword net was shattered, and the spiraling blade light vanished. Sword burial art. A figure passed through the dissipating sword net and blade light and stabbed the woman. The woman retreated quickly. Her speed was even faster than Yichen's attack. But soon, she found that her speed was getting slower. A condensed space-time power had enveloped her. Unlucky. Ever since she understood the secret of the word attainment, the woman had always been successful. But there were exceptions. For example, when she met an expert who was proficient in space-time, her speed was useless. Moment of youth. The woman didn't retreat anymore. She stabbed the blue moon blade into the ground. The next moment, the blade light burst out like flower petals, wrapping the woman up like a flower bud. Yichen's sword burial art stabbed on it, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Not good. His strong intuition told Yichen that the woman wasn't done with this move. As expected, when Yichen's strength was exhausted, the flower bud bloomed, and the blade light burst out. The woman stood in the middle of the blossoming flower and slashed at Yichen. Dang 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 dang, at this critical moment, Yichen's heart force burst forth, and his sword speed burst forth. In an instant, his sword speed was raised to a level that surpassed the heavenly Tao, blocking wave after wave of saber lights. However, within the saber lights, there was also a blue saber light. The saber light seemed illusory, and real at the same time, as if it was condensed from mist. A smile appeared in the woman's eyes. She believed that Yichen would not be able to block this attack. 5 Elements Sword Art, Extreme Prosperity and Decline. Yichen's expression did not change. He waved the heavenly sword, and the 5-colored sword light filled the air. When the blue sword light came into contact with the 5-colored sword light, its power and speed immediately decreased as if it was stuck in a swamp. When the saber light was 3 inches away from Yichen, it suddenly dissipated. So strong. Up until now, the two of them were evenly matched. Yichen hadn't had so much fun in a long time. Although Celestial Demon Venerable and True Martial Venerable were stronger, they were a level higher than him. It was impossible for him to have so much fun, and he didn't have the chance to. I'm Lanyu. What's your name? The woman asked. Yichen. Yichen looked at her doubtfully. Yichen, I can tell that you are young. Since you have given me so much fun, I can let you see my strongest saber move, Void Blade. Lanyu said confidently. Void Blade? It seems very powerful, Yichen said. Of course it is. You will see it soon. Alright, bring it on. I also want to have a test subject for my Overlord Sword Style. Overlord Sword Style combined the essence of 5 elements / and the word Overlord. When the sword was used, it could destroy everything. It was extremely overbearing. It was Yichen's most overbearing sword move. Oh, I didn't expect you to have a trump card too. Lanyu was a little surprised. She thought that Yichen had used up all his trump cards. Let's start. Lanyu raised the blue moon saber with her right hand. The surging saber chi soared into the sky, giving people a feeling that it could cut and break everything. Yichen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Yichen's body erupted with an unprecedented dominance. The dominance and sword momentum combined to form an overbearing sword momentum. The heaven sword in Yichen's hand trembled, and the sound of the sword could be heard incessantly. Just like Lanyu, Yichen also raised his heaven sword. The two didn't plan to dodge this attack. Who was stronger and who was weaker would be revealed with this attack. Void Blade. Overlord sword style. The two waved their sabers and swords at the same time. The blue saber chi crisscrossed, and the black sword chi violently swept. Before the two came into contact, the ground in the center had already cracked. Pieces of earth the size of a house flew up and shattered into nothingness. Rumble, in the stagnant smoke and dust, the saber chi and the sword chi collided, and a blue-black mass of air suddenly formed. Then, the mass of air spread at an unimaginable speed, and in an instant, it covered a radius of dozens of miles. Except for the woman and Yi Chen, everyone else was floating in the air, and they couldn't control it at all. Boom, an earth-shattering sound broke out, and everyone was sent flying while vomiting blood. Their faces were aghast. How can it be so terrifying? Even a quasi-legendary sovereign is only SOSO. Gao Yu had seen the battle of two quasi-legendary sovereigns. Although the momentum was greater than that of Yi Chen and Lan Yu, it was still limited. Gao Yu was right. The two who displayed the void-cleaving blade and the tyrant sword style had already entered the ranks of the quasi-legendary supremes. Just this move alone made the two fully deserving of the combat power of the quasi-legendary supremes. Of course, there were also strong and weak quasi-legendary supremes. Compared to the other quasi-legendary supremes, the two of them were still a bit weaker, unless most of their moves were comparable to the void-cleaving blade and the tyrant sword style. Puff, an arrow of blood spurted out from the corner of her mouth, and Lan Yu's face suddenly turned pale. I haven't completely comprehended the word break, or else I wouldn't have lost. The void blade contained the essence of the word break, but unfortunately, it wasn't completely comprehended. On the other hand, Yi Chen had completely comprehended the essence of the word overlord. I've lost. Lan Yu's complexion instantly recovered. She had lost this move, but it wasn't to the extent of causing her to be seriously injured. She had only consumed a bit of yuan qi and inextinguishable energy. It can be considered a draw. There was a saber scar on Yi Chen's cheek. Only now did the scar split open, and blood flowed out. Compared to Lan Yu, his situation was much better, but his immortal sword body was still broken. If he didn't have the immortal sword body, Yi Chen wouldn't dare to say that he would have won if the fight had continued. The main reason was that the opponent's crescent moon scimitar contained a powerful armor-piercing power that forcibly broke through his defense. Lan Yu laughed and heartlessly said, Tai Yu, since I've lost, the armored tribe will join the eternal tribe. Do you have any objections? I have no objections? Tai Yu didn't dare to say that he had any objections. That's good. Lan Yu looked at Yi Chen, the armored tribe can join the eternal tribe, but I also want to become the venerable of the eternal tribe. You won't refuse, right? The venerable is just an empty title. You're welcome. Yi Chen extended his hand to express his welcome. With the addition of the armored tribe, the eternal tribe's power swelled to a terrifying level, becoming a fifth-rank tribe with a population of 27,000 households. If each household had 3 people, then 27,000 households would have more than 80,000 people. In fact, the population had already surpassed 90,000, approaching 100,000. As for Yi Chen and Lan Yu, they were the left and right venerables of the eternal tribe. So you're an outsider? In the eternal tribe, after learning that Yi Chen was an outsider, Lan Yu was very curious. What is the outside world like? My dad heard from an outsider that the outside world is a vast universe. There are countless planets in the universe, and they are billions of times larger than the Wild's deity continent. The Wild's deity continent is just a part of the universe. Is that true? Lan Yu chattered. Yi Chen nodded. The outside world is so big. The experts there should be countless times more than our Wild's god continent, right? Lan Yu asked again. This time, Yi Chen shook his head. I don't know how many sovereigns there are in the outside world, but compared to the Wild's god continent, it's nothing. How is that possible? Our Wild's god continent is so small. Lan Yu's face was full of disbelief. Yi Chen smiled bitterly, it's true. There are many races in the outside world, and our human race is one of the most powerful races. However, our human race only has a few dozen sovereigns. Perhaps I'm counting a bit too many. I see. Our desolate race is naturally suited for cultivation. Lan Yu was somewhat proud. The people of the desolate race were born with at least astral-reaching realm cultivation. Lanyu was even more powerful when she was born, being at the Sea of Souls realm. She had reached the life and death realm at the age of 10, which was much more powerful than the people from the outside world. She had heard from her father that the people from the outside world did not have any cultivation when they were born. Yichen didn't comment. In his opinion, the Wild's God continent was very special. What enveloped the entire continent was not the heavenly law, but the Wild's God's laws. If the Wild's God's laws set down a rule, it wouldn't be impossible for the desolate race's people to be born with astral reaching or Sea of Soul realm cultivation base. The methods of true gods were unfathomable, and not something ordinary people could figure out. Has anyone from your desolate race ever left the Wild's God continent? Yichen suddenly asked. Lanyu froze for a moment before shaking her head. None. Since ancient times, not even one. The Wild's God's laws restrict us from leaving. If we want to leave the continent, there's only one way, and that's to enter the Wild's God Tower. Desolate God Tower? The Desolate God Tower is in the center of the Desolate God continent. Legend has it that it was built by the Desolate God. Whoever can pass through the Desolate God Tower will be able to leave the Desolate God continent and be summoned by the Desolate God. As for going to the outside world, that is impossible. Can the people outside leave? This was what Yichen wanted to know the most. He could not stay on the Wild's God continent forever. Lanyu thought about it and said uncertainly, "My father said it's possible, but it's very difficult. Do you want to leave?" "I don't want to for now, but I'll have to leave eventually." One of them was a member of the desolate race, while the other was an outsider. They chatted about topics of interest. From Lanyu, Yichen learned about the distribution of forces on the Wild's God continent. There were a total of 13 Grade 8 tribes on the Wild's God continent, and all of them were located in the central region of the continent. Outside the central region were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of villages. Among the 13 Rank 8 tribes, 5 were the strongest. They were the Redbud Flower tribe, the Unfalling Eagle tribe, the Battle Tower tribe, the Star Ocean tribe, and the Cloud Central tribe. These 5 tribes occupied the best resources in the central region of the Wild's God continent, followed by the other 8 tribes. In addition to the Rank 8 tribes, there were even more Rank 7 tribes in the central region, a total of 81 Rank 7 tribes. Although there were many more Class 7 tribes than Class 8 tribes, and their combined strength far surpassed that of Class 8 tribes, there were very few Class 7 tribes that could defeat Class 8 tribes, even if they joined hands. Once, there were 10 Class 7 tribes that joined hands to attack the Unfalling Eagle tribe, but the final result was that these 10 Class 7 tribes were disbanded, and were divided between other Class 7 tribes and a large number of Class 6 tribes. Since then, they had disappeared. In the Wild's God continent, the 13 Rank 8 tribes were the rulers of the entire Wild's God continent. They did not allow any Rank 7 tribe to advance to Rank 8 tribe. Once a Rank 7 tribe advanced to Rank 8 tribe, it would immediately be attacked by other Rank 8 tribes until it was completely disbanded. It was for this reason that although Rank 7 tribes often fought with each other, they restrained themselves from devouring each other, unless they were prepared to face Rank 8 tribes. Of course, Rank 8 tribes did not dare to advance to Rank 9 tribes. Rank 9 tribes were taboo in the Wild's God continent. If they appeared, not only would they be attacked by Rank 8 tribes, but even Rank 7 tribes would also attack them. This strange rule kept the center of the Wild's God continent in a delicate balance. Let me tell you, the leaders of the 13 Rank 8 tribes all have powerful sacred weapons. Among them, the leaders of the 5 Rank 8 tribes have the most powerful sacred weapons. The leader of the Redbud Flower tribe has the Redbud Armor, the leader of the Unfalling Eagle tribe has the Exploding Hammer, the Battle Tower tribe has the Battle Axe, the Star Sea tribe has the Star Sea Spear, and the Cloud tribe has the Thunder Punishment Spear. How do you know so much? I am very knowledgeable. These tribal leaders only have one saint artifact? My Blue Moon Saber is an Earth Saint artifact, and your sword should be an Earth Saint artifact as well. Getting an Earth Saint artifact is both difficult and easy. As long as you have a 3rd grade Supreme artifact and a piece of Divine Stone, you might be able to make an Earth Saint artifact. As for Sky Saint artifacts, they are extremely rare. There are no more than 5 Sky Saint artifacts in the entire Wild's God continent, and they are all in the hands of the leaders of the 5 Rank 8 tribes. Earth Sacred Weapon? Sky Sacred Weapon? This was the first time Yichen had heard of it. It seems that you still don't understand what an Earth Sacred Weapon and Sky Sacred Weapon are. To put it simply, a supreme weapon with 1 divine stone will become an Earth Sacred Weapon. With 10, it will become a Sky Sacred Weapon. Of course, with 9 divine stones, it will also become an Earth Sacred Weapon, but it will be at the peak of the Earth Sacred Weapon. Your Blue Moon Saber has several divine stones. Hehe, my Blue Moon Saber has 4 divine stones, but your sacred weapon is not bad either. Can a rank 5 supreme weapon have 10 divine stones and not collapse? Not necessarily. I don't know the specific details. If I knew, I would be a legendary supreme. Aya, why do you have so many questions? I thought you outsiders knew more than us. Hearing this, Yichen twitched his mouth. There were countless supremes on the Wild's God continent, and sacred weapons were definitely not rare. How could the outside world compare to them? Just thinking about it made him angry. If people like Sky Demon Sovereign and True Martial Sovereign came to the Wild's God continent, they would probably feel unhappy. Do you have any words left behind by a demigod? Lan Yu suddenly asked Yichen a question. She had 2 words of her own, one was attainment, and the other was destruction. Yichen's Overlord sword style made her think that he might have some. The reason why she asked this question directly was that she was not afraid that Yichen would guess that she had some words and wanted to snatch them. Even if she could not defeat Yichen, she could still leave. Yes, you have it too? Yichen asked Lan Yu in reply. I have the word break. What word do you have? The word line was very important. After comprehending it, one's speed would increase by 10 or even 100 times. Lan Yu didn't plan to expose it. The word Overlord. That's great. When I completely comprehend the word break, I'll exchange with you. How about that? Sure. Yichen didn't expect her to have the word break. It seemed like her identity wasn't that simple. How could an ordinary person know so much information? 1 month later, the 2 of them officially exchanged words. The word break, as the name suggested, contained the essence of breaking through everything. After comprehending it, Yichen's sword moves would be more threatening and destructive. This time, Yichen planned to merge the essence of the word break with the sword burial art. The sword burial art could bury the opponent's time. The space-time power would condense into a space-time sword force. Just this effect alone was no weaker than the 5-element sword art's sword moves. However, Yichen's profound meaning of time was only 70% complete. This caused the sword burial art's destructive power to be limited. It was much weaker than the 5-element sword art. For example, when he was fighting with Lan Yu, Yichen's sword burial art couldn't break through his opponent's defensive sword moves. In the courtyard, Yichen's mind entered a strange space. Inside, a figure started practicing sword skills. Every swing of the sword gave people a feeling that it could break through everything. After watching for a long time, Yichen felt his mind hurt. Compared to the word Overlord, the word break seems to be better. Yichen immersed himself in his sword skills. He only left the strange space when his mind was in unbearable pain. The demigod realm is unpredictable. Just one word is so magical. I wonder what the other words are. Yichen was even more curious about the other words. Compared to Yichen, Lan Yu's comprehensive ability was obviously weaker. After spending 3 months, Yichen had successfully combined the essence of the word break and the burial sword spell together, while Lan Yu had not completely understood the essence of the word tyrant yet. Of course, be it the word tyrant or break, Yichen had not fully understood them either. What the demigod had left behind was a piece of calligraphy. Only when all the words were combined together would it be considered calligraphy. Comparing one word to another would be like comparing a firefly to the sun and moon. The sword burial technique, which contained the essence of the word break, was still far inferior to the hegemon sword style in terms of power, but it was more than 100 times stronger than the previous sword burial technique. In terms of facing an enemy, the sword burial technique was not much weaker than the hegemon sword style. The essence of the sword burial technique was to bury time, freezing the enemy's soul and body, and then kill them with a single strike. After recuperating for 2 months, Yichen and Lan Yu felt that the days were too peaceful. The two of them planned to conquer the other 5th-ranked tribes and raise the Eternal Tribe to a 6th-ranked tribe. Only by becoming a 6th-ranked tribe would they be qualified to enter the central region of the Wilderness God continent. There were the best resources there, as well as many dangerous places with a large number of treasures. The two of them first targeted the Iron River tribe. The Iron River tribe had 12 supremes, and the strongest was only a high-level supremes. They were no match for the Eternal Tribe. Yichen didn't even make a move. He watched as Lan Yu defeated the leader of the Iron River tribe and conquered the Iron River tribe. The Iron River tribe had 25,000 families. With the addition of the Eternal Tribe's 27,000 families, the population of the Eternal Tribe finally exceeded 50,000 families and became a 6th-ranked tribe. However, 52,000 families were still too few. The two of them planned to conquer 2 more 5th-ranked tribes and make the Eternal Tribe a relatively powerful existence among the 6th-ranked tribes. A month later, the High Mountain Tribe and the Black Mountain Tribe were conquered one after another. The population of the Eternal Tribe reached 95,000 families, close to 100,000. Once it reached 100,000 families, it would become a 7th-ranked tribe. However, the two of them were not ready to become a 7th-ranked tribe. Once they became a 7th-ranked tribe, they would receive the attention of other 7th-ranked tribes. If a 7th-ranked tribe attacked the Eternal Tribe, Yichen and Lan Yu would definitely not be able to stop it. There were legendary supremes in a 7th-ranked tribe. One legendary supremes was equivalent to dozens of Yichen and Lan Yu. Therefore, a 6th-ranked tribe was the limit of the Eternal Tribe unless Yichen and Lan Yu could make another breakthrough and become legendary supremes. After becoming a 6th-ranked tribe, the Eternal Tribe began to migrate. The journey this time was extremely long. Even if they traveled day and night, it would still take them about half a year. Normally, it would take them about a year. However, everyone was very excited. They had long since heard that the central region of the Wild's God continent was incomparably fertile. It was like a national capital, and although there would often be wars between tribes, they could still move about and communicate with each other. They could even do business with each other's tribes. Every tribe was like a city, and they weren't sealed off. In the pitch-black night, a tribe appeared in the barren mountains. There were countless bonfires in the tribe, and everyone was roasting meat and eating dinner. After eating some barbecued meat, Yichen returned to his courtyard. After conquering 3 5th-ranked tribes, Yichen received an unexpected surprise. In the storage ring of the leader of the Black Mountain Tribe, there was a fantasy character. After discussing it with Lan Yu, she agreed to let Yichen keep it. However, if she wanted to see it, Yichen couldn't refuse. As his mind entered the strange space of the character, Yichen saw a figure practicing a dreamlike sword art. This sword art even made Yichen hallucinate. Yichen, who had almost lost himself in the sword art, turned pale with fright. His omniscient nature had enough changes, and this fantasy character sword art had even more changes. It was to the extent that one's mind couldn't deduce what was real. Mortal world-killing fist turns complicated into simple, and the fantasy character sword art makes people hallucinate. It's just as frightening. As the days passed, Yichen gained some understanding of the character's essence and began to try merging it into omniscient nature. He believed that once he merged it, it would become one of the most frightening supreme sword arts. Even the tyrant sword style would be inferior to it. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and they were getting closer and closer to the center of the Wild God continent. On this day, Yichen finally merged the character's essence into his omniscient nature. As soon as he threw out a sword attack, a dreamy sword light spread out like a bubble. As long as one entered the sword light bubble, they would be affected by the illusion. The most frightening thing was that it was not a soul illusion, but a deeper illusion. Therefore, no matter how powerful one's soul was, one would not be able to break through it. Only with a powerful heart power could one escape from the illusion. Let's call it the illusion sword style. Right now, there were already 2 completed sword movements in the 5-element sword arts, which were the tyrant sword style and the illusion sword style. Among the space-time sword arts, the burial sword art was slightly weaker. However, it could be used to deal with warriors who were not familiar with the space-time profound. Sometimes, it might even be more useful than the tyrant sword style and the illusion sword style. Soon, another half a year passed, and they finally arrived at the central border of the Wild's God continent. Lan Yu, why are you wearing a mask? Yichen saw that Lan Yu was wearing a black mask. This mask not only blocked Lan Yu's aura, but even Lan Yu's figure was slightly blurred by the mask. He could only vaguely guess that she was a woman. I have some enemies here. If they recognize me, the Eternal Tribe will be in big trouble. Lan Yu explained. Yichen smiled faintly. Why do I feel that you don't want everyone to see your appearance? It seems that you are quite famous here. Isn't it better to keep a secret? Lan Yu glared at Yichen. Okay, sure. Then tell me what this place is. Yichen asked. Lan Yu looked around and said, this should be the Xian Plain in the central part of the Wild's God continent. There is only one level 7 tribe in the Xian Plain, and the rest are all level 6 tribes. As long as you are careful and don't be too arrogant here, you should not be targeted by a level 7 tribe. A level 7 tribe had a legendary supremacy. Whether it was a legendary supremacy relying on a divine artifact or a legendary supremacy themselves, it was equally terrifying. The former had powerful attacks, while the latter had no shortcomings. Of course, if the latter also had a divine artifact, it would be even more terrifying. In short, the Eternal Tribe could not afford to provoke a level 7 tribe. Since they had just arrived, the Eternal Tribe naturally had to keep a low profile. They chose the border of the Xian Plain. I'm done. Your illusory sword style is too abnormal. Outside the Eternal Tribe, Yichen and Lan Yu had just finished exchanging pointers. Lan Yu looked very depressed. Since joining the Eternal Tribe, she would spar with Yichen every once in a while. At first, Yichen only had the Overlord sword style, so she could still put up a fight. Later, she completely comprehended the word break and was evenly matched with Yichen. But recently, Yichen created another illusory sword style, which immediately suppressed her. Your illusory moonblade is also not bad. Yichen smiled. He had created the illusory sword style, and the opponent had also created the illusory moonblade. However, the opponent's illusory moonblade had not reached grand completion, and there was a big gap between it and the illusory sword style. Far from it. The word illusory is more difficult to comprehend than the word break and overlord. It will take at least 2 or 3 years to reach grand completion. Before meeting Yichen, Lan Yu was very confident in her comprehensive ability. But now, she finally understood what it meant by there would always be someone better than her. The Divine Fire Tribe was the only level 7 tribe in the Xian Plain. As a level 7 tribe, they naturally occupied the best resources in the Xian Plain. To the east of the Divine Fire Tribe was a vast sea of stars. There were countless treasures in the Sea of Stars, which was controlled by the level 8 tribe, Xinghai tribe. To the north of the Divine Fire Tribe was a primeval forest with countless fierce beasts. If you were lucky, you might be able to hunt some tame fierce beasts. To the south of the Divine Fire Tribe, which was the center of the Xian Plain, there was a dangerous place called the Divine Fire Cave. The Divine Fire Cave was an underground world with many layers. Each layer contained a large number of fire attribute treasures, such as metals, elixirs, and even divine stones, and a large number of supreme weapons. The Divine Fire Cave was guarded by the experts of the Divine Fire Tribe. If you wanted to enter, you needed to pay a Divine Fire Supreme Order. The Divine Fire Supreme Order was a token refined by the Divine Fire Tribe. The only way to exchange for a token was with a supreme weapon. A level 1 supreme weapon could be exchanged for 2 Divine Fire Supreme Orders, a level 2 could be exchanged for 5, a level 3 could be exchanged for 10, a level 4 could be exchanged for 20, and a level 5 could be exchanged for 50. Many Supremes who entered the Divine Fire Cave made a fortune and obtained many treasures and supreme weapons. Of course, there were also many Supremes who never came out after entering. Their supreme weapons and wealth were naturally left in the Divine Fire Cave. In terms of danger index, the Divine Fire Cave belonged to 3 stars. 1 star corresponded to ordinary Supremes, 2 stars corresponded to powerful Supremes, and 3 stars corresponded to Super Supremes. This didn't mean that there was no danger for Super Supremes in the Divine Fire Cave, but it was relatively less dangerous and the chances of coming out alive were very high. If one was unlucky, not to mention elementary Supremes, even quasi-legendary Supremes would be in danger. The Divine Fire tribe was huge, and it was like a city. The outer perimeter was protected by tall city walls, and one could only enter through the city gates unless one wanted to break through the Divine Fire tribe's formation. In the Divine Fire tribe's northern city, there was a tall pagoda. This pagoda was called the Divine Fire Supreme Pagoda, and it was the place to exchange for the Divine Fire Supreme Medallion. On this day, Yichen and Lan Yu came to the Divine Fire tribe to exchange for some Divine Fire Supreme medallions. This broadsword is a second-grade supreme weapon. It can be exchanged for 5 Divine Fire Supreme medallions. The red-robed elder looked at the supreme broadsword that Yichen took out and said, "Alright, let's exchange." Yichen nodded. This supreme broadsword was obtained by Yichen after he killed the Golden Sand tribe's third elder, Jin Ho. At the same time, he also obtained a supreme armor. However, the supreme armor was very useful, so he didn't plan to exchange for it. "This is your Divine Fire Supreme medallion." The red-robed old man sheathed his great blade and handed over 5 fiery red tokens to Yichen. The workmanship of these tokens was exquisite, and they emitted a scorching aura. There was a fiery dragon pattern flowing on top of them. After leaving the Divine Fire Supreme Pagoda, Lan Yu said, "The Divine Fire tribe has a Divine Fire restaurant. The meat and dishes there are very delicious. It's very famous in the central part of the continent. I'll treat you." "You should have to pay, right?" Yichen asked. Lan Yu said, "Of course. Starting from the 6th grade tribes start to coin their own currency. For example, the Divine Fire tribe's currency is Divine Fire coin, and below it is Fire coin. This is used internally. If outsiders want to exchange for Divine Fire coins, they can either use yuan stones or treasures. Of course, they can also use supreme weapons. In the Divine Fire tribe, 1 million yuan stones can be exchanged for 1 Divine Fire coin. Although the Divine Fire continent's yuan qi was rich, it still required yuan stones to cultivate. However, under Life and Death realm, yuan stones were not very useful. Absorbing the yuan qi of the world was enough for them to maintain the fastest cultivation speed. A single meal in the Divine Fire restaurant cost Lan Yu more than 300 Divine Fire coins, which was equivalent to more than 300 million yuan stones. The two had a supreme banquet, and the meat was all supreme beast meat. Needless to say, the taste was extremely good. At least, Yichen had never eaten such delicious meat. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. A single meal cost more than 300 million yuan stones, and the meat on the table was only about 1% of the supreme beast meat. Most of the customers in the restaurant were from other tribes, so the business was very good. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the two left the Divine Fire tribe and rushed toward the Divine Fire cave. In the distance, the two saw a beam of fiery red light shooting into the horizon. It was the entrance to the Divine Fire cave. 1 Divine Fire Supreme token per person. Whoever dares to barge in will be killed without mercy. The ones guarding the entrance of the Divine Fire cave were the experts of the Divine Fire tribe. The leader had sharp eyes and was clearly a quasi-legendary sovereign expert. Behind him, there were 2 peak super sovereigns and 6 high-level super sovereigns. With such a lineup, not to mention a lone sovereign, even if a level 6 tribe came to force their way in, they wouldn't have an easy time. That's the Divine Fire tribe's Raging Blaze Hall's Hall Master, Huobian. The Divine Fire tribe has a total of 3 halls, namely the Raging Blaze Hall, Sacred Fire Hall, and Warfire Hall. Each hall's hall master is a quasi-legendary sovereign. The 2 beside him are the Raging Blaze Hall's Vice Hall Masters, while the other 6 are Raging Blaze Hall Elders. The elites of the Raging Blaze Hall are all here. Lan Yu whispered to Yichen. Yichen nodded slightly. If the Raging Blaze Hall was so powerful, it wasn't hard to imagine how powerful the Divine Fire tribe was. It was impossible for a 6th-ranked tribe to fight against a 7th-ranked tribe. After handing over 2 Divine Flame Supreme tokens, Yichen and Lan Yu entered the Divine Fire cave. The first layer was a fiery red world of lava. The temperature was extremely high. Even 1,000 suns wouldn't be this high. There aren't any treasures on the first layer. Let's go straight to the 5th layer. Lan Yu seemed to be very familiar with the place as she led Yichen to the next floor. Soon, the two arrived at the 6th layer. The sixth layer was no longer fiery red, but light blue. It looked a bit cold, but the temperature here was 100 times higher than the first layer. So hot. Yichen felt his sword energy was slowly being consumed. One had to know that sword energy wouldn't be consumed in the first layer. It's fine here. Once we reach the 9th layer, we have to put up an energy barrier. Lan Yu said. How many layers does the Divine Fire Cave have? Yichen asked. Lan Yu said, I know there are 11 layers, but I'm not too sure about the exact number. A long time ago, there was only one layer. Later on, someone discovered the 2nd layer, then the 3rd layer, the 4th layer. Maybe someone has already discovered the 12th and 13th layer. But as long as they aren't stupid, they wouldn't tell anyone. The newly discovered places have the most treasures. The 7th level of the Divine Fire Acupoint was blue in color. The 8th layer was dark blue, the 9th layer was dark blue, the 10th layer was light blue, and the 11th layer was azure. In the azure world, flames were like lightning, flashing. Wherever they flashed, there would be a loud bang. Without exaggeration, even a powerful sovereign would be turned into ashes by the azure flames. Yichen and Lan Yu put up an energy barrier. Otherwise, if they were hit by the azure flames, their energy would be consumed very quickly. Crackle! A green flame flashed towards Yichen. Yichen didn't even bother to look at it. The speed of the green flame was too fast. Even if he dodged it, he would still be in a sorry state. So, it was better to just ignore it. Dang! The powerful impact caused Yichen to stumble. What was going on? Yichen turned around just in time to see an axe bounce away. Supreme Axe, who would have thought that there would be a Supreme Axe wrapped within the green flames? The axe's entire body was scarlet red, and it was obvious that it had been burnt red. You're quite lucky. Lan Yu teased. Let's hope we have more luck. With regards to supreme weapons, Yichen held the attitude that the more, the better. There were quite a few honorable ones on the 11th floor. In just a short while, the two of them had already encountered 5 honorable ones. However, it was clear that all of them were very cautious and avoided them from afar. The 11th level of the Divine Fire Cave was extremely vast. If it wasn't for the fact that this place had formed its own space, the entire Sheen Plain might not have been able to cover it. The two of them flew aimlessly. When they noticed something strange, they came down to take a look. Rumble, the two of them were just about to pass by a magma lake. All of a sudden, the magma lake below instantly evaporated, and the ground cracked. Immediately after, pieces of inky green crystals flew everywhere. Poochie! A small part of Yichen's protective sword energy was penetrated, and a small piece of inky green crystal was stuck on it. Yichen stretched out his hand to grab it. Poochie! The crystal was extremely hot, and inky green flames darted out, instantly enveloping Yichen in flames. Scatter! His sword energy erupted, and the inky green flames were extinguished. What crystal is this? Yichen was startled. He felt that this inky green crystal was not simple. The temperature of the flames was thousands of times higher than the green flames on the 11th floor. Divine Fire Stone! Lan Yu exclaimed. Hearing this, Yichen looked at Lan Yu. Lan Yu explained, Divine Fire Stone is a kind of fire-attributed energy crystal. Legend has it that it contains a trace of the desolate god's power, which is why its temperature is extremely high. Divine Fire Stone has many uses, and its biggest use is to forge supreme weapons. Some supreme materials are very hard to melt, but as long as they are burned by the flames of the Divine Fire Stone, they will melt in a short while. With enough Divine Fire Stone, forging supreme weapons will be many times easier. In addition, Divine Fire Stone has a great effect on refining the body. The flames of the Divine Fire Stone can burn away the impurities in the body, making the body stronger and purer. Can Divine Fire Stone upgrade a rank 8 spirit body to rank 9 spirit body? Yichen asked. Lan Yu glanced at Yichen. Of course it can. It's just that the process is more painful and dangerous. You need to use the power of the Divine Fire Stone bit by bit. You can't use it too fiercely all at once. It's fine if it can. Yichen sighed with emotion. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, and finding it without any effort at all. Yi Chen and Lan Yu didn't care about those divine fire stones that were flying around. Their eyes were fixed on the crack below, where traces of dark green light were shining. Finally, the ground stopped trembling, and a sharp point emerged from the crack. The sharp point was inlaid with dense dark green divine fire stones. Collect the divine fire stones. You can't use any energy, or the energy in the divine fire stone will explode. Its temperature isn't very high, Lan Yu said, and removed the energy barrier. She walked to the side of the sharp point and began to collect the divine fire stones. Yi Chen also walked up to collect. As expected, after removing the protective sword energy, the temperature of the divine fire stones wasn't high. Of course, this was only relative. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Soon, Yi Chen had collected over 100 divine fire stones. As the two collected the divine fire stones on the sharp point, there weren't many left. Divine fire stones? Not far away, a beam of light flew over, and a brown-robed old man was wrapped in the light. Yi Chen and Lan Yu tilted their heads and looked over. Not only did the two not slow down, but they also sped up. Stop. My divine fire stones? The brown-robed old man's heart was bleeding. The most precious treasure in the divine fire cave was the divine fire stones besides the divine stone. The divine stone depended on one's luck. Although the divine fire stone wasn't as rare as the divine stone, it still required a lot of luck to obtain. Some people couldn't get a piece in their lifetime, while others might get one on their first visit. The brown-robed old man had bought 3 divine fire stones from the divine fire tribe last time, which cost him a lot. This time, he finally saw so many, but he wasn't the first to see them. Either leave the divine fire stones, or leave your lives. The brown-robed old man was a quasi-legend supremacy. He stared at Yi Chen and Lan Yu fiercely. Yi Chen, be careful. This guy is an expert from another level 7 tribe, the Hidden Fog tribe. He has the strength of a quasi-legend supremacy. Don't underestimate him. Lan Yu secretly reminded Yi Chen. Yi Chen replied, I haven't fought a quasi-legend supremacy yet. Let's join forces and fight him. Okay, beat him to a pulp. Lan Yu said heroically. It seems like you want to stay alive. The brown-robed elder's face sank as he secretly condensed desolate element. You can't make us stay alive. If she was alone, Lan Yu would naturally be afraid of her opponent. A true quasi-legendary supremacy was different from them. Their moves were all Great Success Supreme Martial Arts or attacks that could rival Great Success Supreme Martial Arts. She only had Void Break Blade and Tyrant Blade Slash, which were Great Success Supreme Martial Arts. She still had a long way to go before her illusionary moon blade reached great success. She might be able to fight for a short period of time, but in a prolonged battle, she would definitely lose. However, she wasn't alone. Beside her was Yi Chen. Yi Chen's illusory sword style was definitely one of the most powerful moves among the Great Success Supreme Martial Arts. In that case, I'd like to see what moves you two have. The brown-robed elder roared as he rotated his palms. Layers of white waves rushed towards Yi Chen and Lan Yu. As the white waves appeared, white water vapor appeared in the surroundings. It turned out that the temperature of the 11th level of the divine fire acupoint was extremely high. The palm force of the brown-robed elder leaned towards water, which stimulated the high temperature and produced a large amount of steam. Instantly, the steam emitted a green light and drowned the surroundings. The three felt as though they were in a sea of fog. They could hear the rolling waves. It was the palm force of the brown-robed elder. Tyrant Blade Slash. Tyrant Blade Style. Lan Yu's Tyrant Blade Slash was extremely similar to Yi Chen's Tyrant Blade style. However, one was a saber while the other was a sword. When the saber and sword slashed at the white waves, the domineering saber aura and sword aura combined temporarily. Rumble, the white waves rolled back and sent the brown-robed elder flying. Preposterous. The brown-robed elder was furious. He could tell that he wouldn't be able to win if they fought head-on. The two of them could fight against a quasi-legendary supremacy if they joined forces. Foggy soaring art. The figure of the brown-robed elder turned blurry and eventually turned into a dense fog. He shuttled through the sea of fog at an extremely fast speed. Disappeared? Lan Yu frowned. Yi Chen's eyes flashed as he suddenly waved his sword to the right. It was just one sword, but it seemed as though thousands of swords had gathered together. Space-time sword art, death cleave. That was close. At the critical moment, the brown-robed old man merged with the fog, and the sword chi directly passed through the fog, unable to hurt him at all. The terrifying thing about the fog soaring technique was that it could turn one's body into fog. Unless it was directly hit, it would be very difficult to break. Just now, Yi Chen's attack range was wide, but unfortunately, it was not high enough. Reverse blade wheel. Lan Yu's body spun, and circles of saber light spread out in a spiral shape. The returning saber wheel was known for its powerful after effects. Each point was the most lethal point. With Yi Chen by her side, Lan Yu could use the returning saber wheel without any restrictions, forcing the brown-robed old man out. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths, it was unknown how many layers of the huge spiral blade light had circled in all directions. Not to mention the brown-robed old man, even Yi Chen was a little bit worried. He was sure that once he was hit by the spiral blade light, his body would definitely be cut into a skeleton, unless his defense could be enhanced to the point of resisting the attack of a quasi-legendary Supreme Master. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The spiral blade light became more and more concentrated, and a strong blade wind erupted, blowing away a lot of the surrounding fog. In the thin fog, a human figure slowly appeared, and it was the brown-robed old man. Damn, what kind of blade art is this? The brown-robed old man didn't think much of the returning saber wheel at first, but later on, he realized that the strength of the returning saber wheel was increasing very quickly, and it was no less than a great accomplishment supreme martial art. If it was one-on-one, he naturally wouldn't let Lan Yu continuously increase the power of the returning saber wheel. But now, he was fighting 1 against 2. Do you think I'm afraid of them? Whirlpool transforming dragon palm. A whirlpool gradually formed with the brown-robed old man as the center, and when the spiral blade light touched the whirlpool, it was immediately sucked in. Soon, the whirlpool became a huge monster, and it was enough to affect the use of the returning saber wheel. When Lan Yu stopped using the returning saber wheel, the brown-robed old man was completely wrapped by the black energy ball, and the black energy ball was expanding rapidly, and it had already expanded to a larger area than the attack of the returning saber wheel. A terrifying gravitational force acted on Lan Yu and Yi Chen, and it was trying to suck them into the black energy ball. Even if they used the back of their heads to think, they knew that once they were sucked in, it would really be disastrous. Let's work together. Lan Yu and Yi Chen once again used the tyrant blade chop and the tyrant sword style, and the overbearing blade aura and sword aura suddenly combined and bombarded the black energy ball. Unfortunately, the black energy ball had already formed, and just like the previous returning saber wheel, its power had accumulated to an extremely terrifying level, and even if it didn't reach the level of legendary Supreme Master, it was not far from it. Retreat. Since they couldn't break the black energy ball, the two could only retreat. They didn't believe that this black energy ball could expand without limit. However, the black energy ball's gravitational force was too strong, and the two's flying speed was very slow. Sometimes, they would fly a bit, and then be pulled back a bit. It was extremely strenuous. Go to hell. Just as the two thought, the black energy ball indeed couldn't expand without limit. If it could, who could be its opponent? However, it was enough to deal with 2 experts who had just stepped into the quasi-legendary Supreme Master realm. Rumble, the surface of the black energy ball undulated, and soon, the entire black energy ball turned into a black dragon, pouncing towards Yi Chen and Lan Yu. The black dragon's body was incomparably heavy, but when it moved, its speed was astonishing. The 11th layer of the divine fire acupoint seemed to be unable to bear its might, and it slightly trembled. Lan Yu, come here. Yi Chen grabbed Lan Yu's hand, bringing her into his protective range. Next, Yi Chen's heart force, sword energy, and soul force all erupted as he displayed the 5-element sword art, Extreme Prosperity Decline. Although Extreme Prosperity Decline hadn't reached major completion, it was still Yi Chen's strongest defensive sword art. At this moment, any offensive sword art was useless. Only a defensive sword art could protect him slightly. The black dragon crazily tore at the multicolored light ball. Inside the multicolored light ball, Yi Chen's hands could no longer be seen. The speed at which he swung the heavenly sword became faster and faster, surpassing one limit after another. Under the pressure of life and death, Yi Chen's heart force reached a higher level, and the defensive power of extreme prosperity decline reached a new peak. Rumble, however, the black dragon's power was too great. The multicolored light ball was still shattered. The black dragon bit onto Yi Chen's body and swooped down together with Lan Yu. A deep mark was plowed on the ground. It was unknown how far away the black dragon's power was before it gradually dissipated. In a huge pit, Yi Chen and Lan Yu were hugging each other. Their clothes were torn, and they were half naked. On Yi Chen's chest, there was a big hole. This was the injury caused by the black dragon. So powerful. Hugging Lan Yu, Yi Chen slowly stood up. The big hole in his chest was quickly healed under the nourishment of the inextinguishable power. He actually didn't die. The brown-robed elder was very surprised. His whirlpool dragon palm had accumulated a lot of power. It was enough to injure a quasi-legendary supremacy. A peak super supremacy would most likely die from it. Of course, if he encountered a quasi-legendary supremacy, the other party wouldn't let him accumulate power and would have already broken this move. This was the difference in strength. How could he know that Yi Chen's immortal sword body could resist a peak super supremacy's attack? Plus, he had used the 5-element sword art to offset a part of the black dragon's power. The true destructive power of the black dragon didn't exceed his limit. Thank you. Lan Yu's face was a bit red. At this critical moment, she wanted to take out her courtyard with layers upon layers of arrays. With the courtyard's defensive power, not to mention the brown-robed old man who was only a quasi-legendary supreme expert, even a legendary supreme expert wouldn't be able to do anything to the two of them. However, who would have thought that Yi Chen would actually grab her hand and pull her into his protective range, causing her to be momentarily dazed. It was precisely this moment that she lost the opportunity to take out her courtyard. Fortunately, Yi Chen's defense was strong enough. I can't take such risks in the future, Lan Yu thought. Can you still fight? Yi Chen asked Lan Yu. Of course. Lan Yu's body flashed, and a set of clothes appeared. Let's take turns to attack. Don't give him the chance to use this move. Yi Chen was naturally afraid of this palm technique. This palm technique could absorb other people's energy and turn it into an attack. If he didn't absorb the power of returning blade wheel, tyrant blade chop, and tyrant sword style, the palm just now would have lost at least 70% of its power. Yes. Lan Yu nodded. She didn't expect the opponent to have such an abnormal palm technique. Go. The two of them attacked the brown-robed old man from the left and right. Good timing. The brown-robed old man could see that Yi Chen's defense was stronger, so he took the lead and attacked Lan Yu. His palm struck out, and the power was boundless. Splendor of youth. Lan Yu also had a defensive blade technique. In fact, with her speed, she could completely avoid it, but she wanted to create an opportunity for Yi Chen. Rumble, Lan Yu, who was wrapped in petals, was like a reef, enduring the impact of the monstrous palm energy. Suddenly, the petals bloomed, and a peerless blade light slashed at the brown-robed old man. It was the void-breaking blade. The brown-robed old man frowned and smashed the blade energy with one palm. Illusion sword style. At this moment, Yi Chen used his strongest sword technique, illusion sword style. A bubble of sword light spread and enveloped the brown-robed old man. In an instant, the brown-robed old man felt that he was surrounded by sword light, as if he had come to a world of sword light. Layer after layer of sword light was slashed, and the brown-robed old man's arms went numb. There were too many sword light, and they were endless. Not good, it's an illusion. By the time the brown-robed old man came to his senses, Yi Chen's sword had already pierced into the brown-robed old man's chest. Poochie, how could the brown-robed old man's supreme armor block the piercing of the heaven sword? It was directly pierced through. Scram! The brown-robed old man was horrified and sent Yi Chen flying with a palm strike. Who would have thought that just as Yi Chen was blown away, Lan Yu would rush over and use the incomplete Mirage Moon Blade. If it was before, the Mirage Moon Blade might not be effective. After all, the illusion of the Mirage Moon Blade was much weaker than the illusory sword style. However, at this time, the brown-robed old man was injured by the sky sword and his origin was damaged. Suddenly, another Mirage Moon blade came, and he was heavily injured again. The blue blade cheek cut off the brown-robed old man's left arm. "I'm going to die from anger." The brown-robed elder went crazy. He, a dignified quasi-legendary supreme being, was actually injured by the hands of two juniors. What shocked him the most was that both of their weapons were sage artifacts. Sage artifacts contained special powers. It was fine if they didn't hit him, but once they did, it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Yichen rubbed his body and attacked again. This time, it was the sword burial art. Next, it was Lan Yu's tyrant blade chop. The two of them took turns to attack the brown-robed old man, not giving him a chance to recover. "If you were beaten back, I would attack. If I was beaten back, you would attack." Although it was just a few moves, the two of them cooperated seamlessly. For a moment, the heavily injured brown-robed old man was completely suppressed. He didn't even have the slightest chance to turn the tables. "If this continues, I will be beaten to death." Thinking of this, the brown-robed old man disregarded the fact that he was wide open and wanted to use the Vortex Dragon Palm. As long as he used the Vortex Dragon Palm, the two of them wouldn't be able to injure him. However, Yichen didn't give the brown-robed old man any chance and attacked with the sword burial art. Although the power of the sword burial art couldn't compare to the tyrant sword style and the illusion sword style, the power of space and time could slow down the brown-robed old man's speed and reaction. On the battlefield, there were countless changes. If one was slow, the others wouldn't be. Lan Yu's void-shattering blade hit the brown-robed old man and sent him flying. The supreme armor on his body was tattered and had almost no defensive effect. Aqua light armor. The brown-robed old man was a quasi-legendary supreme being after all. Although he was enraged by the repeated injuries, he didn't lose his mind. He immediately used a supreme defensive martial art, Aqua Light Armor. The defense of the Aqua Light Armor wasn't any weaker than the supreme armor. It was roughly equivalent to the defense of a rank 4 supreme armor. Of course, the supreme armor didn't need much power to maintain, but the Aqua Light Armor was equivalent to using a supreme martial art continuously. The consumption rate was thousands of times higher. "Wait for me." With the protection of the Aqua Light Armor, the brown-robed old man speed soared. "Where do you think you're going?" Lan Yu, who had comprehended the essence of the word line, chased after him. She slashed a few times on the brown-robed old man's body. However, she was quickly repelled by the brown-robed old man's palm. It wasn't that the brown-robed old man couldn't beat the two of them. It was just that his injuries were too severe. The more they fought, the weaker he became. Yichen's speed wasn't as fast as Lan Yu. Seeing that Lan Yu was repelled, he gave up the chase. He escaped. Lan Yu was a little discouraged. Yichen sighed, even if a quasi-legendary supreme is injured, he isn't someone to be trifled with. It seems like we have to re-evaluate the strength of quasi-legendary supreme beings. And, if it wasn't for your illusion sword style injuring him, it would be very difficult for us to beat him. Lan Yu nodded. After repelling the brown-robed old man, the two continued to explore the 11th layer of the Divine Fire Cave. Flame Iron. 9 Turbid Gold. Turbid Sky Stone. Those who could come to the 11th layer of the Divine Fire Cave were all experts among experts, and experts were destined to be few in number. With fewer people coming, there would naturally be more treasures left behind. It all depended on one's luck. In just half a month, Yichen had obtained 3 kinds of supreme metals. Each of them was extremely precious and could be used to forge level 3 supreme weapons. Among them, the most precious was the 9 turbid gold. This kind of metal could be used to forge level 4 supreme weapons. Turbid sky stone was not inferior to the 9 turbid gold, but it was a pity that it was too little. It was only the size of a courtyard. Adding the azure star iron that he had obtained before entering the wilderness god continent, Yichen had a total of 4 kinds of supreme metals. Among them, the azure star iron was the largest. It was a metal planet with a diameter of several thousand miles. The flame iron was the second largest, which was only a dozen miles in size. The 9 turbid gold and the turbid sky stone added together were only half a mile in size. Yichen planned to learn the supreme swordsmithing technique when he had the time. "Yichen, look, there seems to be a spatial fluctuation over there." On this day, Lan Yu and Yichen both discovered an obscure spatial fluctuation. Let's go and take a look, Yichen said. In a short while, the two arrived at the source of the spatial fluctuation. The source was in the magma lake. For some unknown reason, the magma lake was boiling violently. The spatial fluctuation was coming from the lake, and it was getting more and more obvious. Zichen, do you want to die? A cold voice came out. Huowu Jin, you're so despicable. We discovered the entrance to the 12th layer of the divine fire cave together. Since you're so heartless, don't blame us for being unjust. As the voice resounded, the spatial fluctuations grew stronger and stronger. The two sides seemed to be fighting. Yichen and Lan Yu looked at each other. The 12th layer of the divine fire cave? Lan Yu couldn't help but ask. You're right. There's a 12th layer. Yichen opened his netherworld sacred eye and looked down through the magma lake. Vaguely, Yichen saw 3 figures fighting. It seemed to be 2 against 1. They were standing on a teleportation platform. The shockwaves of their battle shook the teleportation platform and transmitted spatial energy. This was also the reason why the magma lake was boiling. Fighting 1 against 2, the figure in the middle was naturally not their match. He was struck by the 2 and died. Let's go. Yichen saw the 2 figures flying up. They were probably trying to see if anyone was attracted by the spatial fluctuations. Rumble, although Yichen was quick to react, the 11th layer of the divine fire cave was a flat plain. Before he could fly far, the magma lake exploded and 2 figures broke through the magma. Looking around, the 2 quickly discovered Yichen and Lan Yu. Where do you think you're going? The sea of fire is boundless. One of the 2 was a sinister-looking middle-aged man in red robes. He shouted and clasped his hands together, pushing a palm in the direction where Yichen and Lan Yu were running. Boom, like a landslide or a tsunami, the violent fire wave had yet to approach, but Yichen and Lan Yu already found it hard to breathe. This sinister-looking middle-aged man seemed to be stronger than the brown-robed old man. His palm energy was boundlessly tyrannical. Just as the fire wave was about to reach them, Yichen and Lan Yu turned around and slashed at the fire wave. Tyrant blade slash and tyrant sword form were supreme martial arts at great completion. With the 2 combined, no matter how strong the fire wave was, it would still be split apart. Borrowing the rebounding force, Yichen and Lan Yu's speed continued to rise. Black Fiend, don't let them escape. The sinister-looking middle-aged man said to the black-robed man. The black-robed man nodded. No one has ever found the 12th layer. There must be divine stones inside. With them, our supreme weapons can be upgraded to saint weapons. The one called Zichen was the great elder of the rank 6 purple blood tribe. His strength was at the peak super sovereign level. The 3 of them discovered the entrance to the 12th floor at the divine fire cave's 11th floor at the same time. Zichen thought that he was fast, so he wasn't afraid of the other 2. Little did he know that the temperature of the 12th floor was more than 100 times higher than the 11th floor. Dark cyan flames flew everywhere, restricting Zichen's speed. Next, the sinister-looking middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man took advantage of their quasi-legendary sovereigns to launch a sneak attack on Zichen. Zichen naturally wasn't willing to die just like that. He desperately returned to the teleportation platform. The 4 of them chased after her in a frenzy, 1 in front and 1 behind. Lan Yu had comprehended the essence of the word line, so her speed was the fastest among the 4. Yichen was proficient in the spacetime profound, so his speed was not much slower. On the other hand, the 2 middle-aged men were falling further and further behind. Huowu Jin, forget it. These 2 are the same as Zichen, they are both faster than us. Black Fiend stopped chasing. Count them lucky. Huowu Jin knew that he couldn't catch up to them. At their level, speed was very important. Unfortunately, it was too hard to increase one's speed. The best way was to grasp the spacetime profound. The more profound the spacetime profound, the faster one's speed would be. If one reached perfection in spacetime profound, no one would be able to catch up, unless the other party's spacetime profound was also at perfection. Fortunately, we ran fast. One of them is the Hall Master of the Divine Fire Tribe, Huowu Jin, and the other is the 3rd Elder of the 7th Rank Tribe, the Earth Fiend Tribe. Seeing that Wu Jin and Black Fiend didn't catch up, Lan Yu smiled and said to Yi Chen. Although we found the entrance to the 12th layer, we can't enter it in a short time. Let's go back first. His immortal sword body could only defend against the attacks of peak super supremes. If he encountered a quasi-legendary supremes, it would be hard to defend against it, not to mention two quasi-legendary supremes at the same time. Alright, we'll come again in the future. I don't believe that they can get all the benefits in the 12th layer. They might be unlucky and get nothing. Lan Yu giggled. After leaving the Divine Fire Cave, the two returned to the Eternal Tribe. Inside a barren mountain near the Eternal Tribe, Yi Chen held a Divine Fire Stone in his hand and tried to draw out the flame of the stone with his sword energy. Boom! For the first time, Yi Chen directly detonated the Divine Fire Stone due to his inexperience. The dark green flame burned a big hole in the barren mountain. At the crucial moment, Yi Chen hurriedly used his sword energy to protect his body. Otherwise, even with the immortal sword body, he would be greatly injured and waste a lot of his sword energy and inextinguishable energy. Too violent. Yi Chen shook his head and continued to test. Once, twice, after the 10th time, Yi Chen finally found a balance point. From the 11th Divine Fire Stone, he drew out a flame that was as thick as a pinky finger. The flame flickered as if it would explode at any time. Split. The finger-sized flame separated into two even thinner flames, which then turned into 2, 4, and then 8. When the flame was as thin as a string, Yi Chen opened his mouth and sucked in a bit of flame into his body. Pitter-patter, his body shook violently. Yi Chen felt as if there were countless bombs buried in his body. As soon as the flame entered his body, it immediately swept out, causing Yi Chen's entire body to burn. It really works. Yi Chen could feel that something in his body was being burned away. It should be some invisible impurities. Regardless of whether one was a super supreme, legendary supreme, or even a demigod, they would all have impurities within their bodies. Only by becoming a true god would one have no impurities, and their bodies would be pure and untainted. 1 wisp, 2 wisps, 3 wisps, using the Divine Fire Stone's flame to refine the spirit body was a very boring thing. If the flame was too big, not only would it not refine the spirit body, but it would also burn the spirit body's yuan qi. If the flame was too small, it would be too slow, and it was too difficult to control. As time passed and experience increased, Yi Chen found that the best method was to split a Divine Fire Stone into 10,000 wisps of flame. Before he knew it, a month had passed. Boom, powerful life fluctuations burst out, and Yi Chen's entire body floated in the air. He didn't rely on Sword Yuan or any other power, but his own body. One had to know that there were many restrictions on the Wild's God continent. It was impossible to float with just one's own life magnetic field. Yi Chen could float because his spirit body had broken through from the peak of the 8th rank to the 9th rank. The life magnetic field of a 9th rank spirit body was so strong that it could offset the gravity of the Wild's God continent. After his spirit body reached the 9th rank, Yi Chen felt that his immortal sword body was also improving. It was 10 times stronger, and the two formed a close connection. Finally, a 9th rank spirit body. Yi Chen let out a breath. Now, my immortal sword body should be able to resist the attack of a quasi-legend supreme. The upgrade of the immortal sword body to the 9th grade had increased the grade of the immortal sword body, approaching the 9th transformation golden body. At this stage, the defense was no longer just pure strength, but a more rational structure, which required a powerful life magnetic field to support. Apart from the immortal sword body, there was another great benefit. Yi Chen could feel his lifespan increasing, but by how much, Yi Chen didn't know. Such a surging immortal power. Closing his eyes, Yi Chen seemed to be able to see a black ocean inside his heart space. The ocean was surging violently, and before the first wave subsided, another wave would rise. The great increase in defense made Yi Chen want to go to the 12th layer of the Divine Fire Cave. The damaged origin of the Heaven Sword was equivalent to an Earth Saint tool. With 4 divine stones. If it recovered, it would probably be equivalent to an Earth Saint tool with 6 or 7 divine stones. Yi Chen didn't know if the divine stones could restore the origin of the Heaven Sword, but he had to give it a try. After all, in the Wildness God continent, his strength wasn't even first-rate, only second-rate. First-rate was legendary supreme. If he wanted to make a difference, he had to improve his strength in all aspects, including the divine tool. I'll go with you. Originally, Yichen didn't want to bring Lan Yu. Although her battle strength was similar to his, her defense was too weak. Unexpectedly, Lan Yu smiled mysteriously and said that he didn't need to worry about her. She had a way to save her life. Left with no choice, Yichen nodded and agreed. She could go by herself without him. There was no difference. Arriving at the God Fire Cave again, the two were about to hand in their God Fire Supreme tags when the leader of the Blaze Hall, Huobian, seemed to have recognized them. He yelled, "You two, come with me to the God Fire tribe. If you dare to disobey, don't blame me for killing you." Yi Chen's face darkened as he gave Lan Yu a look. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two's speed increased as they flew toward the entrance of the Divine Fire Cave. Courting death. Huobian was furious. These two people actually didn't care about the Divine Fire Tribe's orders. Huobian was a quasi-legendary paragon. In terms of strength, he wasn't any weaker than Huowu Jin. His weapon was a heaven-piercing halberd that was wreathed in green flames. As the flames curled up, Huobian's halberd swept towards Yi Chen and Lan Yu. Although this halberd strike seemed extremely domineering, Yi Chen and Lan Yu felt as though the world had been flattened by this halberd, and their path forward had been cut off. Break! At the critical moment, Yi Chen used the illusory sword style. Bubbles of sword light spread out, causing Huobian to fall into a trance for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, Yi Chen and Lan Yu entered the entrance of the Divine Fire Cave. Huobian's face turned gloomy when he woke up. This was too embarrassing. He was a quasi-legendary paragon, yet he actually suffered a loss in the hands of Yi Chen. Although he was only confused for a moment, it could still be considered as being confused. If Yi Chen didn't choose to enter the Divine Fire Cave and attacked him instead, he would have suffered even more. This Huowu Jin, why didn't he tell us about his opponent's strength? Such a level of sword art can already threaten quasi-legendary paragons. Huobian turned his head and glanced at his subordinates, feeling resentful. As a quasi-legendary paragon, he still wanted some face. Not being able to make Yi Chen and Lan Yu stay in front of his subordinates had caused his prestige to be damaged. "You guys guard here. I'll go in for a while," Huobian ordered. Yes. The two vice hall masters of the Fiery Blaze Hall hurriedly accepted the order. The hall master was more concerned about his face. As his subordinates, they absolutely couldn't reveal any abnormalities. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. After entering the Divine Fire Cave, the two of them rushed to the second level. After the two of them left for a while, Huobian appeared. Without any hesitation, he directly went to the second level. He was very clear that the other party was definitely aiming for the 12th level. Only a few people knew about the 12th level of the Divine Fire Cave, and outsiders were definitely not allowed to know about it. After half a day, Yi Chen and Lan Yu arrived at the entrance of the 12th level. There was a teleportation platform there. "Let's go up." The two of them arrived at the teleportation platform and activated its teleportation power. Buzz, with a flash of light, the two of them disappeared from the 11th level. When they reappeared, they were in a dark green world. The flames here were lumps of terrifying dark green flames that were flying everywhere without any pattern. The temperature was at least 100 times higher than the 11th level. So hot. Lan Yu had already activated her desolate origin barrier. Even so, the extremely high temperature still transmitted in and consumed her desolate origin barrier. But the temperature of the Divine Fire Stone's flames is slightly higher. Yi Chen nodded. Lan Yu said, "The flames of the Divine Fire Stone are dark blue flames, which are definitely hotter than the flames here. I wonder if there's a 13th level in the Divine Fire Cave. If there is, it might be dark blue flames that are comparable to the flames of the Divine Fire Stone." Every level of the Divine Fire Cave was an independent space that was extremely vast. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had stayed in the 12th level for 10 days. Although we didn't find any divine stones, this trip wasn't in vain with so many of them. Lan Yu smiled. In these 10 days, the two of them had obtained 200 pieces of divine fire stone each. One must know that after the spirit body reached the 9th rank, it could still continue to improve. Early stage, mid stage, late stage, peak stage, and finally, the perfected spirit body. Therefore, with so many divine fire stones, Yichen could definitely improve his spirit body to the mid-stage of the 9th rank. As for late stage, he would need even more divine fire stones. What the two of them didn't know was that Huobian had been searching for them in the 12th level for 10 days. Huojin and Xianxia haven't come out yet. They've only sent me a message through their voice transmission token. I'm also sending them a message now. After searching for 10 days without finding Yichen and Lanyu, Huobian could only take out his voice transmission token and send a message. A short moment later, another person's voice came from the token, Huobian, Xianxia, and I have already split up. I don't believe that we can't find them with just the three of us. Alright. Huobian kept the voice transmission token and continued his search. Very quickly, 20 days had passed. Yichen and Lanyu had been in the 12th level for a month. What's that? On this day, Yichen and Lanyu saw an intense radiance in front of them. The radiance flickered a few times before it immediately dimmed. Yichen and Lanyu weren't the only ones who saw it. Huobian, Huojin, and Xianxia had also seen it. It's a divine stone. This is the radiance of a divine stone. Xiaxia's eyes emitted a frightening light. At their level, it was too difficult to increase their strength. As long as they could obtain a divine stone, they could upgrade their supreme weapon to a saint artifact, greatly increasing their strength. It's the radiance of a divine stone. Huobian's breathing was ragged. There was no one who didn't want a divine stone, and he was no exception. Both supreme weapons and supreme armors could be merged with divine stones to become saint artifacts. Yichen, that should be the radiance of the divine stone. While flying, Lanyu said to Yichen. Yichen said, it would be best if that's the case, but the radiance just now was too dazzling. If there are other people on the 12th level, they will definitely be able to see it. We have to be careful. Although his defense had increased greatly, Yichen still didn't dare to underestimate a legendary supremacy. The place where the divine stone radiance disappeared was very far away. Yichen and Lanyu had flown for more than half a day, but they still hadn't reached their destination. At this moment, a black and white palm print approached from afar, slapping toward Yichen and Lanyu at an astonishing speed. Facing this palm print, Yichen felt as if heaven and earth had become a huge millstone, and he was unable to move. The sword. Energy around his body showed faint signs of being squeezed out. What a powerful supreme martial art. Yichen was shocked. He unsheathed his heavenly sword and swung out a vigorous and domineering sword energy. Lanyu was a step slower than Yichen, and her supreme saber technique, Tyrant Saber Slash, followed closely. Boom, the black and white palm print smashed the sword energy and saber energy one after another, but it was also worn down quite a bit. Its power was less than 10%, and it was easily shattered by Yichen and Lanyu. The next moment, a black shadow appeared in front of the two of them. It was the third elder of the Earth Fiend tribe, Black Fiend. It's the third elder of the Earth Fiend tribe, Black Fiend. His supreme martial art is the Yin-Yang Millstone, and it's very powerful. Lanyu sent a voice transmission to Yichen. Yichen replied, I'll block him in a while. You attack with all your might from the side. Don't worry about hurting me. Alright. Lanyu had a slight understanding of Yichen's defense. Kill. Without any words, Black Fiend charged over and struck out with both palms. Strings of black and white palm prints spread out. Block. Yichen took a deep breath and displayed his defensive sword technique. Suddenly, the five-colored sword light filled the air and quickly spread out, like a huge five-colored light ball. The black and white palm prints fell on the five-colored light ball like rain, making a loud noise. After only a moment, the five-colored light ball exploded, and the remaining palm prints fiercely hit Yichen's body. Dang 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 dang. The sound of iron being struck rang out. Although these palm prints were extremely powerful, Yichen's body was not weak at all. Not only did he not explode, but he even bounced off some of the palm prints. How is this possible? The Black Fiend was taken aback. His yin-yang grindstone could grind anything, and it was easy for it to break through defenses. Yet, the other party was able to block it with just his physical defense? 36 void-shattering blades. Lan Yu seized the opportunity and launched 36 void-shattering blades at the Black Fiend. Each blade was fatal, sealing off the Black Fiend's escape route. Of course, Yichen was inevitably included. Caught off guard, the Black Fiend only had time to wave his hand to set up a layer of black barrier. The black barrier collapsed under the dozens of void-shattering blades, and the remaining void-shattering blades surged forward, wrapping around the Black Fiend and twisting crazily. Break! The Black Fiend was a quasi-legend supremacy, after all. His desolate essence was incomparably pure. When he erupted, he forced out the fierce blade force, and there were some bloodstains on his body. Illusory sword style. A dreamy sword light bubble spread out and instantly enveloped the Black Fiend. Not good. The Black Fiend was shocked. He knew that he was hallucinating. Fall. With a wave of the Heaven Sword, the Black Fiend's head fell to the ground. Yichen's figure suddenly appeared a few hundred meters behind the Black Fiend. Tyrant blade slash. Lan Yu leaped up and held the blue moon saber with both hands. She slashed at the headless Black Fiend's body, and the dark blue saber gleam was cold and sharp. In the middle, the saber gleam paused for a moment, but the obstruction was quickly eliminated. The saber gleam slashed down from above, and the Black Fiend's body was naturally split into two. Death cleave. Revolving saber wheel. Yichen and Lan Yu took the front and back, sandwiching the Black Fiend in the middle. Each of them released their most intensive attacks. At this moment, they couldn't give the other party a chance to take a breather. Otherwise, everything they had done before would be for naught. I, the Black Fiend, am a quasi-legend supremacy, and yet I am reduced to such a state. The Black Fiend was stunned and couldn't think straight. No. An angry roar sounded from the countless sword chi and saber gleams. A silvery figure soared into the sky, bouncing off all the sword chi and saber gleams. In the Wild's God continent, the majority of quasi-legends didn't have any saint artifacts. Therefore, their strength was at the level of a true quasi-legend. Correspondingly, their qualities were naturally very impressive in all aspects. For example, the Black Fiend's martial path Yuan spirit was close to the silver level, and he was only one step away from cultivating a silver martial path Yuan spirit. Once he had a silver martial path Yuan spirit, he would be a true legend supremacy, and his strength would skyrocket to an extremely high level. Seriously speaking, although Heavenly Lord Rot Devil was also a quasi-legend supremacy, he was far weaker than the Black Fiend in terms of strength. Heavenly Lord Rot Devil relied on supreme martial arts to have the strength of a quasi-legend supremacy. Of course, this was mainly because Heavenly Lord Rot Devil's strength had been greatly depleted. After all, when he was at his peak, he was a true legend supremacy. Quasi-silver martial path Yuan spirit. Yichen sighed. It seemed like he couldn't kill the other party. If the other party was the same as Heavenly Lord Rot Devil, he was confident that he could kill him. Heavenly Lord Rot Devil's martial arts were only slightly more powerful, but he had lost too much of his strength. When my sword intent reaches the 9th step, I'll be able to eliminate the hidden danger of my bronze martial path Yuan spirit. I should be able to step into the silver level. Let's go. With a thought, Yichen made a prompt decision. His figure shot out, and Lan Yu followed closely behind. Damn it. The Black Fiend's quasi-silver martial path Yuan spirit shone brightly, and the scattered flesh and blood were sucked back, forming an intact body. Of course, his aura was much weaker. Black Fiend, what's wrong? Huowujin rushed over from afar. The Black Fiend's face was ashen. Don't mention it. They're just ahead. Let's catch up. The Black Fiend didn't want Huowujin to know about his miserable state. At the same time, he was a little worried that Huowujin would kill him after dealing with Yichen and Lan Yu. This wasn't impossible. With Yichen and Lan Yu's speed, the Black Fiend and Huowujin wouldn't be able to catch up. 2 hours passed, and the dazzling divine stones lit up again. Over there. The two were overjoyed, and their speed increased again. Finally, the two saw the source of the light. In their line of sight, a tall platform stood on the dark green ground. On the platform, the radiance shone, condensing into a light barrier. Within the light barrier, 3 mystical stones floated. Each stone was like a primordial mountain. They were only the size of a palm, but the feeling they gave off was incomparably heavy. 3 divine stones. Lan Yu couldn't help but blurt out. Break! Yichen slashed at the light barrier, but it was a pity that the light barrier was incomparably sturdy, and the sword chi was bounced off. Yi Chen, let's attack together. Lan Yu drew her blue moon saber. Boom, 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 the two joined hands to attack the barrier. Instantly, the barrier trembled violently like a rubber ball, constantly sinking and bulging, while the divine stones inside remained motionless. After an entire 2 hours, a crack finally appeared on the light barrier. Let's work harder. Yichen attacked tirelessly. If they couldn't get the divine stones now, it would be 1,000 times more difficult for them to get them when the others came. More and more cracks appeared on the barrier, making it look like a hollow crystal on the verge of shattering. Bang, a crisp shattering sound resounded as the barrier shattered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, the 3 divine stones seemed to have a mind of their own as they flew off in 3 different directions at an astonishing speed. Don't let them get away. Lan Yu's figure flashed as she chased after one of the divine stones. Having comprehended the essence of the word line, her speed was extremely fast. In just a short moment, she had caught the divine stone. It was strange that the power contained in the divine stone could be said to be terrifying, but it didn't harm anyone. It was as if whoever touched it first would possess it and wouldn't resist. Yi Chen's speed was only a bit slower than Lan Yu's. He soon caught up to one of the divine stones. Now, there was only one left, and it had flown far away. Haha, it's a divine stone. A figure suddenly appeared in the direction the divine stone flew to. It was the Divine Fire Tribe's Raging Blaze Hall's Hallmaster, Hu Wubian. He grabbed the divine stone and laughed heartily. What dog's hit luck? Lan Yu was indignant. There are still 2 more. Let's go first. Through the netherworld sacred eye, Yichen saw Hu Wujin and He Sha, 3 quasi-legendary sovereigns. Even he couldn't guarantee that he could resist them. It was best to leave first. For him, 1 divine stone was enough. As long as he could restore the origin of the heavenly sword, his attack would be more than 100 times stronger. Of course, it would be even better if he had 2 divine stones. Damn it, wait until I fuse this divine stone into my fire divine halberd. Then, your time will come. Hu Wubian knew that he wouldn't be able to catch up to Yi Chen and Lan Yu, so he gave up. Most importantly, he had obtained a divine stone. For now, he could put the matter of hunting down Yi Chen and Lan Yu to the back of his mind. There was nothing more important than his own matters. I'll also leave first. Otherwise, Hu Wujin and He Sha will definitely be jealous when they see that I have divine stones. Hu Wubian pondered for a moment before flying in the direction he came from. 15 minutes later, Hu Wujin and He Sha appeared. Nothing. Hu Wujin and He Sha exchanged a glance. They had clearly sensed that the source of the radiance was here. The Black Fiend closed his eyes and carefully sensed for a moment. Swish. His eyes opened, and a cold light shone in them. Someone came just now. 3 people. One of them is from your divine flame tribe. He should be Hu Wubian. The other 2 are the people we're chasing. They got the Godstone? Hu Wujin's face was dark. He did not doubt the Black Fiend's ability. The Black Fiend was proficient in the profundities of yin and yang, and he knew a yin-yang secret art that could sense the aura left behind by others. Let's not waste any more time. Let's chase after them and not let them leave the 12th level. Once they left the 12th level, they would be free to fly. Following the aura, the 2 chased in the direction where Yi Chen and Lan Yu flew, raising their speed to the limit. Hu Wujin and the Black Fiend have caught up. Yi Chen was constantly paying attention to the situation behind him. The netherworld sacred eye had given him time to prepare. What should we do? Actually, Lan Yu could take out her courtyard and enter it. With the defensive power of the courtyard's array, not to mention the 2 of them who were only quasi-legend rank sovereigns, even a true legend rank sovereign would be able to hold on for a while. During this time, they could completely fuse the divine stone into the saint artifact and increase its power. At that time, they would have a fighting chance. But there was a problem. She didn't want to expose her courtyard. Once it was exposed, they would definitely guess that she was from the Unfalling Eagle tribe. She didn't want to return to the tribe so quickly. Their speed is a bit slower than ours. Let's see if we can return to the 11th level. As long as they returned to the 11th level, they would be safe. The 12th level would consume too much sword energy. After flying for a while, looks like we won't be able to reach the 11th level. Lan Yu sighed. The 12th level's terrain was actually moving. After flying for a while, they were completely lost in the 12th level. Since we're already here, let's find a place to fuse the Divine Stone into the Saint Artifact. Fusing the Divine Stone into the Saint Artifact was a very dangerous matter. The slightest carelessness could cause the Saint Artifact to be destroyed. A Supreme Artifact could only contain a limited amount of Divine Stone. The more perfect a Supreme Artifact was, the more Divine Stone it could contain. Apart from that, if the method of fusing the Divine Stone wasn't ingenious and meticulous enough, the Saint Artifact would also be destroyed. It was like a person who could eat a bowl of rice, but if you asked him to eat a bowl of rice in one go, he would definitely be stuffed to death. Although the 12th level's temperature was high, there were still mountains. A tall mountain appeared in front of the two of them. The two of them discovered something strange. The temperature in the mountain was countless times lower than outside. Furthermore, the mountain rocks were extremely hard. The two of them used all their strength, but they could only leave a mark on the mountain wall. Fortunately, this mountain seemed to have been visited by someone. There was an unfathomable cave on the mountain wall. It must be a legendary rank sovereign. Lan Yu guessed. Yichen nodded. With their strength, digging an unfathomable cave was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only legendary rank sovereigns could do it easily. Unexpectedly, this 12th level had long been discovered by someone else. It was just that it was kept a secret. As for the Divine Stone, it would be obtained by those who were fated. It wasn't guaranteed that whoever came first would be able to obtain it. Yichen scanned the cave with his netherworld sacred eye. Seeing that there was no danger in the cave, the two of them rushed in and moved a huge boulder to block the entrance. If someone wanted to force their way in, they would have to break the boulder first. The more dangerous thing was that if the other party came in, the two of them would have nowhere to go. They could only fight with all their strength. The cave lit up. The two of them meditated on the spot, far away from each other. Taking out the Divine Stone and the Heavenly Sword, Yichen took a deep breath and slowly stuck the Divine Stone on the Heavenly Sword, establishing a connection between the two. Then, he urged the Heavenly Sword to absorb the Divine Stone's power. This process was very tedious. The Divine Stone contained too much power, and the absorption speed couldn't be too fast. It could only be done bit by bit. Buzz, like dry and cracked land meeting rainwater, the Heavenly Sword hungrily absorbed the Divine Stone's power. Yichen vaguely discovered that the damaged source inside the Heavenly Sword was slowly recovering. It's really effective. Yichen thought. His growth time was too short. He had too many shortcomings. Currently, only the sacred tool could help him close the gap between him and the others. He was at a disadvantage in other aspects. This couldn't be rushed. On the other side, the blue moon saber in Lan Yu's hand emitted a sharp aura. Unlike the Heavenly Sword, the blue moon saber's origin wasn't damaged, and the Divine Stone was used to increase its power. The slightest mistake might cause the blue moon saber to break. Compared to the blue moon saber, it was much easier to fuse the Divine Stone into the Heavenly Sword, mainly because the Divine Stone could repair the Heavenly Sword. Strand by strand, the power of the Divine Stone flowed into the origin of the Heavenly Sword, causing the rust on the Heavenly Sword to gradually disappear. The Heavenly Sword became translucent and sharp, displaying the peerless magnificence that a sacred sword should have. Boom, the cavern trembled. Yichen and Lan Yu raised their eyes and looked at the entrance of the cavern. Outside the entrance, Wu Jin and He Sha were attacking the boulder that blocked the entrance. He Sha, are you sure they're inside? Wu Jin asked as he attacked the boulder. He Sha replied, they're definitely inside. Damn it, why is this boulder so hard? We can only leave a dent on it with our strength. Wu Jin said, the boulder in the Divine Fire Cave isn't ordinary. After being refined with high temperature, it's even harder than an ordinary sovereign artifact. However, the boulder's energy is limited, so we can definitely shatter it. Boom. Boom, boom. The two of them attacked the boulder again, and gradually, cracks appeared on the boulder. It was a sign that it was about to collapse. Just a little more. Huo circulated his desolate yuan and a fiery dragon attacked the boulder, while Heisha's Yin-Yang millstone crushed the boulder like a giant pulverizer. Boom, finally, the boulder exploded, sending rubble flying everywhere. Let's go in. Huo charged into the cavern first, followed by Heisha. The two of them weren't worried about any dangers in the cavern. With their strength, they could deal with any dangers. Get out. A blue saber radiance burst forth and filled the entire cave. Lan Yu had already fused the divine stone into the blue moon saber and had unleashed an even stronger attack. Fusing with God's stone seemed difficult, but it was actually not that difficult. As long as the supreme weapon or saint artifact could withstand it, the process could be sped up. As the daughter of the chief of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, Lan Yu's blue moon blade was a top-notch level 5 supreme weapon. Not to mention fusing with 5 god stones, it would not be a problem for it to fuse with 6, 7, or even 8 god stones. In contrast to Lan Yu, Yichen used god stones to repair the heaven sword. He needed to be careful not to put too much pressure on the damaged source, so the speed was much slower. Clang, when the blue moon blade had only fused with 4 divine stones, Lan Yu had been able to unleash the attack of a quasi-legend sovereign. Now that the blue moon blade's power had risen, Lan Yu's attack had naturally risen along with it. It had already surpassed the range of an ordinary quasi-legend sovereign and was advancing towards a higher level. In an instant, Huo and Black Fiend were forced to retreat. 5-star Earth Saint Artifact. Black Fiend blurted out. They already knew that Yi Chen and Lan Yu had saint artifacts. Without them, the two of them wouldn't be a match for them. Saint artifacts were divided into Earth Saint Artifacts and Sky Saint Artifacts. There were also smaller grades within the grades. An Earth Saint Artifact that had 1 divine stone fused with it was a 1-star Earth Saint Artifact, and 2 divine stones fused with it was a 2-star Earth Saint Artifact, and so on. A 5-star Earth Saint Artifact was an Earth Saint Artifact that had 5 divine stones fused with it. It was extraordinarily precious. Its power has increased by quite a bit. Lan Yu giggled. She didn't seem nervous at all when she encountered 2 quasi-legend sovereigns. Unrivaled fire dragon. Huo coldly snorted. He clasped his hands together and pushed them forward with his palms facing outwards. In an instant, an invincible fire dragon flew out from his palms and pounced towards Lan Yu. One could vaguely see a huge heart within the body of the fire dragon. The heart was violently beating, causing the fire dragon to become even more powerful and full of explosive power. The unrivaled fire dragon wasn't a supreme martial art, but a supreme secret art that contained the power of the heart. Heisha had previously been injured, so when he saw Huo executing the unrivaled fire dragon, he casually threw out 2 yin-yang millstones. A huge explosion erupted. Lan Yu let out a muffled groan as she took over 10 steps back. With her current strength, she could fight against either Huo or Heisha. But it was a bit too much for her to fight 1 against 2. After all, her strength wasn't in her own body, but in the blue moon saber. Her foundation was much weaker than the 2 of them. Lan Yu was pushed back again and again. In this cave, the advantage she had gained from comprehending the Ro character was completely useless. Very quickly, she was pushed to the front of Yi Chen. If she took another step back, Yi Chen would be exposed. Unrivaled fire dragon. Yin and Yang worlds. An invincible fire dragon and a palm energy that could separate Yin and Yang struck Lan Yu's body. PFFF, Lan Yu spurted out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. Just when she was about to fly over Yi Chen's head, a strong arm caught her and skillfully placed her on the ground. Leave the rest to me. Yi Chen said confidently. You succeeded? Lan Yu's eyes narrowed when she saw the heavenly sword in Yi Chen's hand. This wasn't a 5-star Earth Saint Artifact, but a 7-star Earth Saint Artifact. Between Earth Saint Artifacts, although the difference of 1 star wasn't huge, it shouldn't be forgotten that apart from power, Earth Saint Artifacts also had their own special characteristics. For example, Lan Yu's blue moon saber possessed the ability to pierce through armor. If the ability to pierce through armor reached an unimaginable level, it could directly disregard the defense of others. On the other hand, Yi Chen's power of light was an upright power that enemies wouldn't be able to completely defend against. Although the power of light wasn't as absolute as the ability to pierce through armor, it was more comprehensive. With doubts in her mind, Lan Yu retreated behind Yi Chen. With the heavenly sword in hand, Yi Chen slashed out with the overlord sword form. Boom! The domineering sword aura completely filled up the cave. The sword aura was majestic and indestructible. It was like a straight torrent that tore through everything. Not good. Hua Wujin and He Sha resisted with all their might. Rumble, the cave trembled as Hua Wujin and He Sha flew out of the cave. Is this the true power of the heavenly sword? A piece of divine stone had completely restored the origin of the heavenly sword. Right now, the heavenly sword was at its peak. Not only had its power increased by a lot, but the power of light was also clearer and more vigorous, making the sword aura irresistible. Let's go. Let's go out. Right now, Yi Chen didn't need to be afraid of quasi-legendary supremes. In terms of defense, he could block the attacks of quasi-legendary supremes. In terms of offense, he was probably at the top among quasi-legendary supremes. After flying out of the cave, the two saw Hua Wujin and He Sha with gloomy expressions. 7-star Earth Saint artifact, who are you guys? Hua Wujin asked. He didn't think that ordinary people could possess a 7-star Earth Saint artifact. It doesn't matter who we are. Take this. With a wave of the heavenly sword, Yi Chen executed the death cut, which had the widest range of attack. Although the death cut wasn't at the completion stage, it already had the might of a completion stage sword move under the amplification of the heavenly sword. As for the completion stage sword moves, the overlord sword form and illusory sword form, they were of a higher level. Hua Wujin and He Sha were having a hard time resisting. The Saint artifact in Yi Chen's hand was too powerful. If they had a 7-star Earth Saint artifact, they could even challenge legendary supremes. Hua Wujin, He Sha, let me help you guys. Right at this moment, Hua Wubian arrived. The power of the fire god's halberd in his hand skyrocketed as he swept it at Yi Chen. The fire divine halberd had fused with a divine stone, officially becoming a saint artifact. Although it was only a 1-star Earth Saint artifact, there was a huge gap between a supreme artifact and a saint artifact. On the contrary, the gap between an Earth Saint artifact was much smaller. With a 1-star Earth Saint artifact, Hua Wubian's strength had firmly suppressed Hua Wujin and He Sha. He could be considered an expert among quasi-legend rank sovereigns. Deep green flames curled up and turned into a ferocious qilin that pounced at Yi Chen. Come at me. Yi Chen roared and executed the tyrant sword stance. Boom, the fire qilin and the sword qi perished together, and a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions. Powerful. Worthy of being a quasi-legend rank sovereign. Yi Chen was clear that he was relying on the sky sword stance to have the strength of a quasi-legend rank sovereign, while Hua Wubian and the rest were quasi-legend rank sovereigns themselves. If they had the strength, they would naturally be powerful and couldn't be easily dealt with. But I have the illusory sword stance. If one's heart force isn't strong enough, they won't be my opponent. Yi Chen was very confident in his illusory sword stance. Not every quasi-legend rank sovereign's defense was as strong as his. Therefore, as long as they were affected by the illusion for a moment, he would be able to find a loophole and attack them. Raging Flame River. Seeing that his ultimate move had been neutralized, Hua Wubian executed an even stronger move. As soon as this move was executed, the surging flames turned into a river and gushed towards Yi Chen. It's time to show my true strength. Yi Chen did not try to avoid it, instead rushing toward the river of fire. Courting death. Hua Wubian sneered. But in the next moment, his expression froze. Yi Chen actually ignored the flame river and slashed his way through it. When the surging flames landed on Yi Chen, they were instantly extinguished. Illusory sword stance. After slashing apart the last layer of the flame river, Yi Chen appeared before Hua Wubian and slashed out with his sword. Not good. Hua Wubian had already experienced the power of the illusory sword stance, but he still couldn't defend against it. If one wanted to defend against the illusory sword stance, their heart force must be strong enough or they had cultivated a supreme heart force secret art. Pucci, Yichen's celestial sword pierced through Huobian's shoulder. Originally, Yichen had wanted to stab Huobian's chest, but he had woken up ahead of time. The fire god halberd and celestial sword clashed, causing celestial sword's attack trajectory to deviate slightly. After the sword pierced through Huobian's shoulder, Yichen lightly shook the heavenly sword. Like powder, half of Huobian's body completely disintegrated. This is a 7-star sacred artifact. Huobian was startled. He swept away Yichen with his halberd to prevent himself from suffering another heavy injury. The three of you are no match for me now. Yichen retreated several hundred meters and didn't continue attacking. It was too difficult to kill 3 quasi-legendary supremes. Forcing them into a desperate situation was tantamount to forcing them to risk their lives. The 3 of them were silent. What Yichen said was the truth, and they couldn't refute it. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to display their own strength. Hence, they were feeling very conflicted. Let's go. Seeing that the 3 of them weren't speaking, Yichen knew that if they stayed here, they would only fly into a rage out of humiliation. His figure flashed, and he flew away with Lanyu. We're letting them go just like that? Black Fiend was a little unwilling. What else can we do? He has a 7-star sacred artifact. Ordinary quasi-legendary supremes would find it hard to touch him. Only legendary supremes can suppress him. But you and I both know that legendary supremes won't easily make a move unless they've won their respect. 7th-ranked tribes all had legendary supremes. Hence, legendary supremes wouldn't make a move for fear of inadvertently provoking other 7th-ranked tribes and causing a war. It was fine for the people below to fight, but the people above had to be careful. There might be other divine stones on the 12th floor. Let's continue searching. Huobian's mood wasn't too bad. He was already satisfied with obtaining a divine stone. Previously, he had chased after Yichen because he was afraid that Yichen would leak the secret, making it impossible for him to obtain the divine stone on the 12th floor. After recovering the heavenly sword origin, Yichen didn't continue to stay in the divine fire cave. Quasi-legendary supremes weren't scary, but legendary supremes were. If he provoked the legendary supremes of the divine fire tribe, he would probably die here. The days returned to normal. Yichen and Lanyu occasionally went out for a stroll and went hunting. The rest of the time, they basically stayed in the Eternal Tribe to practice sword and saber arts. Of course, Yichen also began to try to forge a supreme sword. In the center of the wilderness god continent, there was a lonely mountain. The top of the mountain had been flattened, and a golden hall sat on it. In the hall, there were 5 golden chairs, each with a person sitting on it. If a legendary supremes were here, they would definitely recognize that the 5 people in the hall were the chiefs of the 5 rank 8 tribes. They were the Redbud Flower tribe's Kong Siwei, the Unfalling Eagle tribe's Xianxia, the Yunzhong tribe's Yun Piamiao, the Battle Pagoda tribe's Tai Tan, and the Xinghai tribe's Chen Tianding. Same rules. The Wilderness God Tower will decide how long the martial character can be held, the Xinghai tribe's Chen Tianding said. Then let's go with the old rules. Tai Tan agreed, but then he said, but the details have to be changed. The tribe that gets first place in the Wilderness God Tower will get 2 portions of time, not 1. The Redbud Flower tribe's Kong Siwei frowned. Doesn't that mean that only the top 9 can fight for the tribe's time? That's right. Tai Tan nodded. Tai Tan, it seems that you are very confident in the use of your tribe? Lieshong sized up Tai Tan with a meaningful look. The Yunzhong tribe's Yun Piamiao raised her right hand. I agree with Tai Tan. Who's afraid of who? Then let's go with this rule. Lieshong said. Eternal Tribe. To reach the large success stage of the 5 elements sword art is indeed not something that can be done in a day. Yichen sighed. The 5 elements sword art was his foundation. Once he reached the large success stage of the 5 elements sword art, he would be able to create sword moves based on the 5 elements sword art. At that time, be it offense or defense, there would be no loopholes. Furthermore, he would be able to condense the essence of the 5 elements sword art and continue to advance towards a higher level, such as creating a supreme sword art. It must be known that even legendary supremes could not create supreme martial arts. Only high-level legendary supremes could create supreme martial arts. When Heavenly Lord Rotten Devil was at his peak, he should be a high-level legendary supremes. There was no progress in the five elements sword art. However, during this period of time, Yichen did not gain nothing. He had already forged a semi-finished supreme sword. In the process of forging the supreme sword art, Yichen was surprised to find that his destruction sword intent and immortal sword intent were slowly improving. Among them, the light sword intent was improving the fastest and had already entered the ranks of the 8th rank. Perhaps when he successfully forged a supreme sword art, he would be able to upgrade the 2 supreme sword intents to the 9th rank and the light sword intent to the peak of the 8th rank. Of course, this was only a guess. A 9th rank supreme sword intent was not that easy to upgrade. Yi Chen, are you interested in going to the Unfalling Eagle tribe? With me? Lan Yu came over and asked. Unfalling Eagle tribe? Yi Chen looked at Lan Yu. Lan Yu said, actually, I am the daughter of the Unfalling Eagle tribe's leader. My full name is Lan Yu. Why did you invite me to the Unfalling Eagle tribe? Yi Chen had long guessed that Lan Yu's identity was not simple. She should have come from a large tribe, so he was not surprised at all when she said that she was the daughter of the Unfalling Eagle tribe's leader. Lan Yu explained, your tyrant word and illusion word, as well as my break word, all came from a calligraphy piece left behind by a demigod, and the name of this calligraphy piece is the martial word. The entire calligraphy piece is called the martial word, and the martial word gathers the essence of the entire calligraphy piece. As long as you can completely comprehend the essence of the martial word, you can easily create a supreme martial art. You can even comprehend the will of a demigod through the martial word, and raise your own will to the 9th step. However, the martial word does not belong to anyone, nor does it belong to any great power. It is kept in the hands of the 5 great tribes of the 8th rank. Every 100 years, the 5 great tribes will send young experts to challenge the desolate god tower. According to the results of the challenge, each tribe will hold the martial word for the next 100 years. As an outsider, you originally did not have the opportunity to participate, but as long as you work hard for my Unfalling Eagle tribe and obtain a good result in the desolate god tower, I might be able to persuade Father to allocate some time for you to comprehend the martial word. Martial word. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. To him, the opportunity to comprehend the martial word was indeed an unimaginable opportunity. This was much more important than obtaining a saint tool. His sword intent and 5 elements sword arts were both at a critical point. Once he was inspired by the martial word, the possibility of a breakthrough was very high. Next, Lan Yu explained the details to Yi Chen. The 5 great tribes would each send 10 young experts under 2,000 years old. Only by entering the top 10 would they be able to obtain a share of the time for the tribe. The desolate god tower had a total of 1,000 floors. The previous time, the first place of the desolate god tower had reached the 655th floor. At that time, Lan Yu's strength was not too high, and she had only reached the 580th floor, which was outside of the top 10. The 5 tribes attach great importance to the duration of holding the word martial. The longer one holds the word martial, the faster the strength of the warriors in the tribe will increase. If there is no warrior in the tribe who can break into the top 10, then they will not have the opportunity to hold the word martial for the next 100 years. This will cause them to become weaker and weaker. They will be left behind by others, and it will be difficult to catch up in the future. Lan Yu said as she waved her fist. Last time, she was not able to enter the top 10. This time, she had to give it a try. What young experts are there in the 5 tribes? How strong are they? Yi Chen felt that it was necessary to understand the strength of the young masters of the 5 tribes. Lan Yu said, 100 years ago, the top 3 young experts of the 5 great tribes were all quasi-legend supremes. 100 years have passed, and with the addition of comprehending the word martial, I reckon that each of them has become even more powerful. This year, there might be more than 10 quasi-legend supremes. The top 3 are Battle Bear of the Battle Pagoda tribe, Evil Star of the Xinghai tribe, and Kong Shuili of the Bauhinia tribe. Among them, Evil Star is the same as you, from the outside world. It is said that he is an evil spirit from the outside world. Evil spirit race, Evil Star, could it be Supreme Evil Star? Yi Chen had heard of Supreme Evil Star before. He was a rare genius of the evil spirit race. Like him, he had become a supreme in 1,000 years. However, he had disappeared 700 years ago. It turned out that he had gone to the desolate god continent. After hearing so much, you should be willing to follow me to the Unfalling Eagle tribe, right? Lan Yu asked. Yichen nodded. Of course I am. On the same day, the two of them set off for the Unfalling Eagle tribe. The Unfalling Eagle tribe was located on the largest grassland in the desolate God continent. As far as the eye could see, the world was a vast expanse of green that extended to the end of the horizon. The Unfalling Eagle tribe was very large, like a city. Looking down from the sky, the entire tribe was shaped like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. It was very domineering. The princess is back. Lan Yu's return immediately caused a commotion in the Unfalling Eagle tribe. Some young experts rushed over. It was too difficult to find a suitable partner in the desolate God continent. Lan Yu was the best in terms of identity, temperament, and strength. Not to mention the young experts of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, even the young experts of the other large tribes were interested in Lan Yu. Lan Yu, where have you been for so long? You're only a high-level super venerable. What qualifications do you have to speak to Princess Lan Yu? Lan Yu, I've already reached the peak super venerable realm in the past few years. Didn't you say that I could speak to you when I reached the peak super venerable realm? The weakest of these young experts was a low-level supreme, and the strongest was a peak supreme. If they were placed in the outside world, they would definitely be top experts. The various races would have a headache. It seems that you are quite popular. Yichen followed beside Lan Yu and said with a smile. Lan Yu said helplessly, they are all a bunch of flies. So annoying. At first, everyone's attention was on Lan Yu. After not getting a response from Lan Yu, they noticed that Lan Yu had actually brought back a young man. Immediately, their gazes turned unfriendly. Lan Yu, who is he? A young man blocked their path. Yichen raised his head and saw that the other party was very handsome. His aura was vigorous and vast. Although it was hard to see his strength from his appearance, Yichen had a feeling that the other party should be a quasi-legend supreme. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to threaten him. Xianxia, is it your business who I bring back? Lan Yu said bluntly. Xianxia's expression didn't change, as if he was used to Lan Yu's attitude. However, his gaze towards Yichen was even colder. He transmitted, I don't care what relationship you have with Lan Yu. From now on, you better stay far away from her. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. Do you understand? He had long known that Lan Yu wasn't interested in him. However, in his opinion, Lan Yu wasn't interested in anyone. Therefore, his chances were still high. Now that there was another Yichen, his heart was filled with intense anger. Come to me. At this moment, a thunderous voice sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone shut their mouths and became silent. Yichen, come with me to see my father. Lan Yu was prepared to bring along Yichen. You come alone. Let him stay. At the same time the thunderous voice sounded, Lan Yu involuntarily flew out, leaving Yichen alone in the Unfalling Eagle tribe's plaza. Surrounding him was a group of young experts with unkind expressions. Yichen sized up the place where Lan Yu left with a strange expression. The corner of his mouth twitched. Lan Yu's father seemed to want to test him. It seemed that if he didn't work hard, he might be kicked out of the Unfalling Eagle tribe. Turn around and leave now, and you'll still have a chance. Otherwise, you'll lose all your face, a peak supreme being behind Xianxia said. You can try. In this world where the strong ruled, one had to fight until the other submitted. You're courting death, Xianxia. I'll teach him a lesson first. You watch from the side. This peak supreme being was called Fei, one of the 4 heroes of the Unfalling Eagle tribe. The leader of the 4 heroes was Xianxia, and Lan Yu was also one of them. Xianxia nodded slightly, giving his opponent enough space, and said, move faster. Don't worry, it shouldn't take long. Fei walked in front of Yichen and extended his right hand. A blue spear appeared in his hand. The spearhead was blood blue, and judging from its aura, it was clearly a 3-star Earth Saint weapon. Take this. With the holy spear in hand, Fei shouted and stabbed at Yichen. In an instant, thousands of spear patterns surged out, as if thousands of little eagles were flying, full of freedom and unrestrained feeling. Your spear art isn't weak. Yichen was a bit surprised. Even though his opponent's spear art hadn't reached completion, it wasn't far from completion. Before becoming a supreme being, Yichen had always had an advantage in martial arts, but after becoming a supreme being, martial arts became his weakness. If it weren't for the word tyrant and illusion, he wouldn't even have a sword art at completion. Sword burial art. Facing the attack of thousands of spear patterns, Yichen used the space-time sword burial art. The sword burial art incorporated the essence of the word break. In terms of power, it might be a bit weaker than tyrant sword style and illusion sword style, but the powerful space-time sword aura could bury the opponent's time. Yichen stabbed out, and the thousands of spear patterns froze. Yichen's sword pierced through the spear patterns bit by bit, and finally landed on Ying Feihai's chest. Pooh, blood blossomed. Yichen pulled back immediately, not intending to completely injure his opponent. Thump thump thump, the space-time sword aura disappeared, and Ying Feihai took a few steps back as if he was struck by lightning. You are not my match, Yichen said to Ying Feihai. Just as Ying Feihai was about to say something, Xianxia said coldly, what is there to be smug about with the help of a sacred artifact? If I am not mistaken, the sword in your hand should be a 7-star sacred artifact. 7-star Earth Saint weapon. Everyone was shocked. Not to mention the Sky Saint artifact, there were only a few of them in the entire Wild's God continent. The Earth Saint artifact was what everyone was thinking about. The 7-star Earth Saint artifact was one of the best saint artifacts in the entire Wild's God continent. Normally, only legendary supremes could own one. What a coincidence, I also use a sword. The Heavenly Eagle sword in my hand is a 6-star Earth Saint artifact. Xianxia unsheathed a sword from his waist. The body of the sword was extremely sharp, giving people the sharpness of an eagle. The 4 heroes of the Unfalling Eagle tribe each had an Earth Saint tool, and all of them were 3-star Saint tools. If they wanted to upgrade their Star Saint tools, they could only rely on themselves. To upgrade the Heavenly Eagle sword to a 6-star Earth Saint tool, Xianxia had spent a lot of time and energy. Make your move. Yichen became serious. Eagle wind break. The speed of Xianxia's sword was extremely fast. Although it was unbelievably fast, it gave people a feeling of flying elegantly, as if he was gliding in the wind. Great completion sword art. Yichen took a deep breath. It was within Yichen's expectation that his opponent would have the chance to comprehend the word martial and upgrade his supreme sword art to the great completion realm. Now, he was looking forward to the word martial even more. It was still the sword burial art. If Xianxia's sword was a flexible sword, then Yichen's sword was a sword of stillness. When the two extreme swords collided, no one knew what would happen. Dang 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 dang, the sound of metal clashing filled the entire square. Yichen's sword burial art was forcibly broken by Xianxia's sword art. Xianxia's sword art was also a space-time sword art, and it was steadily suppressing Yichen. If it wasn't for the fact that Yichen had used a defensive stance at the critical moment, he wouldn't have been able to defend against his opponent's sword art. Powerful, his time profound should be at 80% completion. Yichen was very clear that it wasn't that his sword burial art was inferior to his opponent's sword art, but that his time profound was lower. He was at 70% completion, while his opponent was at 80%. Although the difference of 10% did not seem big, when it came to martial arts, the difference would be hundreds or even thousands of times. In other words, his opponent's space-time sword art was hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than Yichen's sword burial art. They were not even on the same level. Of course, Yichen's heaven sword was a 7-star Earth Saint weapon, while his opponent's was a 6-star Earth Saint weapon. Looking at the situation, Yichen was naturally at a disadvantage, being suppressed by Xianxia. Xianxia will win for sure. Seeing this, many young experts of the Unfalling Eagle tribe were very confident. The brat you brought back is not weak, but he doesn't seem to be Xianxia's opponent. In the tribe's palace, Ying Liexiong smiled lightly. Lan Yu said, Father, don't look down on him. He hasn't used his true ultimate skill yet. Oh, he still has ultimate skills? Just wait and see. Lan Yu was very confident in Yichen. Passively taking a beating was not Yichen's style. The sword burial art was also not his strongest sword technique. His strongest sword technique was the illusory sword form. For experts with weak heart power, the illusory sword form was their nemesis. Yichen didn't think that he could comprehend the heart power realm from the word martial. Even if he could comprehend it, he wouldn't have enough time. The difficulty would be very high. The heaven sword was brandished, and a sword light bubble spread out, instantly covering the entire plaza. Everyone within the range of the illusory sword form was affected by the illusion. What's going on? What happened? The young experts realized that they were alone in the void. They couldn't see anyone else, and the sky was filled with flashing sword lights. Occasionally, all sorts of strange scenes would appear. The illusory sword form would produce different illusions according to each person's personality. Xianxia had a strong personality. The illusion he produced was an incomparably huge sword chi sweeping over. This sword chi seemed to want to split the entire prairie. It was unstoppable. Impossible, it's an illusion. Xianxia was, after all, the #1 expert of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, the leader of the 4 heroes. He instantly retreated from the illusion, and what welcomed him was an ordinary sword light. In an extremely sorry state, Xianxia blocked the sword light. However, in his haste, he did not have the time to gather his strength, and his entire body was sent flying. "Daddy, how was it?" Lan Yu said with a smile. Liesheng nodded, "Not bad. This move uses speed to produce illusions. It can reflect everything in one's mind, including the subconscious. People without strong enough heart power will find it difficult to block this move. Alright, I agree to let him replace the Unfalling Eagle tribe in the Desolate God Tower." "You agree?" Lan Yu said excitedly. "Call him over in a while. I have something to discuss with him." "It's not that simple." Liesheng was rather interested in Yichen, but the test had just begun. With Yichen's current strength, he was not on par with the other 3 young experts. It would be difficult for him to even enter the top 5. Everything depended on whether he had potential. If he had enough potential, he still had enough time. Again. Xianxia was extremely unconvinced. Yichen had not defeated him, he had only made him suffer a little. As long as he was not affected by the illusion, Yichen would definitely not be his match. Enough. At this moment, Liesheng spoke. His voice spread to the plaza. Yes. No one dared to disobey the orders of the leader of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, not even Xianxia. Unfalling Eagle tribe's main hall. "You are not bad. You are qualified to represent my Unfalling Eagle tribe in the Desolate God Tower." Liesheng sized up Yichen and nodded to himself. Yichen felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at by the other party. The other party's eyes were like the sharpest scalpel in the world, able to see through all his secrets. Even his soul was under the other party's observation. Silver Martial Dao Yuan spirit, and not just a basic Silver Martial Dao Yuan spirit. The stronger the Martial Dao Yuan spirit, the more observant it was. It could see through all the secrets of others. It was said that if one could cultivate a gold Martial Dao Yuan spirit, they would not be far from becoming a true god. With a thought, they could cause the world to collapse and the opponent's body to disintegrate. "That would be my honor," Yichen said. Liesheng smiled, "Very humble, but humble requires confidence. Lan Yu should have told you the details of the Desolate God Tower. This time, the details have been changed. Only those who reach the top 9 will receive a portion of time. First place will receive 2 portions. 1 portion is 10 years, 2 portions is 20 years. If you can reach the top 9, I can let you comprehend the word martial for a year. If you reach first place, you can comprehend it for 2 years. What do you think?" "No problem." Yichen nodded without the slightest hesitation. If it were someone else, they might think that the time was too little. However, Yichen didn't think so. First, he didn't have the chance to participate in the first place. Even if he managed to obtain the amount of time for the Unfalling Eagle tribe, the others wouldn't be able to give him too much time to comprehend. Second, the tribe was so big, and everyone wanted to comprehend the martial character. If he had more time to comprehend it, the others would naturally have less time to do so. Under such circumstances, 1 or 2 years was already a luxury. It's not over yet. What I just said is without external help. However, with your strength, you can only reach the top 9. There is no hope for the first one, but I have a way for you to increase your strength even faster. The prerequisite is that the time you need to comprehend the word martial must be halved. Reach the top 9, comprehend the word martial for half a year. Reach first, comprehend the word martial for a year. What? Yichen frowned. Xianxia explained, my unfalling eagle tribe possesses 13 words left behind by a demigod. I can let you comprehend these words. For example, your time ultimacy is only at the 70% comprehension realm. I have the time word left behind by a demigod. As long as your perception is not low, you can raise your time ultimacy realm before challenging the desolate god tower. Time? Yichen's heart stirred. The time ultimacy was extremely difficult to raise. With the time word left behind by a demigod, there was indeed hope of raising the time ultimacy realm. Alright. This was a rare opportunity. Yichen did not believe that with his current strength, he would be able to reach first place. Being able to borrow external help was naturally a good thing. Are there any other words? There is still the guard word. However, there should not be enough time. In another year, the 100 years will be up. In this year, it would be impressive if you can comprehend a bit of the essence of the time word. Actually, Xianxia did not have much hope for Yichen. The main reason was that he did not give Yichen much time. He did not expect that only the top 9 would receive a portion of time. The first place would receive 2 portions. Yichen, comprehend the time word first. Don't be too impatient. Lanyu reminded Yichen from the side. Alright. Yichen nodded. A year was a little too short. Be it the time word or the guard word, they were both very important to him. The time word could help him raise his time ultimacy. The guard word could help him perfect his 5 elements defensive sword techniques. If he could comprehend these 2 words, his combat strength would greatly increase. This is the time word. Comprehend it well. Also, I have arranged a courtyard for you. In the future, that will be your residence until you leave. Xianxia tossed a stone to Yichen. On it was a time word. Just one word could affect time. Yichen could clearly see that the time around the stone had stopped flowing. It was like a pool of stagnant water. After Yichen left, Xianxia said to Lanyu, I have given him the chance. Now, it will depend on his comprehension. Lanyu said, Father, Yichen's comprehension is really high. He is much stronger than me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him back. That is for the best. Right, tell me about what happened along the way. Xianxia and Lanyu started to talk about daily life. In the courtyard, Yichen did not waste any time and started to comprehend the time word. What a weird word. Yichen found that once his consciousness entered the strange space of the time word, it stopped moving. He couldn't retract it even if he wanted to. He could only stay inside and watch. Time flew. Yichen's time profound slowly improved. Because his consciousness couldn't leave, Yichen continued to comprehend it. In the desolate god continent, if one didn't eat meat for a day, their strength would decrease. After a long time without meat, Yichen was so skinny that he was just a bag of bones. His strength had decreased by 1 or 2%. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Yichen was so skinny that he didn't even look like a human. Lanyu had been here once. Seeing Yichen like this, she frowned for a long time. Now, she finally understood why her father didn't want her to be in a hurry to comprehend the time word. It turned out that comprehending the time word required a huge price. People with low comprehension couldn't even comprehend it. Otherwise, their consciousness would be stuck in it forever and they would die of exhaustion. Another month passed. So dangerous. Yichen's consciousness withdrew. The reason his consciousness could withdraw was because his time profound had reached 80% completion. To comprehend the time word, he had to improve his time profound before he could withdraw. Otherwise, his consciousness wouldn't be able to extricate itself. After recuperating for a week and eating a large amount of supreme meat, Yichen finally recovered his strength. With his time profound reaching 80% completion, the power of Yichen's sword burial art and death cut increased greatly. They were equivalent to great accomplishment sword moves. They weren't any weaker than Hegemon sword style and illusory sword style. Especially the sword burial art, its power was even above illusory sword style. Illusory sword style used illusions to win, while sword burial art could make the opponent unable to move. Unless the opponent's time profound wasn't lower than Yi Chen's, and their heart power wasn't weak either. Still not enough. Yi Chen continued to comprehend the time word. The difference between time profound at 80% completion and time profound at 90% completion was like heaven and earth. 80% of time profound would allow the space-time sword art to have the power of a great accomplishment, supreme sword art. 90% would be close to perfection. As for time profound at 100%, it would definitely surpass perfection, supreme sword arts. One had to know that time profound was the strongest in battle. It was a level stronger than the other complementary profounds. It could contend with the most ordinary supreme sword arts. I underestimated him. Ying Liexiong had been observing Yi Chen these days. He was shocked to see Yi Chen raise his time profound to 80% in just 4 months. He had thought that Yi Chen would be able to raise his time profound to the peak of 70% in a year. Usually, the peak of 70% time profound would allow his mind to leave the strange space. He was prepared to use some energy to maintain Yi Chen's vitality. This little girl's eyes are really good. She casually found a peerless genius. Compared to the outsider called Evil Star from the Star Sea tribe, this boy's talent is much higher. I hope he can fight for 2 portions of time for the Unfalling Eagle tribe. Maybe I can give him more time to comprehend the word martial. Days passed. The young experts of the 5 tribes were all preparing. Star Sea tribe. Evil Star, you must get first place for the Star Sea tribe this time. On an island surrounded by the sea, the leader of the Star Sea tribe and a young man stood side by side. The young man was very handsome, and there was an evil aura in his eyes. This evil aura was not acquired but innate. Members of the evil spirit race usually had this kind of evil aura. However, it was not as thick as the young man's. Evil Star smiled calmly. Leader, don't worry. I was careless last time. I didn't expect the Battle Tower tribe's battle bear to be as strong as me. With some effort, I can definitely surpass him. That's for the best. Don't worry. I can make it up to you if there are any consequences. Thank you, leader. Evil Star looked up at the sky. The leader of the Star Sea tribe beside him disappeared without a sound. It's been 300 years. I wonder what I can return to the outside world and the familiar universe. He had disappeared 700 years ago, but he had only been in the Wild's God continent for 300 years. In the past 400 years, he had fallen into a dangerous place and came to the Wild's God continent by chance. When I return to the universe, the evil spirit race will definitely rise. The demons can only be on equal footing with the evil spirit race. Evil Star was very ambitious. He wanted to control the entire evil spirit race and make it one of the strongest races in the universe. He would not be ranked behind the demons and the human race. He clenched his fists tightly, and a terrifying evil shadow appeared above his head. Descending from the middle of the clouds, he stood high above, overlooking the common people. On a cliff that was covered in drifting clouds, a young man with boundless charisma stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He quietly stood there, yet it was as though he was the center of the world, the ruler of the universe. His aura contained a terrifying charm, causing those with lower cultivation bases to be involuntarily attracted to him, wanting to submit to him. His body contained a tyrannical aura, the aura of a king, the aura of a leader, and the aura of a supreme genius. It was extremely hard to describe. As expected of the great demon king bloodline, the essence of the demons. An old man floated over. He was the leader of Yunzhong tribe, Yun Piaomiao. Leader. The young man did not even turn his head. His posture was neither servile nor overbearing. From the looks of it, you should be very confident in the desolate God Tower. Confidence is an illusory thing. I only believe in strength. Yun Piaomiao did not mind the other party's arrogance. He was well aware of how frightening the great demon king bloodline was. The other party had not even been in the desolate God continent for 100 years, yet he already had the strength of a legend sovereign. This was simply unimaginable. It should be known that the other party was only at the 7th life and death realm when he first arrived. It's good that you have such confidence. However, the Battle Tower tribe's War Bear and the Redbud Flower tribe's Conshuili cannot be underestimated. They might also have the strength of a legend sovereign. The most noteworthy one is that young expert from the outside world called Evil Star. He should be a formidable opponent for you. Sovereign Evil Star. I've long wanted to defeat him, but I never had the chance. I'll let him know that there is only one genius in this world, and that's me. Hee hee. Yun Piamia chuckled. In truth, he was still not used to interacting with the great Demon King bloodline. The Battle Tower tribe was filled with towers. A young man who was even more muscular than a bear was training with a metal tower. His body gave off an intense feeling, as if his body was a supreme weapon, indestructible. Every single hair on his body was sharper than any weapon. As long as it was activated, it could easily pierce through anything. This was a pure body training, even purer than Yichen's immortal sword body. As for which was better, it was hard to say. Dong, the metal tower was thrown to the ground, and the muscular young man jumped up and slapped the top of the metal tower. Kacha, the metal tower sank a little, and with another slap, the metal tower continued to sink. After a few hundred slaps, only the top of the metal tower was left above the ground. 99 missions have been completed for today. Only one left. The muscular young man muttered to himself. In the Redbud Flower tribe, women were respected. In this place, the experts were mostly women. Men were few and far between. Moreover, as vassals, the ones in charge were all women. The Redbud Flower tribe was surrounded by countless flowers. The entire Redbud Flower tribe seemed to be growing in the midst of countless flowers, inseparable from them. On the southern side, a woman was currently plucking flowers. The strange thing was that the flowers she plucked were not real flowers, but rather illusory images of flowers. 1, 2, 3. Very soon, the flowers in her hands became a bunch, filled with a myriad of colors and looked somewhat illusory. A female attendant walked over, and when she saw the flowers in the woman's hands, she was given a fright. This was because what she saw was not a bunch of flowers, but rather a bunch of sinister-looking snakes. Princess, the leader is asking for you. Okay, I'll be right there. The woman carried the flowers and followed behind the maid. Soon, the two of them arrived at the magnificent hall of the Redbud Flower tribe. In the main seat of the hall, a charming woman glanced at the flowers in the woman's hands. She couldn't help but smile. Xueli, seems like your heart force has reached another level. The woman casually tossed the flowers into the air. The illusions of the flowers instantly imprinted themselves on the walls on both sides of the hall, becoming vivid and lifelike murals. The word heart left behind by the demigod realm is extremely profound, second only to the word martial. Recently, my comprehension of the word heart has reached a new level. That's for the best. Last time, my Violet Gold Flower tribe held the word martial for 30 years. This time, we'll fight for 40 years. In these 40 years, I'll give you 10 years so that your supreme martial arts can reach the perfection realm and your martial will can reach the 9th level. The higher one's comprehension of the profound of time, the harder it was to comprehend. This didn't mean that the profound of time was stronger than the profound of strength. The main reason was that the profound of time couldn't be separated from the profound of space, and the profound of space couldn't be separated from the profound of time. As the level of the profound of time increased, the power of time and space would become more and more terrifying. After another 6 months, Yichen finally raised his comprehension of the profound of time to 85%. Leave some time for the word guard. After his comprehension of the profound of time reached 80%, it was much easier to withdraw his consciousness. Yichen didn't intend to continue comprehending the word time. In the next 2 months, it would be hard for him to make any progress. He might as well use the time to comprehend the word guard and try to raise the power of the 5 elements defensive sword art to the grand completion realm. This is the word guard, for you. Ying Liexiong didn't refuse Yichen's request. On the contrary, he admired it. Most people would go crazy when they saw the word guard. How could they be as calm as Yichen? He left the rest of the time for the word guard. This was the best way to increase his strength. After obtaining the word guard, Yichen immediately entered the strange space. he didn't have much time left. He didn't dare to be certain that he could completely comprehend the essence of the word guard in 2 months. That was because it was even more profound than the words tyrant, break, and illusion. But as long as he could comprehend 20 to 30% of it, it should be enough for it to become a grand completion supreme defensive sword art. A grand completion supreme defensive sword art was twice as important as a grand completion supreme offensive sword art. If the attack was high and the defense was weak, then others could find your flaws and defeat you. But if your defense was also high, then even if others found your flaws, it would be very difficult to defeat you. Offense was used to defeat others, while defense was used to protect oneself. Yi Chen's advantage was that he had the immortal sword body. With the immortal sword body and the guard, even ordinary legendary supremes wouldn't be able to do anything to Yi Chen. In the center of the wilderness god continent, there was an ancient pagoda. The pagoda was very high, reaching all the way to the clouds. It was a place that even legendary supremes could not reach. On the eaves of every floor of the pagoda, there were 4 bells. The bells did not move at all, and even when the wind blew, it did not move. On the signboard on the first floor of the pagoda, there were 2 words, Wilderness God. On this day, dozens of people from each of the 5 tribes flew towards the Wilderness God pagoda. 10 of them were the young experts of the tribes. Among the people of the Unfalling Eagle tribe, Lan Yu whispered to Yi Chen, how much progress have you made in comprehending the word guard in 2 months? She was very clear about how terrifying Battle Bear, Kong Xueli, and Evil Star were. 100 years ago, the 3 of them were no weaker than Xianxia. After 100 years, she really did not know what realm the 3 of them had reached. Perhaps they were already at the legendary supremes level. I have roughly comprehended 30 to 40% of its essence. Don't worry, my extreme prosperity decline has already reached the large success stage. With my defense, I still have a chance. In a short while, the group arrived beside the Wilderness God Pagoda. The Wilderness God Pagoda released a faint pressure that made everyone not dare to make any noise. The people of the Star Sea Tribe, Battle Pagoda Tribe, Redbud Flower Tribe, and Yunzhong Tribe arrived slightly later than the people of the Unfalling Eagle Tribe. The leaders of the 5 tribes did not look around and did not exchange glances with each other. The young experts sized each other up. After all, they were the ones to enter the Wilderness God Pagoda, so they had to see if there were any new faces. Who is that black-robed young man from Yunzhong Tribe? Why haven't I seen him before? He should be a rising genius from Yunzhong Tribe. He looks extraordinary. I actually feel subservient to him. How is this possible? Some of the young experts were puzzled and did not dare to look at him again. It seemed that if they looked at him again, their fighting spirit would vanish. In the Star Sea Tribe, Evil Star frowned slightly. The black-robed young man gave him quite a bit of pressure. Furthermore, he felt that he was very familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen him before. Who is it? That damned black-robed man. How could Evil Star not know that the black robe looked ordinary, but it was able to shield him from observation? Zhang Xiong and Kong Xueli were also sizing up the black-robed youth. Zhang Xiong's eyes burned like torches as he tried to penetrate the black robe. However, no matter how hard he tried, his gaze lingered outside the black robe. What kind of black robe is this? It can actually block my heaven-battling Dharma eyes. It shouldn't be a sage artifact. The Desolate God Tower does not allow sage artifacts to be used. The Desolate God Tower paid particular attention to absolute fairness. Hence, sage artifacts could not be used, only cardinal treasure weapons could be used. Kong Xueli closed her eyes. If someone with supreme heart force were here, they would definitely discover that a heart's eye had appeared in the void. This heart's eye was currently observing the black-robed young man. Heart's eye. The black-robed young man's heart stirred. When one's heart force reached an extremely high level, the heart's eye would be born. The heart's eye was more powerful than any other eye. It could observe down to the smallest detail and would not be affected in any way. The black-robed young man had the bloodline of the great demon king, but he believed that his heart force realm was inferior to Kong Xueli's. Of course, although his heart force realm was inferior, he could still interfere. In the next moment, the black robe fluttered without any wind. A distorted heart force appeared on it, causing the heart's eye to be unable to see anything unless Kong Xueli stubbornly wanted to see through it. However, it was clear that Kang Xueli had given up. Since the other party did not want others to know his identity, he definitely had a way to prevent others from observing him. Oh? At this moment, the black-robed young man's expression changed slightly. A pair of eyes had seen through his black robe. Following the source of the gaze, the black-robed young man saw Yichen of the Unfalling Eagle tribe. The two's gazes met. Yichen's netherworld sacred eye contained the will of hell. It could see through all secrets. Demonic energy, extremely pure demonic energy. Could it be the bloodline of the legendary Great Demon King? Yichen had never seen such pure demonic energy. Compared to the other party, the heavenly demon sovereign was like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. It was not even worth mentioning. Even the dark witch or dark goddess could not compare to such pure demonic energy. Yichen could not think of any other possibility. The only explanation was the bloodline of the Great Demon King. Yichen. The black-robed young man knew Yichen. It was also thanks to Yichen that he came to the Wild's God continent. The outside world was different from the Wild's God continent. It was very difficult to become a supreme in the outside world, but it was much easier in the Wild's God continent. However, for the Great Demon King bloodline, it was the same everywhere. The only difference was that there was Yichen in the outside world. Yichen became a supreme first and was invincible among the young experts in the world. As for the black-robed young man, he was born too late. The first opportunity was seized by Yichen. It was difficult for him to suppress Yichen in the outside world. As a Great Demon King bloodline, he could not allow others to suppress him. Therefore, he was sent to the Wild's God continent by the demons through a special method. He wanted to establish his own mountain on the Wild's God continent and then return to the universe in an invincible manner to completely suppress Yichen. But what would come would come. The two met on the Wild's God continent. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Chen Tianding, the leader of the Yunzhong tribe, said. Okay. The leaders of the 4 tribes nodded. The 10 of you, do your best. Do not have any distracting thoughts. Ying Liexiong instructed Yichen's group. Yes. Go. Each tribe sent 10 young experts. A total of 50 young experts entered the first level of the Wild's God Tower. The Wild's God Tower had its own universe. The 50 young experts entered, but after entering, they were not together. This was a unique space. Yichen looked ahead and saw a lump of flesh squirming. Soon, the flesh turned into a member of the desolate race. He held a large saber and charged at Yichen. The sword in Yichen's hand was not the sky sword. In the Wild's God Tower, one could not use a sage artifact. He could only use a supremacy weapon. This sword was given to him by Ying Liexiong, the Heavenly Star Sword. It was a grade 5 supremacy sword. Yichen killed his opponent in one strike. The opponents on the first level of the Wild's God Tower were very weak. Yichen estimated that they were roughly equivalent to the weakest ordinary supremacy. Any genius supremacy could instantly kill him. The second level, the third level, with every level, the opponent's strength would increase. Soon, Yichen reached the 400th level. Ding-ling-ling, outside, the bell rang crazily. Every time the bell rang, it meant that someone had passed that level. To the 50 young experts, the first few hundred levels were not difficult at all. It was just a matter of who was faster and who was slower. Finally, one person was eliminated. It was a young expert from the Battle Pagoda tribe. When this young expert saw that he was the first to be eliminated, his face turned ashen. The blow was too great. He knew that his strength was not much, but to be the first to be eliminated was too embarrassing. The Battle Pagoda tribe's leader snorted coldly and ignored him. After the 500th floor, more and more people were eliminated. After half a day, a total of 24 people had been eliminated. 3 from the Redbud Flower tribe, 5 from the Battle Pagoda tribe, 6 from the Yunzhong tribe, 4 from the Star Sea tribe, and 6 from the Unfalling Eagle tribe. In terms of overall strength, the Redbud Flower tribe was clearly superior. At this moment, Yichen had already reached the 600th floor. He was one of the fastest. From the 600th floor onwards, the Desolate Spirit already had the strength of a quasi-legend sovereign. It was no longer something that could be easily dealt with. Fortunately, the Desolate Spirit in the Desolate God Tower only needed to deal a certain amount of damage to pass. There was no need to completely annihilate the opponent. Of course, there was no chance of completely annihilating the Desolate Spirit. After parrying the Desolate Spirit's attack, Yichen thrust the Heavenly Star Sword forward. The sword beam pierced through the Desolate Spirit's forehead. When fighting against a true quasi-legend sovereign, this strike would definitely not be able to take the opponent's life. It would even be difficult to injure the opponent. One would need to use a Supreme Sword technique. However, against a Desolate Spirit, there was no need to be so particular. The 601st floor. The 620th floor. The 675th floor. After passing through floor after floor, Yichen successfully surpassed the previous Desolate God Tower's highest score of the 655th floor. However, this result was nothing. Now, even Lan Yu had surpassed the previous Desolate God Tower's highest score. 100 years had passed, and everyone had made great progress. It would be strange if they stagnated. Among them, the black-robed youth was the fastest. He had already reached the 685th floor, followed by Kong Xueli, who had reached the 682nd floor. Evil Star had reached the 680th floor. War Xiong was slightly lower than Yi Chen, at the 672nd floor. As for the others, they were not as lucky. If they were not eliminated, they were in a deadlock. They could not defeat the Desolate Spirit in a short period of time, but they were unwilling to be eliminated. The crystal tablet at the entrance of the first floor of the Desolate God Tower displayed a row of images. The first was the black-robed youth's image. Behind the image was the number 685, indicating that he had passed the 685th floor. The second was Kong Xueli. There were a total of 50 people's images. Yichen was ranked 4th, and the last person had only reached the 425th floor. He was the first young expert from the Battle Pagoda tribe to be eliminated. Of the 50 images, 15 were colored, and the rest were gray. Colored meant that they were still trying, and gray meant that they had quit. Titan, looks like it will be very difficult for your Battle Pagoda tribe's Battle Bear to get first place this time. Chen Tianding, the leader of the Star Sea tribe, looked at Titan with a smile. War Pagoda was ranked 5th. Titan coldly snorted, "That's not necessarily true. War Bear's offense and defense are balanced. His speed in the tower might not be the fastest, but he is definitely the steadiest. Watch. Tai images, Tai images." After 2 hours, there were only 9 images left. These 9 images were the top 9. The Unfalling Eagle tribe's leader, Ing Liexiong, had an ugly expression on his face. Xianxia had actually been eliminated and did not enter the top 9. In the previous Desolate God Tower, he had made it to 5th place, earning some time for the Unfalling Eagle tribe. Lan Yu was eliminated along with Xianxia. Although Lan Yu's strength was not weak, she was still too inexperienced. She was unable to make it into the top 9. If not for Yichen standing in front of them, the Unfalling Eagle tribe would have lost a lot of face. Xianxia's face alternated between green and white. He did not even dare to look at Ing Liexiong. This time, he had suffered a huge blow. It was a bigger blow than losing to Yichen. Losing to Yichen was a personal honor, but not making it into the top 9 was the tribe's honor. "Leader, I will definitely work hard next time." Xianxia braced himself and said. "Don't say any more." Ing Liexiong waved his hand. He was a bit lucky. Luckily, Yuer had brought Yichen back. Otherwise, the Unfalling Eagle tribe would have been completely annihilated. They would not even be able to fight for a single time. The leader of Yunzhong tribe, Yun Piaomiao, smiled and said to Ing Liexiong, "Your Unfalling Eagle tribe is quite lucky. There is actually one more person in the top 9. Ing Liexiong sneered, "Don't be happy too early. As long as he can make it to first place, the Unfalling Eagle tribe will still get 2 times shares. 2 times shares was equivalent to 20 years. It was an average. It was neither a profit nor a loss. If he can make it to first place, I will lose 3 divine stones to you. How about that?" Yun Piaomiao made a bet. Ing Liexiong said without hesitation, "Remember to keep your word." "Don't worry. With so many people here, of course I will keep my word. But what if he doesn't make it to first place? At most, I will give you 3 divine stones. It's a deal. The two made the bet and then ignored each other, quietly watching the changes in the rankings. 685, 686, 687, 690, 695, 700. The black-robed youngster, who was ranked first, rushed to the 700th floor in one breath. One had to know that the 700th floor and above corresponded to the strength of the legendary supremes. Moreover, looking at the black-robed youngster's speed, it was very average. It seemed like he didn't encounter any obstacles. This was completely different from passing one floor in half a day. So powerful. He actually made it to the 700th floor. Could it be that he can fight against the legendary supremes? Although the young experts of Yunzhong tribe had seen the black-robed youngster before, they weren't too familiar with him. Moreover, they had been defeated by him before. At this moment, they realized that the black-robed youngster's strength was much stronger than theirs. He had never fought against them seriously before. Naturally, he can fight against the legendary supremes if he made it to the 700th floor. However, he should just be an ordinary legendary supremes. Let's see how many floors he can reach, Yun Lai, who used to be the top young expert of Yunzhong tribe, said. Yun Piaomiao looked at Ing Liexiong proudly. The bloodline of the great demon king was so terrifying. There was no doubt that he would be ranked first. Ing Liexiong's expression changed slightly. As a legendary supremes, he could tell that this wasn't the black-robed youngster's limit. He looked down. Kong Xueli, who was ranked second, had made it to the 695 floor. Evil Star had made it to the 690 floor. Yi Chen had made it to the 688 floor. It wasn't too bad. Father, don't worry. Yi Chen's physical defense is very strong. Lan Yu reminded Ing Liexiong. Yes. Ing Liexiong nodded slightly. Although a high defense didn't mean that he was fast, he could at least resist. As for the black-robed youngster, his attacks must be very strong. Soon, Kong Xueli had also made it to the 700th floor. Kong Siwei, the leader of the Red Bud Flower tribe, smiled. Being ranked first now didn't mean that she would be ranked first in the future. She was very confident in Xueli. Unknowingly, there were only 5 people left in the desolate God Tower. The other 4 had been eliminated. Everyone was paying attention to their rankings and the floors they had passed. Following that, Evil Star also reached the 700th floor. This meant that 3 out of the 5 had the strength of a legendary supremacy. It was unknown if Yi Chen and War Bear could reach the 700th floor. Everyone in the Unfalling Eagle tribe held their breaths. Whether Yi Chen could reach the first place was very important to them. If he could not, they would only get a portion of time, which was 10 years. It was too little. Of course, this could not be blamed on Yi Chen. The 3 people before him were too abnormal. Everyone in the Battle Pagoda tribe had grave expressions. They did not expect the competition to be so intense. 695, 696, 697, 698, Lan Yu felt that she had stopped breathing. She stared at Yi Chen's number of floors. 699, 700. Yeah. Lan Yu shouted. Ing Liexiong let out a sigh of relief. There was a huge difference between reaching the 700th floor and not reaching the 700th floor. Reaching the 700th floor meant that Yi Chen also had the power of a legend rank supreme warrior, and there would be more competition after that. Humph. Yun Piaomiao, the leader of the Yunzhong tribe, snorted coldly. He thought to himself, I have underestimated this kid. Outsiders really cannot be underestimated. After that, War Bear also reached the 700th floor. Tai Tan, the leader of the Battle Pagoda tribe, did not have any expression on his face. He already knew that War Bear had the strength of a legendary supremacy. Reaching the 700th floor was expected, so there was no need to make a fuss about it. In the blink of an eye, the 5 had been fighting in the desolate God Tower for 3 days and 3 nights. The closer one's strength was, the harder it was to defeat the other. This was because they were in the desolate God Tower. If they were in the outside world, if 2 opponents of similar strength wanted to completely defeat the other, they might not be able to determine the victor even after several days and nights. At the moment, the black-robed youth was still in first place. He had reached the 718th floor, Kang Xueli was second, 715th floor. Evil Star was third, 712th floor. Yichen was fourth, 710th floor. War Bear was fifth, 706th floor. The gap between the five had shrunk a little. The slowest and fastest were only separated by 12 floors. Another 2 days passed, and none of the five were eliminated. The black-robed youngster cleared 725 levels, Kang Xueli 723, Evil Star 721, Yichen 720, and War Bear 718. The gap between the two had shrunk even further. The main reason was that the desolate spirit would grow stronger the further it went, and the longer it would take to defeat its opponent. On the 721st floor, Yichen brandished the heavenly star sword in his hand. He did his best to search for the desolate spirit's weak points. At this stage, he had no choice but to bring out his full strength. After fighting for 5 days and 5 nights, his mind, qi, and spirit were all focused. He had already fought to the point of forgetting himself. Dang dang dang. Sparks flew everywhere. Not only was Desolate Spirit's offense and defense powerful, but its combat techniques were also flawless. If one wanted to find an opening, one would have to take the initiative to force it to reveal one. Got it. After exchanging several thousand blows, Yichen finally found a small opening and pierced his sword through Huang Ling's throat. The 722nd floor. Daddy, Yichen passed another floor. Lan Yu said excitedly to Ying Lai Xiong. N. Ying Lai Xiong sighed. A year ago, Yichen's strength was far inferior to his current strength. Who would have thought that in just a year, he would improve so much? If he comprehended the word martial, how strong would he be? Ying Lai Xiong didn't even dare to think about it. How could this be? Ying Tianjia was dumbfounded. Before, he was not convinced of Yichen's strength. But at this moment, he no longer had any intention or fighting spirit to find trouble with Yichen. 5 heroes contending for supremacy, but only one can look down on the others. This really makes one's blood boil. The leader of the Star Sea tribe, Chen Tianding, sighed. The 723rd floor, the 724th floor. Yichen steadily advanced. A day later, he reached the 727th floor. But while he was improving, the others weren't slow either. The black-robed youth was the first to pass the 730th floor. Kang Xueli reached the 728th floor. Xiaxing and Yichen were both at the 727th floor. War Bear was gradually pulled away from him. He was now at the 723rd floor. This wasn't to say that War Bear was weak. It was mainly because he was the type to attack head-on. It was difficult to defeat him, but it was also difficult for him to defeat others. I'm almost at my limit. Xiaxing did not know how the others were doing, but he was almost at his limit. Evil reincarnation. An evil phantom image appeared behind him. As the phantom image entered his body, Xiaxing's combat strength immediately skyrocketed. This was a terrifying mystic technique that dealt 1,000 damage to the enemy and 800 damage to oneself. The 730th floor, the 731st floor, the 732nd floor. Xiaxing reached the 735th floor in one go. He officially surpassed the black-robed youth and became first. Unfortunately, the side effects of using evil reincarnation came. With a moment of carelessness, Xiaxing was eliminated from the Desolate God Tower. When he walked out of the Desolate God Tower, Xiaxing specially glanced at the crystal stone monument. He frowned. He was indeed first, but the other 4 were still inside. Well done. The leader of the Star Sea tribe, Chen Tianding, said to Xiaxing. Xiaxing did not say a word. His eyes stared intently at the black-robed youth's number of floors. He was now at the 733rd floor, only 2 floors away from his first place. Don't worry. They are basically at their limits. You have at least a 50% chance of obtaining first place. Chen Tianding was more worried about the black-robed youth. He hid his strength very well. He wanted to ask the leader of the Yunzhong tribe, Yun Piaomiao, but the black-robed youth did not say anything. Just as Chen Tianding had expected, the black-robed youngster had been stuck on the 733rd floor for a long time. It was obvious that he had reached a critical point. Kang Xueli and Yi Chen were also at the critical point. On the other hand, the war bear was climbing up step by step. In terms of offense and defense, no one could compete with him. The second to be eliminated was Kang Xueli. She was very strong. She had forcefully made it to the 734th floor. Clearly, she had used all her strength to temporarily surpass the black-robed youth. When she came out, her expression was ugly. However, she quickly regained her composure. Since she could not obtain first place, there was no longer any meaning to her ranking. Fortunately, the Redbud Flower tribe still led the way. 3 people made it into the top 9, earning 3 portions of the time. It was obvious that they had profited. The third to be eliminated was War Bear, which was out of everyone's expectations. They all thought that the third to be eliminated would be Yi Chen. War Bear's offense and defense were strong. He was very resilient. War Bear was eliminated one day after Kang Xueli. He had passed 1 floor less than Kang Xueli, reaching the 733rd floor. Unlucky. War Bear shook his head, feeling very depressed. Ring, 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 a bell rang out. The black-robed young man had reached the 734th level. He had spent too much time on the 733rd level. Although no one could see what was going on inside, they could guess that he must have experienced a bitter battle before he finally made it through. Now, the black-robed youth was only 1 floor away from Xiaxing's floor. As for Yi Chen, he was still ranked 5th. War Bear had used his trump card at the last moment and surpassed him. His current number of floors was the 732th floor. In order to pass the 732th level, Yi Chen had used all his skills. He had basically been defending for half a day before launching a counterattack. It could be said that comprehending the word guard and the immortal sword body accounted for 90% of the credit for Yi Chen reaching the 732th level. As for his attacks, although his time profound had reached 85% completion, his sword burial art was much stronger than tyrant sword form and illusory sword form, and his death cleave was slightly stronger than tyrant sword form and illusory sword form. The desolate spirit on this level was too monstrous. Its attacks were much stronger than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen could only slowly turn the situation around and find an opportunity to counterattack. Yi Chen didn't know how many levels the others had reached, but he knew that the Great Demon King's bloodline was definitely above his. This was an intuition without any reason. The Great Demon King's bloodline was the legendary bloodline of the demons. Their bloodline contained limitless potential that would never be exhausted. Once the Great Demon King's bloodline appeared, no matter how amazing a genius was, they would be overshadowed. Since ancient times, it wasn't that there weren't any geniuses that could compete with Yi Chen, but there were almost none that could surpass the Great Demon King's bloodline. Some people said that the Great Demon King's bloodline was the pinnacle of bloodlines in the world. They appeared to accept the worship and fear of the world. Continue to persevere. Whether it was for himself or for the future of the human race, Yi Chen felt that he couldn't give up now. Once he gave up, it would be difficult to compete with the Great Demon King's bloodline or even surpass it. Dang 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 dang, the desolate spirit on the 733th level was suppressing Yi Chen. Yi Chen wanted to counterattack several times, but he was suppressed by the desolate spirit. There was no chance for him to counterattack. Every time he tried his best to defend, it made Yi Chen's mind tense. He was very clear that as long as he made a mistake, the desolate spirit would find an opportunity to eliminate him. I can't hold on any longer. Although Yi Chen gritted his teeth and persevered, he had reached his limit. Pwah! Yi Chen's defense finally broke as the desolate spirit cleaved off Yi Chen's left arm. Blood splattered all over Yi Chen's face. In the blink of an eye, the desolate spirit's second strike came at Yi Chen's head. This strike was unavoidable for Yi Chen. In the extreme danger, Yi Chen's expression changed. He seemed to have returned to the strange space where he saw a human figure continuously performing defensive sword arts. Before entering the desolate God Tower, due to the short time, he only had 2 months to comprehend it. Therefore, he had only managed to comprehend 30 to 40% of the essence. However, right now, some of the essence of the word defend had appeared in his mind out of nowhere. It was imprinted in the deepest part of his soul like a slow-motion video. So you can defend like this? Yichen was deep in thought. Time seemed to have slowed down, and Yichen subconsciously rotated his right arm. Dang, the heavenly star sword blocked Huang Ling's saber, and he borrowed the force of Huang Ling's saber, causing Huang Ling's saber to strike him instead. True defense was not a single-minded defense. Defense also contained offense. It was just like how yin and yang did not grow alone. Defense was at its peak, while offense was at its peak. When offense reached the pinnacle, it also contained defense. It was the same principle. With his understanding of the word defend, it became much easier for Yichen to deal with the desolate spirit. Most of the power that the desolate spirit exerted was diverted away by Yichen, causing a backlash on the desolate spirit. Puff, a saber light flashed. Yichen was fine, but Huang Ling's head flew up. Level 733 passed. Level 734. The black-robed youth was covered in blood. After all, he was still too young. Although he had limitless potential, he faced the same predicament as Yichen, which was that he did not have enough time. If he had another 100 years, not to mention level 734, he was confident that he could even pass level 800. This is also my chance. The Great Demon King bloodline is an invincible bloodline. As long as there is enough pressure, I will definitely be able to make a breakthrough. Time to break through. The black-robed youth forgot everything as he punched out crazily. Every punch brought with it a dazzling black brilliance, like a black meteor flashing across the pitch-black starry sky. His punches became faster and more tyrannical. Finally, the black-robed youth's aura soared. Break! When his aura soared to the limit, the black-robed youth's fist force increased to an unimaginable level. When he punched out, space trembled. Huang Ling was sent flying, and a huge crater appeared in his chest. Level 734 passed. Following that, the black-robed youth passed level 735, his result tied with Evil Star. How is this possible? Their speed suddenly increased. Outside the desolate god tower, everyone was dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that the two had reached their limits. Who knew that Yichen's speed would increase first, and then the black-robed youth's speed would increase as well? They broke through. Ying Liexiong spat out a turbid breath. These two youths were too stunning. Compared to them, Xianxia was like comparing a firefly to the sun and moon. Are these the people from the outside world? Tai Tan, the leader of the Battle Pagoda tribe, frowned. The number of supremes in the outside world was countless times less than the desolate god continent, but there were some terrifying peerless geniuses like the black-robed youth, Yichen, and Evil Star. Damn it! Who is he? Evil Star could not guess the black-robed youth's identity. Time passed quickly, and soon, the black-robed youngster reached the 736th step, officially surpassing Evil Star. Behind him, Yichen also reached the 735th step. This is too easy. Yichen borrowed the opponent's strength to fight. Even if the opponent's attack was stronger than his, less than 30% of the attack was effective. The remaining 70% was all transferred by Yichen to the opponent. Level 736, Level 737, Level 740, this was the first time Yichen felt that defense could be so powerful and domineering. It was simply invincible. No matter how strong the opponent's attack was, unless it was too much stronger, it could be transferred back. Even if it couldn't be transferred back, it could still easily dissipate half of the force. If I can comprehend the entire essence of the word defend, it should be even easier. Yichen estimated that he had roughly comprehended 70% to 80% of the essence of the word defend. If Yichen had made a breakthrough in his defense, then the black-robed youth had made a breakthrough in his offense. His extreme offense allowed him to be unstoppable. However, it also proved that one could not last long. No matter how strong one's offense was, if one could not defeat the opponent in an instant, then it would be time to test one's defense. Clearly, the black-robed youth's defense was not as good as Yichen's. He had just used his offense to cover up this weakness. Poochie! The black-robed youth was split into two by the saber strike. His result was the 745th level. As he walked out of the desolate god tower, his heart skipped a beat. Yichen had not come out yet, and the projection was still colored. He had only cleared level 743. The Desolate Spirit Saber technique in the next 2 levels is very domineering. Let's see how you clear them. Thinking of how terrifying the 744 and 745 levels were, the black-robed youth calmed down. Just as the black-robed young man had said, the Desolate Spirit on the 744th level was extremely monstrous. Its blade art was unbelievably tyrannical. Every time it slashed out, there would be a thunderous explosion. 5 colored lightning flashed on the treasured blade, like 5 different colored lightning dragons converging together, bursting out with a blade energy that could destroy all life. Dang, as soon as they clashed, Yichen immediately felt that something was wrong. The opponent's blade art was too exquisite and overbearing. His own sword stance was at its peak and then declined. No, it should be called the defensive sword stance. Although the defensive sword stance was much stronger than ordinary great success supreme sword arts, it had not reached the level of a perfect supreme martial art. Moreover, the Desolate Spirit's blade art was not far from perfection. In terms of maturity, it was no weaker than the defensive sword stance. Yichen had no way to borrow strength to counter it. Sword burial art. Switching from defense to offense, Yichen stabbed towards the oncoming Desolate Spirit. Thousands of petals fluttered in the air, and the Desolate Spirit's movements became slower and slower. Finally, it froze in the void. But just as Yichen was about to stab it, the Desolate Spirit's body trembled and slid away like a fish, avoiding the sword. The Desolate Spirit on this level had incredible heart force. It could be immune to 90% of the power of space and time. The power of the heart surpassed everything. As long as the heart was strong enough, there was really nothing that could restrain it. In the end, Yichen relied on the defensive sword stance to defeat the Desolate Spirit. After all, the Desolate Spirit's attacks could not break the defensive sword stance. Yichen could use the defensive sword stance to block when the Desolate Spirit attacked, and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. And when the Desolate Spirit faced Yichen's attacks, it could only block or dodge again and again. There was bound to be a flaw. The 745th level, this level of Desolate Spirit was equivalent to an enhanced version of the previous level. The blade technique seemed to have surpassed Yichen's defensive sword form. The penetration of the thunder blade force was extremely strong. Fortunately, Yichen's immortal sword body was not weak either. Even if the defensive sword form could not offset all the blade force, the immortal sword body could still barely withstand it. Outside the desolate god tower, the black-robed youth's expression turned gloomy. He was just 1 level away and Yichen's results would be the same as his. Originally, he did not think much of Yichen, thinking that it was only natural for him to surpass him. However, now, he could faintly feel that Yichen would be his greatest opponent in this life, a formidable opponent. After 12 hours, Yichen passed the 745th floor. After spending a day, Yichen passed the 746th floor. When he reached the 747th floor, Yichen's defensive sword stance collapsed. It could not be defended at all. The Desolate Spirit's blade technique had reached the level of a perfected supreme blade technique. With just 1 strike, Yichen's defensive sword stance was broken. With the 2nd strike, Yichen was sent flying. With the 3rd strike, Yichen was cleaved in half. It was a clean and efficient move. Finally, Yichen reached the 746th floor, 1 level higher than the black-robed youth. We won. Lan Yu cried out in excitement. We really won. Xianxia was also very happy. It was not easy for him to obtain 1st place. At least, he did not embarrass the Unfalling Eagle tribe. He decided to give all the 3 divine stones from the bet with Yun Miao Miao to Yichen. After all, they had benefited greatly from Yichen. The time to comprehend the Wu character was also given to Yichen. Originally, it was 1 year, but now it was 2 years. No more. He had to comprehend the Wu character, Lan Yu also had to comprehend the Wu character, and some of the elders of the Unfalling Eagle tribe also had to comprehend the Wu character. Yichen obtaining 1st place was out of everyone's expectations. The leaders of the other 4 tribes were a little indignant. Yun Miao Miao, when will you give me my 3 divine stones? Xianxia said. Yun Miao Miao's heart was filled with hatred. He originally thought that the Great Demon King bloodline would definitely be able to get first place, but who knew that there would be a time when the bloodline could not compete with others. 3 divine stones was not a small number. Even if it was him, he would have to spend a lot of effort and time to obtain it. But, as the leader of a rank 8 tribe, he still wanted to save face. I only have 2 divine stones here. The remaining one, I'll give it to you in the future. As he spoke, Yun Miao Miao took out 2 divine stones from his storage ring and threw them to Ying Liexiong. Haha, no rush. I, Ying Liexiong, am not a stingy person. The remaining one, you can give it to me in 1 year. Ying Liexiong stated the time limit of 1 year. Otherwise, who knew how long the other party would drag it out for? Ying Liexiong, you really hid yourself well. You managed to find an outside genius to help you without making a sound. The leader of Star Ocean Tribe, Chen Tianding, looked at Yi Chen with interest and said to Ying Liexiong. Luck, luck. Ying Liexiong laughed. Let's go. The Battle Tower Tribe's Tai Tan turned around and left with a dark face. This time, the Battle Tower Tribe only had 1 person in the top 9, which was the tribe with the least amount of time. Brother, let's spar when we have time. The Battle Bear did not really care about this result, so he sent a message to Yi Chen before leaving. Evil Star looked at the young man in black robes and then at Yi Chen, his brows furrowed. He did not know where these 2 came from, but he had a feeling that they would have countless conflicts in the future. I, Evil Star Supreme, have dominated the world for so many years. I will not give up easily. For the first time, Evil Star felt that he had not worked hard enough before. If these 2 had appeared earlier, perhaps his power would have been even higher, because only with competition would he have the will to fight. Interesting, but this is what makes it challenging. With the bloodline of the Great Demon King, the black-robed young man did not have any weaknesses. It was the same for his temperament. Losing to Yi Chen did not make him feel any negative emotions. This only stimulated his potential. Since ancient times, there had been many astounding geniuses. The bloodline of the Great Demon King could not gain the upper hand from the beginning, but the final victor was undoubtedly the bloodline of the Great Demon King. Continue working hard. The stronger you are, the stronger I will be. The black-robed young man was like a black bolt of lightning, disappearing on the spot. After the people from the 4 major tribes left, the people from the Unsetting Eagle tribe also began their journey back to the Unsetting Eagle tribe. On the crystal tablet at the entrance of the first level of the Wilderness God Tower, the 50 images gradually disappeared. The top 3 flickered. According to the rules, the first tribe would be the first to obtain the word Wu. Previously, Yunzhong tribe was the last to obtain the word Wu. Therefore, the next day, Yunzhong tribe's leader, Yun Piaomiao, sent the word Wu over. Yi Chen was not in a hurry to comprehend the word Wu. He planned to first comprehend the word time and guard. According to the literal meaning of the word Wu, it contained the ultimate profoundness of martial arts. Without sufficient preparation, it would be very strenuous to comprehend it. 2 years might be a waste of time. After spending an entire year, Yi Chen finally comprehended the time ultimacy to the 90% realm. However, in the following months, it was difficult for him to progress further. It turned out that after the time ultimacy reached the 90% realm, he needed to raise his martial Dao Yuan soul to the silver rank if he wanted to continue comprehending it. The power of space and time, which was formed by the combination of the time ultimacy and space ultimacy, was the strongest power. It was not easy to control it. With the time ultimacy at the 90% realm, Yi Chen's sword burial art had finally reached perfection. It was a truly perfected supreme sword move. With one strike, 3,000 flower petals danced. After passing the word to Ying Liexiong, Yi Chen began to comprehend the word defend. Yi Chen had already comprehended 70 to 80% of the word's essence, only lacking the last 20 to 30%. As long as he comprehended this 20 to 30%, he would be able to reach the level of a perfect supreme defensive sword technique. In the strange space of the word defend, the silhouette displayed the defensive sword technique again and again. Every time he displayed the defensive sword technique, Yi Chen would gain some insights. Defense is just a goal, the process does not need to be blindly defensive. One can borrow strength to fight strength, one can retreat to advance, one can advance to retreat, one can meet force with force, one can change hardness to softness, one can use softness to overcome hardness. The process is ever-changing, but the result is the same, which is to block the enemy's attack. Leaving the strange space of the word defend, Yichen took out the heavenly star sword and began to practice. In the past, when Yichen used the sword technique, the 5-colored sword light would form a huge ball of light to protect Yichen. Now, when Yichen used the sword technique, the sword light would change from visible to invisible, from colored to colorless, but once it entered the range of the sword technique, it would be out of control. The sword energy would surge, making it hard for people to tell what was real and what was fake. Instead, it was 10 to 100 times stronger than the huge ball of light formed by the 5-colored sword light. On this day, Ying Liexiong arrived nearby, excited to see his prey. Ying Liexiong punched at Yichen. Be careful. Ying Liexiong was a top expert among the legendary supremes. His fist energy was vast. Even if it was just a casual attack, it would far surpass the desolate spirit on the 747th floor of the desolate god tower. Before the fist energy arrived, Yichen's sword technique had already fluctuated, like a tsunami crashing over, wanting to destroy all of his defenses. Retreat to advance, use softness to overcome hardness, turn hardness to softness, meet force with force, advance to retreat, borrow strength to fight strength. Almost subconsciously, Yichen took a series of measures. First, he avoided the sharpness of the fist power, avoiding the most powerful attacking point of the fist power. Then, he softened his sword power, using softness to defeat the toughness. When the fist power weakened a bit, his sword power suddenly became more aggressive. He took the posture of advancing as if he was retreating. Finally, he used the power of the fist power to counterattack, which dissolved most of the fist power. Although the remaining part of the fist power could not be dissolved, the damage it brought was reduced by hundreds of times. Alright. This defensive sword stance of yours is almost at perfection, right? Ying Liexiong praised. He had only used 1/10,000th of his strength in that punch. It should be known that he was different from Yichen. Yichen's battle prowess had only reached the legendary supreme level, while he had reached the legendary supreme level in all aspects. In every aspect, he was far superior to Yichen. Therefore, even if it was just 1/10,000th of his strength, not everyone would be able to withstand it. Just a little more. Yichen let out a breath and looked at Ying Liexiong. There's no rush. Cultivating martial arts isn't something that can be done in a day. Sometimes, you need to gain enlightenment. Yes, the leader is right. How could Yichen not understand? Right now, his defensive sword stance was infinitely close to perfection, but it was just lacking a little bit. Yichen had a feeling that if he wanted to reach perfection, he had to grasp the principle of returning to the origin. It was like a whirlpool in the deep sea. It didn't matter if it was a glacier or a tsunami, as long as the whirlpool was big enough, it would be able to swallow everything and dissolve everything. When are you preparing to comprehend the word Wu? Lan Yu has already comprehended it for almost a year. When the year is up, we will decide on the next person to comprehend it. Ying Liexiong asked. Yichen thought for a while and said, then it's my turn. Who knows, I might be able to comprehend the essence of the word defend. Alright. Ying Liexiong nodded. Very quickly, Lan Yu came out of seclusion. On the first day, she came to find Yichen and wanted to spar with him. Yichen, you need to be careful. This time, comprehending the word Wu has allowed my blade techniques to improve by leaps and bounds. All of them have reached perfection. Just bring it on. Yichen smiled. Revolving blade wheel. Lan Yu used a powerful blade technique right from the start. The spiraling blade light swept around crazily. Compared to the past, revolving blade wheel's charging time was shorter, and the explosion was fiercer. Break! Using Overlord sword stance, Yichen blocked it with his sword. Clang clang clang, Overlord sword stance was also a great perfection sword technique, and it was evenly matched with revolving blade wheel. When the blade and sword clashed, sparks flew everywhere. Overlord blade chop. Void-breaking blade. Illusionary moon blade. Lan Yu's ultimate moves were frequent. Every move was a great success supreme saber move, and it wasn't an ordinary great success supreme saber move. Unfortunately, against Yichen, none of these techniques were effective. Taste the blade technique I created based on the word Wu, Blue Age. Lan Yu's whole body leapt up and gently slashed down with her blade. All of a sudden, a crystal-shattering sound was heard, and blue crystal fragments were everywhere. Yi Chen's sword attack could not completely destroy the crystals, and could only make them more and more fragmented, which was hard to defend against. Amazing! How could Yi Chen not see that Lan Yu's blade technique was close to perfection? If he used sword burial art, Yi Chen would definitely be able to break it, but he wanted to try defensive sword stance. When defensive sword stance was used, the sword light was formless and colorless, but Lan Yu could clearly feel a whirlpool forming where Yi Chen was. Her blade energy disappeared without a trace. Of course, Blue Age was close to perfection. Although it couldn't break Yi Chen's defensive sword stance, it could make Yi Chen too busy to counterattack. You're really abnormal. You've comprehended the word defend to this level in such a short time. Lan Yu descended from the sky and said speechlessly. Yi Chen said, your Blue Age is not bad. It has the meaning of endless. Lan Yu mainly cultivated the yin and yang profound. Yin and yang coexisted, and Blue Age displayed the essence of the yin and yang profound to the extreme. But, it's not perfection yet. Lan Yu sighed and took out a huge stone from her storage ring, handing it over to Yi Chen. This is the word Wu. Comprehend it well. In the courtyard, a huge stone towered there, with a huge word written on it, Wu. This word seemed like an emperor. It was only a word, but it gave Yi Chen a feeling of inferiority. It was as if this word had transformed into an invincible martial artist. Even if it was motionless, it still gave off an intense feeling of intimidation, not daring to have the slightest blasphemous thought. The word Wu left behind by a demigod contains at least half of the demigod's martial arts essence, his lifetime of comprehension. Yi Chen could feel the boundless essence of martial arts from the word Wu. Just a little bit would be enough for him to digest for a long time. It would be impossible for him to digest it completely, unless he could become a legendary sovereign, and a peak one at that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to comprehend this word Wu. I'll take it slow. I'll cultivate the 5 elements sword arts to greater completion first, then to perfection. Yi Chen calmed his mind and entered the strange space of the word Wu. The path of martial arts was vast and boundless. No one dared to say that they had comprehended all the mysteries of martial arts. This was because martial arts were just empty words. There were only stronger and no strongest. Even true gods, who were omnipotent, had to use martial arts to fight. And the martial arts of true gods were naturally divine-level martial arts. It was a type of martial arts that had already gained spirituality and was no longer limited by form. For example, the 3 realms killing fist of the supremacy of the 3 realms had turned into a tangible killing intent. This was still very far from divine-level martial arts, as far as the heavens and the earth, but at least it was already on this path. In the strange space with the word martial, Yi Chen clearly felt the vastness of martial arts for the first time. In a short period of time, the silhouette had already performed thousands of sword arts. Every sword art was a supreme sword art, and all of them had reached perfection. One should know that human strength was limited. It was impossible for one person to create so many sword arts because there was no use for them. These sword arts were all automatically derived from the martial arts essence of demigods. They were not created by demigods. After seeing so many perfect supreme sword arts, if Yi Chen did not comprehend them, then he would really be stupid. Obviously, Yi Chen was not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have become the supremacy of 1,000 years. What a domineering sword art! Among the thousands of perfect supreme sword arts performed by the silhouette, there were sword arts with the 4 profound meanings of earth, water, fire, and wind as the foundation. This sword art was boundlessly domineering. With a swing of the sword, it was as if the world was going to be destroyed. With the profound meaning of yin and yang as the foundation, the sword art was smooth and smooth. It was like a flying immortal from the heavens. It was a stroke of genius, and there was no trajectory to it at all. With the profound meaning of light and darkness as the foundation, the sword art was profound and unpredictable. It wandered between light and darkness, and it could take lives. With the profound meaning of 5 elements as the foundation, the sword art was endless and boundless. With the profound meaning of time and space as the foundation, the sword art was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Even time and space were mixed up. With the profound meaning of life and death as the foundation, one sword could kill one person. It was extremely dangerous. The thousands of sword arts were like a river. Yichen was swimming in the river, trying his best to absorb all the essence he could to strengthen his foundation. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Yichen's 5-element sword art had reached the Great Completion realm. After the 5-element sword art reached the Great Completion realm, Yichen created sword moves based on the 5 elements profound. However, this was not enough. Perfection was Yichen's lowest goal. Above supreme martial arts were supreme martial arts, which were martial arts that only legendary supremes could control. The reason why it was called supreme martial arts was that, in addition to the basic profound meaning, a supreme martial art also added the profound meaning of power. Before a supreme martial art reached perfection, although the profound meaning of power could be added, it couldn't be perfectly fused. It was like putting a cup of water and some pebbles in a cup. Although they were together, they couldn't be considered as one. What a supreme martial art needed to do was to fuse the fundamental profound and the profound meaning of power together to display a power that could contend against the heavenly Tao or even surpass it. Of course, to achieve this, one must first cultivate a supreme martial art to perfection. 6 months later, the 5-element sword art finally reached perfection. The perfection of the 5-element sword art contained a great power, completely activating the power of the 5 elements profound. In the past, although Yichen's metal, wood, water, fire, and earth profounds had reached perfection, it was individual perfection and couldn't be considered as a whole. Now, Yichen's 5 elements profound had reached perfection, and the 5 profounds had already fused into one. I wonder if I can fuse the 5 elements profound and the strength profound together to create a supreme martial art. A thought flashed through Yichen's mind as he began to try. After a long time, Yichen shook his head. Just like the time profound after 90% completion, if one wanted to create or cultivate a supreme martial art, their Yuan spirit had to be strong enough. Not to mention reaching the silver Yuan spirit level, it had to be at least a quasi-silver Yuan spirit. Success is due to the black wind stream, failure is also due to the black wind stream. Understanding the importance of the Yuan spirit, Yichen smiled bitterly. Back then, he was greedy for speed and disregarded the consequences. He studied the black smoke and the black wind stream on his own. The black smoke was the aura left behind by the imprisoned demonic sovereigns. The aura was mixed with resentment, curses, and some evil power, which caused Yichen's Yuan spirit to be impure. Although it was improving rapidly, it stopped after reaching the bronze Yuan spirit level. What was more serious was that the evil power was corroding Yichen's Yuan spirit, trying to replace it. Of course, Yichen didn't regret it. If he didn't study the black smoke and the black wind stream, his Yuan spirit might have just reached the bronze level, and his strength would at most be at the medium super sovereign level. He wouldn't have had those opportunities. There were many things that couldn't be explained clearly. There was no such thing as regret. Yichen just felt a little emotional. Only when my sword intent reaches the 9th level will I be able to destroy the evil power in the Yuan spirit. Yichen knew that this was the only path he could take, and it was an extremely difficult one. After all, most of the legendary sovereigns' martial wills were at the 8th level. As for ordinary martial wills, they were completely excluded. After becoming a sovereign, their martial will would automatically transform into an elemental martial will. Moreover, most people had already comprehended an elemental martial will before becoming a sovereign. Although ordinary martial wills could improve quickly, they weren't enough to deal with an elemental martial will. In Yichen's Yuan spirit, the evil power contained countless evil wills. How could ordinary sword intent destroy it? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yichen started to capture the will contained in the word martial. This demigod's martial will should be the immortal martial will. As time passed, Yichen gradually captured the fluctuations of the martial will. This fluctuation of martial will was extremely obscure, hidden in the depths of the essence of the martial art. If he wanted to completely understand it, he would have to completely comprehend the essence of the word martial. Obviously, Yichen couldn't do it. He could only sense the fluctuations and existence of this martial will to see if it could enlighten him. Immortal, vast, everlasting, indestructible. It was hard to imagine how powerful a demigod was. Just a single fluctuation of martial will was enough to make Yichen feel a sense of awe and reverence. The paragons of the three realms might have become demigods in the end, but the feeling they gave Yi Chen was far inferior to this demigod. As time passed, Yi Chen's immortal sword will continue to improve. Peak of the 8th level, peak of the 8th level. At the peak of the 8th level, the immortal sword will couldn't improve any further unless Yi Chen could sense the fluctuations of martial will more deeply. If I were a paragon legend, my immortal sword would have reached the 9th level. Yi Chen sighed. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more things they could obtain from the word martial. Although he had the strength of a paragon legend, he still wasn't a paragon legend. 2 years was too short for a paragon. It felt like a blink of an eye. In the end, Yi Chen still couldn't break through to the 9th level. Next, Yi Chen still had something to do. He had to integrate the 3 divine stones Xianxia gave him into the Heaven Sword. If he succeeded, the Heaven Sword would become a 1-star Heavenly Saint weapon. The difference between a Heavenly Saint weapon and an Earth Saint weapon was not small. It was equivalent to the difference between a Paragon weapon and an Earth Saint weapon. A 9-star Earth Saint artifact seems to have reached its limit. In the courtyard, Yi Chen raised the Heavenly Sword high up. Surging sword chi radiated outwards. Space-time trembled and light circulated. The entire Heavenly Sword was like the center of a storm, blooming with boundless power. The integration of the first divine stone was rather smooth, but the integration of the second divine stone nearly failed. This made Yi Chen not dare to integrate the third divine stone. After all, a 9-star Earth Saint artifact was already very terrifying. Once the integration failed, even if the Heavenly Sword didn't explode, its origin would be damaged. The remaining divine stone, Yi Chen prepared to integrate it into the supreme armor. A normal supreme armor could no longer defend against a peak supremacy's attack. Even a grade 5 supreme armor would find it hard to defend against a legendary supremacy. It would be easily pierced and torn apart, unable to reduce the damage. If there was a supreme armor, it could at least reduce the damage. This was also the reason why Yi Chen could almost kill a quasi-legend supremacy in the Divine Fire Cave. It was because the other party's supreme armor was too weak, and Yi Chen's Heavenly Sword was too sharp. If the other party's supreme armor wasn't broken by the Heavenly Sword, then it could reduce a portion of the damage that Yi Chen inflicted on him. The armor on Yi Chen's body had already been damaged in the Desolate God Tower. The current one was a gift from Xianxia. It was called the Black Eagle Battle Armor, a 4th-grade supreme armor. A supreme armor was 10 times more precious than a supreme weapon. Xianxia could gift a 5th-grade supreme weapon to Yi Chen. As for a 5th-grade supreme armor, even the Unfalling Eagle tribe didn't have many of them. Therefore, it was impossible for him to gift it to Yi Chen. After all, the higher the grade of a supreme weapon, the more divine stones it would take. For Yi Chen, a grade 4 supreme armor was enough. He could integrate at least 3 divine stones, so one was naturally not a problem. Without much effort, Yi Chen integrated the last divine stone into the Heavenly Sword armor. In an instant, the Heavenly Sword armor shone brightly, emitting an indestructible aura. Yi Chen estimated that the grade 1, Earth Saint armor was at least 10,000 times harder than the grade 4 supreme armor. A normal legendary supremacy might not be able to pierce through the Heavenly Sword armor even with a low-star Earth Saint artifact, unless it was a high-star Earth Saint artifact. As long as it wasn't pierced, the Heavenly Sword armor could help Yi Chen reduce the majority of the damage. Rumble, on this day, the entire Unfalling Eagle tribe suddenly shook. The starry Sky Bear Dog King, who was brought by Yi Chen to the Unfalling Eagle tribe, suddenly stood up. Its fur stood up, and its eyes were filled with ferocity and fear. Berserk beasts were different from martial artists. If a berserk beast wanted to become stronger, it could only devour the flesh and blood of other life forms. The stronger the life form, the greater the benefits it would bring to them. In order to nurture the starry Sky Bear Dog King, Yi Chen would occasionally go out to hunt some berserk beasts that were stronger than the starry Sky Bear Dog King and use their flesh and blood to feed the starry Sky Bear Dog King. Right now, the starry Sky Bear Dog King's strength had already reached the level of a high-class supremacy. Enemy attack? Yi Chen guessed. Roar roar, the starry Sky Bear Dog King walked over and growled at Yi Chen. You're saying that there's a powerful berserk beast invading the Unfalling Eagle tribe's array? Yi Chen asked in surprise. As the owner of the starry Sky Bear Dog King, Yi Chen could understand the other party's growl. There's actually a berserk beast invading a rank 8 tribe. I wonder what's going on. Yichen brought the starry sky bear dog king and flew towards the place where the tremors were the strongest. The entire unfalling eagle tribe was in an uproar because of the tremors. Everyone was panicking. However, at this moment, a thunderous voice rang out, "It's a berserk beast. Everyone, don't be nervous." It was the leader of the unfalling eagle tribe, Xianxia. Crackle, lightning flashed, and Xianxia instantly arrived outside the unfalling eagle tribe. In his line of sight, a huge dark golden berserk beast that looked like a pangolin was attacking the array. Its pair of golden eyes were filled with ferocity and coldness. Damn it, it's a legendary berserk beast, a gold-eating beast. Berserk beasts were also divided into ranks. A legendary berserk beast was naturally a berserk beast that had the strength of a legendary sovereign. For example, the starry sky bear dog king was a super berserk beast, and one day, it could also become a legendary berserk beast. There were many legendary berserk beasts in the wilderness god continent, but most of them were on the weaker side. Only the 8 legendary berserk beasts were the most troublesome, and among them, the gold-eating beasts could be ranked in the top 3. As the name suggested, gold-eating beasts loved to devour metal. They could bite through any kind of metal, including sovereign-grade metals. As they had devoured countless sovereign-grade metals and absorbed their essence, their bodies were countless times harder than that of a sovereign-grade metal. No one below the demigod realm could hurt them. They couldn't even leave a mark on their bodies. In the entire wilderness god continent, the only things that could threaten the gold-eating beasts were the 5 Sky Saint artifacts. Among them, the Redbud Flower Tribe Sky Saint artifact, the Redbud Battle Armor, could only be used to protect themselves. Xianxia frowned. This was not the first time he had encountered gold-eating beasts. As the scourge of the wilderness god continent, the leaders of the 5 rank 8 tribes had once united to hunt down gold-eating beasts. What was funny was that the invincible Sky Saint artifact could only slightly injure gold-eating beasts. In order to prevent them from taking revenge, the leaders of the 5 tribes had to work together to cast a seal and seal gold-eating beasts. They didn't expect that gold-eating beasts would break out of the seal today. Are we going to start with the unfalling eagle tribe? Xianxia opened his right hand, and a huge hammer appeared in his hand. The hammer had 8 petals, and a yellow light shot up into the sky, mixed with golden lightning. Sky Saint artifact, Sky Hammer, squeak, squeak, squeak. The gold-eating beast's roar was very sharp, similar to a sound wave attack. Because of this sound, the ground within a radius of dozens of miles cracked inch by inch. The sharp sound even passed through the power of the formation and was transmitted to the inside of the unfalling eagle tribe, causing many people to bleed from their orifices and fall unconscious. Don't be presumptuous. Xianxia swung his hammer at gold-eating beasts. Bang, the yellow light exploded, and gold-eating beasts retreated dozens of steps. The Sky Hammer was a Sky Saint artifact, after all. Even something as powerful as gold-eating beasts would be forced back. The furious gold-eating beast stomped on the ground with its hind legs, causing the ground to bulge and explode. In the next moment, gold-eating beast's speed burst to the limit and clawed at Xianxia. The claw light was extremely bright, causing the world outside of the claw light to darken. In the world, there was only this claw light. Open heaven and earth. Xianxia shouted and swung his hammer. The space-time in front of him twisted to the limit, and the wind, water, and fire became chaotic, turning into chaos and spreading out. The greatest sound was devoid of sound. At this moment, all sound disappeared. Only the bubbles of primal chaos were exploding and spreading. Within the protective range of the unfalling eagle tribe's array, Yichen sucked in a breath of cold air. Supreme martial skill combined with a heavenly saint artifact was actually this powerful. This was the Xianxia continent. If it were in the outer universe, unfalling eagle Xianxia's supreme martial skill might really be able to turn a vast expanse of space into primal chaos. Roar, 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 the starry sky bear dog king kept growling. It wanted to become a legendary beast as powerful as gold-eating beasts and look down on the world of beasts. The man and the beast fought for hundreds of rounds. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Xianxia's advantage lay in his powerful attack, and his weapon was the Sky Explosion Hammer, a heavenly saint weapon. The gold-eating beast's advantage lay in its powerful defense and was not afraid of any attacks. After the battle, the grassland within a radius of 1,000 miles was destroyed. Some places sank hundreds of meters deep. Some places were piled up into mountains, and some places were riddled with holes. To be able to cause such a huge commotion on the Huangshan continent, it was definitely inhuman. The fact that the Huangshan continent was so sturdy was enough to prove how terrifying a true god was. To deal with experts below the true god level, a true god might only need to set up one rule. Damn it! Xianxia faced the gold-eating beast alone. He was under a lot of pressure. He could only hope that the leaders of the other 4 tribes would come as soon as possible. Time passed slowly. An hour had passed. Xianxia was sweating profusely and his muscles were sore. On the other hand, the gold-eating beast was getting stronger and stronger. Xianxia, I'm here. In the distance, a voice as loud as a bell wave could be heard. It was a figure that was even more majestic than a bear. He held a gigantic axe in his hand, and with a swing of the axe, an axe light flew out. As it flew, the axe light expanded thousands of times. In the end, it was like an axe that could split the heavens, and it chopped down on the gold-eating beast. The leader of the Battle Pagoda tribe, Tai Tan, was holding the heavenly saint weapon, the heavenly battle axe. Apocalyptic thunder punishment. Almost at the same time that the axe light flew out, a lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket fell from the sky, bombarding the gold-eating beast's body. These lightning bolts weren't just ordinary lightning bolts, they were made up of lightning runes. Each lightning rune contained an enormous amount of lightning power. With billions of lightning runes gathered together, they could tear apart the world and judge all living things. It was the leader of the Yunzhong tribe, Yun Piaomiao. He held the heavenly saint weapon, the thunder punishment spear. Star-shattering. At the same time, a sea of stars spread out and covered the gold-eating beast. Then, the sea of stars spun and exploded. It was as if a large part of the starry sky was being destroyed. How can I not use my star-sea spear to deal with the gold-eating beast? The leader of the Star Ocean tribe, Chen Tianding, rushed over with the quintessential saint weapon, the Star Ocean spear. The 4 legendary supremes and the 4 heavenly saint tools immediately suppressed the gold-eating beast. However, it was obvious that the gold-eating beast was not a fish on the chopping board that could be slaughtered by anyone. The repeated setbacks had stimulated the gold-eating beast's true ferocity. A terrifying tyrannical aura filled the air, and even the space-time was in a state of chaos. Obviously, the gold-eating beast's tyrannical aura had affected and changed space-time. Compared to the gold-eating beast, the beasts that Yi Chen had seen before were simply obedient babies. Too cruel. Yi Chen sighed. When one's savagery reached a certain level, even one's aura could kill someone. Xianxia turned his head to look at Heaven Splitter. Due to the fact that he could tame it, the starry Sky Bear Dog King had lost some of its wildness and ferocity. Even if it were to become an existence on par with the gold-devouring beast one day, it probably wouldn't be as savage as the starry Sky Bear Dog King. Woo, Crack let out a low growl. It was indeed frightened by the cruelty of the gold-eating beast, and its legs were trembling. It couldn't be blamed for this. In the beast world, the strong preyed on the weak. Inferior beasts would always be suppressed by superior beasts. If the superior beast was extremely cruel, it would suppress the inferior even more. It was already not easy for Crack to stand still. If it were any other super beast, they would have already laid down and buried their heads in the ground. A sharp hissing sound filled the entire plains. The Unfalling Eagle tribe was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. The desolate race's greatest natural enemy was the fierce beasts. The terrifying fierce beast in front of them was a nightmare for them. Even the 4 tribe leaders combined could not subdue it. If it were anyone else, they would have been easily torn to shreds. An even sharper sound was heard. It was like a sharp knife that sliced through the plains. The gold-eating beast's figure turned blurry, as layers of dark golden shadows dazzled everyone's eyes. In the next moment, the gold-eating beast charged at Xianxia. Although fierce beasts generally had low intelligence, they could still tell who was strong and who was weak. In the previous battle, Xianxia had been greatly drained. The gold-eating beast's combat power erupted, prepared to deal a heavy blow to him. The gold-eating beast opened its mouth wide, as a brutal aura enveloped Ing Liexiong. Facing this extremely brutal aura, Ing Liexiong's body paused unnaturally. Just as the gold-eating beast was about to swallow Ing Liexiong, a purple beam of light flew over and blocked the gold-eating beast. Through the netherworld's sacred eye, Yichen could clearly see that the beam of light was enveloping a graceful figure. It was the Redbud Flower tribe's leader, Kong Siwei. She had spread her arms out, blocking the gold-eating beast at the critical moment. Clang, sparks flew everywhere, and the gold-eating beast staggered back. As for Kong Siwei, she was like a cannonball, blown away, creating a huge crater on the plains. But soon, Kong Siwei flew out. With the protection of the Redbud Flower battle armor, it would be difficult for the gold-eating beast to hurt her. To a certain extent, her defense was stronger than the gold-eating beast's. Of course, her overall combat power was definitely not as strong as the gold-eating beast. Among the 5 heavenly saint weapons, although the Redbud Flower battle armor could not threaten the gold-eating beast, it was the most important. Without Kong Siwei blocking the gold-eating beast, the other 4 would be in danger. After all, they could not suppress the gold-eating beast to the point where it could not move. Join hands and cast the seal. Star Sea Tribe's leader, Chen Tianding, said. Yes. Ing Liexiong nodded seriously. If Kong Siwei had not helped him, he would have definitely been injured. The gold-eating beast was not only strong in combat power, but also in endurance. If they continued to fight, the gold-eating beast would become stronger and crazier, and they would slowly become weaker. Slow down, I think casting the seal is useless. It won't be long before it breaks out of the seal again. Kong Siwei objected. Then what should we do? Titan asked. Why don't we tear the spacetime and send it into the Desolate God's secret territory, just like how our ancestors sent the other 2 legendary beasts into the Desolate God's secret territory? Desolate God's secret territory. The 4 were stunned. The Desolate God's secret territory was the most mysterious place in the Desolate God continent, and it was also the most dangerous place. Those who entered had never come out. Although they knew where the Desolate God's secret territory was, no one dared to go in. As Kong Siwei had said, sending the gold-eating beast into the Desolate God's secret territory was indeed the best way. No matter how strong the gold-eating beast was, once it entered, it would not be able to come out. However, tearing the spacetime was not an easy task. Our heavenly saint weapons can be activated to the limit and tear the spacetime slightly. I think with the 5 heavenly saint weapons combined, we should be able to tear a hole big enough to send the gold-eating beast into the Desolate God's secret territory. Kong Siwei said. In that case, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll seal it again. Ing Liexiong looked at the grassland and frowned. If the gold-eating beast continued to wreak havoc, the Unfalling Eagle tribe would definitely have to migrate. They had to deal with the gold-eating beast as soon as possible. The plan had been decided, but to carry it out, they still had to put in some effort. The gold-eating beast would definitely not enter the spacetime crack obediently. The battle continued, and the grassland was ruined beyond recognition. With the protection of the formation, Yichen did not have to worry about the aftermath. His eyes stared at the 5 tribe leaders without blinking. Sometimes, they would look at Ing Liexiong, Kong Siwei, Titan, Yun Miaomiao, and Chen Tianding. These 5 people not only had Sky Saint weapons, but their strength was also extraordinary. The martial arts they used were all supreme martial arts. Not to mention facing the supreme martial arts, just looking at them made Yichen's heart tremble. Perhaps in terms of profoundness, supreme martial arts might not be much more profound than supreme martial arts, but after integrating the power ultimacy, supreme martial arts had the power to destroy the world that supreme martial arts did not have. Power ultimacy, power. What is power? Great power? Not necessarily. The power of everything's operation is too shallow. Watching the battle between the 5 legendary supremes and the gold-eating beast, Yichen seemed to see the shadow of power, vague yet real. Yichen's power ultimacy had already reached more than 90% and was close to completion. It was very difficult to complete the power ultimacy, mainly because Yichen was not a supremes in physique refinement, so he could not directly feel the deepest essence of the power ultimacy. It was very difficult for a supremes in physique refinement to cultivate a supreme martial art to completion. Power should be a kind of violence. The so-called violence is not violence in a narrow sense, but violence in a broad sense. Overwhelming 10 people is just one kind of violence. Unknowingly, Yichen's power ultimacy had grown to the completion realm, and was only one step away from completion. After raising the power ultimacy to completion realm, Yichen's aura changed subtly. Every action and gaze gave people a sense of oppression. Roar, Heaven Splitter was very sensitive. He instantly sensed Yichen's strange behavior. He ran over and rubbed his head against Yichen's shoulder. Berserk beasts were born with the innate ability to use the profound of power. The profound of power had already been integrated into their bloodline. In terms of exerting the profound of power, Yichen wasn't even a match for Heaven Splitter. This was because Heaven Splitter could already use the profound of power to perfection. Of course, Heaven Splitter himself didn't know any great principles. Using the profound of power to perfection was just an instinct. Therefore, when Yichen's profound of power improved, Heaven Splitter regarded Yichen as his master even more. Is this the essence of power? Yichen could feel the profound power contained in Sky Splitter's bloodline. In the past, he couldn't see it. No wonder this savage beast gave off such a strong pressure. The battle between the leaders of the 5 tribes and the gold-eating beast had reached its climax. It had to be said that Kong Siwei was very useful. With her holding off the gold-eating beast, the other 4 could safely suppress it. Do it. An illusory red bud armor appeared outside of Kong Siwei's body. It not only gave her an indestructible defense, but it also increased her power to the same level as the gold-eating beast. With the help of her heart power explosion, Kong Siwei locked the tail of the gold-eating beast, making it unable to move. Open heaven and earth. Cut the sky and crack the earth. Crush the stars. Destroy the world thunder punishment. The leaders of the 4 tribes increased their desolation origin to the limit and threw it at a point in front of the gold-eating beast. The 4 supreme martial arts were extremely horrifying individually. When they were gathered at one point, their power reached the critical point of the Huangshan continent. The spacetime suddenly shattered, and a thick spacetime crack appeared. The inside of the spacetime crack was chaotic, with colorful lights surging. It might have been a moment or a year, but the spacetime crack became clear. A strange environment appeared in the spacetime crack. The aura in the strange environment was primitive and wild, and it was 100 times stronger than the wild aura in the Huangshan continent. The leaders of the 4 tribes all knew the location of the Huangshan secret territory, so they didn't choose the location of the spacetime crack blindly. The moment the spacetime crack appeared, a horrifying suction was produced. Under this suction, large pieces of grassland were sucked in. Each piece was 100 miles wide, covering the sky. The gold-eating beast struggled with all its might. There was a trace of fear in its eyes. This fear didn't come from the spacetime crack, but from the strange environment on the other side of the spacetime crack. There was something there that terrified it. The spacetime has been torn apart. Yichen was also terrified. The spacetime of the Wild's continent had been strengthened to an unimaginable level by the origami. It could be imagined how powerful the heavenly saint artifacts and supreme martial arts were to be able to tear apart the spacetime. However, the role of the legendary supremes couldn't be ignored. If it was Yichen who used the heavenly saint artifacts and supreme martial arts, the power would definitely be many times weaker than any one of them. Among the 5 people present, every one of their martial primordial spirits was at the silver level, and they weren't at the silver primary level. They were at least at the silver intermediate level or advanced level. Finally, the gold-eating beast was sucked in, along with a large piece of grassland. Kong Siwei and the others relied on the heavenly saint artifacts to resist the suction, but they were still locked in place and couldn't move. Once they moved, their center of gravity would deviate, and they would definitely be sucked in. At that time it would be too late to cry. Through the spacetime crack, the 5 people saw the scene on the other side. Suddenly, the environment on the other side changed into another place. There was a 2-headed fierce beast with dark gray skin. It had a dragon head and a snake head. This 2-headed fierce beast posed a far greater threat to the 5 people than the gold-eating beast. Could it be the legendary fierce beast, the Gemini Tyrannosaurus? Look, another fierce beast has appeared. It looks like the legendary fierce beast, Tifula. The environment changed again, and the 5 people saw another fierce beast. It looked like a baboon, and its eyes were blood red. It squatted there, and its eyes were cold, as if it could see through space-time. The gold-eating beast was one of the top 3 legendary fierce beasts in the Wilderness God continent. However, in the legends of the Wilderness God continent, there were many more terrifying legendary fierce beasts than the gold-eating beast. However, they had never appeared, so the wilderness race gradually forgot about them. If there was a ranking of the legendary fierce beasts that had appeared in history, the gold-eating beast might not even be in the top 20. In the space-time crack, the gold-eating beast's body trembled. In the world of fierce beasts, the weak were prey to the strong. It was even crueler than the civilizations of different races. Be it the Gemini Tyrannosaurus or Tifula, they only brought it fear, just like how Sky Splitter was afraid of it. It could feel that the environment inside was completely different from the outside. The fierce beasts that could survive inside were definitely 100 times more brutal than it was. The brutal ones were afraid of encountering even more brutal ones. Finally, the gold-eating beast was sucked to the other side, and the space-time crack was repairing itself. The gap was getting smaller and smaller, and finally, there was only a thin crack left, and it was about to close. Boom, the space-time suddenly shook violently, and the leaders of the 5 tribes took a few steps back. Xianxia was the closest to the shaking point, so she sat down on her butt. Her full chest was heaving up and down, and her face was full of shock. What is that? Xianxia opened her rosy mouth. The space-time crack that was about to close was suddenly opened up by a giant claw. The claw was dark blue, and it was covered in scales. A brutal aura came through the claw, and it made everyone feel like they had returned to the ancient times, where ferocious beasts roamed freely. They felt like they were floating, and there was no sense of security at all. Attack it! Don't let it come over! Xianxia screamed. She remembered a legend of the ferocious beast world. In the desolate god secret territory, there was a demigod ferocious beast. Just from the size of the claw, the beast that opened the space-time crack was at least the size of a small mountain. It should be known that in the desolate god continent, the rules were very strict. The bigger a ferocious beast could maintain, the stronger it was. For example, the super ferocious beast, Sky Splitter, was only the height of a human, while the gold-eating beast was dozens of meters long. Other than that, it was impossible for a legendary ferocious beast to open a space-time crack with just one claw. Only a demigod ferocious beast could do that. Yes, attack it. The leaders of the other 4 tribes came to their senses. The desolate god secret territory was very special. Tearing through space-time to enter was relatively easy, but tearing through space-time to come out was as difficult as reaching the sky. This demigod ferocious beast could not come out by itself, so when it saw the space-time crack, it took the chance to attack, trying to escape from the desolate god secret territory. This concerned the safety of the entire continent, as well as their own, so the 5 of them attacked the dark blue claw, trying to force it back. Roar, vaguely, the 5 of them, including Xianxia and Sky Splitter, heard a terrifying roar. When Sky Splitter heard this roar, he immediately lay down. The difference between him and a demigod ferocious beast was too big. Just one roar was not something he could withstand. Luckily, the other party did not come with its real body, or else it would be even worse. Compared to the universe, this place is more like a mythical era. Xianxia had already been shocked many times today, and the appearance of the dark blue claw had made him shiver even more. However, the universe doesn't seem to be that simple. Hell, the Milky Way, and other unknown places. In addition to the Black Wind Stream where countless demons are imprisoned, there might even be demigod-level demons alive. It seems that the universe seems to be bound by an even stronger game rule. As he grew stronger, Xianxia's view of things changed. In the past, he thought that Sky Demon Sovereign and True Martial Sovereign were the strongest in the universe. They were at least at the top level. Now, it seemed that he had been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. The real experts had probably retreated behind the scenes. Perhaps because of the rules of the game, they couldn't force their way out. Or perhaps, they were like the dark blue giant claw beast, trapped in some place and unable to escape. With the lifespan of a demigod, how could they not know where they were? The 9-turn star was so safe because of the power of a demigod. Only by becoming stronger will I be able to obtain more information. Yichen would never stop growing stronger, and now there was another factor. Don't be disheartened. Let's grow together. Sky Splitter was huge. It could reach Yichen's waist even if it lay there. Yichen reached out and touched Sky Splitter's head. It was furry and very comfortable. Boom boom boom, the spacetime trembled more and more violently. Although the dark blue giant claw could ignore the combined attacks of the 5 tribe leaders, it still had to bear the power of the spacetime fissure. It could not fight back and could only passively take the hits. With every hit, the spacetime fissure would close a little. Once the spacetime fissure was completely closed, the dark blue giant claw would definitely be cut off. Even demigods could not resist the rules set by the desolate god. Otherwise, there would not be so many legendary beasts trapped in the desolate god's secret realm. Seeing that the spacetime fissure was about to close, the dark blue giant claw was squeezed out of shape. However, right at this moment, a terrifying power surged out from the dark blue giant claw. This power was not just any beast's power, but a higher level power. How could the 5 tribe leaders not know that this was divine power? Divine power was different from pure energy. Divine power was a fusion of one's own cultivation, domain, will, and even heart power. In short, except for martial arts, basically everything had been fused into it. This was a power that surpassed nature and could not be restrained at all. Not all demigods could cultivate divine power. Normally, only powerful demigods could do so, and new demigods had not even crossed the threshold. Of course, there was definitely a difference between the divine power of a demigod-level beast and the divine power of a true god. From the fact that this demigod-level beast was trapped in the desolate god's secret realm, it could be seen how huge the gap between a demigod and a true god was. A single rule could completely restrict you, and you could not resist it. Gotcha, the spacetime fissure that was about to close suddenly collapsed. The dark blue giant claw stretched out, revealing an abnormally strong dark blue arm. Crack, suddenly, a black lightning flashed, and the demigod-level beast's arm turned into dust. The spacetime fissure instantly closed up. Luckily, the rules of the desolate god continent are very sensitive to divine power, or else we would have been killed in an instant. Kong Siwei still had lingering fears. The other 4 tribe leaders nodded. There had been too many demigods in the history of the desolate god continent, but very soon, these demigods would disappear from everyone's sight. Therefore, many people of the desolate race believed that other than entering the desolate god tower, as long as they could become demigods, they could leave the desolate god continent. This was also the goal that they had been working hard for. After solving the problem of the gold-eating beast, the 5 of them were a lot more relaxed. As for the demigod-level beast, they did not care about it at all. No matter how strong the demigod-level beast was, it could only stay in the desolate god-mystic realm. It had nothing to do with them. Ying Liexiong, that outsider young man in your tribe should have understood the word martial, right? How is his strength? Yun Piaomiao looked at Yi Chen, who was protected by the array, and asked curiously. Ying Liexiong did not hide it, his sword skills have reached perfection. Perfection? That's really fast. No wonder he was the best in this year's tower. Yun Piaomiao was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, but tell him to be careful. The martial Dao primordial spirit of the youngsters in my tribe is already in a state of advancement. Once it reaches the silver martial Dao primordial spirit, he will become a legendary sovereign in name only. What is his identity? In truth, Ying Liexiong was very curious. I can't say. Yun Piaomiao shook her head. So mysterious, Ying Liexiong muttered. Ying Liexiong muttered. The relationship between the leaders of the 5 great tribes was very subtle. They were both opponents and friends, depending on the situation. Yun Piaomiao, look at how proud you are. My tribe's evil star became a legendary supremacy a week ago. Chen Tianding threw a bomb. What? So fast? Ying Liexiong and the rest looked at Chen Tianding. Chen Tianding smiled. Actually, he could have condensed the silver yuan soul a long time ago. It's just that he has cultivated a martial yuan soul secret technique. This secret technique requires sufficient accumulation to allow him to break through. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. Kong Siwei and Tai Tan looked at each other. Among the 5 tribes, only their 2 tribes did not have outsider geniuses. These outsider geniuses were too terrifying. Although Kong Xueli and Zhang Ta were also absolute geniuses, they were obviously weaker than the 3 of them. 10 years later, Evil Star will visit Yunzhong tribe. Tell the mysterious kid in your tribe to prepare. Chen Tianding continued. 10 years. It seems like Evil Star is quite confident. Yun Piamiao smiled. If Evil Star went to challenge the bloodline of the great demon king now, the bloodline would definitely not be his match. The mention of 10 years later was definitely to give the bloodline a chance. The space outside the black wind stream was pitch black and deep as usual. Black air currents surged out from the cracks in the space, polluting the heavenly Tao law and causing the space to creak. Hiss, a very clear sound rang out. If anyone was here, they would definitely be dumbfounded. The space-time at the entrance of the black wind stream was like a piece of adhesive tape, being torn apart layer by an invisible force. After dozens of layers were torn apart, a giant transparent lock appeared. The giant lock had yin-yang patterns, 5 elements patterns, and spacetime patterns. It was obvious that this was a sealing lock. Gotcha, the seal lock opened automatically. At the same time, the seals of the countless caves inside the black wind stream opened one after another. It seemed like the giant lock outside was the core of the seal of the entire black wind stream. The seal is gone? A faint voice came from one of the caves. Then, a figure covered in black smoke came out. The seal is gone. Haha, I'm finally free. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 plumes of black smoke shot out from the caves and the canyon walls. The ores that leaked out from the black smoke were all paragons. Of course, most of the caves were completely silent. Clearly, the wretch devils in those caves had long since fallen. Only these wretch devils could survive. In the caves deep in the canyon, a few voices were talking. It's been so long. To think that we've been imprisoned for more than 1,000,000 years. I wonder what the situation outside is like. After we get out, I'll definitely destroy a few planets of the human race with life. I haven't been locked up for so many years for nothing. I advise you not to be rash. We'll talk after we get out. Who cares? I don't believe that there's anything out there that can fight against us. As the few of them were talking, there was a sudden fluctuation in the depths of the cave. Then, endless black smoke surged out, eventually turning into a faint golden human figure. A terrifying pressure radiated out. Congratulations on your release, Lord. The few voices hurriedly said. I, Demon Saint Gallo, have finally seen the light of day again. The faint golden figure gradually became clearer. It was an evil demon with 2 heads and 4 arms. Because his physical body had been destroyed by the seal, he was now in the state of martial path Yuan Shin, and his martial path Yuan Shin was a gold martial path Yuan Shin. One had to know that once the martial path Yuan Shin reached the gold level, he would be a real demigod. In fact, the evil demons that survived in the black wind stream were all in the state of martial path Yuan Shin. Their physical bodies had been sealed for countless years and had long been destroyed. 1 demigod evil demon and 5 legendary paragon evil demons walked out of the cave. Welcome back, Lord. In the valley, hundreds of paragon evil demons greeted respectfully. Some of them came from the demons, some from the evil spirit race, some from the Xianxia race, and some from the green man race. But no matter which race they came from, they had to greet the demigod respectfully when they met him. If the legendary paragon was the pinnacle of the paragons, then the demigod had long surpassed the paragon level and was a higher life form. Let's conquer the human alliance together. Demon Saint Gallo said coldly. After being imprisoned by the human demigod for countless years, Demon Saint Gallo had been holding back his anger. Every time he woke up from his deep sleep, he swore that he would conquer the human alliance and turn everyone in the human alliance into his slaves so that they would never be able to rise again. Although the Mora death prison of the demons had also been opened, and there would definitely be a human demigod in there, he was confident in his own strength. One had to know that he had hidden his strength back then. Roar, the paragon evil demons roared in unison. After being imprisoned for countless years, it was time to vent, or they would go crazy. Demon Domain, Mora Death Prison. The seal opened automatically, and the paragon evil demons flew out. The last one was a demigod, a human demigod. His body was shining with a faint golden light. Every once in a while, the universe will be thrown into chaos. But who would know that this is just a game to nurture experts? The human demigod had a scholarly temperament. When he opened and closed his eyes, the sun and moon were dim, deep and unfathomable. On this day, the universe was in complete chaos. Under the leadership of two demigods, the Human Race Alliance and the Demons Alliance engaged in an astonishing battle. In this battle, a total of 36 Supremes perished. Most of them were Supremes who had just escaped from the Black Wind Stream and the Mora Death Prison. They had been sealed for too long, and like Empyrean Rotting Demon, their strength was far from their peak. The most shocking thing was the battle between the two demigods. Although demigods were suppressed by the will of the universe, they were still not something a legendary supremacy could compare to. The battle between Demon Saint Galois and the human demigod had caused a huge black hole to appear in the universe. It should be known that although a super supremacy could also create a black hole, it was only a small one. The black hole created by two demigods was enough to devour everything and destroy the laws of heaven. Nothing could exist within a radius of 1 light year. The battle ended as quickly as it came. Both sides laid down their banners and laid down their drums, quietly waiting for the next decisive battle. The Wilderness God Continent. 10 years passed in a flash. In the mountains 10,000 miles away from Yunzhong Luo, Evil Star and the black-robed young man each stood on a mountain. Who exactly are you? Supreme Evil Star's aura was thousands of times stronger than 10 years ago. His surging essence, chi, and spirit were comparable to the sun in the sky. It was dazzling and pure, emitting a faint silver light. This was a sign that his martial yuan soul had advanced to the silver level. Since you want to know so much, there's no harm in telling you. The black-robed young man pulled down the hat that was covering his face. His long black hair fluttered in the wind like ink. His pupils were pitch black to the extreme, like two black holes. At the same time, a terrifying demonic aura erupted, causing the world to darken. Demonic power. It's demons. Evil Star narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up the other party. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. Great Demon King bloodline. That's right. The black-robed young man grinned. Submit to me. Evil Star. You should know what my appearance means. The black-robed young man looked straight at Evil Star. A complicated expression flashed across Evil Star's face. Then, he laughed. It's easy to make me submit. Defeat me. Otherwise, so what if you have the Great Demon King bloodline? Don't worry. It's not difficult to defeat you. The black-robed young man was indifferent. Evil Star snorted. Just like the legends. The Great Demon King bloodline is really arrogant. However, your martial Dao Yuan Shen has just advanced to the silver level, while I have 10 years of accumulation. If this is where your confidence lies, then let's begin. The black-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back. The aura on his body was as deep as the sea. With him as the center, the sky and earth darkened and became deeper and deeper. It was so deep that Evil Star could not see the black-robed young man's position clearly. It was as if he was in the sky, but it was also as if he was right in front of him. Evil Star's heart trembled, and his battle intent exploded. Take my demonic divine fist. His entire person turned into a ray of gray flowing light. Evil Star punched toward the deepest part of the sky and earth. The terrifying fist force covered the sky and earth, and it was unscrupulous. With one hand behind his back, the black-robed young man extended his right hand and clenched his fist. Boom! He punched out, and a dazzling light shone. Space-time trembled, and Evil Star flew backward. What a light dark fist! Evil Star's figure flashed, and he pounced toward the black-robed young man again. The pervasive fist force filled the sky and earth, and it was as if there were countless Evil Stars attacking. In contrast, the black-robed young man's expression was relaxed. His surroundings were pitch black, but his fist force was incomparably dazzling. This was the uniqueness of the light and darkness ultimacy. After 1,000 moves, the black-robed young man suddenly met Evil Star. The darkness of the sky and earth gradually merged into his body, and his right fist became brighter and brighter, even brighter than the sun in the sky. It was extremely blinding. Pong, the fist struck out, and a dazzling light flashed past. Evil Star spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This fist was too fast, so fast that Evil Star had no time to react. Is this the bloodline of the great Demon King? Evil Star was at a loss for a moment. He felt that he was already strong enough, and no matter what aspect, he was not inferior to the shocking geniuses of ancient times. However, facing the bloodline of the great Demon King, he was still defeated in a mess, and this was under the condition that the other party was not serious. It should be known that more than 10 years ago, judging from the results of the Tower Challenge, the other party was only slightly stronger than him. More than 10 years had passed, and the other party had actually widened the gap. What was even more terrifying was that the other party's martial path Yuanshin was actually stronger than his. Hadn't he just broken through? Do you still want to fight? The black-robed young man asked calmly. Forget it, I'm not your match. I'm willing to submit to you. However, if there comes a day when your improvement slows down, don't blame me for leaving you. Evil Star took a deep breath, and said with a complicated expression. The black-robed young man smiled and said, sure. As long as you have the ability, you can take everything back from me at any time. After comprehending the word martial, Yichen summarized the 5-element sword art and the space-time sword art. The 5-elemental sword art still had 3 styles. The first style was the hegemon sword style, the second was the illusory sword style, and the third was the defensive sword style. The space-time sword art had 2 styles. The first style was the chaos style, which incorporated the essence of the death cleave. When the sword was unleashed, space-time would become chaotic. The second style was the burial sword style. Just like the chaos style, the burial sword style incorporated the essence of the burial sword art. However, the changes were greater. It was quite different from the original burial sword art. Among the 5 great sword techniques, the defensive sword technique was the most profound. It was a technique that could be used to attack while defending, and it was good at dealing with opponents who were stronger than the user. The burial sword technique was the most frightening. Not only could this technique destroy the opponent's time, but its killing power was also increased by a lot. Although the original burial sword technique could freeze the opponent, it was much weaker in terms of power. It was only by combining the essence of the word break that it had some killing power. Although the power ultimacy has not been perfected, I should be able to do it by incorporating it into the simplest and most direct hegemon sword art. Among the 5 sword moves, the hegemon sword art was undoubtedly the most compatible with the power ultimacy. The others were a little more complicated. 5 elements ultimacy. Power ultimacy. Yi Chen's method was simple. He would change one ultimacy after every move. The first move was the 5 elements ultimacy, the second was the power ultimacy, the third was the power ultimacy, and the fourth was the power ultimacy. The cycle continued. The move that contained the 5 elements ultimacy was more mysterious and extraordinary. The move that contained the power ultimacy didn't focus on technique. It had a sense of freedom and bravery. The difference in philosophy also made it very difficult to fuse 2 ultimacies. One had to find the same point and then fuse them. Yi Chen, I have bad news for you. The 2 from the Cloud Tribe and the Star Sea Tribe have become legendary supremes. Lan Yu brought a piece of news that day. Oh, so fast? Putting away the star sword, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. I can't believe it either. Do you want me to ask your father to teach you some ways to break through the martial Dao Yuan spirit? Lan Yu's intuition told her that the entanglement between the 3 of them was very big. She didn't want to see Yi Chen fall behind. This problem can only be solved by myself. Yi Chen shook his head. Alright, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Thanks a lot. After Lan Yu left, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Yi Chen was not surprised that Evil Star had broken through to the legendary supreme stage. Evil Star's age was more than double his, and he had accumulated enough. However, the breakthrough of the great Demon King's bloodline had indeed exceeded Yi Chen's expectations. It seemed like the legends were true. The great Demon King's bloodline had unlimited potential. In terms of accumulation, it would not take a long time to achieve it. In terms of talent and potential, the Great Demon King bloodline is indeed invincible, but in terms of comprehension ability, I'll have to fight to know. Yichen felt a surge of pride in his heart. It was only interesting to defeat such an opponent. Yunzhong landed in a luxurious courtyard. The black-robed young man and Evil Star sat in the pavilion, drinking tea and eating meat. Great Demon King bloodline, I still don't know your name. Evil Star put down the meat in his hand and asked. The black-robed young man said slowly, the Great Demon King bloodline is determined by the heavens. There's no need for a name. You can call me the First Demon Lord. The First Demon Lord. Evil Star raised his eyebrows. The highest authority of the demons was the Sky Demon Lord, and the Great Demon King bloodline was called the First Demon Lord. It was obvious that he wanted to replace the Sky Demon Lord. Of course, this was understandable. When the Great Demon King bloodline appeared, everyone had to give way, including the Sky Demon Lord. Who's that person from the Unfalling Eagle tribe? I feel like you should know him. Evil Star asked again. He's a rare genius of the human race. His name is Yi Chen. In terms of talent, you can't compare to him. He's no more than 800 years old. In the previous war between the Demons Alliance and the Human Race Alliance, because of him, the Demons Alliance lost. Oh, it seems like you came to the Wilderness God continent because of him. Evil Star looked at the First Demon Lord meaningfully. He can barely be called a strong opponent of mine. Avoiding him is the best choice. You can't be thinking that the Great Demon King bloodline is the strongest right from the start, right? The First Demon Lord didn't care about his guess. He didn't need the process, but the result. No matter what, there aren't many people who can make the Great Demon King's bloodline avoid him. Fine, I'll help you test him. Let's see how much progress he has made after comprehending the word martial. Evil Star stood up. The First Demon Lord raised his teacup and took a sip. Then I'll have to trouble you. He also wanted to know how much progress Yi Chen had made. When it came to one strong opponent, one naturally had to know oneself as well as the enemy. It was indeed much easier to fuse the power ultimacy with the hegemon sword style. If the previous hegemon sword style was a perfect supreme sword move, the current hegemon sword style barely had the power of a supreme sword move. It could be considered a quasi-supreme sword move. Supreme martial arts are the perfect fusion of technique and power. It's not enough to have technique without power, and it's not enough to have power without technique either. The current hegemon sword style is the true hegemon sword style. On the grassland, a sword mark that was dozens of meters deep spread out. At the beginning of the sword mark, Yi Chen stood there. As the days passed, Yi Chen started to fuse the second style. This style was the first style of the spacetime sword technique, chaos style. As for the fusion of illusory sword style, defensive sword style, and burial sword style, the difficulty was too high. Yi Chen planned to go from low to high, step by step. Defensive sword style was the last. In terms of profoundness, this style was the first, and the difficulty of fusing it was even higher than the most terrifying burial sword style. Halfway through the fusion of the chaos style, an uninvited guest came. Evil Star wanted to challenge him. Yi Chen, there's no need to be in such a hurry to accept the challenge. He's a legendary supremacy. It's unfair to you. Lan Yu said. Yi Chen smiled and said, it's fine. I also want to know what level I've reached. Even if the other party is a legendary supremacy, he might not be able to defeat me. From the results of the previous tower challenge, in terms of martial arts progress, he was one of the best. Only the Great Demon King bloodline could compare to him. Moreover, he had comprehended the word martial first, so there was no reason for him to not accept the challenge. The battle between Yi Chen and Evil Star caused a commotion in the Unfalling Eagle tribe. Everyone wanted to see who was stronger after a dozen years. Leader, things aren't looking good this time. In the Unfalling Eagle tribe, an elder sized up Evil Star and shook his head slightly. The other party had already become a legendary supremacy. His foundation was many times stronger than Yi Chen's. Lai Xiong said, how would we know if we haven't fought? I think since he dares to accept the challenge, he must have some confidence. I'm afraid it's too mysterious. The elders of the Unfalling Eagle tribe didn't think highly of Yi Chen. They were both geniuses, but there was a huge gap in their realms. It could be said that the difference was like the distance between heaven and earth. Seeing that Yi Chen's martial Dao Yuanshan hadn't broken through, Evil Star was a little disappointed. Fortunately, he already knew that Yi Chen's sword art had reached the perfection level. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be interested. Yi Chen, don't blame me for not giving you time. I just want to let you know how terrifying the Great Demon King bloodline is, Evil Star said as he slowly let out a breath. In the same amount of time, the Great Demon King bloodline improved faster than everyone else. Sometimes, unfairness was also a kind of fairness. It doesn't matter whether it's fair or not. To me, it doesn't matter. This world was unfair to begin with. Forcing it was just a display of cowardice. True experts never cared about fairness. They only cared about the results. Good. It seems like you're very open-minded. Evil Star was a little surprised. He was a legendary paragon, but the other party still dared to say that. It seemed like he had a lot of confidence. The two of them were fighting 3,000 kilometers away from the Unfalling Eagle tribe. That place was full of potholes, and there was not a single piece of good land in a radius of 1,000 kilometers. It was the place where the 5 tribe leaders had fought the gold-eating beasts. Because this was the wilderness god continent, it was not so easy to fill up the potholes. Thus, Eagle Liexiong had moved the tribe 3,000 kilometers away. High up in the sky, Evil Star and Yi Chen stood in the air, several kilometers away from each other. A few hundred kilometers away from them, a large number of spectators surrounded them. Evil Star's body shone with a brilliant silver light. This was the light emitted by his martial Dao Yuanshan. The silver light fused with the evil power, turning into a gray light full of evil qi. Whoosh, the gray light flashed, and Evil Star instantly appeared in the sky above Yi Chen. His fist flashed down. The first form of the extreme evil divine fist, Evil Fist 10 flashes. The Evil Fist 10 flashes trajectory was erratic, and it was unscrupulous. It was already very impressive for an ordinary legendary paragon to be able to block 6 or 7 flashes. Dang, 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 10 consecutive crisp sounds rang out. Evil Star's Evil Fist 10 flashes was blocked by Yi Chen. He had used the most exquisite defensive sword form. Evil Star, if you think you can defeat me without going all out, then you're gravely mistaken. The perfect defensive sword form did not have any blind spots or weak spots. No matter how strong the enemy's attack was, unless it exceeded the limits of the defensive sword form, it would be impossible to break through the defense. Don't be too confident. Take another heavenly evil fist. Time and space twisted slightly, and Evil Star's figure disappeared. Only the distorted fist force descended from the sky, as if it was a fist from beyond the heavens. Straight chop, vertical chop, diagonal chop, flick chop. Yi Chen's defensive sword art was both offensive and defensive at the same time, allowing him to defend from any angle as he sliced apart wave after wave of fist power. In the end, these fist power all combined into a mess and broke down on its own. It turned out that Yi Chen had used the power to push some of the fist power away and hit the other fist power like dominoes, creating a chain reaction. What a profound defensive sword technique. The elders of the Unfalling Eagle tribe praised him in their hearts. They were all supreme martial arts of perfection, but there were still differences in their strengths. The key lay in the individual's creativity. Obviously, Yi Chen's defensive sword style had reached a very high realm. Up in the sky, Evil Star frowned. He had somewhat underestimated the power of a consummate supreme sword technique, and even more so, he had underestimated Yi Chen's defensive sword technique. Even though he had already become a legendary sovereign, his martial arts were still at the realm of consummate supreme fist technique. Moreover, he had made a breakthrough in the past 10 years. More than 10 years ago, he only had one fist technique that was a consummate supreme fist technique. Seems like I have to be serious. This time Evil Star came not only to completely defeat Yi Chen. Of course, that was the most important thing. Secondly, he wanted to find out what was so special about this peerless genius Yi Chen. Why did the first demon lord say that he was not as good as him? If any genius heard this, they would be somewhat unconvinced. Boom, the void trembled slightly. Evil Star was like a gray sun, exploding with the power of a legendary sovereign. It was still Evil Fist 10 flashes, but this time, it was more than 10 times faster than before. It was like a flash. Only the first Demon Lord's fist speed was faster than his. In addition to speed, the destructive power of Evil Fist 10 flashes had also increased by more than 10 times. The fist energy of the first flash was dissipated by Yi Chen, and it shot into the potholed ground. Instantly, the ground shook, and dust filled the air. A pitch-black hole appeared. Second flash, third flash, ninth flash, there was actually no gap between each flash. It was just that the flow of time was slightly different. The extreme Evil Fist contained the profound of space and time. When it came to the ninth flash, Yi Chen felt the strain that he hadn't felt for a long time. This flash used the acceleration of time and the vibration of space to create a space-time vibration wave. The space-time vibration wave wrapped around the fist energy, making it difficult for Yi Chen to use it to counterattack. In the end, he could only rely on his understanding of the profound of space and time to disintegrate the space-time vibration wave and forcefully split the fist energy. 10th flash, this flash was extremely fast, and Yi Chen's defensive sword style had already cancelled out the opponent's 9th flash. It would be difficult for him to make a comeback in a short time. Moreover, the defensive sword style might not be able to block the 10th flash. That's your limit. Evil Star coldly stared at Yi Chen. Chaos. Facing this so-called desperate situation, Yi Chen's expression didn't change. All of a sudden, a sword aura that could confuse one's soul and make one's senses scatter burst out. Yi Chen's figure seemed to have turned into thousands of pieces, dodging the Evil Fist's 10 flashes and 10 flashes. When the 10th flash disappeared, Yi Chen's figure pieced together again, forming a whole body. How is this possible? Evil Star's pupils dilated as if he had seen something unbelievable. The profound of space and time is indeed the most difficult and obscure, and also the most bizarre complementary profound. Ing Lieshou revealed a smile. The profound of space was fine, but the profound of time depended on one's talent. Those who didn't have enough talent, even if they were given all the resources, they wouldn't be able to comprehend the profound of time to a high level. It's my turn to attack. Using the defensive sword form, Yi Chen more or less knew the limits of Evil Star's power. Overall, he, who had a perfect supreme sword art, was slightly weaker than his opponent, who had advanced to the legendary supreme level. Of course, this was under the premise that Hegemon sword form and chaos form were not perfect supreme sword arts. Raising the heavenly sword, Yi Chen suddenly waved it. A strange scene happened. Yi Chen's arm, together with the heavenly sword, seemed to have been cut into countless pieces by space and time. Countless sword lights shot out at Evil Star, splitting again along the way and intertwining with each other. It was as if one part of space and time was inserted into another, intertwining and complicated. The whole world became a kaleidoscope, and it was a three-dimensional kaleidoscope. Chaos form. Not good. Evil Star's body flickered as he pushed his demonic divine fist to the highest level. Relying on his study of the profound of space and time, he blocked the intertwining sword lights one after another. Even so, his comprehension of the profound of space and time was not as profound as Yi Chen's. Some impossible loopholes were dug out and magnified. Then, sparks appeared on his body. Those sparks were caused by the friction between the sword lights and the divine armor. Fortunately, his divine armor was a 2-star Earth divine artifact. Otherwise, the sword lights would have been enough to injure him. Pfft! Evil Star spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Yi Chen's realm was not as high as his, but he was able to defeat him. This is his first time comprehending the word martial, but I have comprehended it 3 times. He surpassed me 3 times in just 1 time? For a moment, Evil Star felt a little sad. It seemed that he was destined to be the foil of the first Demon Lord and his opponent. It had been a year since the battle with Evil Star, and Yi Chen finally managed to integrate the profound of power into his chaotic form. Previously, during the battle with Evil Star, he had only integrated half of the profound of power into the chaotic form. Next, Yi Chen tried to integrate the illusory sword form and the profound of power. The illusory sword form was a little different from other sword techniques. This form had a higher requirement on one's heart force. With a strong heart force, the sword speed of the illusory sword form could surpass the heavenly Tao. Then, it integrated the essence of the word illusion, which could cause the enemy to hallucinate. Hence, Yichen estimated that the fusion with the profound of power wouldn't be smooth. After all, illusion and power weren't compatible. Sure enough, after 2 years, Yichen's illusory sword form and the profound of power stagnated after only 1/3 of the fusion. The further he went, the greater the resistance was, as if there was an invisible hand obstructing the fusion. I better integrate the sword burial form first. After persisting for another 3 months, Yichen had no choice but to give up. The process of integrating the sword burial form was much smoother. For the past 2 years, its fusion speed was slower than the illusory sword form, but at least it had never stopped progressing. After spending 7 years, the sword burial form had successfully integrated the profound of power. Usually, other than integrating the sword techniques, Yichen would often bring Sky Splitter out to hunt. The current Sky Splitter was already a pinnacle super berserk beast. Yichen realized that if a berserk beast wanted to evolve, devouring a berserk beast of the same level was useless. Or rather, it had to devour a berserk beast that was stronger than itself. In order for Sky Splitter to become a pinnacle super berserk beast, it had devoured a total of 9 pinnacle super berserk beasts, growing from 2.5 meters to 3 meters. Yichen's goal was to make Sky Splitter a legendary berserk beast. Only then would it be able to help him and fight alongside him. Otherwise, it would be like Dream-Eating Wolf, gradually becoming useless. It could be said that the path of a berserk beast's growth was the path of slaughter. No wonder it was called a berserk beast. Of course, every dire beast had its own growth limit. Fortunately, Heaven Splitter hadn't reached that limit yet. The prairie where the Unfalling Eagle tribe was located was filled with ferocious beasts. Some flew in the sky, some swam in the water, and some burrowed underground. There were all kinds of ferocious beasts. However, it was a bit difficult to find a quasi-legend ferocious beast. After all, quasi-legend ferocious beasts were already considered powerful ferocious beasts on the Wild's God continent, and they were rarely seen. Roar! Heaven Splitter's ears twitched. He suddenly lowered his head and rubbed his head against Yichen's shoulder. Yichen looked at Sky Splitter. You said that there's a legendary beast far away? On the Wilderness God continent, the beast's sense of smell and hearing were extremely powerful. Their perception was much stronger than that of Supreme's. For example, Heaven Splitter could rely on its sense of smell to smell something thousands of miles away. Of course, this smell had to have been smelled before. Their hearing was even more powerful. They could hear the roars of beasts tens of thousands of miles away. Heaven Splitter nodded vigorously. Let's go, lead the way. A legendary beast was more useful than 10 quasi-legend ferocious beasts. After devouring it, Heaven Splitter would definitely become a quasi-legend ferocious beast. The growth and evolution of ferocious beasts were somewhat similar. They would devour the essence of others to make up for their own shortcomings. After chasing for 7 days and 7 nights, Yichen and Heaven Splitter finally caught up with the legendary beast. This legendary beast was shaped like a rhinoceros. Its shoulder height was 6 to 7 meters, and it was more than 10 meters long. Its body was covered in yellow stripes. Its tail was longer than its body, curling around its waist. It was estimated to be dozens of meters long. Yichen had seen the ferocious beast catalog of the Wilderness God continent. He knew that this rhinoceros was called a plenilune beast. It was only a beginner legendary beast, much weaker than a peak legendary beast like the Gold Eater. Fortunately, it was a beginner legendary beast. If it was a mid-level legendary beast, Yichen would have to think twice. Roar! The plenilune beast's roar was very eerie. It didn't match its domineering appearance at all. It gave people a creepy feeling. Heaven Splitter's hair stood on end. Thud 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 thud, the plenilune beast turned into a cloud of dust and charged at Yichen and Heaven Splitter. The horn on its forehead was glowing. Scatter! Yichen shouted and dodged the plenilune beast's attack. Heaven Splitter was a little embarrassed. The plenilune beast seemed to be very unhappy that Heaven Splitter dared to provoke it. Its 10-meter-long tail was like a whip, lashing at Heaven Splitter's body. Heaven Splitter was sent flying. A deep wound appeared on its body, almost splitting it into 2. Fortunately, most of the plenilune beast's attention was on Yichen, and its tail only took care of Heaven Splitter. Otherwise, Heaven Splitter would have died without a doubt. Yichen was a little annoyed that he had suffered a loss right from the start. He originally didn't plan to dodge, but the horn on the Plenilune beast's forehead gave him a trace of threat. According to the beast catalog, the Plenilune beast's horn had the power of a mid-level legendary beast. He absolutely couldn't let it hit him. Heaven Splitter, stay away. Not daring to be careless, Yichen told Heaven Splitter to stay away from the battlefield. Woo, 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 Heaven Splitter had lost his temper and quickly ran away, staggering a little. Pulling out the Heaven Sword, Yichen's aura locked onto the Plenilune beast. Although the Plenilune beast was a low-level legendary beast, it couldn't be underestimated. Firstly, the defense of its skin was very high, not any weaker than a mid-level legendary beast. Secondly, its horn attack was very powerful. It didn't need to come into direct contact with the enemy. As long as one was hit by its horn, it would be a disaster. Ta, 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 the Plenilune beast never knew how to retreat. With its 4 hooves, it crazily charged at Yichen. Its speed was getting faster and faster, almost turning into a ray of light. Let's see how strong your ultimate attack is. Raising the Heaven Sword high, Yichen performed the Tyrant Sword style. Rumble, rays of light exploded, and a transparent shockwave spread out, causing the ground to cave in. At the center of the shockwave, the Plenilune beast lost its balance, and its huge body was sent flying. Of course, Yichen didn't have it easy either. His feet slid on the ground, causing the soil to roll up. What a powerful attack. Yichen's palm was a little numb. Facing the Plenilune beast's strongest attack was indeed a little strenuous and unrewarding. Swish, relying on his amazing control, Yichen forcefully reversed his retreat, and with a flash, he appeared beside the Plenilune beast. Die. Ashes scattered, and Yichen's sword stabbed into the Plenilune beast's abdomen. The Plenilune beast was good at everything, except for its lack of agility. This was its biggest weakness, and also the most fatal one. Of course, when facing Yichen's sword burial style, there wasn't much of a difference whether it was agile or not, unless the opponent's bloodline contained spacetime profound. Poochie, sword chi shot out, and the Plenilune beast's body was pierced by the sword chi. Then, with the piercing point as the center, the Plenilune beast's body began to distort and collapse, turning into pieces of flesh. The sword burial style, which was infused with power profound, was terrifyingly powerful. It was the top of the 5 major sword moves. Putting the Heaven Sword back into its scabbard, Yichen gently landed on the ground and began to call Sky Splitter over. The moment a berserk beast died, its flesh and blood essence would be lost, and it must be devoured as soon as possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be of much use. After all, berserk beasts were different from humans. Humans only needed to rely on the other party's flesh and blood to fill their stomachs. Roar, Heaven Splitter dashed over, picking up a piece of meat and gnawing on it. After a few bites, Heaven Splitter shook his head and tossed it away. The meat essence inside had already been absorbed. Brain, bone marrow, internal organs, muscles, every part of the full moon beast's body contained the essence of a legendary beast, especially the horn and tail, which contained the most powerful essence. After all, the full moon beast relied on these two to fight. As Sky Splitter crazily devoured the essence of the full moon beast's flesh and blood, Yichen also picked up a few pieces of meat and started to grill them. Soon, the smell of meat spread out, making one's mouth water. It's already evolving? While eating, Yichen watched Sky Splitter's evolution. Sky Splitter's evolution was very fast. Its body first swelled to 6 to 7 meters tall, and then it began to shrink. When it shrank to 4 meters, it stopped. At this time, its fur was longer, its eyes sharper, and its claws and teeth shone brighter. Its body stood still, but it gave off an oppressive feeling, as if it would pounce and bite at any time. Quasi-legendary beast. At this moment, Sky Splitter officially became a quasi-legendary beast. Obviously, this wasn't its limit. According to the records, the ancestor of the starry sky bearcat was a sacred beast, a demigod-level beast. With the ancestor's bloodline, the king of the starry sky bearcat would definitely reach the legendary level. As for whether it was a high-grade legendary beast or a pinnacle legendary beast, no one knew. It all depended on the purity of the ancestor's bloodline in Sky Splitter. Of course, although Sky Splitter only needed to devour the meat of stronger beasts to continue growing, the prerequisite was that it had a strong enough master. According to the previous rules, Sky Splitter needed to devour 10 beginner legendary beasts to become a beginner legendary beast, or 1 intermediate legendary beast. With Yichen's current strength, if he encountered intermediate legendary beasts, he wouldn't stand a chance. Some of the more powerful ones were even stronger than Yichen. Moreover, whether it could grow depended on the probability. The probability was high at the beginning, but it might not be as high at the later stages. The universe was peaceful. Ever since the Supremes of the Black Wind Stream and Mora Death Prison were released, the atmosphere in the universe became increasingly tense. This kind of pressure was like the undercurrent in the depths of the ocean. It wasn't visible on the surface, but once it erupted, it would engulf the entire world, and no one could escape. 9 Revolution Star. The current ruler of the 9 Revolution Star had changed from Supreme Martial Saint to the human demigod, White Pole Sword Saint. Is there still no news of Yichen? White Pole Sword Saint was very interested in Yichen. No. Zhenwu Supreme looked helpless. Yichen had been away for decades, and there had been no news of him. No one knew where he had gone. Although it was normal for a Supreme to wander for decades, centuries, or even millennia, Yichen was a peerless genius of the human clan. If he had been away for a long time, people would inevitably worry about his safety. There's no rush. Let him drift for a while longer. White Pole Sword Saint smiled. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the White Pole Sword Sage turned his head to look at the void. His eyes ignored the distance of space and soon saw a white-haired young man in the Black Tortoise Galaxy undergoing the Venerable Tribulation. It was Duguju who was going through the Supreme Tribulation. On the 30th year after Yichen's disappearance, he finally became a Supreme. Good disciple, you've finally become a Supreme. Duguju's master, Yin and Yang Blade Emperor, sensed Duguju's breakthrough and couldn't help but smile. As an 8th layer life and death heavenly emperor, he was able to teach a Supreme. This was enough to leave his name in the annals of history. The next year, another young man broke through to the Supreme Realm. However, this young man was not from Human Race Alliance, but the Dark Goddess of Demons, God Bless Empress, Yichen's former opponent. God Bless Empress, no, it should be God Bless Supreme. It wasn't easy for her to become a Supreme, mainly because Yichen had left a huge shadow in her heart. If not for this shadow, she would have become a Supreme long ago. Dark Goddess, this bloodline is rare. I just happen to be lacking a partner. Giant Demon Venerable was a legendary Supreme who had come out of the Black Wind Stream. In the past decade, beautiful female emperors of various races had gathered in his palace. There were demons, evil spirit race, Xianxia race, and even humans, barbarian race, and spirit race. However, what he wanted the most was a female Supreme. Dark Witch Six-Winged Supreme was his most desired target. Unfortunately, Six-Winged Supreme was a Supreme after all. Although her strength was not as good as his, she had the protection of Sky Demon Venerable. For this reason, he had fought a great battle with Sky Demon Venerable. However, Sky Demon Venerable had the demonic sacred armor and bloodthirsty spear, so he was not his opponent. This time, Sky Demon Venerable wouldn't stop him, right, across the boundless spacetime, Giant Demon Venerable extended his hand toward God Bless Supreme. Bang, a bloodthirsty light flickered, and Giant Demon Venerable retracted his right hand, revealing a bloody scar on his palm. Sky Demon Venerable, you're courting death. Giant Demon Venerable flew into a rage out of humiliation. The other party had stopped him again and again. Did he really think he was a pushover? If it wasn't for the fact that his strength had yet to recover, he would have taken him down long ago. Giant Demon Venerable, if you want a female Supreme, you can go capture those from other races. You better not have any ideas about my own race. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Sky Demon Venerable's voice traveled across spacetime. Giant Demon Venerable said eerily, you can protect her for a while, but you can't protect her forever. I can't protect her forever, but someone can. If you don't care about your life, you can try. Sky Demon Venerable threw out a sentence. Oh, who is it? Demon Saint Garo. He has already officially gone into seclusion. No one knows when he will wake up again, and he won't care about these small things. Of course it's not Lord Demon Saint. There's no harm in telling you. The Great Demon King's bloodline has long been born. The Dark Witch and Dark Goddess will both be his partners. Therefore, you better put away your thoughts in case the Great Demon King's bloodline returns and kills you. Great Demon King's bloodline. The words Great Demon King's bloodline were like a curse that shocked Giant Demon Venerable. Since ancient times, as long as the Great Demon King's bloodline was born, the Dark Witch and Dark Goddess would always be his partners. No one dared to snatch them away. The other races might not know much about the Great Demon King's bloodline, but the Demon Venerables definitely knew. Humph, don't lie to me. Why haven't I heard about this? Of course I won't tell you this directly, but I have already told Lord Demon Saint. Humph, you win. I want to see what the Great Demon King's bloodline can do. I hope it won't disappoint me. The Giant Demon Venerable was a high-level legendary supreme at his peak. He was still a little unconvinced by the bloodline of the Great Demon King. In the entire universe, only Demon Sage Garo and Sword Sage White Pole could make him completely convinced and not dare to provoke them. Female Supreme, since I can't touch my own race, I will capture those from other races. Giant Demon Venerable had an idea. He had plenty of time and he would succeed eventually. End of chapter 1369. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.